Chapter 40. Mourinho's misstep, Manchester City's desperate counterattack. For Chelsea, Schürrle's goal arrived most opportune. After over 30 minutes of relentless aggression, the Chelsea players had exhausted their stamina and the fervor they had before the match. Meanwhile, Manchester City's half-reserve, half-starter lineup, after withstanding Chelsea's initial onslaught, had gradually acclimatized to their offensive rhythm. If Chelsea could not score promptly at this juncture, the longer the match dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for them. Although Manchester City aspired to secure a victory, given their incomplete roster, a draw would also be acceptable. However, Schürrle's goal transformed the entire scenario. Splendid. In the VIP box, Abramovich, upon witnessing the goal, fervently waved his fists and stood to applaud the Chelsea players. Chelsea's greatest challenge had been their impotence in attack, struggling to find the net. Yet, once they took the lead, maintaining that advantage with Chelsea's defensive prowess would pose little difficulty. Moreover, with Manchester City's current lineup being incomplete, what could they possibly employ to breach the Blues' defenses? On the sidelines, Mourinho shared similar thoughts. At the moment of the goal, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap from his seat in jubilant celebration, but recalling the necessity to maintain an air of composure in front of journalists and fans alike, he stifled this impulse. Calmly, he took a sip from a water bottle, settled back in his chair, and remained indifferent to the exuberant celebrations around him. Exuding an aura of control over the match, a true master ought to uphold the dignity of their stature, amidst laughter and banter. The adversaries would vanish like smoke. This was the realm he aspired to achieve. The cameras and journalists were keenly tracking the reactions of both head coaches. Observing Mourinho's serene demeanor, they could not help but admire the true essence of a distinguished manager. Even Abramovich, witnessing Mourinho's composed expression from the box, felt a profound sense of reassurance. Though Jose might have a temper and a somewhat unyielding character, his capabilities were undeniably formidable. Under his stewardship, Chelsea fans often felt a greater sense of security. If the team could resolve their issues in the attacking line, Chelsea's prospects in both the league and the Champions League this season appeared promising. Reflecting on this, Abramovich found that some of the dissatisfaction he had harbored towards Mourinho regarding club matters had significantly dissipated. At the opposite end of the box, Emma Watson, upon seeing Chelsea score first, reacted with the same enthusiasm as the fans in the stands. She clapped vigorously and shouted in delight, her palms reddening without a care. Lily Collins, witnessing this side of her for the first time, was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the same lady she had known? When watching a match, one need not be overly concerned. Wearing a facade day in and day out can be exhausting. At such moments, what one ought to do is let down their guard completely and allow oneself to relax. Would you care to try? Emma Watson, noticing the astonished expression on her friend's face, urged. Well, you make a compelling point. Lily Collins, rolling up her sleeves, moved closer to Emma. Hey, what are you planning to do? Emma exclaimed in surprise, hastily retreating. Oh, nothing much, just that you look quite punchable, and I feel like giving you a good thrashing. Lily Collins replied with a mischievous grin as she continued to advance. Ah, I see. It must be because Chelsea is leading your friend's team, causing you distress. Haha, don't scratch me, I was wrong, huh? You know too much. Awakened to this reality, Hermione. After Chelsea scored, their morale soared, and before the first half concluded, they launched a more vigorous assault on Manchester City's goal. Torres, who had scored twice in the previous match, displayed remarkable enthusiasm, with several near-miss shots that sent shivers down the spines of City fans. As Chelsea's momentum became increasingly overwhelming, City players resorted to committing more fouls, enduring the cost of 2 yellow cards to survive this challenging period. At halftime, Manchester City returned to the locker room, trailing 0-1. As they exited the field, the jerseys of the two teams' key players, Lin Quan and Hazard, were caked in mud. As the respective demolition men of their teams, both had been the focus of attention, subjected to the most fouls. However, while Lin Quan appeared quite disheveled, his performance remained unaffected. In contrast, Hazard was visibly limping. A harsh tackle from Nastasic in the 42nd minute had left him in pain, and as he made his way back to the locker room, he seemed to be injured. Inside the Manchester City locker room, the players displayed a somewhat despondent demeanor. Throughout the first half, they had been dominated by Chelsea, remaining in a passive stance, which severely dented their confidence. You performed admirably in the first half, although trailing. This is not your fault. Observing the players' low spirits, Pellegrini refrained from reprimanding them. Instead, he took the initiative to encourage and comfort them. Stamford Bridge has never been an easy fortress to breach. Even with a complete squad and no injuries, the likelihood of securing a victory against Chelsea here is less than 50%. This statement was not meant to bolster others' spirits at the expense of his own team's morale. Since Mourinho took charge of Chelsea, Stamford Bridge has been the most formidable home ground in the Premier League. Chelsea once set a remarkable record of 86 consecutive home games without defeat. In that era, no visiting team left Stamford Bridge unscathed. All returned home empty-handed. Although the unbeaten home streak ended after Mourinho's departure, the ironclad defensive genes he instilled in Chelsea have endured. With Mourinho's return this season, Stamford Bridge is destined to become the most unwelcome destination for other Premier League teams. Pellegrini's words of comfort had some effect. As Manchester City's players gradually emerged from their self-doubt, they all lifted their heads, seeking the guidance of their coach. Eager to discern his strategy for the second half of the match, trailing in score, we were compelled to devise a method to equalize. Mourinho, a quintessential figure of pragmatic football, was likely to employ a defensive counterattack tactic in the second half. As time elapsed, our chances of leveling the score would diminish, and we risked conceding a successful counterattack due to our urgency in offense. Thus, we needed to seize the initiative before their defensive formation could settle into place. Pellegrini presented his tactical board, scribbling notes and drawings. Negrito, once the second half commences, disregard the situation behind you and charge forward with all your might. Your task is to disrupt Chelsea's defensive structure and draw as much attention as possible. Jovetic, I require you to position yourself as a shadow forward, making swift runs after passing the ball. If an opportunity to shoot arises, do not hesitate, understood? The two nodded earnestly, both substitutes. They were keen to leave a favorable impression on the coach during this rare starting opportunity. Pellegrini then addressed the two fullbacks, urging them to actively join the attack and support their teammates. Additionally, when defending, they needed to retreat promptly, ensuring the integrity of the team's backline. After outlining the tactics, Pellegrini specified several time points. At these junctures, we would swiftly transition from defense to offense, catching our opponents off guard while they adjusted to our tactical shift. Finally, Pellegrini approached Lin Quan, saying, "Lin, Chelsea's defense is particularly stringent against you, so I intend to exploit this." Lin nodded and replied, "Coach, just say the word, and I will execute the team's tactics." "Excellent. I want you to position yourself on the right flank. Our offensive maneuvers will revolve around you. Once we draw Chelsea's attention to the right, we will switch directions for the final strike. A feint to the east while attacking from the west." Lin grasped Pellegrini's strategy. With the right winger Navas sidelined due to illness, Nasri remained on the pitch. Given his capabilities, if we could create opportunities, entrusting him with the decisive blow could yield a significant chance of success. However, it was imperative that I effectively attracted enough attention on the right to ensure Chelsea's players focused entirely on me, thereby granting Nasri his opportunity. The tactical arrangements for Jovetic and Negrito were merely Pellegrini's ruse to confound Mourinho. The second half commenced swiftly. Manchester City launched an aggressive assault on Chelsea. Following the kickoff, Negrito surged forward at full speed into Chelsea's half, while Jovetic, having passed the ball to Lin Quan on the flank, decisively made his forward run. Simultaneously, players from City's midfield and defense pushed up, resulting in a remarkable surge of 7 or 8 City players crossing into the opposing half to engage in the attack. On the sidelines, Mourinho maintained an air of calmness upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The aggressive tactics employed by Manchester City at the outset were well within his expectations. He had often utilized such strategies himself, making it implausible for him not to anticipate them. With this thought in mind, Mourinho cast a glance towards Pellegrini on the opposing bench. Their past encounters in La Liga had revealed Pellegrini's limited prowess, which, in Mourinho's estimation, was hardly noteworthy. He was confident of victory in this match. As Chelsea's players observed their rivals launching a fervent offensive, they swiftly retreated, maintaining a solid defensive line. By the time Manchester City's advances reached the 30-meter mark, they found their progress obstructed. Is this all they have? With the opposing attack thwarted, Mourinho displayed a sense of disdain. He gestured for his players to initiate an offensive. Pellegrini, that old foe, likely assumed Mourinho would adopt a defensive counterattack after gaining the lead, yet Mourinho had no intention of doing so. What is Chelsea up to? They are abandoning their defensive counterattack? The coaching staff at Manchester City was taken aback by Chelsea's choice. Chelsea's offensive capabilities were not particularly strong. ranking in the lower tiers of the league in terms of attacking firepower. Their true strength lay in their defensive prowess. Why forsake their strengths to amplify their weaknesses? Had Mourinho lost his touch? In the stands, including the executive box, Chelsea's fans and owner Abramovich appeared equally astonished by Mourinho's decision. The coach's choice to forego a conservative defensive strategy in favor of bolstering their attack suggested that he intended to secure victory through an offensive approach today. No wonder he was dubbed the Special One. This decision was indeed audacious. However, it also bore significant risks, as Chelsea's attacking line had been underwhelming in recent seasons. The commentators struggled to comprehend Mourinho's choice as well. Yet, considering his notorious arrogance, such a decision fell in line with the public's perception of him. On the pitch, players like Oscar, Schürrle, Torres, and Hazard were giving their all. They were eager to shed the stereotype of Chelsea as a team that was defensively robust, yet offensively weak. This clash against Manchester City at home presented the perfect opportunity for them to showcase their attacking prowess. Mourinho was adept at galvanizing his players' spirits, using the external criticisms and disparagement aimed at Chelsea's forwards to motivate them, instilling a sense of unity against a world that seemed to conspire against them. Under Mourinho's influence, they channeled their fervor into a relentless assault, determined to prove their detractors wrong. Consequently, Chelsea's front players, invigorated as if on a surge of adrenaline, tirelessly pressed on, unafraid of injury, and launched a fervent attack. From the 47th to the 65th minute, Chelsea besieged Manchester City's goal for a continuous 20 minutes. The Blue Army of fans witnessed a relentless wave of attacking prowess from their team, each surge more exhilarating than the last, filling their hearts with fervor and their eyes with tears of joy. It was a remarkable sight. Who would have imagined that one day we would witness such attacking football from my beloved Blues? Dressed in their team attire, one could easily mistake the players on the pitch for Barcelona. In the VIP box, Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, nodded in approval, unable to contain his applause for Mourinho. His discontent with Mourinho stemmed not only from the latter's temperament, but primarily from his desire to see the Blues secure victories while also playing an aesthetically pleasing brand of football. Although Mourinho's counter-attacking style brought accolades, the unattractive nature of the matches stood in stark contrast to Abramovich's aspirations. Initially, after reappointing Mourinho, Abramovich had gradually relinquished his unrealistic expectations. However, Mourinho surprised him by steering Chelsea towards an attacking style of play. Let us maintain this momentum, Jose. Beginning with this victory over Manchester City, let Chelsea's attacking football resonate throughout Europe. Abramovich envisioned with anticipation. Yet, in the 65th minute of the match, the tides shifted dramatically. After enduring 20 minutes of relentless pressure from Chelsea, Manchester City launched a vigorous counterattack that caught Chelsea utterly off guard. They had only witnessed swift openings. They had never seen a counterattack unfold mid-game. Despite their rapid retreat to defend, they were still a step behind. The ball was carried by Lin Quan all the way to the edge of Chelsea's penalty area, where Negrito had already breached the box, and Jovetic was making a quick advance. However, having previously completed a shot, Chelsea's players were wary of him, with Lampard closely shadowing him, denying him the opportunity to receive the ball, as Lin Quan found himself obstructed and with other potential receiving options tightly marked. It seemed that Manchester City's counterattack was destined to fizzle out, allowing Chelsea's fans to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, having drawn the attention of numerous defenders, Lin Quan opted not to attempt a breakthrough, but executed a precise long pass, shifting the ball to the left flank. The right side of Chelsea's penalty area was completely unguarded, and there stood Nasri, the left winger for Manchester City, appearing like a spectre. Unchallenged, he unleashed a powerful shot that breached Chelsea's defenses. The score was now 1-1. Manchester City had equalized. This unexpected concession left Chelsea in a state of shock. And on the sidelines, Mourinho could no longer maintain his composure. His face displayed a mixture of disbelief and fury, and upon confirming that his team had conceded, he angrily discarded the water bottle in his hand. To hell with calmness. I refuse to pretend any longer. His expression twisted with intensity as he sprinted to the sidelines, bellowing at the players on the field to persist with their attacking strategy, demanding an even more fervent assault than before. Mourinho's unwavering commitment to attacking football in this match stems from his desire to seize the opportunity of facing Manchester City at home, thereby demonstrating to the world that he is not solely a master of defense, but equally adept at orchestrating an offense. His tenure at Chelsea, Inter Milan, and even Real Madrid has indelibly impressed upon the public a perception of him as a defensive strategist. This has fostered a stereotype that he is incapable of mounting an offensive assault. Although Mourinho has consistently projected an air of indifference towards external critiques, deep within, he harbors an earnest yearning to validate his capabilities. After all, fellow elite manager Guardiola, renowned for his attacking prowess, has garnered far greater acclaim in the footballing realm, which stirs a sense of discontent in Mourinho, who has long been in silent rivalry with him. Consequently, from the outset of this season, he embarked on a mission to revamp Chelsea's offensive framework, even drawing inspiration from the no-striker tactics employed by Barcelona and the Spanish national team. Yet, his endeavors seem to have reaped little reward, as Chelsea's attempts at a no-striker formation faltered. He had hoped to capitalize on Manchester City's significant absences, only to find his plan unraveling once again. Despite his team's vigorous offensive efforts, they failed to seize their opportunities, and a swift counterattack from their opponents obliterated Chelsea's lead. The stark contrast between expectation and reality proved difficult for Mourinho to accept. Could it be that the external criticism holds merit, that I am indeed incapable of executing attacking football? Unwilling to succumb to such a conclusion, he impulsively urged his team to intensify their offensive assault. Following a vehement reprimand of his players, Mourinho initiated substitutions, replacing midfield stalwart Lampard with the agile Mata and bringing on Willian for the somewhat lost Schürrle. These changes were clearly aimed at bolstering the front line. Evidently, Mourinho had not abandoned the quest for offensive play. In fact, following these substitutions, Chelsea's attacking fervor intensified. Mourinho was acutely aware that should Chelsea find themselves equalized or defeated in this match, the media would unleash a torrent of scathing criticism, belittling both him and his team to the utmost. Given his strained relationship with the press, he could not expect leniency from them. His only recourse was to rely on his own efforts and capabilities to shatter the stereotype imposed upon him. Meanwhile, in the corporate box, Abramovich, who had previously expressed satisfaction with Mourinho's performance, now simmered with anger and felt a compelling urge to dismiss him. The recent concession of a goal had obliterated any nascent goodwill towards Mourinho. Indeed, he seemingly lacked an offensive strategy. Just look at how poorly Chelsea played under his stewardship. With a wealth of exceptional players at his disposal, none could rise to the occasion and perform with the impact akin to that of Lin Quan in Manchester City. Abramovich was incensed. He had invested significantly over the years, acquiring numerous players and cycling through coaches. Yet, why did Chelsea's offensive capabilities remain stagnant? Indeed, have I chosen the wrong individual? He glanced at the furious Mourinho on the sidelines, and then at the City player donned in a light blue jersey, number 10. Mourinho's substitutions had indeed made a notable impact. Unlike Lampard, Mata excels in organization and passing, possessing a broad vision and a keen tactical awareness. The contributions of the two players to the team's offense differ significantly. Lampard is renowned for his striking prowess, his powerful shots, and his adeptness at late runs into the box. In contrast, Mata does not need to advance himself. Through his control and passing, he can orchestrate the team's offensive play. Thus, with Mata's entrance onto the field, the challenge of defending against Chelsea increased for Manchester City. Consequently, Chelsea's attacking momentum began to improve gradually. In the 77th minute, after regaining possession, Chelsea launched a swift counterattack. As Mata surged forward with the ball, he spotted a gap in Manchester City's defense and swiftly delivered the ball to Torres at his feet. Acting as a pivot, Torres returned the ball to a now unmarked Mata. Upon receiving the ball, Mata distributed it to the other side, where Hazard awaited. Once in possession, Hazard commenced his dribbling exhibition, first evading Yaya Touré and then slipping past to Michelis. Alas, his final shot was thwarted by Joe Hart. Mourinho, like the Chelsea fans in attendance, clasped his head in disappointment upon witnessing the missed opportunity. However, he soon applauded his team's endeavor. Compared to previous attacks that lacked substance, this one posed a far greater threat. At this rate, scoring was merely a matter of time. Yet, caution was warranted against Manchester City's counterattacks. The two offensive bursts from the opposing side at the start of the second half and the 65th minute had left a profound impression on Mourinho. He suspected their offensive capabilities extended beyond those instances. Thus, he summoned Mikel, imparting some words of wisdom before preparing to substitute him into the match. As anticipated, following Chelsea's substitution, Manchester City launched another comprehensive counterattack in the 75th minute. However, this time, with the lessons learned from the previous two encounters, Chelsea's players were better prepared. The newly substituted Mikel specifically marked Lin Quan, shadowing him wherever he moved, whether he had the ball or not. Although Lin Quan had not been the one to take the shots during Manchester City's prior counterattacks, their assaults had originated from his side. If he were not contained, who could predict what further strategies City had in store? Noticing Michael's attention, Lin Quan swiftly maneuvered towards the center, seeking cover from his teammates. At that moment, Yaya Touré was in possession of the ball and, upon seeing Lin Quan approach, seamlessly passed it to him. Lin Quan, without pausing, threaded a direct pass to Jovetic before darting forward, eager to seize an opportunity. In the midst of his relentless movement and stretching of the defense, Mikel found it increasingly challenging to keep him in check. Yet, how could this player, having been on the pitch for the better part of the match, still possess such abundant energy for expansive runs? Had it not been for his recent substitution onto the field, brimming with energy and in peak form, he would have truly struggled to keep pace with Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Jovetic found himself intercepted by Terry, with no room to shoot, and the passing lanes ahead thoroughly blocked, compelling him to pass the ball laterally to the left. Yet, this was not an ideal choice. Chelsea, having previously fallen into a trap, was now vigilant in marking Nasri. Jovetic's pass was nearly intercepted by Ivanovic. Fortunately, Lin Quan, sensing the impending danger, timely positioned himself beside Nasri, enabling Nasri to release the ball just before being brought down. Cahill promptly abandoned Negrito, charging towards Lin Quan. Lin Quan, assessing Cech's positioning, deftly feigned, evaded Ivanovic's interception, and unleashed a shot from approximately 26 meters away. The strike was sudden. Cech's view was obstructed by his own teammate, causing him to miss Lin Quan's shot at first glance. Yet, as a top-tier goalkeeper, his reflexes were astonishingly swift. The moment he detected Lin Quan's attempt, Cech made the correct decision. He propelled himself to the right with a powerful leap, precariously deflecting the ball with his fingertips as it thundered against the crossbar and ricocheted away. The Chelsea supporters in attendance gasped collectively, nearly holding their breath, and moments later, Stamford Bridge was filled with the sound of shocked intakes of breath. It was a perilous moment. Had Cech's reaction been a mere half-second slower, Chelsea would have found themselves trailing. After the save, Cech felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He cast a wary glance at the distant Lin Quan, recognizing the striker's shot was both peculiar and cunning, indeed difficult to defend against. Lin Quan, somewhat regretful, shook his head. He had felt confident about that shot, only to be astonished by Cech's extraordinary save. He had witnessed the legendary reflexes firsthand. If a different goalkeeper had been in goal, the outcome would likely have been different. Noticing Cech looking his way, he extended his thumb in approval, commending him for the remarkable save. Cech, taken aback by this unexpected gesture, eventually nodded in acknowledgement. Following this counterattack, Chelsea hesitated to pursue further offense for several minutes. Even Mourinho refrained from reprimanding his players for their caution, having himself broken into a cold sweat. Simultaneously, Mourinho found himself in a quandary. Should he simply accept the situation? A draw would suffice, as it would halt Manchester City's 8-game winning streak. However, should they press forward and risk being counterattacked, recovering from a deficit would prove exceedingly challenging. Yet, pausing the attack at this juncture would be a blow to his pride. Thus, Mourinho clenched his teeth and signaled for the team to continue their advance. In truth, his concerns were unfounded. By the 75th minute of the second half, Manchester City players began to exhibit signs of fatigue. In the 76th minute, left winger Nasri experienced cramping. A few minutes later, a fullback also succumbed to similar discomfort. The Chelsea players, initially apprehensive of Manchester City's counterattacks, soon realized that their adversaries were succumbing to cramps, signaling a depletion of their stamina. The repercussions of Manchester City's grueling 3 consecutive away matches began to manifest. Commentator Hiway observed the widespread physical limitations afflicting City's players and lamented, had it not been for the extensive injuries, there might have been a glimmer of hope for victory in this match. Pellegrini could have made personnel adjustments to alleviate the team's fatigue. However, with the plethora of injuries they faced, such adjustments were no longer feasible. Su Yang nodded in agreement, noting that to achieve such a performance with a compromised lineup was already commendable for Manchester City. With less than 20 minutes remaining in the match, if they could hold their ground, perhaps they could depart Stamford Bridge with their heads held high, having secured a draw. Yet, Chelsea and Mourinho would not let them off lightly. The lack of stamina in Manchester's players was evidently an opportunity for Chelsea to seize victory. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than Chelsea launched into an offensive onslaught, taking advantage of their opponent's plight. Chelsea's players were resolute in their intent to capitalize on the situation, eager to inflict further humiliation by scoring additional goals. Realizing his players' physical struggles, Pellegrini hastily initiated substitutions, allowing those who had been sidelined to take the field. In the 79th minute, he replaced Nasri with Milner, a player known for his commendable defensive skills and exceptional stamina. His inclusion would bolster City's defensive capabilities on the flanks while retaining a measure of counterattacking threat to deter Chelsea from pressing forward recklessly. In the 81st minute, Pellegrini substituted Negrito for the 17-year-old midfielder Rodwell. Although Negrito was fit, the team required enhanced interceptive prowess in midfield, necessitating his removal. 2 minutes later, Pellegrini replaced Nastasic with the young defender Boyata, thus exhausting all three of Manchester City's substitution slots, leaving them devoid of time-wasting strategies. The final minutes of the match devolved into an unrelenting display of attack and defense. Chelsea unleashed a frenzied assault on City's goal, prompting Mourinho to utilize his last substitute, withdrawing a defender in favor of Eto'o, the seasoned striker. A former ally of Mourinho during their time at Inter Milan when they clinched the Champions League, was entrusted to bring fortune to the team. However, the once mighty Eto'o, now past his prime, failed to make an impact and squandered a golden opportunity in the 88th minute. As the clock ticked towards the 90th minute, it seemed inevitable that the match would conclude in a stalemate. In the final moments, the long-silent Torres emerged triumphantly. In the 90th minute, the newly substituted young player Boyata made a blunder, allowing Hart to rush out and leave an empty net. Braving the risk of injury, Torres lunged ahead of Hart, executing a fearless slide to send the ball into the unguarded goal. Goal number 21. Following his goal, Torres exuberantly sprinted to the sidelines, shedding his jersey and unleashing a roar at the camera. This moment was one he had awaited for far too long, witnessing Torres's dramatic match winner. Mourinho cast aside his composure and turned to embrace the jubilant fans in the stands. This goal ignited Stamford Bridge, with countless Chelsea supporters moved to tears, embracing one another in elation. As the architect of the decisive goal, Torres's name echoed through the stadium. Over 40,000 Chelsea fans collectively chanted T9, expressing their gratitude for his last-minute strike. This victory was hard-fought. Initially, it was thought that facing a weakened Manchester City would result in an effortless win. However, the match proved to be exceptionally challenging, with City's counterattacks nearly plunging Chelsea into despair. Fortunately, luck was on their side, culminating in this last-minute triumph. Lynn quietly approached his own goal, placing a reassuring hand on the visibly distressed Boyata's shoulder, saying, "Save the self-recrimination for later. For now, the game isn't over, is it?" After this, he passed by the troubled Hart, entered his goal, and retrieved the ball from the net. Returning to the center circle with the ball, Lynn positioned it at the kickoff spot. Once he completed this task, he stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at the Chelsea players lost in ecstatic celebration in the corner. He did not urge them on, but waited silently for the referee to signal the resumption of the match. End of chapter. Chapter 42. The last-minute goal that turned the tide. Torres' strike in the 90th minute was a devastating blow to Manchester City, as they faced the looming threat of being defeated. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler expressed his regret. His longtime partner, Andy Gray, remarked, "The City players fought until the very end, nearly pushing Chelsea to the brink. Thus, even in defeat, I doubt anyone would blame them." Indeed, under the strains of consecutive away games and numerous injuries, the external expectations for them were low. They performed admirably, and I believe they can leave Stamford Bridge with their heads held high. Lynn seemed not to have given up hope, yet time was fleeting. I doubt he could alter the scoreline. Tyler observed Lynn retrieving the ball with a hint of surprise, noting the match was now in stoppage time, after Chelsea's celebrations. The 3 minutes of added time would likely dwindle away. The attacking opportunities remaining for Manchester City might be limited to just one. Beside him, Andy Gray sighed. The challenge of scoring a goal from a single opportunity is indeed monumental. Although Lynn is exceptionally talented, even he cannot accomplish this seemingly insurmountable task. Indeed, once Chelsea took the lead, they would undoubtedly retreat into a staunch defensive formation, leaving Manchester City with no chance. On the sidelines, after the celebrations subsided, Mourinho, with a serious expression, cautioned his Chelsea players, "The greatest threat from Manchester City is Lynn. Keep a close watch on him, double-team him, and do not afford him any opportunities to shoot. Hold firm for this final minute and secure the victory at Stamford Bridge. Can you do it? Yes, came the resounding reply. Louder. Have you not eaten? Boss, we will ensure victory remains at Stamford Bridge. The players roared in unison. At that moment, their singular focus was on winning. Lynn, how should we approach this play? Jovetic and Milner inquired as they approached him. Negrito had been substituted, leaving Manchester City without a crucial focal point in their attack, complicating their ability to replicate their previous offensive tactics. Lynn surveyed Chelsea's formation and replied, "You both create space for me. I will orchestrate the final offensive push." They nodded, relieved. In such pivotal moments, the pressure on them to execute the last attack would be immense. Should they fail to score, they could easily be blamed for the team's defeat. Lynn's willingness to shoulder this burden filled them with gratitude. Such responsibility and resolve are not traits possessed by everyone. Contemplating this, Lynn's stature in their eyes grew considerably. In the second minute of stoppage time, urged by the referee, Chelsea finally concluded their celebrations and returned to the field. With a whistle, the match resumed. Jovetic immediately passed the ball to Lynn, positioning himself as a forward pivot as he charged towards Chelsea's half. However, he was quickly intercepted by Chelsea players. Meanwhile, Milner was also striving to find space, but Chelsea's wide midfielder and fullback effectively blocked all his receiving opportunities. The left flank for Manchester City's attack was utterly stifled. All eyes in the stadium were now fixed on Lynn. How would he navigate this offensive? The first to confront Lynn was Torres, Chelsea's hero of the moment, and his international teammate. At that instant, Torres seemed to forget he was a striker, intensely focusing on every move Lynn made, employing all his defensive skills in a desperate attempt to thwart Lynn. However, T9's defensive prowess paled in comparison to that of a dedicated defender. Lynn wasted no time engaging in conversation. With a shift in rhythm, he deftly maneuvered past him. Oscar and Ramirez surged towards Lynn simultaneously, intent on quelling Manchester City's attack in midfield. Yet, Lynn, capitalizing on the disparity in their strides, evaded Oscar first, then Ramirez, accomplishing 3 successful dribbles in mere seconds. As Lin Quan completed his breakthrough into Chelsea's midfield and attacking zone, the Blue Army fans at Stamford Bridge instinctively held their breath. Stop him, they yearned to shout. But in their heightened tension, it seemed as though their vocal cords had betrayed them, rendering them speechless, their thoughts lodged firmly in their throats. In the private box, Emma Watson anxiously clutched her friend's hand, while Lily Collins appeared even more agitated. Both were praying fervently, albeit with opposing desires, one hoping for a miss, the other fervently wishing for a goal. Abramovich could no longer remain seated, nervously gripping the railing of the box and leaning forward to peer onto the pitch. With each step Lin Quan took, the pressure mounted on him like a relentless drumbeat, striking heavily against his heart. On the sidelines, the coaches and players of both teams stood, necks craned, anxiously fixated on the unfolding drama. In a nondescript corner of the stands, De Bruyne, long abandoned by Mourinho and omitted from the matchday squad, could not resist rising to his feet, watching Lin Quan dash forward with the ball, skillfully evading challenges. Memories flooded back of their time together shoulder to shoulder in the DFB Pokal, where they had orchestrated a remarkable comeback against Bayern Munich. That moment felt as recent as yesterday, yet it seemed an eternity away now. Terry, Cahill, and Ivanovic surged toward Lin Quan. The Chelsea captain even revealed his studs, sliding in an attempt to intimidate Lin Quan into relinquishing his advance. Should he persist with the ball, Terry would not hesitate to take him down, even if it meant receiving a card. This ball could not be allowed to advance any further. Pass it. Witnessing Terry's actions, the Manchester City fans gasped in horror. Sacrificing their star player for a single match was far too costly, and at that moment, they all hoped Lin Quan would release the ball. Pass it now. On the Manchester City bench, Pellegrini and his assistants silently urged him on. City had a substantial lead in the standings. Even a loss would leave them 3 points clear of second place. But if Lin Quan were injured, even a goal would not justify the sacrifice. You rascal. Pass the ball. In his apartment in Munich, Guardiola leapt from his seat at the sight, wishing he could rush to London and pull Lin Quan off the pitch. It seemed as if Lin Quan sensed Guardiola's silent plea. Just before Terry could tackle him, he released the ball. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the crowd, the suffocating tension dissipating as everyone exhaled in unison at Lin Quan's timely decision. Terry too breathed easier. Quickly retracting his foot to avoid fouling, and granting the opposition a dangerous free kick. As the ball found its way to another player's feet, the threat diminished significantly. However, once they had all exhaled, they realized with astonishment that Lin Quan's pass was not forward, but backward. He passed the ball back to Yaya Touré, who was positioned behind him. Did he truly perceive Chelsea's staunch defense and decide to relinquish this offensive opportunity? Yaya Touré was equally astonished, never expecting Lin Quan to send the ball his way. However, just as he was at a loss, he beheld Lin Quan evading Terry's tackle and penetrating the penalty area. He had not abandoned the attack. Instantly awakened, Yaya Touré, without a moment's hesitation, lofted the ball over his head towards Lin Quan. In an effort to breach Chelsea's defensive line and prevent interception during the pass, he delivered a half-high ball, descending to a height around Lin Quan's neck. Yet, this elevation rendered it challenging for the recipient to strike directly, even making a header difficult. He would need to control the ball for an adjustment. Would Chelsea's defenders afford Lin Quan the luxury of such a moment? This pass was woefully inadequate. Lin Quan faced an arduous task. He had finally found a pocket of space, but alas, Yaya Touré's delivery fell short. Had Xavi, Iniesta, or others been in this position, they would undoubtedly have executed a splendid pass. Not to mention Xavi and Iniesta. Even Lin Quan's former teammate De Bruyne would have delivered a better ball than Yaya Touré. Upon witnessing this errant pass from Yaya Touré, Manchester City fans sighed in disappointment. This offensive opportunity seemed squandered, and with no goal emerging from it. Manchester's unbeaten streak was at risk of being halted at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea fans in attendance, along with Abramovich in the box and Mourinho on the sidelines, collectively exhaled in relief upon observing Yaya Touré's poor pass. For Lin Quan to receive this ball required him to turn his back to it, consuming precious time just to control it while facing away from the goal. As long as Chelsea's defenders were not inept, they would not grant him the chance to turn and shoot. Yet, just when everyone believed Manchester City's attack was destined for failure, Lin Quan executed a move that left all in utter astonishment. As he saw the ball soaring towards him, he propelled himself with force, his waist generating power, and his body ascended like a majestic bird taking flight within the penalty area. A bicycle kick, this lad intended to score with an acrobatic shot. Chelsea defender Cahill stood in stunned silence as Lin Quan's right foot soared above his head. With a thunderous crack, the ball shot forth like a high-velocity projectile, piercing the net in front of 40,000 spectators. Chelsea's goalkeeper Cech was left dumbfounded. Defender Terry was equally bewildered. At that moment, all Chelsea players were in a state of shock. Stamford Bridge fell into a profound silence. This goal transcended their wildest expectations, leaving their minds momentarily astounded. Goal! An inconceivable strike. A performance akin to a deity descending from the heavens. Such a goal should only exist in the celestial realm. How many times can it be witnessed on Earth? Commentators from various television networks, speaking in myriad languages, erupted in frenzy at that instant. To extol the magnificence of this goal would be an understatement. The brilliance of this strike truly merits all accolades. Let us savor this exquisite goal through the lens of slow motion. It was a highly challenging acrobatic kick, with the ball soaring approximately 1.6 meters above the ground. To connect with a ball at such an elevation is inherently difficult, especially when it is hurtling towards the player at speed, demanding impeccable judgment of landing and impeccable timing for execution. Yaya Touré's pass was less than perfect, yet perhaps unbeknownst to him. This seemingly mediocre delivery paved the way for his teammate to score an extraordinary goal. In the commentary booth, as the slow-motion replay unfolded, He-Wei and Su-Yong narrated this remarkable moment for the fans watching the match. The acrobatic kick itself is a feat of great difficulty, and to successfully execute it and score is an even rarer accomplishment, particularly given the complexity of this goal. The duo, having provided commentary for over a decade, hesitated to declare it the most splendid goal they had witnessed, but it certainly ranks among the top 10, if not the top 5. Su-Yong remarked with a smile that Lin Quan might very well secure this year's Puskas award for his stunning strike. He-Wei nodded in agreement, stating, "If I were a judge, I would cast my vote for Lin Quan's goal." On the pitch, after Lin Quan's breathtaking goal, the Manchester City fans and players erupted in exuberance. All 10 players, including the goalkeeper, rushed towards Lin Quan. He, too, jubilantly sprinted to the sidelines, diving towards the ground in celebration before the away fans. Following suit, the Manchester City players cascaded onto the field, one after another. colliding with Lin Quan in a euphoric heap. The substitutes on the bench were equally animated, vacating their seats to embrace teammates in shared jubilation, while others dashed onto the field to join in the revelry. Pellegrini, initially raising his fists in triumph, embraced each of his assistant coaches in turn. In his fervor, he nearly embraced a Chelsea staff member standing nearby, but fortunately, an assistant pulled him back just in time, averting an embarrassing moment for the Chilean coach. While some celebrated, others lamented. The Manchester City contingent reveled in their triumph, while the Chelsea side wore expressions of dismay. Mourinho sat on the bench, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on his team's goal, still grappling with the outcome. In the box, Abramovich, witnessing the goal, stormed out in fury, exiting prematurely. Lin Quan's strike was the epitome of a last-minute winner. Just 2 minutes prior, Chelsea had altered the scoreline. Yet their lead had barely lasted that long before Manchester City rewrote the narrative once more. On the field, Torres stood before his own goal, hands on hips, casting a begrudging glance at Lin Quan, who was surrounded by his jubilant teammates. In the national team, he was usurped of his starting position by Lin Quan, descending from an absolute mainstay in the World Cup and European Championship to the periphery with scarce playing opportunities. At the club level, he faced a severe drought in scoring, only to finally break this dry spell with goals in consecutive matches. However, he was unexpectedly met with a counter from the opponent immediately after achieving a dramatic last-minute goal. Could this fellow be his nemesis? Contemplating this, Torres couldn't help but smile wryly. At that moment, Stamford Bridge felt exceedingly foreign to him. It was for the first time that T9 entertained thoughts of departing from this place. Chapter 43. Popularity soars. Fan count exceeds 5 million. Transitional chapter, ultimately. Thanks to Lin Quan's spectacular acrobatic goal during injury time, the match concluded in a 2-2 draw. Manchester City managed to leave Chelsea's home ground unscathed. Although their winning streak was interrupted, they maintained their unbeaten record. Given the team's incomplete roster, the fans of Manchester City expressed their immense satisfaction with the result. In the post-match press conference, Pellegrini took a minute to extol Lin Quan's performance, declaring him the most outstanding player he has ever coached, without exception. As a head coach, I am truly delighted that my team boasts a player like Lin Quan, one who can bring boundless surprises. Akin to Barcelona's Messi and Real Madrid's Ronaldo, I believe Lin undoubtedly belongs to that echelon of players. With the annual Ballon d'Or announcement approaching, Pellegrini was clearly laying the groundwork for Lin Quan's candidacy. Although Lin's historical performance and accolades fall short compared to several frontrunners, the momentum needed to be built, and topics deserving of promotion must be engaged. Netizens began to discuss Pellegrini's words fervently. The engineer had a point. Lin Huang indeed exhibited the flair of a dual prodigy. However, one must remain prudent and not draw negative attention to Lin Huang. He should at least secure a Champions League trophy and a Ballon d'Or before being compared to the dual legends. Until then, he still lags significantly in terms of honors. I believe Lin Huang could take a shortcut, perhaps by winning the coveted World Cup next year. Wouldn't that catapult him above Messi and Ronaldo? This is plausible. The World Cup's prestige surpasses that of the Champions League. However, claiming the World Cup is a formidable challenge. Next year, formidable teams abound, starting with the host nation, Brazil, along with South American powerhouses Argentina and traditional European giants such as France, England, the Netherlands, Italy, and Germany, all of whom are not to be underestimated. Moreover, one cannot overlook the European Red Devils, Belgium, whose strength is formidable, nor the capable Croatian side featuring Modric and Mandzukic. Indeed, Europe boasts a plethora of strong teams. Indeed, many teams in Europe have been relegated to the second or even third tiers, raising the possibility of a group of death in the group stage. If fortune does not favor them, given Spain's tendency to start slowly, they might face elimination in the group stage. Surely, that cannot be. Spain, after all, is the reigning champion and currently holds the title of the world's top team as per FIFA rankings. It seems improbable that they would fail to advance from the group stage. Theoretically, there exists a possibility of not qualifying, albeit with a low probability. Following the conclusion of the match, Lin Quan's astonishing bicycle kick quickly went viral across the internet. This remarkable goal propelled him to the pinnacle of trending topics on Twitter. Consequently, his fame and influence surged to new heights, with his follower count skyrocketing past 5 million, surpassing a multitude of active football stars. Where there is triumph, there are inevitably those who face disappointment. After Pellegrini's interview, Chelsea's coach had yet to arrive, prompting whispers among reporters. Could Mourinho be avoiding the scene out of fear? Indeed, such a possibility exists. Prior to the match, he boasted about securing a victory against Manchester City at home, only to end up with a draw against a depleted City side. Now, everyone eagerly anticipates the spectacle of his embarrassment, and I doubt he has the courage to show his face. Wherever Mourinho is present, news follows. His tempestuous nature often leads to clashes with reporters, and each confrontation provides ample material for the media to feast upon. After a brief wait, Mourinho finally made his entrance, his expression thunderous, as if he had just emerged from a heated argument. I wager he must have had a fit in the locker room. Perhaps he even had a cordial exchange with Abramovich? The reporters speculated, their voices not particularly hushed, ensuring that Mourinho could hear their musings clearly. With a dismissive snort, he took his seat at the interview table and began, "I know what you wish to ask, but my team has ended our opponent's 8-match winning streak, which I consider an acceptable outcome." He anticipated the reporters' inquiries, eager to preemptively silence them. However, the Fleet Street journalists were not so easily deterred. Yet, given that Manchester City was missing a significant number of key players, they were, at best, a shadow of their usual self. If Chelsea cannot triumph over such a weakened City, what hope do they have when they visit the Etihad Stadium for the 24th round of the league? Mourinho cast a glance at the reporter who posed the question, noting he was from the Times, and thus afforded him a modicum of respect. Refraining from an outright tirade, "My team is the best. We can overcome any opponent." A journalist from The Independent interjected, "Following this match, Manchester City still leads Chelsea by 7 points, and Arsenal is ahead by 3. Is Chelsea's goal this season still the championship?" Mourinho retorted dismissively, "Of course. My ambitions and those of the team have always been to win the title. The league has just begun, with 29 matches remaining. Ample opportunity for my team to close the gap." The journalist from The Guardian expressed dissatisfaction with Mourinho's response, countering with data. In these 9 matches, Chelsea has suffered 1 defeat and drawn 3, leaving the team's attacking issues unresolved. Among the traditional powerhouses of the Premier League, Chelsea currently has a goal tally that surpasses only the tumultuous Manchester United, trailing behind the other 3 teams, and significantly behind Manchester City. Mourinho retorted with a cold smile. Wenger's Arsenal always starts the season strong, giving the impression of impending glory. However, we have all witnessed the latter half of Arsenal's seasons. I acknowledge that Manchester City is performing well at present, yet they lack experience and are prone to errors under the pressures of multiple competitions. A fate my team will not face. The journalists present could hardly suppress their eye rolls. How could this man be so brazen? Who was it that suffered a humiliating defeat in their first UEFA Champions League match against Basel? Meanwhile, Manchester City boasts a perfect record in the Champions League, with their path to advancement looking promising. Chelsea, on the other hand, is still vying for the top spot in their group against Werder Bremen, with their progression far from guaranteed. And yet, he dares to claim that his team will not falter. It seems Mourinho is merely a stubborn duck refusing to yield. Observing Mourinho's self-aggrandizement, a reporter from The Sun interjected, "Coach Mourinho, prior to the match, you asserted you would triumph at home against Manchester City, yet you faced defeat. How do you reflect on your pre-match bravado?" This was a direct slap in the face. Mourinho might have shown some courtesy to journalists from The Times and other mainstream outlets, but with a tabloid like The Sun, he held nothing back. "I stand on the touchline at Stamford Bridge to direct my team, while you cower in dark corners hurling insults. Chelsea hired me as their manager because I am superior to you, superior to everyone here. Otherwise, why would they not have hired you?" With that, he swept out, abruptly concluding the press conference. As the focal point of this round of Premier League matches, the media on Fleet Street buzzed with reports of the game post-match. Lin Quan's goal was indisputably crowned the best goal of the round in the annals of Manchester City. Perhaps only Sergio Aguero's last-gasp winner against Queen's Park Rangers in the final round of the 2011-2012 season can rival Lin Quan's strike. Of course, in terms of sheer brilliance, Lin Quan's goal unquestionably prevailed. However, when it comes to the thrill, intensity, and significance to the team, Aguero's shot was undeniably more critical, as it earned a championship trophy. After the match, the sidelined Aguero lauded Lin Quan's performance on social media, exclaiming, "Incredible. Lin achieved what every forward dreams of but cannot accomplish. Upon my return, I must learn the technique of his acrobatic volley." A certain unnamed forward from Real Madrid secretly gave Aguero a thumbs up, acknowledging that Lin Quan's shooting prowess is genuinely beneficial. Only those who utilize it would know. Upon seeing Agüero's tweet, Lin Quan also took to social media, stating, "Bicycle kicks are quite simple, aren't they? All you need to do is leap, lift your foot, and then strike the ball with force." Agüero replied, "Is it truly that easy? I may not be well educated, so please don't deceive me." Reyes chimed in, "This guy is misleading. When he shoots with his right foot, the height he lifts it surpasses his own stature. To execute a kick like that, one must first be able to jump that high. Is height alone sufficient?" A certain €100 million winger from Real Madrid, upon hearing this, felt compelled to try his luck on the pitch. Meanwhile, a player from Serie A, whose talents are limited to below the neck, also expressed a desire to attempt a similar feat after learning of this news. Consequently, during AC Milan's away match against Parma, he earnestly endeavored to replicate Lin Quan's goal. Unfortunately, Balotelli ended up receiving a yellow card, as he missed the ball entirely and instead struck an opposing defender. As the losing side, Chelsea fans were understandably disheartened. However, there was a silver lining. Torres, having scored in consecutive matches, appeared to be regaining his form. This offered a modicum of solace to the Chelsea supporters. Should Torres maintain this level of performance, a turnaround in their championship aspirations might still be possible. The draw for the World Cup group stage is imminent. And prior to this event, several journalists approached Torres to solicit his thoughts on both club and national team matters. "I feel my form is returning, and I am confident in my ability to help the team secure victories." Torres seemed largely unaffected by the recent match, as evidenced by his renewed confidence. A marked improvement from the goal drought of previous months. Nevertheless, the journalists were evidently unsatisfied with this response. They craved sensational news. "Fernando, we know you were an indispensable player during the South Africa World Cup and the 2012 European Championship for Spain, but since Lin Quan's arrival, you have lost that position. Given your recent resurgence, do you think Coach Del Bosque will reinstate you as a starter in the upcoming League and Champions League matches?" The journalist's intentions were clearly mischievous, aiming to sow discord between Lin Quan and Torres. As a prominent star, Torres could hardly harbor no grievances regarding his loss of a starting spot. Any hint of dissatisfaction in his interview could be magnified into a significant rift within the Spanish national team. As the reigning champions and currently the top-ranked national team, according to FIFA, Spain attracts considerable media attention. News about them has a vast audience, and creating a scandalous headline could ensure their newspapers sell out. Furthermore, the English media sought to exploit this opportunity to undermine the stability and unity of the Spanish locker room, potentially adding an element of unpredictability to the reigning champions' journey in next year's World Cup. Among the nations participating in the World Cup, aside from Spanish fans, it seems few would wish for their successful defense of the title, with the English being no exception. Torres is not a novice fresh on the scene. He has spent several years in the Premier League and is well aware of the cunning tactics employed by the unscrupulous journalists at Fleet Street. Thus, he carefully considered his words and responded with caution. "I am confident in my ability to maintain this form. I understand how hard one it is." Torres' goal drought has persisted not merely for a day or two, but for a year or two. Since his arrival at Chelsea, he has struggled to recapture the scoring prowess he displayed during his time at Liverpool, which makes his recent resurgence all the more precious to him. As for his starting position in the national team, it ultimately depends on the coach's choices and tactical approach. He intends to present his best form to impress the coach and showcase his abilities. This response was, in fact, quite prudent. However, Torres had overestimated the integrity of the Fleet Street journalists. "The Holy Infant is dissatisfied that Lin Quan has stolen my starting position." Upon seeing the unscrupulous journalist's report, Torres was left dumbfounded. These reporters truly lack any sense of decency. His answer did not convey such sentiments, and these individuals deliberately distorted the facts. Yet, once this news broke, it immediately caused a stir in the football world. Media outlets across various nations hastened to reprint or follow up on the story, making it widely known. The Spanish national team, after all, is ranked first in the world, and their popularity has surged following a string of championship victories, far surpassing that of their competitors. This has sparked significant interest in the competition among forwards in the Spanish national team, with many of Torres' fans vocally defending him. They strongly urged Del Bosque to include Torres in the starting lineup, asserting that he deserves a place among the starters. Given his caliber, it is not unreasonable to proclaim him as Spain's finest forward. It seems absurd that he cannot secure a starting position. Not only Torres, but Villa also finds himself on the bench, as opportunities for these players have notably diminished since Lin Quan's inclusion in the squad. Alas, these veteran players have made substantial contributions to the Spanish national team, only to be cast aside now, which is indeed disheartening. The actions of the Spanish coaching staff warrant scrutiny. I believe they should afford older players more opportunities rather than exclusively relying on Lin Huang, who, despite being robust, cannot withstand the strain of constant starts. Voices of dissent have begun to emerge online regarding the Spanish coaching staff, as the team's strength is so formidable that there is a prevailing sentiment that even a mere placeholder could lead the team to victory under Del Bosque's guidance. In such circumstances, the efforts of the Spanish coaching staff are easily overlooked. After all, their tactical approach largely mirrors that of Barcelona, with most of the players hailing from that club. As the situation escalated, Torres recognized his miscalculation, regardless of whether those unscrupulous journalists distorted the truth. At this juncture, he must take a stand to refute the rumors and promptly clarify the facts, ensuring that erroneous gossip does not continue to fester. However, the public's skepticism towards Torres' clarification was palpable. Many believed he was succumbing to pressure from the Spanish national team, compelled to dispel rumors under duress. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Bosque intervened. Both Torres and Lin are exceptionally talented players, and I will not engage in comparisons regarding their merits. Concerning the starting lineup, I intend to experiment with a 4-4-2 formation in the upcoming matches, providing them both an opportunity to start. This presents a fair chance for competition. Under the dual striker tactic, the player with superior goal-scoring ability will inevitably become evident after a few matches. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 44, nominated for the Golden Boy Award and Ballon d'Or. Transitional chapter. After the match, Lin received a text from Lily Collins, informing him of her presence at Stamford Bridge. At that moment, Lin was already aboard the bus returning to Manchester and had no time to meet her. The two resorted to chatting via their phones. How was the experience of watching the game live? He inquired. Quite good, though I was too far from the pitch to see clearly. Lily Collins replied, sending a smirking emoji. If the seats are too high, one could always bring binoculars. I noticed many people did just that. Lin recalled his frequent visits to watch matches in Catalonia, particularly at Camp Nou. The stadium is vast, accommodating up to 100,000 fans. Sitting at the highest tier of Camp Nou, one is indeed quite distant from the pitch, making it difficult for those with poor eyesight to discern the players. At such heights, spectators either rely on the large screens to follow the match or bring their own binoculars. To be candid, this experience may not surpass the comfort of watching from a cozy sofa at home. Yet, attending a game in person allows one to immerse in the fervent atmosphere created by tens of thousands of fans, an experience that television broadcasts cannot replicate. Lily Collins attending the match signifies her burgeoning affection for the sport. This is splendid news. By the way, how is your film doing? Lin inquired. It has been half a month since its release. The box office results should have emerged. It has performed dismally, tragically so, according to the producers and distributors. The film is projected to incur losses exceeding $90 million. Considering this was her debut film, its box office failure could significantly impact her acting career. Lin sent a comforting message. It's all right. Chin up. No tears now. That form of consolation feels quite dismissive. She retorted. How about I treat you to a match this weekend, followed by a lavish meal? Surely, that will suffice? Really? Absolutely. Upon returning to Manchester, Pellegrini granted the players a 2-day respite. After concluding 3 consecutive away matches, Manchester City's grueling schedule had finally reached a pause. In the forthcoming period, their fixtures would not be as relentless, and key players who had previously missed matches due to illness would gradually return to the squad. For the next match against Norwich, Manchester City would be able to field their strongest lineup. Following the conclusion of the match between Manchester City and Chelsea, while discussions surrounding Lin Quan's remarkable goal continued to intensify, on October 27th, Tuttosport seized the moment and unveiled the list of 40 nominees for this year's Golden Boy Award. Among these 40 players, more than half hail from Serie A testament to the newspaper's unwavering support for its domestic league. However, most of these Serie A players are merely participating without making a significant impact, with few standing out. The frontrunners for this year's Golden Boy Award predominantly include Lin Quan of Manchester City, Paul Pogba of Juventus, and Draxler of Schalke 04. Interestingly, due to his stellar performance at Everton, The towering Lukaku also made the list, ranking within the top 5. In the latest round of the Premier League, Lukaku scored again, achieving an impressive feat of 5 goals in 5 matches since joining Everton, surpassing many elite strikers in terms of scoring efficiency. Of course, like others, Lukaku's nomination serves primarily to accompany Lin Quan. Unlike previous years, this year's Golden Boy Award appears to have the least suspense surrounding it. Among the 40 nominees, Lin Quan stands head and shoulders above his competitors. While the award has yet to be presented, it is already widely accepted that Lin Quan will claim it. His winning is not a matter of surprise. It would be news if he were not to receive the accolade. The probability of his victory is so high that bookmakers have already closed their betting lines. In contrast to the foregone conclusion of the Golden Boy Award, this year's Ballon d'Or stirs greater anticipation. Unlike previous years where the dual titans took turns claiming the honor, this year, thanks to his outstanding performance in the Champions League, Bayern Munich's offensive linchpin Ribery has a strong chance of breaking the monopoly held by Messi and Ronaldo, potentially seizing a Ballon d'Or trophy from their grasp. On October 29th, less than 2 days after the Golden Boy nominees were announced, FIFA and France Football magazine published the 23 nominees for the 2013 FIFA Ballon d'Or. In stark contrast to the Golden Boy list, which features many relatively unknown players, the 23 candidates for the Ballon d'Or are all prominent figures in the football world, arguably representing the finest talents on the planet. As the reigning champions of the Champions League, Bayern Munich emerges as the frontrunner with 6 players nominated. Although Barcelona did not reach the final, their rich historical achievements, combined with their status as La Liga champions and their national team's strong performance, secured 4 nominations. Following their substantial recruitment efforts, the French powerhouse Paris Saint-Germain boasts 3 stars on the list. As the second generation of the Galacticos, Real Madrid, having lost the league title and performed poorly in the Champions League, sees 2 players nominated, one of whom is their summer acquisition, Bale, for whom they paid a staggering $100 million. Furthermore, representatives from Monaco, Chelsea, Borussia Dortmund, Arsenal, Juventus, Liverpool, Manchester United, and Manchester City each have 1 nominee. Following FIFA's announcement of this year's Ballon d'Or shortlist, public attention swiftly shifted from the Golden Boy Award to the prestigious Ballon d'Or. Ribery appears to have a significant opportunity. However, I remain skeptical. Ribery only scored 3 goals in the Champions League, which is less than half of Cristiano Ronaldo's tally. Moreover, his team was defeated by Manchester City, finishing second in their group. What merit does he have for the Ballon d'Or? Despite possessing a Champions League trophy, Ribery's honors pale in comparison to the illustrious duo. One might ask, what rationale exists for him not to receive the award? What value does the Champions League title hold? If it were truly of paramount importance, why did no one from Chelsea receive the Ballon d'Or the season before last? Rumors abound regarding the 2 candidates with the highest likelihood of winning, leading to disputes among their supporters online. Advocates for Ribery argue that he is truly deserving, while Ronaldo's fans contend that Ribery is unworthy. Just as Messi's followers are ever present, so too are Ronaldo's. During the altercation between their fans, Messi's supporters raised a question. Messi has at least secured a league title, while Ronaldo has nothing. What justifies Ronaldo's higher ranking? Indeed, in the recently concluded Spanish El Clásico, Messi led his team to victory against Ronaldo's Real Madrid, further substantiating Messi's superiority over Ronaldo. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge Ronaldo's prowess? In 3 Champions League matches, he netted 7 goals. How many has your diminutive player scored? Interestingly, Messi has only played 2 matches in the Champions League, yet scored 4 goals, demonstrating efficiency on par with Ronaldo. Furthermore, Messi has completed 2 hat-tricks in league play this season. Although Messi has faced more injuries this year, had his attendance been higher, his goal count in the Champions League might have rivaled Ronaldo's. Yet, if you possess the ability to ensure Messi remains injury-free, why is it that he suffers from injuries more frequently than Ronaldo? Observing the rebuttals from Messi's supporters, Ronaldo's fans dismiss their arguments. Fewer injuries can also reflect both skill and fortune. Players with superior physical attributes and better self-protection skills can effectively reduce the frequency of injuries, thereby achieving higher attendance rates and maximizing their opportunities for shots and goals. It must be noted that Ronaldo and Messi are fundamentally different types of players. Messi excels in dribbling, showcasing a higher rate of successful take-ons and presenting a greater threat on the field, which naturally results in more fouls against him. This is quite normal, is it not? To be frank, Messi is a ball-carrying player who spends more time with the ball at his feet, leading to a higher frequency of fouls compared to Ronaldo, who plays as a goal-scoring winger. Fine, even if you claim there's merit to your argument. What about Thierry Henry? Henry shares a similar playing style with Messi and competes in the more physically demanding Premier League, which typically sees a higher incidence of fouls. Yet, why has Henry experienced fewer injury issues? This statement rendered Messi's fans silent, as they too could not comprehend why Henry has sustained so few injuries while maintaining such a high attendance rate. Compared to several prominent contenders, Lin Quan, despite being selected for the 23-man shortlist for the Ballon d'Or, finds himself lacking external support. He ranks 5th behind Ribery, Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, and Iniesta, a position that seems more like a mere participation than a genuine bid for the award, with his chances of winning likely falling below 10%. Nevertheless, Lin Quan's supporters remain remarkably composed. No rush, they say, the emperor is still young. This year, he will secure the Golden Boy Award. And after clinching the Champions League and the World Cup next year, he shall contend for the Ballon d'Or alongside the legends. Such optimism is admirable. But the path to both the Champions League and the World Cup is fraught with challenges. The World Cup may appear less daunting, given the strength of the Spanish national team. Yet, the Champions League remains a formidable pursuit. After all, they have previously triumphed over the reigning champions, Bayern Munich. While Manchester City did defeat Bayern Munich, the disparity in raw strength between the two teams is evident. Guardiola's Bayern seems to lack the championship aura that characterized the Hanks era. I share your sentiment. What could be the reason? Perhaps it lies in the differing styles of Guardiola and Hanks. Under Hanks, Bayern exuded tenacity and resilience, overpowering opponents with sheer force. In contrast, Guardiola's squad appears to lack that same dominance. Perhaps it is simply too soon. After all, Guardiola has only been in charge for a short while. A little more time may reveal the full potential of his vision. Lin Quan harbors no ambitions for this year's Ballon d'Or, fully aware of his slim prospects. Thus, merely being among the top 5 brings him great joy. As for the Golden Boy Award, it has long been considered a foregone conclusion for him since the onset of the season, leaving little room for surprise. However, securing the Golden Boy title significantly enhances his popularity and commercial value. Following the announcement of the shortlist by Tuttosport, an increasing number of sponsors have sought collaboration with Lin Quan. One notable company is a well-known mobile phone brand from China, which has been making remarkable strides in the international market, steadily increasing its market share in Europe. To penetrate the high-end market and challenge the dominance of Apple and Samsung, they have launched a premium smartphone. In pursuit of effective promotion, they have specifically sought Lin Quan, hoping to leverage his influence in Europe. Initially, they had approached a player from the Bundesliga, but compared to Lin Quan, that athlete's appeal, limited to Germany and Poland, was evidently inferior. Having tested the product provided by the company, Lin Quan found it to be of commendable quality. Coupled with the generous offerings from the brand, he saw no reason to decline the partnership. To ensure that Lin Quan's regular training and matches would not be disrupted, the sponsoring company arranged for a film crew to travel from China to Manchester for on-location shooting. Hello, Lin Quan. I am Guo Fan, delighted to meet you. I am your fan. The director overseeing the shoot is a Shandong man in his 30s, standing at 6 feet tall. Upon seeing him, Lin Quan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the esteemed director Guo, renowned for his pinnacle achievements in domestic science fiction cinema? What was he doing directing an advertisement? Lin Quan greeted him warmly, extending his hand. Hello, Director Guo. I am an ardent admirer of your work, and I am here to follow your lead today. Guo Fan had initially harbored concerns about dealing with a prominent figure, but he was pleasantly surprised by the director's affable demeanor, alleviating much of his apprehension. However, what did the director mean by calling himself a fan? Had he perhaps seen Guo Fan's work on the adventures of Li Shinji? Yet, that film was relatively obscure and poorly received. After ruminating on this, he concluded it must merely be a polite gesture, and he replied with a smile. You are too kind. Allow me to outline today's schedule. Under Guo Fan's direction, the crew sequentially filmed along the coastal highway of Manchester, at the Carrington training base, and at the Etihad Stadium. Along the Manchester coastline, Lin Quan jogged with his phone in his pocket and headphones on, the camera capturing the logo peeking out before panning to the horizon, symbolizing their journey ahead. At the Carrington training facility, he utilized the phone's fitness tracking features, securing it to his upper arm to monitor athletes' physical metrics, showcasing its practicality. At the Etihad Stadium, a scene unfolded post-victory, where he shared his joy with family and friends via his phone. The filming proceeded remarkably smoothly, concluding in less than half a day, which left Guofan and his team thoroughly satisfied. Lin Kuan, you are incredible. I never imagined you excelled not only in football, but also in acting. You could easily embark on an acting career. Guofan praised him after the shoot. Lin Kuan dismissed Guofan's flattery, believing him would only lead to delusion. Moreover, professional athletes rarely have the time for film projects. Nevertheless, cultivating a good rapport with such a successful director seemed prudent, given his track record of blockbuster films. Future collaboration might indeed be on the horizon. As the final shots were captured, it was already past 6 in the evening. After bidding farewell to the crew, Lin Kuan noticed some staff members preparing instant noodles for dinner. Considering their unfamiliarity with the area, he proposed, since you have all traveled so far, let me treat everyone to a meal. Oh, that would be too generous. Guofan exclaimed, urging everyone, what are you waiting for? Thank Mr. Lin. While feigning modesty, he quickly organized the preparations, as if fearing Lin Kuan might change his mind. Lin Kuan's lips twitched. There was only a misnamed title, not a misapplied nickname. The moniker Master of Charisma was certainly fitting. In 2013, Cristiano Ronaldo led the football world with 22 million followers, while the savvy Neymar boasted 14 million. The protagonist figure of 5 million is not particularly high, thus he adopted this number. Chapter 45 concludes with a splendid display of prowess, leaving the neighboring fans of the Red Devils in tears of envy. Guofan is quite talkative, and Lin Kuan is not an introverted individual either. By the end of their meal, the two had already begun to refer to each other as brothers. My dear brother, I truly admire your ability to make such a name for yourself in the football world, unlike me, who is utterly pathetic. I can't even find investors for a film and must resort to begging. How humiliating. Brother Gua, what film do you intend to make that requires such a substantial sum? Oh, I have always harbored a dream of creating a science fiction film since childhood. However, as you know, the production costs for high-quality sci-fi films, particularly in special effects, are exorbitant. We can't afford Hollywood's major studios, so we must rely on domestic ones, which unfortunately lack experience in this field. Organizing and integrating them alone incurs considerable expenses. Additionally, there will be significant trial and error costs. I estimate that I would need at least 35 smaller objectives to complete the project. Surely, that's not in dollars? Of course not. $35 million would be the budget for a top-tier Hollywood blockbuster. For a project of this magnitude, I wouldn't dare to take it on. Currently, Guofan has only directed one film, The Adventures of Li Xianji, which leaves him somewhat inexperienced. Despite his aspirations in science fiction, he lacks confidence in his abilities. Most critically, he is short on funds, making it exceedingly difficult to produce such a financially demanding industrial film. Why not first create a film that aligns with the current market demand to accumulate some experience and capital, and then pursue your dream? Lin Kuan gently coaxed. Little did he know, Guofan had already contemplated this. Upon hearing Lin Kuan's words, he suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, a kindred spirit. Brother, you truly understand me. To be honest, I currently possess a script for a youthful romance film, which is quite popular in the domestic cinema market. I have calculated that if we avoid hiring top-tier stars and instead opt for second-tier or freshly graduated young actors, we can keep the production costs under 20 million. If the box office exceeds 60 million upon release, we would turn a profit. Lin Kuan was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, recognizing Guofan's impressive ability to manage project costs. It is no wonder that domestic science fiction blockbusters have thrived under his direction. It reflects his personal capabilities. Lin Kuan recalled that The Wandering Earth, released in 2019, had a budget of less than 400 million, yet ultimately grossed an astounding 4.6 billion, yielding over 1.6 billion in profits for the production company. This translates to an extraordinary fourfold return on investment within 2 years, an astonishing figure in any industry. Reflecting on this, Lin Kuan stated, Brother Gua, I am very interested in the currently flourishing film market in our country and would like to engage in some investments in this area. Since you have such financial requirements, why don't we establish a company together? I could sponsor you in the making of this film. What do you think? Is this for real? Guofan's eyes brightened, as if he had found a lifeline, and he gazed intently into Lin Kuan's eyes as he inquired. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Of course, I refer to the project with a budget of 20 million, not the one costing 400 million. Lin Kuan, wary of being ensnared by the opportunistic master, hastened to clarify the investment project. Very well, let us proceed with the first film. The script for the science fiction film he aspired to create still required refinement, and the special effects studios needed to be contacted and consulted ahead of time. These matters could not be rushed. Thus, he intended to complete the current film before moving on. If, by chance, this film were to falter, how could he dare to squander 300 to 400 million on a high-cost science fiction endeavor? It was settled. I will have my agent assist you in handling the necessary formalities back home. How much funding do you currently require? With a budget of 20 million, I have managed to gather approximately 8 million, leaving a shortfall of 12 million. Very well, I shall cover this 12 million. If we turn a profit, shall we divide the earnings equally? Despite Lin Kuan's larger financial contribution, he would take a hands-off approach. The filmmaking process required Guo Fan's direct involvement. Considering his labor and directorial fees, their investments would be nearly equivalent, making a 50-50 split quite fair. Lin Kuan felt this arrangement was just, but Guo Fan perceived it as rather inequitable. Brother, this simply won't do. What is it? Is the division too low? How about I take 40, and you take 60? No. What I mean is, you have invested 400,000 more than I have. Proportionally, it should be 4 for me and 6 for you. It would be unfair for me to receive an additional share without justification. Though Cyber Dodgy enjoyed the art of solicitation, he remained fundamentally principled. Let us each make a concession. I shall take 55, and you 45. Will that suffice? Guo Fan was not one to be overly sentimental. Upon hearing Lin Kuan's proposal, he readily nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. With this long-standing concern resolved, Guo Fan felt a weight lift off his shoulders. At the end of this month, after completing the last advertisement for Director Yu, he would return home to scout locations and cast actors, aiming to erect the framework and commence filming as soon as everything was in place. An assistant interjected, "The final advertisement will be quite challenging to execute. Director Yu insists on intertwining themes of music, familial bonds, and mobile phones. I am at a loss for any brilliant ideas." Guo Fan, upon hearing the assistant's remarks, felt a twinge of frustration. Although the funding from this side was substantial, the expectations were equally high. Collaborating with a star like Lin Kuan for advertisements was manageable, thanks to established templates. However, those ads allowing for creative freedom posed significant challenges. Lin Kuan, having overheard their exchange, experienced a spark of inspiration. Recalling a widely acclaimed musical advertisement from the future entitled Dreams Come True. "Guo, I have an idea. What do you think?" Lin Kuan shared his concept, even humming the main melody of the song. After listening, everyone expressed unanimous approval. "This is wonderful. The narrative is profoundly moving. The melody is delightful. If aired, it will surely become a tear-jerking anthem." Guo Fan was somewhat taken aback. The essence of Lin Kuan's story perfectly aligned with the client's requirements. Moreover, the integration of mobile phones into the narrative is seamless, even allowing for the incorporation of several generations of devices in accordance with the timeline of the story. This not only showcases the protagonist's relentless perseverance and progress, but also reflects the tireless efforts and advancements of mobile manufacturers in meeting user demands. What do you think, Brother Guo? Guo Fan gave Lin Kuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, it would be a gross understatement for you not to pursue a career in screenwriting." "Haha. Brother Guo, you flatter me," Lin replied. "As for the casting for the advertisement, I happen to know someone who comes from a musical family. Her father is a renowned musician, and I believe she perfectly fits the requirements." Guo Fan, being astute, understood the principle of reciprocity. Since the other party was willing to assist him, he felt compelled to reciprocate in kind. "That's even better. It saves me the trouble. I will leave it in your capable hands." Upon returning to his residence, Lin Kuan promptly sent a message to Lily Collins, hinting at a surprise he had in store for her. However, the revelation would only come after the conclusion of the 10th round of the league. "What surprise? How enigmatic?" she inquired, but he remained tight-lipped, revealing not a single word. The more mysterious he was, the greater her curiosity grew. On the day of the match, Lily Collins arrived early in Manchester, and after passing through the ticket gate, she stepped into the Etihad Stadium for the first time. Her seat was located near the pitch, and as she walked from the entrance, she encountered numerous friendly Manchester City fans. Upon seeing her, they greeted her with warm smiles, making her feel exceptionally welcome. "Lin's girlfriend is here. Schürrle, we will secure victory today." "Hee, need you even ask? I can't speak for others, But once Lynn sees his girlfriend by the sidelines, he will surely exert every ounce of effort. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Norwich, facing such a formidable Lynn. Indeed, the Manchester City fans' predictions proved accurate. From the very first minute of the match, Manchester City dominated the game. Lin Quan's performance was, as always, exceptional. In the 17th minute, he surged into the penalty area, leading to an own goal by a Norwich defender, putting City ahead 1-0. By the 20th minute, Lin collaborated with Aguero in a wall pass, penetrating the box and, with calm precision, slotted the ball past the advancing goalkeeper, elevating the score to 2-0. In the 36th minute, after skillfully maneuvering past defenders on the wing, he delivered a cross that was initially blocked by the goalkeeper. However, Lin's quick reflexes allowed him to score on the rebound, completing a hat trick. Remarkably, within just over 30 minutes of play, Lin had netted 3 goals. Additionally, he assisted teammate Nastasic in scoring another goal in the 25th minute. Before the first half concluded, Manchester City had established a commanding 4-0 lead over Norwich. The overwhelming firepower of Manchester City astonished commentators covering the match. Alas, Norwich is rather unfortunate. They are up against a Manchester City side that had just been held to a draw by Chelsea, leaving them with pent-up frustration. Had they faced City earlier, perhaps their fate would not have been so grim. Hiway felt a tinge of sympathy for Norwich, already languishing in the relegation zone. After this match, they would leave empty-handed, their goal difference further diminished by at least 4. Given Manchester City's current momentum, it would be no Herculean task for them to net another 2 or 3 goals in the second half. Norwich has scored merely 6 goals in their first 10 matches, while Manchester City outperformed them with a single match tally surpassing their total. Indeed, Norwich seems to be an unfortunate victim of circumstance. However, Chelsea is not faring much better. In a concurrent match, the away side finds themselves trailing 0-2 to Newcastle. As the game enters injury time, it appears Chelsea is unable to turn the tide, and Mourinho's side is set to experience their second defeat of the season, consequently dropping out of the top 4. Su Yang, upon seeing the score, questioned his own perception. Chelsea had seemed formidable at Stamford Bridge against Manchester City, so how could they falter against a mid-table Newcastle? A glance at the statistics revealed Chelsea held the advantage in possession, yet they were severely lacking in shooting efficiency. Newcastle had 15 attempts, with 8 on target, whereas Chelsea managed 13 shots, with a mere 2 hitting the frame. Although the number of attempts was relatively close, the disparity in shots on target was alarming. This raises doubts about whether Chelsea's forwards have been diligently honing their shooting skills. The problems plaguing Chelsea's attack remain unresolved, as Torres again failed to score, alongside Hazard, Willian, Oscar, Schürrle, and Eto'o, all of whom could not find the back of the net, including their Champions League group stage loss to Basel. They have been shut out 3 times. Counting their drawn matches, Chelsea has failed to score in 4 games this season. Such statistics are hardly indicative of a strong team. Even a solitary goal, if safeguarded, could secure 3 points, yet failing to score means that even a clean sheet yields only 1 point. Does Chelsea truly believe they can clinch the league title through draws? Returning to Manchester City, as the second half commenced, it became evident that Hiway's predictions were accurate. City continued their relentless assault on Norwich's goal. In the 60th minute, Yaya Touré opened his account. By the 72nd minute, Lin Quan assisted Aguero for another goal, bringing the score to an astonishing 6-0. Norwich's players seemed utterly disoriented, questioning their very existence on the field. In the 78th minute, Lin Quan netted yet another goal, elevating the score to 7-0, achieving a remarkable quadruple. Following this, he and Aguero were substituted. As Lin Quan exited the pitch, Manchester City fans rose in unison, applauding him. This resounding victory left the spectators in attendance exhilarated. Since the start of this season, Manchester City has maintained an impeccable home record. Even a formidable team like Bayern Munich could not gain any advantage on their home turf. This has instilled a profound sense of pride and elation among Manchester City fans. The remarkable performance has also invigorated the ticket sales for the club. In recent matches, tickets for the Etihad Stadium have been in high demand, with attendance rates nearing full capacity for every game. A stadium that accommodates 55,000 spectators now seems somewhat inadequate. Consequently, throngs of fans unable to secure tickets gather outside the stadium, yearning to witness the match. Manchester City supporters find themselves wishing they could borrow the neighboring Old Trafford for their use. This fervent ticket market is unprecedented in the annals of Manchester City's history. While the club has always had a loyal fan base, it has never matched the numbers of their rivals, Manchester United. Even after the Middle Eastern consortium took over City, attendance remained low, far overshadowed by that of their neighbors. However, this year, everything has changed. Manchester City's stellar performance has not only drawn die-hard fans to the stadium, but also attracted a plethora of international supporters, many of whom are drawn by the prowess of Lin Quan, particularly among those of Asian descent. In response, Manchester City has even added a Chinese ticketing option on their official website to facilitate these fans in purchasing tickets online. In stark contrast to the booming ticket sales at Manchester City, Manchester United has witnessed a decline since Ferguson's retirement. The attendance at Old Trafford has noticeably dropped from a previous 100 to around 90. Of course, given that Old Trafford boasts 76,000 seats, this attendance rate remains impressive. Nonetheless, tickets for the Theatre of Dreams are no longer as elusive as they once were. Yet, as Manchester United's performance continues to falter, this figure may very well decline further. Although the Red Devils fans are fiercely loyal, even the most devoted supporters can experience disappointment. Especially when compared to the glorious history of the Ferguson era, the current state of Manchester United is undeniably unsatisfactory. At this juncture, when reflecting on the team once deemed their noisy neighbors, a tinge of jealousy may arise within the hearts of Red Devils supporters. Many believe that the only thing lacking in the rivalry between them and Manchester City is Lin Quan. Had Lin Quan chosen Manchester United over Manchester City initially, the outcome would surely have been different. Chapter 46. Engaging in a frontal assault against Manchester City at the Etihad? That would be folly. Indeed, once the Ballon d'Or list was announced, the performances of the stars diverged drastically from their previous displays. Lin Quan delivered a remarkable 4-goal performance, while Benzema, Ronaldo, and Bale all scored twice in the same match. Unbelievable, they all went wild. In another La Liga match concluding at the same time, Real Madrid decimated Sevilla 72 at home. Despite Sevilla being a formidable opponent, consistently competing in European tournaments, they were utterly overwhelmed by the might of Real Madrid. In this match, Real Madrid's formidable BBC trio showcased their terrifying synergy, leaving the world in awe of their perfected collaboration. Cristiano Ronaldo has reached a remarkable tally of 10 goals in the league, nearly averaging a goal per match. His performance this year appears even more exceptional than the last. The key factor is his current momentum, both in the league and the Champions League, which suggests that he might very well stage a comeback for the Ballon d'Or this year. However, it seems unlikely. After all, Ribery possesses a Champions League title, while Ronaldo currently lacks any notable honors to compete with. Many newcomers wonder, is the allure of the Ballon d'Or truly that significant? Why do stars place such importance on it? The Ballon d'Or stands as the pinnacle of individual accolades in football, second only to the title of the best player in the world. While achieving the title of the best player is arduous, securing the Ballon d'Or is relatively more attainable, thus providing a clearer reflection of a player's overall performance in a given season. Consequently, few elite players remain indifferent to its significance. Indeed, there is an additional point to consider. This award is a combination of the FIFA World Player of the Year and the Ballon d'Or, thus boasting a higher prestige than a singular award. Winning one trophy equates to clinching two, which naturally incites fierce competition. During this period, the smaller teams in the top 5 leagues are likely facing dire straits. Norwich was obliterated with a score of 0-7. Real Madrid triumphed 7-2 over Sevilla. Barcelona achieved a 3-0 victory against Celta, and Paris Saint-Germain dominated Lorient 4-0, with no match yielding fewer than 3 goals. Fortunately, it is not the relegation phase. Otherwise, these smaller teams would be in grave trouble. They are already in a predicament, having lost such a significant number of goal differentials. How can they recover from this? For fans, such occurrences are indeed favorable. The top-tier stars, in their quest for the Ballon d'Or, exert themselves fully in matches, frequently delivering breathtaking goals, thus allowing spectators to relish in more thrilling games. However, this perspective is from a neutral fan standpoint, for the supporters of a specific player. As the Ballon d'Or ceremony approaches, their anxiety intensifies. Until the final verdict is revealed, no one can ascertain who will claim this year's prestigious honor. Yet, a certain player named Lin remains remarkably composed. After the match, he declined interviews with reporters and hurried back to the locker room to shower swiftly. Once dressed, he left in haste. What has transpired with Lin today? Why the rush? Aguero had just entered, yet Lin had already slipped away before he could even start his shower. It seems Lin's girlfriend has arrived, and he likely went to meet her for a date. Negrito, who is closer to Lin, is privy to some insider information. No wonder Lin is in such fine form. It turns out his girlfriend's presence is the secret, Aguero remarked, harboring a tinge of envy. Having experienced a divorce, he feels increasingly distanced from the concept of love. Now, post-match, he prefers to stay home and stream video games on Twitch. For a homebody, gaming is the true love. Lily Collins' attire today exudes a youthful charm, featuring a beige cartoon short-sleeve top and soft, cascading brown curls that fall in gentle waves. Her bright, expressive eyes seem to speak volumes. Simply standing there, she captures the attention of passers-by, drawing glances in abundance. Fans wandering nearby cannot resist stealing a glance. Yet none dare to approach her. They are evidently aware that the young lady is awaiting someone. Moments later, Lin Quan emerges within her line of sight. There he is. Her eyes light up as she rises on her tiptoes, vigorously waving her arms in an attempt to attract his notice. Lin Quan soon spots her amidst the crowd. It is impossible not to notice her striking beauty, which stands out remarkably. Have you been waiting long? He inquires. Not too long. Your shower was quicker than I anticipated. Lily Collins giggles, having expected to wait half an hour, but pleasantly surprised that he appeared in under 20 minutes. Shall we go for a meal? I know of a delightful restaurant. With numerous fans departing, Lin Quan prefers not to linger in conversation with Lily Collins. Sounds great. She replies obediently, nodding her head as if ready to follow his lead. Having just concluded a strenuous match, Lin Quan is famished. Once the waiter serves their meal, he dives in with gusto. Compared to his voracious appetite, Lily Collins maintains an elegant demeanor while eating, albeit at a swift pace. With graceful poise, she efficiently clears her plate. Lin Quan cannot help but recall a certain character named Juan from a show he once watched. Their backgrounds exhibit notable similarities. So, what exactly is a surprise? Is it this lavish feast? After their meal, Lily Collins blinks curiously, eager for him to reveal the answer. This question has lingered in her mind for quite some time. Had it not been for the dining etiquette of silence, she would have inquired earlier. Have you done any advertisements? Lin Quan asks. Lily Collins nods, acknowledging that she has participated in several ads. Though she wonders why he brings it up, could he be interested in casting her? Can you play the piano? Of course. I can play the piano, violin, cello, and guitar. Why do you ask? She replies with a calm demeanor, delivering an impressive response. Indeed, she is quite the talented individual, proficient in so many instruments. It would be a pity if she did not pursue music. However, this is not surprising, as Lily Collins' father is a renowned musician, and she has received musical training from a young age. Originally, under her father's guidance, she was meant to follow a musical path. Yet, her passion for acting has drawn her away from her parents' plans. Should she ever reconsider and choose to embrace her heritage, her father would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Since she plays the piano, Lin Quan sees no issue and proceeds to introduce an idea he has for a music advertisement he wishes to create. Is this song one you composed? After listening to the score and demo provided by Lin Quan, Lily Collins widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at him as if she were encountering him for the first time. The score and lyrics were my creation, while the demo was produced by a music studio. Incredible! Exclaimed Lily, bringing her hands together beneath her chin and gently applauding. So what do you think of the song? Well, I love it. The title Dream Come True is not only melodious, but the lyrical content and the story Lin Quan described about a young girl pursuing her musical dreams are profoundly moving. Lily couldn't help but draw parallels to her own life. Could it be that this song was specially crafted for her? Once such a thought took root, it blossomed in her heart, and the more she pondered, the more convinced she became of its truth. The challenges faced by the musical girl in the story mirrored her own current struggles. Having finally secured a leading role, the film's box office performance was disappointing. Her artistic career had yet to soar, yet it had already plummeted. During this period, Lily had experienced moments of hesitation about continuing down this path. However, upon hearing the song Lin Quan had written for her, a renewed sense of determination ignited within her. Thank you, I truly cherish this gift. As long as you like it. Though it's merely an advertisement, I have a premonition it will become a sensation. Then I'll take your word for it. If it does become popular, dinner's on me. Sure, but this time I wish to savor a meal prepared by your own hands. Hehe. My culinary skills are rather subpar, so be prepared for some culinary misadventures. Shortly after the conclusion of the 10th round of the Premier League, the Champions League group stage reignited with fervor. In the 4th round, Manchester City hosted a challenge from CSKA Moscow. Prior to this match, Manchester City boasted a perfect record of 3 wins, accumulating 9 points and leading the group. In contrast, CSKA Moscow had 1 victory and 2 defeats, trailing Bayern Munich by 3 points. Given that Bayern's opponent in this round was the weakest team in the group, Victoria Plzen, the consensus was that Bayern would secure those 3 points. Consequently, CSKA Moscow found themselves at least 6 points behind the second place. And with only 3 rounds remaining in the group stage, bridging that gap posed a significant challenge. Thus, this match was a matter of life and death for CSKA Moscow. A loss would render their chances of advancement purely theoretical. My team and I have come here for victory. We shall not await death, but will seize our fate firmly in our hands. At the pre-match press conference, CSKA Moscow's coach, Slutsky, spoke with resolute conviction, vowing to fiercely contest Manchester City at the Etihad Stadium. However, his bold declarations seemed to lack the endorsement of the attending journalists, save for a few distant Russian reporters who offered him applause. The British reporters remained unimpressed, given that Manchester City's home performance this season had been nothing short of formidable. To date, they maintained an impeccable home record. In this scenario, a team from the Russian Premier League boldly declared their intention to conquer the Etihad Stadium, prompting derision from the British media. If the Etihad Stadium were so easily breached, the reigning champions Bayern Munich would not have returned home defeated. Compared to the match between CSKA Moscow and Manchester City, journalist attention was primarily focused on whether the rising Premier League giants could secure the top spot in their group. The distinction between finishing first or second in the group stage leads to vastly different opponents in the knockout rounds. Manchester City's lack of experience in the Champions League, having never advanced past the group stage before, necessitates that they strive for first place if they wish to avoid an early exit in the round of 16. Achieving this would allow them to evade most of the elite teams during the draw. Although there are no weak teams in the Champions League, and second-place teams possess commendable strength, they are generally more manageable than the group leaders. Should Manchester City perform well at home, they stand a chance of eliminating their opponents and advancing to the quarterfinals. However, the race for the top position in the group remains uncertain. While Manchester City currently holds the lead, it is precariously slim, with only a 3-point advantage. Consequently, even if City triumphs over CSKA Moscow, they cannot guarantee their first-place finish. In the final round of group matches, they must confront their most formidable adversary, Bayern Munich, on their home turf. If Manchester City can overcome the Allianz Arena, they will secure the top position in the group. Conversely, a defeat would lead to a tiebreaker based on goal difference in the event of an equal win-loss record. Thus, for Manchester City to contend for first place, they not only need to defeat CSKA Moscow, but also aim to maximize their goal difference. This way, even if they lose at the Allianz Arena, they could still secure the top spot based on superior goal difference. In their first 3 group stage matches, Manchester City triumphed over their opponents with scores of 3-0, 2-1, and 4-1, currently boasting a goal difference of 7. This figure is substantial, as only Paris Saint-Germain and Real Madrid among the 32 teams in the Champions League group stage have a better goal difference than Manchester City. However, Bayern Munich, despite their loss to City, recorded a staggering 5-0 victory against Victoria Plzen in their 3rd match. As a result, both teams currently share the same goal difference. In their upcoming match against Plzen, Bayern is likely to inflate their goal difference significantly, potentially scoring 3, 4, or even 5 goals. Therefore, Manchester City must score at least 4 goals in their match to maintain pace with Bayern. Considering the worst-case scenario, should they lose to Bayern at the Allianz Arena in the final round, they would effectively be trailing Bayern by at least 2 goals in goal difference. Thus, in addition to Bayern's scoring, Manchester City must net at least 2 more goals to stay competitive. In this context, the bold words of the CSKA Moscow coach appear almost laughable. Had they opted for a more conservative approach, perhaps by parking the bus at the Etihad Stadium, they might have avoided a more humiliating defeat. However, if they truly dare to engage in an offensive battle with Manchester City, they are indeed unaware of the meaning of the word death. Pellegrini initially suspected that the announcement from CSKA Moscow was merely a smokescreen, a deliberate ploy to mislead them before the match, intending to subtly alter their tactics. Yet, Upon witnessing the aggressive stance of the opponent as the match commenced, Pellegrini could not help but admire their audacity. How brave they were to actually confront us head-on at the Etihad Stadium. Slutsky, I commend your bravery. However, I must apologize. This is the Etihad. Chapter 47. Is Bayern about to stumble again? What are you doing, Guardiola? CSKA Moscow displayed remarkable boldness by choosing to confront Manchester City at the Etihad Stadium, a choice that might yield unexpected results. Before Wei could finish his sentence, Manchester City scored. Merely 3 minutes into the match, Lin Quan penetrated the penalty area, evaded the goalkeeper, and scored with his first shot. Wei's expression turned somewhat awkward. The slap in the face came far too swiftly, didn't it? CSKA Moscow, could you at least put up a struggle? Conceding a goal right at the start has virtually sealed the fate of this match. Beside him, Su Yang chuckled. It seems their choice was not particularly wise. They likely did not review Manchester City's last match before arriving. CSKA Moscow had little choice. If they wished to retain any hope of advancing, they could only stubbornly contest Manchester City. Losing this match would leave them with little expectation of overcoming Bayern Munich in the next. Indeed, facing both Manchester City and Bayern simultaneously is undeniably a daunting challenge for the Russian Premier League champions. This epitomizes the lament of teams outside the top 5 leagues. They often find themselves grouped with the giants of those leagues. Against such top-tier teams, their chances of victory are exceedingly slim. In such circumstances, they must fight with their backs against the wall. Despite falling behind, CSKA Moscow did not abandon hope. Their players continued to battle tenaciously. However, in the face of overwhelming strength, their efforts appeared futile. In the 20th minute, Agüero netted the second goal for Manchester City, extending their lead. 10 minutes later, Yaya Touré also scored, bringing Manchester City's lead to 3 goals. The pace of this match mirrored that of their previous encounter against Norwich, with goals occurring even earlier. Witnessing their team dominate the Russian champions at home, the Blue Moon fans in the stands were ecstatic. 30 minutes gone, and they were already 3 up. Surely this match was in the bag. Securing this victory would mean they advanced from the group stage 2 rounds early. After consecutive exits in the group stage over the last 2 years, they could finally break through. What an achievement! In the VIP box, Mansour reflected deeply. When he initially invested heavily in acquiring Manchester City, he believed that with his substantial financial resources, he would swiftly dominate the football world. However, reality soon taught him a lesson. Despite Manchester City's wealth, top-tier stars were reluctant to join their ranks. They were compelled to spend significantly above market value to acquire several non-elite players, resulting in considerable financial wastage. Initially, the stars they purchased, such as Robinho, were later deemed incompatible with the team's requirements or, quite simply, ineffective. In the first 3 years following the Abu Dhabi Consortium's takeover of Manchester City, substantial funds were expended. Yet the team's performance improved only gradually. It was not until the 4th year, with Agüero's last-minute heroics, that they managed to wrestle a league title from Manchester United. By this juncture, Mansour's investment in Manchester City had already surpassed $1 billion. If a certain expenditure could guarantee a championship, it would be more palatable. However, the team's 2 failures in the UEFA Champions League group stage made it clear to him that mere financial resources would not suffice to secure the coveted trophy. He understood the necessity of acquiring the finest players, enlisting the most astute coach, and selecting a tactical framework that perfectly suited the team to have a genuine chance. Even then, it was only a possibility. The competition among Europe's elite teams is fierce, and football is influenced not only by raw talent, but also by luck and form, factors beyond control. In such circumstances, the effectiveness of spending becomes less than optimal. One hopes for a deeper run in the Champions League this year. Mansour does not expect to clinch the championship outright this season. He is acutely aware of his team's capabilities. Manchester City lacks the aura of champions. They must first establish themselves as a formidable force in the Premier League to have a shot at the Champions League. Achieving a historic breakthrough by advancing past the group stage would suffice this year. Reaching the quarterfinals would be the pinnacle of success. During the winter transfer window, he intends to bring in new players. The team's previous struggles, particularly due to David Silva's injury, placed the entirety of the offensive organization on Lin Quan alone. Though Lin Quan executed these responsibilities admirably, assuming multiple roles limited his attacking prowess. While Messi and Ronaldo amass impressive statistics, Mansour does not wish for Lin Quan to be hindered by the team's platform. He aims to provide Lin Quan with a better environment to fully realize his potential. Therefore, he aspires to sign a proficient playmaker to supply Lin Quan with opportunities. As for potential candidates, he has identified a few: Cesc Fabregas from Barcelona, Luka Modric from Real Madrid, and Toni Kroos from Bayern Munich are among the options. Of these three, Mansour holds a particular fondness for Fabregas, as he has previously showcased his talent in the Premier League. Additionally, both he and Lin Quan are members of the Spanish national team, ensuring a more intuitive partnership that would require minimal time to gel. Furthermore, Fabregas's uncertain starting position at Barcelona renders him the most attainable of the trio. If he could lure Fabregas to the Etihad Stadium, upon David Silva's recovery, Manchester City would boast 4 Spanish players in the midfield and attack. The synergy of these 4 in orchestrating offensive plays could potentially dominate not just Europe, but at the very least, render them an unstoppable force in the Premier League. The Moscow Central Army truly displayed remarkable resilience. Despite trailing by 3 goals, the team's morale did not falter. Instead, they became more decisive and resolute. In the final minute of the first half, seizing on a lapse in concentration from the Manchester City players, they executed a swift counterattack, culminating in a goal by the Ivorian forward Doumbia, bringing the score to 3-1. While this concession had little bearing on the outcome of the match, it significantly impacted Manchester City's goal difference. Pellegrini was visibly displeased with this lapse, expressing rare frustration in the dressing room, directing his ire specifically at Fernandinho. The Brazilian's failure to mark his man in the dying moments and his lack of urgency in tracking back were deemed primary factors leading to the goal. Had Pellegrini offered private criticism, Fernandinho might have readily accepted responsibility. However, being publicly chastised in front of his teammates left Fernandinho somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to retort, which further incensed Pellegrini, who perceived this as a challenge to his authority. Consequently, he substituted Fernandinho, bringing on Milner in his place. Such a substitution is a substantial blow for any player. Typically, a manager resorts to such measures only when dissatisfied with either the tactical execution or the player's performance. Initially, the outside world was unaware of the situation at Manchester City, but upon Milner's entry, who maintained the same formation and tactics from the first half, they began to connect the dots, realizing Pellegrini's discontent with the Brazilian. Questions arose. What was happening at Manchester City? Why the early substitution? Where was Fernandinho? Could he have had a falling out with Pellegrini? Several astute journalists, having sensed the unusual circumstances, abandoned the match to seek out the truth. Fernandinho's departure did not significantly impact Manchester City. Rather, Milner's introduction invigorated the team, allowing them to exploit the right flank. In the 55th minute, Manchester City extended their lead once more. Lin Quan advanced down the left flank, combining with Agüero multiple times. Noticing that he was only being marked by a single defender, he began to reposition himself. At this point, Lin Quan was still some distance from the goal, and Agüero's clever movements went unnoticed by Moscow Central Army's defense, which had only one player keeping watch. Sensing a defensive lapse, Lin Quan delivered his signature 45-degree arc pass along the ground. The ball glided gracefully across the pitch, circumventing the opposing fullback and landing at Agüero's feet. What a splendid play! Witnessing Lin Quan's exquisite assist, commentator He Wei could not contain his excitement, startling his colleague Su Yang. Here it comes, Lin Quan's trademark diagonal pass. He had employed this technique numerous times in the Bundesliga to set up teammates for goals. In the realm of the English Premier League, teams familiar with Lin Quan typically do not afford him such ample space for passing. However, it appears that the Moscow Central Army was oblivious to this fact, granting Lin Quan an excessive amount of room to maneuver. A grievous error indeed. Agüero comfortably received Lin Quan's pass, as the delivery was remarkably deceptive. The opposing defenders were entirely unprepared for Lin Quan to circumvent their intact defensive line. Consequently, Agüero found himself unencumbered by any interference at that moment. Agüero wasted no time capitalizing on Lin Quan's exquisite assist, deftly nudging the ball into the net with the tip of his foot before the goalkeeper could respond. After completing his brace, Agüero pointed towards Lin Quan while sprinting in his direction. Lin Quan anticipated a celebratory embrace, yet to his surprise, Agüero approached him and performed a gesture of profound reverence. "Oh, no need for that," Lin Quan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before pulling Agüero to his feet. "How did you manage to make such an extraordinary pass?" Agüero inquired, curiosity evident in his tone as he draped an arm over Lin Quan's shoulder. "It's quite simple, really," much like taking a free kick. One merely needs to maintain a certain height above the ground. Lin Quan replied with an air of simplicity. However, Aguero found the concept rather challenging. Given that a football is subject to gravitational pull, it would naturally descend. If it were as Lin Quan described, the ball would surely start at a considerable height. Yet, when he observed Lin Quan's pass, the ball was not particularly elevated. Some individuals grasped such skills swiftly, like De Bruyne, while others, such as his teammates at Werder Bremen, struggled considerably. Lin Quan shared the intricacies of this passing technique with them, yet aside from De Bruyne, none could replicate such a delivery. This disparity highlights the role of innate talent. The methodology has been imparted, but if one cannot execute it, then Lin Quan is powerless to assist. Manchester City's offensive onslaught continued, as they needed to strive for additional goals following an unexpected equalizer from their opponents in the first half. The current score stood at 4-1. 3 goals were far from sufficient. What is the score from Bayern's match? Pellegrini inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he turned to his assistant. This round of group matches unfolded simultaneously. While Manchester City appeared to have their match well in hand, it remained uncertain whether Bayern faced any unforeseen circumstances. If Bayern were to lose, Manchester City could secure the top spot in their group ahead of schedule. However, relying on a team recently trounced 5-0 by Bayern to triumph over them seemed rather implausible. The score is 0-0. The assistant coach relayed after contacting a scout watching the match live in the Czech Republic for the latest updates. 0-0? Upon hearing this score, Pellegrini found it hard to believe. Surely not. What is going on with Bayern? Even playing away, they shouldn't be unable to score for over 50 minutes. They boast a plethora of top-tier stars like Ribéry, Robben, and Götze. Indeed, Guardiola appears to have adopted a rather peculiar formation during the match. While the opposing team has set up a formidable defense, leaving Bayern struggling to find a way to score, the score remains stagnant. Upon hearing the assistant coach's remarks, Pellegrini was momentarily at a loss for words. It seems our Manchester City has been diligently striving for a favorable goal difference, only for Bayern to not even engage in the contest? Guardiola, what exactly are you doing? Do you truly believe that Bayern will surely triumph over Manchester City in the final match? Yet, even if they were to win that last encounter, how can Bayern contend for the top spot in the group if they falter, or even lose to Victoria Plzen in this match? Could it be that Guardiola feels indifferent about securing the Group's first position, which leads him to experiment with new tactical approaches before the knockout stage? This speculation has garnered unanimous agreement among the onlookers. It certainly makes sense. Let our people investigate further. In the city stadium of Plzen, 1,500 kilometers away, Guardiola scratched his head while gazing at the glaring score of 0-0 on the scoreboard. The no-striker formation appears to be somewhat ill-suited for Bayern. Götze and Müller are unable to assume the role that Messi plays at Barcelona, resulting in an awkward offensive display from Bayern Munich. On the substitutes bench, Mandzukic sat with a disgruntled expression. He simply could not comprehend why, despite his stellar performances in both the league and the Champions League, Guardiola consistently relegated him to the bench. The current lineup for Bayern lacks a center forward. What sort of international farce is it for a team to forego a striker? Mandzukic felt a significant decline in his standing within the team. Last season, he was a key contributor to Bayern's championship victory, and Hanks held him in high regard. Mandzukic felt quite at home in his first season at Bayern. Due to his outstanding performances last season, he even entertained thoughts of spending his entire career at Allianz Arena. However, after sitting on the bench for several consecutive matches, those thoughts began to waver. I long to serve Bayern, yet Guardiola has no use for me. Am I to spend my life on the bench, becoming a mere legend through idleness? Perhaps after this World Cup, I should seek a club where I can secure a starting position. At 27, Mandzukic is in the prime of his career and does not wish to squander this golden period on Bayern's bench, which has fostered his desire to transfer. Just as Mandzukic was lost in his thoughts, he felt a nudge. Mario, the coach is calling for you. Jerome Boateng, also sitting on the bench, noticed Mandzukic's distraction and promptly nudged him. What is going on? Mandzukic instinctively turned to look at Boateng upon hearing his words. Boateng saw that Guardiola was now looking their way and quickly gestured to Mandzukic. Mario, go warm up. The team needs you. It was at that moment that Mandzukic finally heard Guardiola calling his name. Upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, he abruptly sprang from the substitutes bench, hastily shedding his coat and dashing to the sidelines to warm up. At last, he was to take the field. It was only the 55th minute. leaving ample time. After instructing Mandzukic to warm up, Guardiola summoned Martinez as well, evidently intending to make a double substitution. The Bayern players on the pitch felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing Guardiola call 2 players from the bench. Under Guardiola's stewardship, aside from Neuer, no player's starting position was secure. His penchant for tactical alterations was well known. Players frequently found their roles shifting, often uncertain of their positions for the next match. 4 minutes later, the substitutions were executed. Mandzukic entered the fray, replacing the underperforming Thomas Müller, while Martinez took the place of the somewhat disoriented Kroos. This decision incited considerable discontent among the Bayern supporters present. Both Müller and Kroos were products of Bayern's youth academy, having joined the club at an early age and serving it loyally for many years, earning the adoration of the fans. While they had no objections to Guardiola's substitutions in principle, targeting homegrown players stirred their disapproval. Mandzukic, however, was unfazed by this discontent. After exchanging a high-five with the despondent Müller, he eagerly charged onto the pitch, seizing every opportunity to attack, sprinting wildly in the front line, pressuring opponents and contesting aerial duels. By this point, the match had surpassed the 60-minute mark, and the Viktoria Plzen players were already struggling under the relentless assault of Bayern's players. Mandzukic, known for his robust physique, boundless stamina, and formidable mental fortitude, provided a striking contrast to the more subdued Müller, showcasing a far greater impact as a central forward. His efforts soon bore fruit. In the 64th minute, he outmuscled an opposing defender in an aerial duel, directing the ball into the net. Remarkably, it took him less than 5 minutes on the pitch to score. The commentators, Bayern supporters, and several players on the field deemed Guardiola's substitution a stroke of genius. Yet, Guardiola himself wore a bittersweet smile, acknowledging that his reforms at Bayern were only half successful. Chapter 48. Champions League scoring chart. Although Bayern ultimately triumphed over Viktoria Plzen away from home, they only secured a single goal margin. The score of 1-0 persisted until the final whistle. In another concurrent group match, Manchester City emerged victorious against CSKA Moscow with a score of 5-2. The referee awarded a controversial penalty to the visiting team just before the end of the second half, allowing them to score twice at the Etihad Stadium. This outcome left Manchester City somewhat dissatisfied, yet upon learning of Bayern's score, their discontent dissipated. Following this round of matches, the qualification scenario for Group D had become distinctly clearer. Manchester City, having achieved a flawless record of 4 victories, has secured qualification 2 rounds ahead of schedule, boasting a goal difference of 10. They lead Bayern Munich by 3 points and possess a 2-goal advantage in goal difference. Bayern, with 9 points, only requires a draw in their next match to advance. Given Bayern's caliber, progressing is not a daunting task. However, competing for the top position in the group against Manchester City poses a significant challenge. Their upcoming match will be an away game in Moscow, whereas City will continue to host the group's weakest team, Viktoria Plzen. Considering the disparity in the strength of their respective opponents, it is plausible that City could further extend their goal difference lead. Therefore, unless Bayern manages to achieve a resounding victory over City at home in the final round, City is likely to secure the group's top spot based on goal difference. In light of this, German media has begun to voice criticism towards Guardiola. They argue that if he were less fixated on experimenting with a false 9 formation away from home, Bayern would have likely garnered more goals, thus avoiding their current predicament. Guardiola has been with Bayern for several months, yet the adjustments he has implemented have not yielded noticeable results. Compared to last season's dominant squad, this year's Bayern seems to lack certain qualities. As the undisputed powerhouse of the Bundesliga, there are high expectations for them from across Germany. With Borussia Dortmund struggling in European competitions, Bundesliga fans can only hope Bayern will bring glory to the league in the Champions League. However, Bayern's performance in the Champions League has been somewhat disappointing. In response to the criticism, Guardiola has refrained from addressing the concerns directly. Instead, Bayern's club manager, Hoeneß, has asserted that the team is on the right path under Guardiola's leadership, having already claimed 3 trophies: the UEFA Super Cup, the Telecom Cup, and the Audi Cup. Furthermore, Bayern remains unbeaten in the league this season, and their prospects in the Champions League group stage appear optimistic. Although luck was not on their side at the Etihad, they will defend the honor of Bayern Munich at home. Patience is requested from the fans. However, the significance of the 3 trophies mentioned by Hoeneß is questionable, as only the UEFA Super Cup carries substantial weight. Thus, The external skepticism towards his claims is understandable. I wager 5 coins that Bayern will not secure the top of the group. Unless Manchester City loses their next match, Bayern is certain to fall short. Don't be so certain. What if Bayern decisively defeats City at home? Do you think that is plausible? This is a Manchester City team with a full squad. Defeating them is already a challenge, let alone annihilating them. What is so special about their full squad? Didn't Barcelona get thrashed 4-0 last season? Is their full squad superior to Messi? Some remain unconvinced, citing last season's triumph over Barcelona as evidence. Manchester City is not Barcelona, and Bayern is not the same team they were last season. Although Bayern may not secure the top position in the Champions League group, the club has remained silent on the matter. Rummenigge remains patient with Guardiola, emphasizing that it is still premature to discuss the ultimate outcomes, given that not even half a season has elapsed. Moreover, Guardiola's coaching record at Bayern is commendable after 12 rounds in the league. Bayern has achieved 10 victories and 2 draws, remaining unbeaten, a feat matched only by Manchester City and Barcelona in Europe. In terms of league stability, Guardiola undoubtedly meets the criteria. The sole concern may lie in the somewhat erratic performance in the Champions League. However, this is not a pressing issue. Given Bayern's formidable strength, they are likely to progress past the knockout stages unless pitted against the very elite clubs. More than the Champions League results, Bayern is keen on Guardiola's reforms in their tactical approach, aspiring to adopt and integrate the possession-based football characteristic of Spain to keep pace with the evolving trends in global football. Thus, unless there is a significant decline in Guardiola's performance, it is unlikely that Bayern will sever ties with him. Due to the Ballon d'Or implications, the performances of Ribery, Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, and Lin Quan in this round of the Champions League garnered considerable attention. Ribery's away performance was somewhat lackluster, as he neither scored nor assisted, resulting in a low post-match rating that raised doubts about his form. In contrast, another leading contender for the Ballon d'Or, Ronaldo, continued to showcase his exceptional form. In this round, Real Madrid faced Juventus away, concluding with a 2-2 draw, with Ronaldo and Bale, both valued at over 100 million, scoring for Real Madrid. This marked Ronaldo's 4th consecutive match with a goal in the Champions League group stage, a feat accomplished only by him and Lin Quan across Europe. However, Ronaldo leads Lin Quan by 3 goals in total, while Lin Quan has managed 4 assists, allowing him to somewhat level the playing field. Currently, Ronaldo sits atop the Champions League scoring chart with 8 goals, followed closely by Ibrahimovic with 7. Messi, in 3rd place, scored twice in this round, bringing his tally to 6 goals despite having played 1 match less, thus matching Ronaldo's scoring efficiency. Lin Quan ranks 4th with 5 goals. The illustrious duo continues to excel, not only scoring prolifically in the league, but also finding the net in the Champions League with remarkable ease. Both players are at their peak, supported by strong teams, and are currently in a phase of consistent output. Lin Quan's achievements are indeed remarkable. In his first Champions League appearance, he has scored in 4 consecutive matches, an astonishing level of stability. I am increasingly convinced that he belongs in the same echelon as the legendary duo. Yet, it remains uncertain. Many players have shown briefly in football. If Lin Quan can maintain such exceptional form next year without a significant dip, it will affirm his place alongside Messi and Ronaldo. I am eagerly anticipating the day when Lin Quan reaches his peak and dominates the footballing world. At that time, it is likely that both Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi will have entered the twilight of their illustrious careers, while Lin Huang may stand unrivaled in the football realm. Neymar expresses his discontent, and Götze can certainly hold his ground. Fresh from the conclusion of the UEFA Champions League matches, Manchester City finds itself with little time for respite as the 3rd round of the League Cup commences. In this round, Manchester City will continue to host the challenge posed by Wigan Athletic, a team from the Championship. The League Cup actually commenced in September. However, as a Premier League team, they were afforded the privilege of bypassing the initial rounds and advancing directly to the 3rd. Consequently, Manchester City has thus far remained unscathed by the League Cup's demands. Yet now, as the tournament progresses to its 3rd round, Premier League teams are obliged to participate. Due to the congested schedule, differing opinions have emerged within Manchester City regarding their approach to the League Cup, with a crucial away fixture against Sunderland looming in 3 days. Some advocate for relinquishing the League Cup, viewing it as a mere trinket compared to the prestigious FA Cup. They argue that investing time in such a competition, particularly amidst a packed league calendar, would squander the player's precious stamina. Conversely, others contend that the League Cup, despite its perceived lesser value, still represents a tangible trophy, and its path to victory is less arduous than that of the FA Cup. After all, even the smallest of victories holds significance. Moreover, participation in the League Cup provides an invaluable opportunity for nurturing emerging talents, allowing substitutes and young players promoted from the reserve or youth teams to gain essential match experience, which is crucial for their development. Both perspectives possess merit, and Pellegrini finds himself in a quandary. While Manchester City is renowned for its significant investments in players, it also boasts promising prospects within its youth academy. These young talents often find themselves sidelined in the youth or reserve teams, where the competitive intensity pales in comparison to that of official cup matches. Due to the first team's demanding schedule, Pellegrini seldom has the opportunity to engage with these players, leaving him somewhat unfamiliar with the quality of their training and their technical attributes. By allowing them to participate in the League Cup, he could observe their performances and potentially uncover hidden gems among the youth. The remarkable display by Lin Quan has significantly bolstered Pellegrini's confidence in young players, igniting hopes of discovering a valuable asset. However, Wigan Athletic, having been relegated from the Premier League last season, is a formidable opponent. This season, they are determined to regain their place in the top tier, having invested heavily in new signings. Despite being a championship team, their strength rivals that of lower-tier Premier League sides. Relying solely on a cadre of young players to triumph over them poses a considerable challenge. A defeat in the opening match would undermine the goal of nurturing new talents. Thus, Pellegrini has opted for a squad comprising half regular starters and half substitutes. In this match, Lin Quan was included in the squad, yet he did not make the starting lineup and instead sat on the bench. Pellegrini intended to assess the flow of the game before deciding whether to deploy him. If the players on the pitch could easily handle the opponent, there would be no need to expend Lin Quan, a pivotal asset. However, if the younger players struggled to secure victory, Lin Quan would inevitably have to step in as a key player. Aside from the brief period after he joined Werder Bremen, Lin Quan seldom found himself in a substitute role. Sitting on the bench for this match evoked a long-forgotten sensation within him. After the kickoff, Manchester City, leveraging their home advantage, launched an offensive against Wigan Athletic's goal. Wigan Athletic, however, proved formidable. After withstanding Manchester City's initial onslaught, they frequently counterattacked. The young player Boyata, who had nearly made a grave error at Stamford Bridge, transformed into a steadfast presence in Manchester City's defense during this match. Under his robust guarding, Wigan's forwards repeatedly returned empty-handed, finding no opportunities. Observing Boyata's exceptional performance, Pellegrini nodded slightly and remarked to his assistant coach, "Boyata possesses commendable skills and strength, yet his psychological resilience could use some improvement. If his mentality were as stable as that of his compatriot Kompany, we would have a reliable substitute for our defense." Indeed, this could be attributed to his youth. After all, he was just over 20 years old and had not played extensively for the first team, lacking in major tournament experience and prone to errors. At this juncture, the assistant coach subconsciously glanced in Lin Quan's direction. Despite being a young player, and indeed younger than Boyata, Lin Quan had never exhibited such issues. It is a mystery how he cultivated such a mature and composed demeanor, one that even surpasses that of many seasoned players. In addition to Boyata, the substitute goalkeeper Pantilimon was also a focal point for the Manchester City coaching staff. Joe Hart's performances in both the league and the Champions League had been inconsistent. Although his save percentage exceeded 60, he had made several errors when facing long-range shots. If Manchester City aspired to advance further this season, they must enhance the stability of their defense. Following early season adjustments, the defensive line had gradually solidified, exhibiting improved defensive capabilities. However, the performance of the goalkeeper position remained somewhat unsatisfactory. Consequently, Pellegrini planned to evaluate the second and third choice goalkeepers to gauge their performances. Should the substitutes meet his expectations, he might consider replacing Hart with either Pantilimon or Wright for the starting position. Based on the first half of the match, Pantilimon's performance was commendable. He executed 3 effective saves, 2 of which were against the opponent's long-range efforts. Standing at 2.03 meters, he held a significant advantage in defending aerial threats. The coaching staff was highly pleased with his saves, and Pellegrini intended to give him a starting chance in the upcoming match against Sunderland. If the results prove favorable, then the position of starting goalkeeper for Manchester City will undoubtedly belong to him. While the team's defense remains robust, the offensive front has encountered significant challenges. With the absence of Lin Quan and Agüero, the players seem to lack a guiding spirit in their attacking play, resembling a disorganized ensemble. As the first half drew to a close, the score remained at 0-0, with both teams failing to find the net. Should we substitute Lin Quan? Observing Pellegrini's grim expression, the assistant coach tentatively inquired. No need, let us wait a little longer. However, as the second half progressed for 20 minutes, the score still lingered at 0-0. Wigan Athletic was incapable of breaching Manchester City's defense, and City too found themselves at a standstill. With the regular time dwindling, Pellegrini could no longer endure the stalemate. In the 75th minute, he initiated a substitution, bringing Agüero onto the field in place of the underperforming Lopez. Agüero is a commendable forward, and upon his entry, he displayed an eagerness to seek opportunities. Yet, Wigan's players closely marked him, offering him no space whatsoever. 10 minutes after Agüero's arrival, Manchester's offensive attempts remained fruitless. With less than 5 minutes left in regular time, Pellegrini was infuriated. Was Agüero not enough to turn the tide? The Manchester City fans present began to grow anxious. Would the team truly settle for a draw against a championship side on their home turf? Prior to facing Wigan, City had maintained an impeccable home record. If a championship team were to shatter their winning streak, it would be a significant blow to their pride. Consequently, they began to vocalize their demand for Pellegrini to substitute Lin Quan. Lin, we need Lin. Bring Lin on. Pellegrini glanced at Lin Quan, who had straightened his posture, his expression turning grave. Lin Quan had initially believed they could secure a victory in this match, but witnessing his teammates squander numerous opportunities without scoring had instilled a sense of urgency within him. Would the cooked duck fly away? In that moment, he heard Pellegrini's command. Lin, warm up, prepare for extra time. Lin Quan shook his head. No need to warm up, just substitute me directly. End of chapter. Chapter 49, a last-minute triumph. Thank goodness for Lin. Manchester City made another personnel adjustment, substituting Jovetic for the number 10, Lin Quan. Pellegrini's decision to bring him on came rather late. With regular time nearly at its end, was he truly expecting Lin Quan to score within these final minutes? He could only helplessly critique. Why not make the substitution sooner? As the match approached its conclusion, there was insufficient time for the change. Manchester City was destined to be drawn into extra time. Pellegrini seemed to be aiming to grant his key players a more adequate rest. Yet it appeared that his strategy had backfired. Though Manchester City fielded a squad with half of its substitutes, the remaining players, who are regular starters, endured the full match and possibly extra time, consequently depleting their stamina significantly. In merely 2 days, they are set to face Sunderland away, and such exertion may potentially impact their performance in the Premier League. Observing Lin Quan being substituted without a moment to warm up intensified the criticism directed at Pellegrini. The manager's insatiable ambition may lead him to pursue too much, ultimately risking the loss of everything. Suyang concurred, stating that even the most established clubs must make sacrifices in multi-competition scenarios, especially a burgeoning team like Manchester City. The League Cup and the FA Cup could be relinquished. Their focus should be directed towards the League and the Champions League. Indeed, for a club aspiring to greatness like Manchester City, accumulating league titles and advancing in the Champions League is essential for gaining widespread recognition among fans and solidifying their status among the elite of the Premier League. Meanwhile, across distant fields, Lin Quan remained oblivious to these discussions. He secretly supported Pellegrini's decision to not abandon the League Cup, as each match won translates to more points earned. In a previous encounter against Chelsea, it was his skill, acquired through a costly 30-point exchange in the system's marketplace, that enabled him to execute a stunning goal. After spending those points, he now possessed a mere 10 points. As the number of matches increased, Lin Quan's physical resilience was increasingly tested. If he wished to avoid conserving energy like Messi, often seen leisurely strolling in the front line, he needed to swiftly upgrade his stamina attribute to the next level. Currently, his stamina talent was a level 3 attribute valued at 30 points, requiring an additional 70 points to reach its maximum. Such a sum seemed insurmountable before the season's end. Thus, he planned to accumulate 20 points to elevate his stamina talent to level 4, significantly enhancing both his stamina ceiling and passive recovery rate, which should adequately meet the demands of the ongoing matches. For the sake of his points, securing victory in this match was imperative. Lin, are you alright not warming up? Aguero expressed concern upon seeing Lin Quan enter the field unprepared, worried that sudden exertion might lead to injury. It's fine. Time is of the essence. We must resolve this swiftly and avoid letting the match extend into extra time, Lin affirmed. Aguero nodded emphatically. Who would wish to endure an additional 30 minutes? Be alert. Their number 10 is on the field. Stay close to prevent him from ruining our plans. As Lin Quan made his entrance, the players from Wigan Athletic heightened their vigilance. Indeed, as Lin's reputation soared due to his performances in the Premier League and Champions League, his prominence continued to rise. Even championship teams have long been aware of his prowess. Although Lin Quan was placed on the bench by Pellegrini for this match, Wigan Athletic still regarded him as the primary threat during their tactical preparations. Drawing from their previous experience of successfully neutralizing Aguero, Wigan intended to employ the same strategy to contain Lin. However, they soon discovered that this tactic proved somewhat ineffective. Due to his fluid positioning on the field, whether through man-marking or zonal defense, it was exceedingly difficult to fully restrict his movements. Unlike Aguero, Lin was not only capable of orchestrating plays and making incisive runs, but also possessed the knack for scoring. Once he approached the opposition's goal, defenders faced a dilemma. Should they guard against his passing or his potential for a breakthrough shot? Initially, the defenders chose to position themselves cautiously, attempting to prevent Lin from advancing or shooting. Observing that they were hesitant to close in too closely, Lin decisively delivered a pinpoint through ball. This pass sliced through Wigan's defensive line, but unfortunately, Aguero's premature run resulted in the linesman raising his flag for offside. The defenders of Wigan were left in a cold sweat, suddenly aware of the threat he posed. They realized they could not afford to give him space. They needed to press closely. Yet, once they committed to this approach, Lin executed a splendid nutmeg, effortlessly eluding the overly aggressive defender and surged into the penalty area. The Wigan players, momentarily stunned, rushed towards Lin in a desperate attempt to thwart his shot. However, Lin skillfully lifted the ball to the unmarked Aguero, who calmly slotted it home, altering the scoreline to 1-0. In the 89th minute of the second half, Manchester City finally broke the deadlock. The Wigan players were left disheartened, having held their ground for nearly the entire match only to see it slip away due to a single miscalculation. Their disappointment was palpable. Ultimately, thanks to Aguero's goal, Manchester City narrowly triumphed over their opponents, advancing to the next round of the League Cup. Although they secured the victory, it was undeniably an unsightly win. Post-match, the Manchester City players lacked the spirit to celebrate, particularly the key players who had endured the entire match, hastily retreating to the locker room. After a brief moment of dejection, the Wigan players quickly composed themselves. For them, an early exit from the League Cup might indeed be a blessing in disguise, allowing them to focus their energies on the league and strive to accumulate enough points to regain their place in the Premier League. Lin, may I exchange jerseys with you? After the match, as he was leaving the field, Wigan's midfielder, Jordi Gomez, approached with a hint of shyness in his voice. Like Lin, Jordi hailed from the esteemed La Masia Academy. However, unlike Lin, he was among those who had not made a name for themselves during the 2007-2008 season. Due to his unremarkable talent, Jordi did not receive a renewal contract from Barcelona upon the expiration of his, leading to his departure from the youth team. Subsequently, in his quest to secure a place on the pitch, he found himself navigating through several teams across various leagues. However, due to his lack of prowess, he struggled to maintain a firm position as a key player. This situation fostered a sense of inferiority within him, despite being nearly a decade older than Lin Quan. He felt diminished and akin to a junior in Lin Quan's presence. Of course, it was no cause for concern. When Lin Quan initially heard the other party converse with him in Spanish, he was somewhat taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed hardly surprising, as Spanish midfielders had gained immense popularity worldwide in recent years. The inclusion of a Spanish midfielder in a championship team was, therefore, not particularly unusual. After removing his jersey and handing it to the other, Lin Quan extended his hand to Jordi for a handshake, saying, "Best of luck. I hope to see you on the Premier League stage next year. Thank you for your wishes. And I hope you can lead your team to victory in next year's World Cup." Jordi responded, finding some solace in Lin Quan's encouragement, which emboldened him to offer his own well wishes. Lin Quan nodded, making a fist-pump gesture of encouragement, and without uttering another word, he briskly returned to the locker room with the jersey in hand. The League Cup featured numerous underwhelming teams, allowing Premier League clubs to advance with relative ease. However, Liverpool and Manchester United found themselves pitted against each other in the third round, and this time, the home team, Manchester United, emerged victorious. After a grueling 90 minutes, they triumphed over Liverpool with a score of 1-0, avenging their previous defeat at Anfield. Despite the League Cup not garnering extensive attention from the public or media, Manchester City, known for attracting scrutiny, faced criticism post-match. The critiques echoed familiar sentiments, asserting that City was overly reliant on Lin Quan. They contended that had it not been for Lin Quan's extraordinary performance in sealing the victory, City might not have secured the win at all. This iteration of Manchester City often evoked comparisons to Barcelona. People frequently ponder whether Messi is merely a product of the system and whether he could thrive after departing from Barcelona. I believe this match provided a definitive answer. Although it was a tabloid, one particular newspaper's analysis held considerable merit. It is indeed true that Barcelona struggled immensely in Messi's absence, appearing directionless and uncertain in their offensive maneuvers. The earlier Champions League match against Celtic was a stark reflection of this, mirroring Manchester City's performance in this match. Some fans who followed both Barcelona and Manchester City found this perspective quite agreeable. Thus, I posit that the debate regarding Messi's role as a system player can be considered resolved. Indeed, Messi is a system player, but he embodies the very essence of that system. Without him, the entire structure of Barcelona collapses. Furthermore, Manchester City is gradually adopting a resemblance to Barcelona. Is it truly a blessing to become akin to Barcelona? Upon hearing the external discourse, Manchester City's supporters were not disheartened. Rather, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Barcelona can undoubtedly be regarded as the most successful club in football over the past few years. In the last 5 years, they have not only clinched the UEFA Champions League title twice, but have also reached the semi-finals on several occasions. If Manchester City were to emulate Barcelona's illustrious path and ascend to the ranks of elite teams, the supporters of the Blue Moon would awaken from their dreams with elation. Consequently, they remain impervious to external criticism. With such a formidable superstar as Lin on their roster, why should they not rely on him? There is no detriment in doing so. Thus, they dismissed the critiques with disdain, organizing an expedition of 5,000 fans before the 11th round of matches, determined to rally support for their team as they made their way to Sunderland. Sunderland regarded the arrival of Manchester City with utmost seriousness, deploying a defensive strategy that resembled a fortress, placing a solitary forward at the front while the rest of the team retreated to their own half, seeking merely to secure a point rather than pursue victory. Breaking through a compact defense is a universal challenge, and faced with Sunderland's resolute stance, Manchester City found themselves struggling to penetrate the opposing line. As the second half unfolded, the fatigue from consecutive matches began to manifest, with several City players exhibiting signs of exhaustion. Despite Pellegrini's timely substitutions, the impact proved minimal. By the 80th minute, the score remained a stalemate at 0-0, with Sunderland even substituting their lone forward for a defensive player, clearly intent on preserving their scoreline. Although Sunderland was being dominated at home, the Black Cat supporters in the stadium did not feel disheartened. On the contrary, they brimmed with pride, singing their team anthem and erupting in applause with each successful defensive effort. Had they been playing against a more ordinary team, their conservative tactics might have elicited boos. However, their adversary was Manchester City, the team boasting the most formidable attacking prowess in the Premier League this season and the only one to maintain an unbeaten record thus far. In light of this, a conservative approach was warranted. What a disgrace. How shameless to play like this at home. The traveling Manchester City fans expressed their outrage at the opposing team's tactics. Their hearts were filled with concern, not solely for the outcome of the match, but also for the implications for Manchester City's upcoming games. Should Sunderland's ploy succeed and they manage to secure a point against City, it would set a precedent for other teams, especially those in the lower tier, to adopt similar defensive strategies. If every team were to employ such tactics against Manchester City, the challenges ahead would be daunting. Just as it seemed both teams were destined for a draw, Lin stepped forward. In the final minute of regular time, Manchester City was awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. Lin Quan opted to take the shot himself, faced with two choices, a direct shot or a curling strike. The direct shot promised a higher probability of scoring, yet its execution posed a greater challenge, harboring the risk of failure. Conversely, the curling strike was more manageable, though its quality was not exceptional, rendering it somewhat easier to defend against compared to the direct shot. After weighing his options, Lin Quan ultimately decided to embrace the greater risk and potential reward of the direct shot. Positioning the ball carefully, he took several steps back. The Sunderland goalkeeper, noticing Lin Quan retreating a considerable distance, felt an alarm bell ringing in his mind, a sense of impending danger. However, feeling threatened did not guarantee that he could thwart the impending goal. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Lin Quan sprinted towards the ball with fervor. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. He adjusted his stride mid-run, channeling his power for the final kick. With a resounding thud, the ball was struck, distorting in shape as it emitted a sound akin to a mournful wail, soaring toward the heavens. The Sunderland players in the wall leapt with all their might, striving to intercept the shot. Yet, the ball ascended far beyond their reach, leaving them entirely unable to make contact. Is it too high? Pondered the Sunderland players as they watched the ball ascend to such heights, convinced it would sail into the stands. However, just as they believed it had soared too high, the ball abruptly plummeted straight down, finding the net before the goalkeeper could react. A profound silence enveloped the stadium. Sunderland stood in stunned disbelief, their cheers trapped in their throats. Thanks to Lin Quan's last-minute goal, Manchester City snatched victory from the jaws of defeat on their opponent's turf. Including his assist to Aguero in the dying moments of the League Cup, this marked Lin Quan's consecutive second match in which he had delivered a last-minute heroics for the team. On the sidelines, Pellegrini erupted with excitement as he witnessed Lin Quan's free kick finding the back of the net, embracing his assistant coaches in a fervent celebration. Meanwhile, the Manchester City players rushed towards Lin Quan, toppling him to the ground in ecstatic jubilation. In that moment, their thoughts mirrored those of the City fans. Thank goodness we have Lin. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 50. The transfer controversy of De Bruyne in this round's highlight match. Moyes' Manchester United triumphed 1-0 at home against Arsenal, the second-place team on the leaderboard, allowing Manchester City to extend their lead. After 11 rounds, City boasted a record of 10 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 31 points to occupy the top position. Arsenal, with 8 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, trailed in second place with 25 points. Following Arsenal's unexpected defeat, the gap between the two teams widened to 6 points. Given the current form and upcoming fixtures of both teams, Manchester City is poised to secure the halfway championship well in advance. In the annals of Premier League history, the probability of the halfway champion ultimately clinching the title exceeds 60%, a statistic notably diminished by Arsenal's consistent underperformance. Thus, the significance of the halfway champion remains relatively high. Among the elite clubs in the Premier League, with the exception of Chelsea and Arsenal, the remaining teams have all secured victories. Chelsea's form has drastically declined since their home draw with Manchester City, and in their last outing, they suffered a dismal 2-0 defeat against Newcastle United. In this round, they were again held to a 2-2 draw at home by mid-table side West Bromwich Albion. It is evident to astute observers that Mourinho's Chelsea is encountering serious issues, and the severity was unforeseen by many. At the beginning of the season, upon learning of Mourinho's return to Chelsea, there was widespread optimism regarding his prospects with the Blues. However, just a few months later, skepticism surrounding Mourinho and Chelsea has intensified. With transfer market investments second only to Manchester City, Chelsea's aspirations for this season undoubtedly include both the league title and the UEFA Champions League trophy. Yet, after 11 rounds, Chelsea has managed only 5 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses, accumulating a mere 19 points, lower than even the much-criticized Manchester United. This performance is starkly incongruent with Chelsea's financial outlay and the expectations of the public. Conversely, Manchester United's manager, Moyes, has seen a resurgence in form following a rocky start to the season. After a triumphant streak of 3 consecutive victories, United has amassed 20 points, currently sitting 5th in the standings, ahead of their long-standing rivals, Chelsea. Mourinho's earlier criticisms of Moyes seem to have rebounded upon him, akin to a boomerang. Witnessing their old adversaries' misfortunes while their own team regains form, the Red Devil supporters have begun to mock Chelsea with palpable delight. This reaction is particularly telling, given Mourinho's penchant for verbal jabs at Manchester United. While United faces numerous rivals, including local foes Manchester City and historic adversaries Liverpool and Arsenal, the fans have directed their ire solely at Chelsea, underscoring a significant narrative. For Moyes, having triumphed at home against both Liverpool and Arsenal, he is gradually earning the recognition of United supporters. Their demands are straightforward. as long as Moyes can lead the team to decisively conquer their old rivals. Even a failure to secure the Premier League title would be acceptable. Now, having vanquished Arsenal and Liverpool, should they manage to exact revenge on Chelsea and Manchester City, it would be deemed perfection. However, considering Manchester City's current form, overcoming them at home may prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet, not everyone shares this sentiment. A journalist who previously criticized Manchester City for their over-reliance on a singular player has reiterated his views following the latest round of matches. The encounter between Manchester City and Sunderland has reaffirmed my earlier assertion. Manchester City is excessively dependent on their star player. By observing the operational dynamics of Manchester City's attacking system in this match, it is evident that Lin Quan predominantly orchestrated nearly all offensive maneuvers in the midfield and forward positions. I contend that this reliance on a singular player is detrimental. As football is a team sport, excessive dependence on one individual can lead to dire consequences. In this encounter, Sunderland effectively stifled Lin Quan's breakthroughs and shots, denying him substantial opportunities. Had fortune not favored him with a successfully converted free kick, the seemingly weaker Sunderland might have managed to secure a draw against the formidable Manchester City. I believe this match should serve as a cautionary tale for City. They must diversify their reliance away from Lin Quan. Otherwise, should he be contained by opponents or experience fluctuations in form, Manchester City's offensive threat will be significantly diminished. If City fails to implement necessary changes swiftly, their performance will undoubtedly plummet. This report has garnered considerable attention. Although the clash between Manchester City and Sunderland was not the marquee matchup of the round, its significance far exceeds that of the high-profile duels among elite teams for several mid- to lower-tier clubs. Sunderland's strategies during the match are tactics that others can emulate. The Black Cats roster is not markedly superior to that of other teams. If they could make Manchester City appear so beleaguered on their home turf through defensive solidity, other clubs can certainly replicate this approach. Lin Quan has also come across this article. While he disagrees with the latter part of the commentary, he acknowledges the validity of the initial analysis. Following David Silva's injury, Manchester City's front line has lacked a true organizer. He is the only player within the squad capable of fulfilling this role, thus he bears multiple responsibilities, acting as both a playmaker and a forward. During structured play, he must orchestrate the attack, distribute possession, and even manage the tempo akin to a defensive midfielder. This core role is one Lin Quan is reluctant to assume. He prefers the support of a consistent playmaker, akin to his time at Werder Bremen with De Bruyne, allowing him the freedom to focus on finishing. Reflecting on this, Lin Quan suddenly wondered about De Bruyne's recent silence. Upon reviewing the Chelsea lineup for the current round, he noticed that De Bruyne was absent from both the starting and substitute lists. It seems he has not participated in a match for quite some time. With this thought, Lin Quan picked up his phone to call De Bruyne, curious about his current endeavors. Approximately 20 miles from Stamford Bridge, at the Cobham training facility, a young player clad in a deep blue jersey, emblazoned with the number 15 on his back, was diligently practicing free kicks. Sweat trickled down his temples, landing on the shoulder of his jersey, as the fabric clung to his physique, accentuating his athletic form. Several club staff members passing by the training ground were taken aback to see someone training so early. However, upon discovering that the one practicing diligently was De Bruyne, they all shook their heads in disapproval. Alas, this young man is indeed hard-working, but what does that amount to in the grand scheme? The elderly gatekeeper sighed, feeling a sense of injustice for De Bruyne. The latter arrives punctually at the Cobham training base, rain or shine, without fail. The gatekeeper has witnessed firsthand how De Bruyne transformed from a slender figure upon his arrival at Chelsea into a muscular athlete through sheer determination. With years of observing professional players, he concluded that De Bruyne's physicality is more than adequate to compete in the Premier League. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps bias, Mourinho has chosen not to utilize him. Since making a 5-minute cameo in the 5th round of the league, De Bruyne has not stepped onto the pitch for 2 months. In recent matches, whether in the league or the Champions League, he has not even made the 18-man squad. After being sidelined for several consecutive matches, De Bruyne realized that his future at Chelsea was bleak. Consequently, the once fervent desire to return to Stamford Bridge has since dimmed, and he began to contemplate a transfer during the winter window to pursue opportunities elsewhere. Last season, he was the assist king in the Bundesliga, even breaking the assist record. Therefore, De Bruyne harbors no concerns about his abilities or lack of interest from clubs. The issue lies not in his skill, but rather in Mourinho's apparent prejudice against players of his ilk. After a day of training, upon returning home, De Bruyne encountered his agent, Patrick. "Kevin, have you decided where you wish to go?" Since De Bruyne had been relegated to the bench by Mourinho, Patrick had been actively reaching out to other clubs in search of a suitable destination. He firmly believes in De Bruyne's capabilities and does not think that his struggles at Chelsea will significantly impact his career. Even if De Bruyne struggles to adapt to the pace of the Premier League, he could always return to the Bundesliga, where he has previously proven his worth and garnered recognition from several clubs. Numerous teams are interested in acquiring De Bruyne, including Bayer Leverkusen, Werder Bremen, and Wolfsburg, with even Borussia Dortmund expressing interest. Among these teams, aside from Dortmund, which may not guarantee his starting position, the others have assured De Bruyne of a prominent role and ample playing time. In Patrick's view, moving to these clubs would be far more beneficial than remaining at Chelsea. "I don't know. I haven't made up my mind," De Bruyne replied hesitantly, not wanting to leave Chelsea in such a lackluster manner. This is why he has been training so earnestly, hoping to win Mourinho's trust through hard work and dedication. Alas, he has failed. Mourinho remains unmoved, seemingly oblivious to his efforts. Amidst the dismal performance of Chelsea, the enigmatic manager finds himself inundated with relentless media scrutiny, tirelessly analyzing opponents and refining the team's tactical approach. He has long since forgotten about De Bruyne. In this context, all of De Bruyne's efforts are rendered futile. There is no need for hesitation. Your place at Chelsea is untenable, and the Premier League may not be suitable for you. The Bundesliga, however, is where your talents can truly flourish. I strongly advise you to consider a transfer to the Bundesliga, where your abilities can be showcased to their fullest potential. Patrick sensed De Bruyne's inner turmoil. Perhaps he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction for not proving himself at Chelsea and in the Premier League. Nonetheless, no matter how discontent he may feel, he cannot gamble his career on emotion. Remaining at Chelsea will yield nothing but wasted time. Without ample opportunities to play, his form is likely to deteriorate rapidly, leading to his obscurity in the sport. A decisive choice must be made without delay. "All right, I will heed your advice." De Bruyne expressed his trust in his agent, their collaboration spanning 4 to 5 years. He understood that the agent's suggestions were rooted in genuine concern for his well-being. "Then let us pursue discussions with the Bundesliga clubs. By the way, which of these teams do you prefer?" Seeing De Bruyne embrace his counsel, Patrick exhaled with relief. Every transfer a player makes brings benefits to the agent as well. Facilitating De Bruyne's departure from Chelsea to another club would not only be advantageous for De Bruyne, but also significantly beneficial for Patrick. Werder Bremen sounds appealing. "I have fond memories of my former teammates and coach Schaaf." De Bruyne reminisced about the camaraderie he shared with his teammates at Werder Bremen last season. During his time there, he had close friends who genuinely cared for him. In contrast, at Chelsea, he felt like an outsider, isolated and marginalized. No one was inclined to engage with a player disfavored by the manager, especially when he was deemed dispensable to the team. Having been at Chelsea for nearly 4 to 5 months, he had yet to forge a single friendship. Werder Bremen? They have performed quite well in the Champions League this season, but I must remind you, their squad lacks depth. This season, their performance across all competitions has significantly declined, and they currently sit 8th in the Bundesliga, likely missing out on next season's Champions League berth. In contrast, Borussia Dortmund, Bayer Leverkusen, and VfL Wolfsburg boast stronger squads, currently occupying 2nd, 3rd, and 5th places in the standings, respectively, and are likely to secure Champions League qualification for next year. Patrick's intentions were clear. He hoped De Bruyne would join a team capable of competing in the Champions League. Thus, by participating in the Champions League, he could attain greater exposure and experience substantial growth in his skills amidst such high-level competition. De Bruyne let out a sigh. He was a sentimental individual. His desire to return to Werder Bremen stemmed entirely from the joy he experienced during the previous season, as well as the team's commendable performance. However, Patrick's words served as a reminder that Werder Bremen had undergone significant changes since last season. They had not only lost their essence, but also their most pivotal player, Lin. Without Lin and himself, it was already quite remarkable for Werder Bremen, under coach Schaaf's guidance, to emerge from the Champions League group stage. Given their current squad strength, balancing both Champions League and league performances would undoubtedly be unrealistic. This aspect was unlikely to improve significantly after his transfer. Therefore, joining Werder Bremen was not a rational decision. Very well, then, he would consider Bayer Leverkusen and Wolfsburg. Patrick was overjoyed and promptly booked a flight to Germany, intending to negotiate with these two clubs overnight. De Bruyne's market value was considerable. To secure his transfer, these clubs would need to prepare over 20 million in fees. Just as he bid farewell to Patrick, De Bruyne's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he was momentarily taken aback by the familiar name displayed. In this chapter's conclusion, Chapter 51, Lin Quan's pursuit of De Bruyne under the moonlight heralded the reunion of the twin stars. Seeing the familiar name on the caller ID, De Bruyne hesitated, unsure whether to answer the call. The thought of leaving the Premier League and returning to the Bundesliga like a fugitive made him grit his teeth and decline Lin Quan's call. He was uncertain how to face his friend at that moment. Both had arrived in the Premier League simultaneously. One became the Bundesliga's top scorer, while the other claimed the assist title. Yet, their fates diverged dramatically in different teams. Lin Quan emerged as Manchester City's core player, leading the team to its most glorious achievements and garnering recognition as a sensational rising star in football. His journey in the Premier League was undeniably successful. And what of himself? Initially brimming with ambition upon entering the Premier League, he now found himself disheartened and despondent, forced to retreat from the league in a manner reminiscent of a defeated soldier. De Bruyne was a fiercely competitive individual, yet also quite introverted and sensitive. Had his relationship with Lin Quan been more casual, he might have answered the call. However, their bond was too strong. He was at a loss on how to confront his dear friend, especially when the latter might inquire about his current situation. How could he confess that he struggled to adapt to the Premier League, faced difficulties in earning playing time at Chelsea, and thus had to forsake their initial pact? Akin to a deserter leaving the Premier League? He dismissed the thought. His pride would not allow him to do such a thing. That fellow. Had he hung up on his own call? On the other end of the line, Lin Quan was taken aback to see his call to De Bruyne rejected. Something must have happened to him. Considering De Bruyne's personality, Lin Quan became increasingly convinced of his assessment. Thus, he decided to call Company. Surprised to receive a call from Lin Quan at such a late hour, Company asked, "What's the matter, Lin? Is there something you need? Apologies for disturbing your rest, Captain. I wanted to inquire if you know De Bruyne's address in London." As teammates in the national team, Lin Quan believed Company might possess some pertinent information. "I'm not quite sure, but I can ask Courtois. He has a close relationship with De Bruyne." Lin Quan replied, "Sharing a girlfriend certainly makes their bond quite unique." Half an hour later, Company provided Lin Quan with an address. After some contemplation, Lin Quan realized that although he could wait until tomorrow to find De Bruyne, next week marked the FIFA International Match Days. As a key midfielder for Belgium, De Bruyne would likely return to Belgium ahead of time. Given his refusal to answer Lin Quan's calls, it was plausible that De Bruyne would depart early to avoid being found. With this thought in mind, Lin Quan hesitated no longer. He promptly retrieved his car from the garage and set off for London. The distance from Manchester to London was approximately 300 kilometers, and with a bit of speed, he could arrive in 3 hours. Finally, around 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Quan arrived outside De Bruyne's residence. He glanced at the door number and knocked vigorously. Surely, De Bruyne was asleep at this hour. A gentle knock might not suffice to wake him. To his surprise, after just one knock, the lights inside the house flickered on. Was De Bruyne still awake at this hour? "Who is it?" came De Bruyne's cautious voice from behind the door. Given London's less than stellar safety record, anyone would be on edge with such a late-night knock. "It's me, Lin Quan." After introducing himself, silence enveloped the room. De Bruyne seemed taken aback and did not expect Lin Quan to arrive so swiftly from Manchester. "Stop pretending you're not home. I know you're in there. Open the door, or I'll ram it down. You know how proactive I can be." With a creak, De Bruyne eventually opened the door under Lin Quan's insistence. "Do you have anything to eat? I've been driving for several hours, and I'm quite hungry." Upon entering, Lin Quan glanced at De Bruyne, choosing not to directly inquire about the situation at hand. De Bruyne appeared caught off guard, having prepared himself for questioning, only to find Lin Quan deviating from the expected script. "There's half a pizza in the fridge, though it's cold. Is there a microwave? Just heat it up. I'm not picky." Lin Quan observed that De Bruyne hardly seemed like someone who would cook at home. The pizza was likely a remnant from a takeaway order. Lin Quan was indeed capable of cooking. However, after a day spent playing a match and a grueling 3-hour drive from Manchester to London, he found himself utterly drained. At this hour, his eyelids felt heavy with fatigue, leaving him with little energy to prepare a meal. Naturally, De Bruyne's residence was equipped with a microwave, and within minutes, a portion of reheated pizza graced the dining table. Lin Quan had no qualms about it. As he ate, he surveyed De Bruyne's abode. This was his inaugural visit to De Bruyne's home. Previously, He had intended to drop by during a visit to Chelsea, but had been thwarted by the team's exhausting 3 consecutive away matches, resulting in their immediate return to Manchester post-game and rendering Lin Quan's plans futile. "Why are you so stiff in your own home?" Lin Quan observed De Bruyne standing awkwardly, neither sitting nor standing comfortably. He found the sight amusing. De Bruyne appeared much like a child awaiting chastisement from a parent for some misdeed. "Am I truly that intimidating?" De Bruyne nodded and finally settled onto the sofa. Lin Quan gestured toward the unfinished pizza and inquired, "Would you care for some?" De Bruyne shook his head. With remarkable speed, Lin Quan finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and began to glance around the room. "What are you searching for?" De Bruyne inquired, taking the initiative this time. "I'm looking for a place to sleep. It's nearly 2 in the morning. Aren't you tired?" De Bruyne thought to himself that he had indeed been weary, but Lin Quan's unexpected arrival had jolted him awake, leaving him not only alert, but quite energized. Ever since he had declined Lin Quan's phone call, a sense of unease had settled within him, as if something unsettling were imminent. And indeed, it had come to pass. Lin Quan had surprisingly traveled overnight from Manchester to see him, an unexpected turn of events that, upon reflection, aligned perfectly with Lin Quan's character. However, the more silent Lin Quan remained, the more anxious De Bruyne felt, as though he bore a guilty conscience for some transgression against him. Lin Quan stifled a yawn. Fatigue was genuinely creeping in. Fortunately, the upcoming holiday meant no matches to play, as he would surely be out of sorts after such a tumultuous night. De Bruyne found himself increasingly perplexed by Lin Quan's intentions. He had come simply to eat and then sleep. Wasn't he supposed to confront him? Yet, with Lin Quan remaining tight-lipped, De Bruyne dared not inquire further. Thus, he led Lin Quan to the guest room for rest. Lin Quan promptly fell asleep, while De Bruyne found himself tossing and turning, unable to find repose. The night passed in silence, and due to their late slumber, they awoke the following morning at 9:30. "Good morning. Come for breakfast. I made it." Lin Quan greeted De Bruyne, who sported dark circles under his eyes. After removing his apron and washing his hands, he took a seat at the dining table. De Bruyne glanced at the spread: toast, fried eggs, breakfast tea, and a large bowl of an unidentifiable soup. De Bruyne, in deference to Lin Quan, took a tentative sip. Upon tasting it, his senses were awakened. Initially, the flavor struck him as somewhat sour, but as the broth unfurled on his palate, the tartness transformed into a delightful sweetness, with an aromatic richness tantalizing his taste buds, igniting an insatiable appetite. In a matter of moments, he had consumed an entire bowl. "How is it?" "Delicious, isn't it?" "Indeed, it is delightful." Lin Quan chuckled. "This is called tomato egg soup, a splendid dish within Chinese cuisine, both affordable and delectable. If you fancy it, I can share the recipe with you, and you might try your hand at making it." Observing De Bruyne's keen interest in the soup, Lin Quan began to elaborate. Tomato egg soup is among the simplest of soups, beloved by many. Aside from pig liver and lean meat soup and radish with pig blood soup, it ranks as Lin Quan's third favorite, compared to ordering takeout or cobbling together a meal at home. This breakfast undoubtedly stood as the most sumptuous and delicious that De Bruyne had savored in quite some time. He had never realized that Lin Quan possessed such culinary skills. To think this fellow was not only adept at football, but also excelled in the kitchen. This realization made De Bruyne feel a twinge of inadequacy. "What time is your flight?" Noticing De Bruyne's suitcase already packed, Lin Quan surmised he might be catching a flight back to Belgium for a national team match, and thus inquired, "It's at 11:30 in the morning. Cancel it. I cannot secure a ticket for that flight. Switch to the next one." "Oh." De Bruyne complied without hesitation. However, after purchasing the ticket, he sensed something amiss. "Wait, why did you buy a ticket for the same flight as mine?" "Why, of course, I plan to go to Belgium to see your performance with the national team." Lin Quan scrutinized De Bruyne. "I'm curious, after 2 months without a match, I wonder if you still have it in you." As it turned out, De Bruyne's form remained commendably intact. In a friendly match against Colombia, he scored a goal and provided an assist, helping his team to a 2-2 draw. In another encounter against Japan, he netted twice and assisted once, leading his team to a 3-2 victory. Having observed both matches, Lin Quan felt reassured about De Bruyne's condition. Although he had not been granted playing time at Chelsea, it seemed his training had not faltered, and he had not succumbed to despair. From his exhibited physical resilience during the matches, Lin Quan sensed that he had indeed improved since his arrival at Chelsea. While defensive issues still lingered, as long as he was not utilized solely as a defensive player, His current defensive capabilities were entirely satisfactory. It puzzled him why Mourinho would overlook such talent. At that moment, De Bruyne was at least half a tier stronger than his counterpart from the original timeline. Upon considering this, Lin Quan candidly addressed De Bruyne, expressing, "Join Manchester City. Together we shall forge a new path." Manchester City is in need of a masterful playmaker to liberate Lin Quan's talents. De Bruyne possesses such prowess, and the rapport between the two, coupled with their inherent understanding, makes them the most fitting partners. You have followed me for 7 or 8 days merely to convey this. De Bruyne, hands on his hips, looked at Lin Quan with a mixture of amusement and incredulity. The latter had dedicated over a week in Belgium under the guise of assessing his condition. De Bruyne couldn't help but wonder if Lin Quan had ever devoted such effort for his girlfriend. "You wouldn't imply that had I invited you on the first day, you would have accepted, would you?" "Of course not. How could I possibly decline an invitation to fight alongside you?" De Bruyne replied with a smile, extending his hand. Lin Quan reciprocated, and their hands clasped firmly together. At that moment, De Bruyne's phone rang. It was his agent, Patrick. "Kevin, Wolfsburg is most interested in you. They not only promise you a starting position, but also offer the highest salary and bonuses among the 3 clubs." Patrick exclaimed eagerly. After arduous negotiations, he had successfully secured a salary of €5 million for De Bruyne, placing him among the elite stars. Any higher would signify a top-tier star's remuneration, a level De Bruyne had yet to attain in fame or capability, making such a salary unattainable. Thus, having finalized terms with Wolfsburg, Patrick was confident that De Bruyne would find it impossible to turn down such an offer. Once the winter break commenced, Wolfsburg would present their bid to Chelsea, and upon mutual agreement on the transfer fee, a contract with Wolfsburg would follow. Patrick anticipated that De Bruyne would readily embrace this transfer, yet he was taken aback when, before he could elaborate on the contract details, De Bruyne resolutely declared, "No, I shall not go to Wolfsburg." Patrick was momentarily stunned. Assuming De Bruyne wished to remain at Chelsea, and he earnestly advised, "Kevin, you must face reality. Your future at Chelsea is bleak. Leaving sooner would benefit both you and the club." De Bruyne nodded. "Indeed, Lin also advised me thus." "Lin? Which Lin?" Patrick was momentarily perplexed. "Lin from Manchester City. He extended an invitation to me." Patrick gasped, realizing that Manchester City might be a favorable destination. Their performance in both the League and Champions League was commendable, and the core of the team enjoyed a good relationship with De Bruyne, minimizing the risk of the exclusion he faced at Chelsea. However, would Manchester City truly consider De Bruyne? He had yet to prove his worth at Chelsea. Would they genuinely invest in him? Although Lin Quan shares a commendable rapport with De Bruyne, he is merely a player. Can he truly influence Manchester City's decision-makers to procure De Bruyne? Should they decline the overtures from the Bundesliga, and if City refrains from making a move during the winter transfer window, would not De Bruyne find himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament? I firmly believe in him. De Bruyne's tone is remarkably resolute. Chapter 52. Home Victory, Media Exaltation. The best start in Premier League history. "Hey, I heard you went to Belgium. Was it to accompany your girlfriend?" Bosque, having received this information from an unknown source, made a special call to Lin Quan. He did not summon Lin Quan to the national team, considering the recent dense schedule of Manchester City's matches, aiming to allow the young man some much-needed rest. Yet, to his dismay, Lin Quan chose to roam instead of resting at home. This infuriated Bosque, who decided that next FIFA matchday, he would rescind Lin Quan's privileges. No, coach, let me explain." "Explain what?" "Maintain your form. If you fail to secure the World Cup next year, I shall have words with you." With that, Bosque ended the call, leaving Lin Quan in a state of bewilderment. Girlfriend? De Bruyne? Never mind. Such matters are best left unexplained, as elaboration would only exacerbate the situation. Instead, he contemplated how to persuade Pellegrini to consider acquiring De Bruyne during the winter break. Perhaps he could ease off a bit in the upcoming matches, allowing Pellegrini to recognize the shortcomings in the team's attacking front, and then take the opportunity to advocate for De Bruyne. This was his thought process, and his course of action as well. In the 12th round of the Premier League, Manchester City faced the 7th-ranked Tottenham Hotspur at home. Tottenham has demonstrated commendable performance over recent seasons, consistently ranking between 4th and 5th, making them the strongest team outside the title contention. Facing such a formidable opponent, a slight easing of pressure from Lin Quan could render Manchester City's task exceedingly challenging. It would then become apparent to Pellegrini the gravity of the situation. However, much to Lin Quan's astonishment, Luck favored Manchester City in this match. Merely 13 seconds into the game, Navas unleashed a stunning strike that breached Tottenham's defenses. Remarkably, he was at least 35 meters away from the goal when he scored. Not only did this leave the entire Tottenham team dumbfounded, but Lin Quan was equally taken aback. Sensing an ominous turn of events, his apprehension was soon validated. Navas's incredible goal invigorated Manchester City, and upon resuming play, they launched a relentless assault on Tottenham's goal. Compounding their troubles, in the 7th minute, Tottenham's defender Sandro made a grave error, inadvertently redirecting the ball into his own net. Within a mere 7 minutes, Manchester City had surged to a 2-0 lead over Tottenham. The outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. The only question remained: by how many goals would the rampant Manchester City triumph at home? 90 minutes later, the answer would be revealed. Manchester City achieved a staggering victory at home, routing Tottenham Hotspur 6-0, marking the most significant single-match defeat for the latter in nearly 15 seasons. The last time Tottenham faced such a humiliating loss was back in 1997, during an away match against a Newcastle United side managed by Kevin Keegan. As the final whistle blew, the Spurs players appeared utterly bewildered, as if their souls had been lost, each grappling with the incredulity of the scoreline. Equally astonished was Lin Quan, who, upon glancing at the glaring red numbers on the scoreboard, placed his hands on his hips and cast a disapproving look at the Tottenham players. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? How could you succumb so easily? If it weren't for City's deliberate restraint, they might have shattered Tottenham's record for the most significant defeat in the club's history. Had Spurs players been privy to Lin Quan's thoughts, they might have cursed under their breath. Was that performance of 2 goals and 2 assists merely an act of leniency? Surely, one would be deceived. In the wake of City's astounding scoreline, media outlets erupted in praise, extolling their prowess. Sky Sports exclaimed, 6-0, an unbelievable scoreline. Manchester City ruthlessly dismantled Tottenham at home. Prior to their visit to the Etihad Stadium, Tottenham had been the best defensive team in the Premier League this season, conceding only 6 goals in 11 matches. However, in a single match, the Blue Moon doubled that figure. Truly astonishing. They emphasized their astonishment with bold, capitalized words. The Guardian noted, in consecutive home matches, Manchester City has posted scores of 7-0 and 6-0, showcasing their fearsome attacking capabilities. Furthermore, thus far this season, City has remained undefeated at home across all competitions, making the Etihad Stadium undeniably the most daunting venue in the Premier League this season, bar none. The Times remarked. Following a hard-fought away victory, Manchester City responded to external skepticism with a resounding triumph, reaffirming their status as one of the finest teams in the Premier League. BBC reported that, with their triumph over Tottenham at home, City established a new record in the Premier League, breaking the best opening record previously set by Chelsea in the 2005-2006 season. 8 years ago, the Special One led Chelsea to an unprecedented 9 consecutive victories at the start of the Premier League season, achieving a record of 10 wins and 1 draw in the first 11 matches. Their unbeaten streak persisted until the 12th round, when they were finally defeated at home by Manchester United. After this round of matches, the record for the best start in the Premier League now belongs to Manchester City, relegating Chelsea to 2nd place. In the post-match player ratings, Lin Quan received an impressive score of 10. He delivered a commanding performance, scoring 2 goals and providing 2 assists. Had his attacking zeal not waned in the final moments, he might have achieved a hat-trick of goals and assists. Aguero, 9 points. In this match, Manchester City's formidable striker continued to showcase his remarkable prowess, netting 2 goals and providing an assist. The Argentine's synergy with the team's core player, Lin Quan, grows increasingly harmonious, presenting a dilemma for all teams in the Premier League on how to counter this lethal partnership. Navas, 8 points. The Spaniard struck a stunning long-range shot that equaled the record for the fastest goal in the Premier League this season. While his tally may not be the highest, his lightning-quick goal shattered Tottenham's rigid defense, laying the groundwork for Manchester City's resounding victory. Yaya Touré, 8 points. As Lin Quan integrates further into the team, Yaya Touré's collaboration with his new teammate has also flourished. Since providing an assist to Lin Quan during the away match against Chelsea, their partnership has blossomed. In this game, playing as a defensive midfielder, Touré not only delivered an assist, but also established himself as an impenetrable barrier in Manchester City's midfield. Most of Tottenham's counterattacks came to a halt before him. The team's impressive performance even broke records in the Premier League, leading the media to lavish praise upon them, much to the delight of Manchester City's fans, who eagerly welcomed the flattery. However, the team's core player, Lin Quan, felt a tinge of regret. The ease of this victory did not reflect the underlying issues within Manchester City's midfield and attack, further obscuring these concerns. This made it somewhat challenging for him to approach Pellegrini about the necessity of acquiring De Bruyne during the winter transfer window. Nevertheless, with over a month until the winter break, he decided to observe the situation further. Shortly after the league concluded, the fourth round of the League Cup commenced. Manchester City was set to face Newcastle away, especially considering they would host their final Champions League match in 2 days. Pellegrini opted to leave most of the first team in Manchester, bringing along a mix of starters and substitutes. Notably, David Silva, who had been sidelined for 3 months due to injury, began his recovery training before this match. To aid his swift return to form, Pellegrini included him in the squad. This decision proved to be astute. At St. James Park, Newcastle, perhaps inspired by Manchester City's overwhelming victory over Tottenham or by Sunderland's near-equalizing performance against City while employing a defensive strategy, chose to adopt a similar approach against Manchester City. Deprived of Lin Quan, Manchester City struggled against the opponent's fortified defense, failing to score throughout the regular 90 minutes and ultimately being dragged into extra time. During this phase, Pellegrini introduced David Silva, whose presence immediately transformed Manchester City's attacking dynamics. His organization, passing, and movement infused vitality into Manchester City's attacking system, akin to applying lubricant to a rusted machine. Consequently, what had previously been a struggle for Manchester City to score transformed dramatically, as they netted 2 goals within the 30 minutes of extra time, successfully advancing to the quarterfinals of the League Cup. Upon the conclusion of the match, Pellegrini arrived at 2 conclusions. Manchester City's bench lacked strength, and the team could not afford to be without Lin Quan. This realization brought Lin Quan a modicum of solace, as it indicated that Pellegrini acknowledged the issues within the team's midfield. On December 2nd, the penultimate round of the Champions League group stage commenced, with Manchester City facing their weakest opponent, Victoria Plzen. Although Manchester City had already secured advancement 2 rounds ahead, the competition for the top spot with Bayern Munich loomed, prompting them to approach the match with utmost seriousness. Given the opponent's limited strength, Pellegrini took a considerable risk by including the recently recovered David Silva in the starting lineup, evidently aiming to expedite Silva's return to form and reintegration into the team's tactical framework. Victoria Plzen was keenly aware of this strategy and exploited the psychological vulnerability of a player returning from injury, targeting David Silva's side with aggressive play. With 4 consecutive losses, Victoria Plzen had nothing to lose, fighting solely for pride, resulting in an open and fearless style of play, whether at home or away. This mindset led to a significantly improved performance compared to their previous encounter with Manchester City. In the first 30 minutes, Manchester City struggled to create clear opportunities. Instead, Silva's instinctive avoidance of physical confrontations allowed the opposition to capitalize, executing several threatening counterattacks. Silva's presence became a defensive liability, necessitating Lin Quan's frequent interventions to provide support and cover, which adversely affected Manchester City's attacking momentum. Prolonged inability to score could impact the players' morale and bolster the opponent's confidence. Moreover, this match marked Silva's first start since his return from injury. Any misstep could have profound psychological repercussions. Lin Quan did not forget the support he received upon joining Manchester City. Consequently, starting from the 30-minute mark, he increased his dribbling time and attempts to penetrate, enabling him to exploit defensive gaps more swiftly while alleviating his teammates' burdens in ball retention. Victoria Plzen evidently underestimated Lin Quan's individual capabilities, providing him with opportunities during their defensive efforts. In the 33rd minute, Lin Quan executed a series of successful dribbles, penetrating the opponent's penalty area before being brought down, awarding Manchester City a penalty opportunity. As Manchester City's primary penalty taker, Lin Quan is naturally expected to assume responsibility for penalties, especially when vying for the UEFA Champions League top scorer title alongside superstars like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. However, today he graciously relinquished a penalty opportunity to his teammate, David Silva. Lin, this is rather unnecessary. You need this goal for the scoring chart. I don't require it. And there's no need for you to pass the chance to me. David Silva, deeply touched by Lin's kind gesture, nevertheless declined the offer. His gratitude for Lin's thoughtfulness was immense, yet he felt uncomfortable taking the penalty. Upon his return to the starting lineup, Silva was not entirely satisfied with his performance. If he were to grade himself, he might not even reach a passing score of 6. In fact, had it not been for his presence on the pitch, Manchester City might have already taken the lead. It's all right. Even without this penalty, I can still compete for the top scorer title, Lin urged sincerely. Please accept this as my gift to you. I hope you can use this Champions League goal as a symbol of your triumphant return and regain your form soon. Moved by Lin's heartfelt words, David Silva nodded in agreement and no longer resisted. Viewers in the stadium, on television, and online were astonished to witness the referee award a penalty, only to see Lin Quan not take it himself, but rather engage in a display of mutual respect with David Silva. Fans were left bewildered. What is Lin doing? Why doesn't he take the penalty himself? It seems he actually wishes to offer this opportunity to Silva. Is this for real? He is willing to give up such a golden chance. It doesn't seem like a facade. I am genuinely moved. Lin's character is beyond reproach. If I were his teammate, I would gladly sacrifice anything for such an extraordinary ally. However, it must be noted that Lin currently has only 5 Champions League goals. And with Manchester City likely not progressing far in the knockout stage, competing for the UEFA Golden Boot against Messi and Ronaldo may prove challenging. Nonetheless, the gap between him and those legends is not insurmountable. Had he taken the penalty, he would have been just 2 goals shy of Ronaldo. Perhaps it is for the best that he refrained from taking it, ensuring that none of his goals are tainted by the stigma of penalties. Indeed, goals scored from open play carry a weight that those from penalties do not. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 53, the Golden Boy Award presentation, Lin Quan's first trophy. David Silva did not squander the opportunity Lin had graciously afforded him. He confidently converted the penalty, putting the team ahead. Following the goal, a wave of relief washed over Silva, alleviating much of his initial tension. Well done, David, Lin exclaimed, rushing over to celebrate with a high five, only for Silva to reciprocate with a warm embrace. Thank you, Lin. Don't mention it. We're teammates, after all. Looking out for each other is only natural. Lin replied with a smile, patting Silva on the shoulder, dismissing the moment with casual camaraderie. David Silva nodded emphatically, choosing not to utter another word. Actions, after all, speak louder than words. If one is to repay a kindness, it must be manifested in deeds rather than mere verbal expressions. Once the match resumed, the players of Victoria Plzen were taken aback by the transformation of the opposing number 21, who seemed to have undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Previously hesitant in physical confrontations, he now appeared emboldened. As David Silva surmounted this psychological barrier, his influence on the pitch began to materialize. In the 42nd minute, David Silva and Lin Quan executed a breathtaking display of synergy in the attacking third, flawlessly orchestrating a series of 1-2s that outmaneuvered their opponents, culminating in Lin Quan deftly pushing the ball into the net from approximately 8 meters away. This offensive maneuver effectively pierced through the opponent's defense, leaving all defenders bewildered. Witnessing this exquisite interplay and the subsequent goal, the Manchester City supporters erupted with elation. The intricate passing and movement, reminiscent of the famed Barcelona style, had been replicated by their own team, a manifestation of the attacking prowess they had long yearned for. One could only hope for more such collaborations and goals. It seemed as though the fervent calls from the fans were heard, as in the second half, Lin Quan and David Silva once again executed a stunning combination. Despite Victoria Plzen's heightened vigilance, they remained at the mercy of these 2 astutely talented superstars, who toyed with them effortlessly. In the 67th minute, Manchester City extended their lead once more, with Lin Quan scoring yet again, assisted by David Silva. All 3 goals on the field were intricately linked to their contributions. Observing this goal, Pellegrini felt a swell of satisfaction, rising to applaud his players. With David's return, Lin Quan's potential was liberated. No longer would they fear the ironclad defenses of rival teams. However, just as Pellegrini reveled in his team's performance, unforeseen events unfolded on the pitch. Despite trailing by 3 goals, Victoria Plzen did not relent in their offensive efforts. Instead, they seized 2 counterattack opportunities, capitalizing on Manchester City's complacency, and successfully netted 2 goals, narrowing the lead to just 1. The home crowd began to feel the tension. What in the world was happening with this team? For losses in the first 4 matches, now facing a 3-goal deficit, and suddenly they were rising to the occasion? Surely, their team would not suffer a calamitous reversal at home. Naturally, such a narrative was implausible. In the 82nd minute, Lin Quan broke through the center, drawing the attention of multiple defenders before passing to Negrito. Without breaking stride, Negrito executed a stunning volley that found the back of the net, restoring Manchester City's lead. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed at home with a score of 4-2, concluding the Champions League group stage with a perfect record of 5 wins, accumulating 15 points and extending their goal difference to 12. On the other side, amidst the frigid temperatures of -7 or 8 degrees in Moscow, Bayern withstood their opponents' assaults and triumphed with a score of 3-1. Following this round, Bayern secured a 2-goal advantage and advanced to the next stage a round early. Consequently, the goal difference in points between the two teams remained unchanged. Manchester City still held a 3-point lead and 2-goal advantage. However, this slender margin and slight edge appeared precarious in the face of Bayern. Should Bayern manage to defeat Manchester City by a 2-goal margin at home, they would seize the top spot in the group. After the conclusion of the 5th round of the Champions League, the qualification scenarios for each group have largely crystallized. In Group A, Manchester United achieved a resounding 5-0 victory against Bayer Leverkusen away, amassing 11 points to secure their progression a round early. The other qualification spot will be contested between Shakhtar Donetsk and Bayer Leverkusen. Although Shakhtar possesses a point more than Leverkusen, they face Manchester United in their final match, while Leverkusen contends with the weakest team in the group, Real Sociedad. Thus, external observers are more optimistic about Leverkusen's prospects, notwithstanding the possibility that the already qualified Manchester United might ease up at home. In Group B, Real Madrid once again overwhelmed Galatasaray with a 4-1 victory at home, not only ensuring their advancement, but also clinching the top position in the group. The remaining 3 teams in Group B still harbor hopes of qualification, with Juventus holding 6 points in a favorable position. If they can triumph over their direct rival Galatasaray in the final match, they will secure the 2nd spot in Group B. However, given Juventus's dismal performance in this season's Champions League, many remain skeptical about their ability to conquer the daunting Turkish fortress, speculating that the old lady might falter. In Group C, Paris Saint-Germain has already advanced a round early, with the final qualification spot to be determined between Olympiacos and Benfica. In Group E, initially regarded as a joyful group for Chelsea, it has instead become a source of sorrow. In this round, Chelsea suffered another defeat at the hands of Basel, with Mourinho's team experiencing a double defeat, both home and away, at the hands of their adversary. This outcome was indeed surprising, as few anticipated that the Blues would be so thoroughly vanquished by a team not hailing from one of Europe's top 5 leagues during the group stage. Notably, the player who scored the decisive goal against Chelsea was a 21-year-old prodigy named Mohamed Salah. Throughout the 2 encounters against Chelsea, Salah netted 2 goals and caused significant turmoil within Chelsea's defense. This performance piqued Mourinho's interest, prompting him to contemplate making an offer to Basel during the winter transfer window to bring this Egyptian talent to Stamford Bridge. Despite the defeat, Chelsea remains in a favorable position, as their direct competitors Werder Bremen and Basel are set to clash, with current points standing at 7 and 8 respectively. Chelsea's total of 9 points ensures they will finish above at least one of these teams, thus securing their advancement a round early. Their ability to secure the top position in Group E hinges upon the outcome of the forthcoming match. Indeed, the so-called Group of Death lives up to its name. In Group F, after 5 rounds, the scenario for qualification remains intricately complex. Arsenal, with 4 victories and 1 defeat, leads the group with 12 points, while Borussia Dortmund and Napoli follow closely with 9 points each, occupying the 2nd and 3rd spots respectively. Despite Arsenal's 3-point advantage, they have yet to guarantee their advancement. In the next match, Arsenal will directly confront Napoli. Should they suffer a defeat by a margin of 3 goals or more, and if Dortmund emerges victorious, Arsenal will face elimination. Dortmund's next encounter is against a winless Marseille. A victory for them, combined with their existing goal difference of 4, would secure their place in the next round, possibly even allowing them to claim the top position in the group. For Napoli, they not only must triumph over Arsenal, but also strive to widen the goal difference. Otherwise, if Dortmund wins, even a total of 12 points would lead to their unfortunate elimination due to goal difference. Should Napoli be eliminated with 12 points, they would become the most unfortunate team in the history of the Champions League reform, as no team has previously accrued such points only to be cast aside. In stark contrast to Group F, Group G presents a different scenario. If Napoli could potentially set a record for the highest points total in history and still be eliminated, then in Group G, Zenit St. Petersburg might create a record for the lowest points to advance to the knockout stage. After 5 rounds, Atletico Madrid, with 4 wins and 1 draw, has already secured their advancement 2 rounds early with 13 points. In contrast, Zenit sits in second place with a mere 6 points. Porto in third with 5 points, and Vienna languishing at the bottom with only 2 points. In the final round, Atletico will host Porto, should they win. Even if Zenit loses to Vienna, they would still progress to the knockout stage with the historically low total of 6 points. In Group H, Barcelona's situation mirrors that of Chelsea. Despite an unexpected defeat to Ajax, they have still advanced with 10 points 1 round early. This result has infuriated AC Milan fans, who feel aggrieved. Had Barcelona not faltered and defeated Ajax, AC Milan would have also secured their advancement 1 round early. Now, following their victory over Barcelona, Ajax has reached 7 points, while AC Milan has 8 points. The two teams will face off directly in their next match, should AC Milan lose. They would be eliminated by Ajax. Conversely, if AC Milan triumphs and Barcelona loses in the final round, they could even usurp the top position from Barcelona. Following the examination of the standings and records across the groups, fans engaged in fervent discussions. Manchester City, with 5 victories, amassed the highest total of 15 points among the 32 teams, yet they have not secured the top position in their group. In contrast, teams like Paris Saint-Germain, Real Madrid, and Atletico, with fewer points than City, have already locked in their group leads, leaving one to ponder the fairness of the situation. Oh, how delightful it is to find contentment. One might instead gaze upon Group F, where the supporters of the 3 teams surely find themselves on tenterhooks. For all 3 face the looming specter of elimination in the final round. At least Manchester City has secured their advancement. Group F and Group G stand in stark contrast. Zenit, with a mere 6 points, can progress, while Napoli, with 12 points, finds themselves unable to advance. Is this not absurd? Barcelona's actions are indeed disheartening, year after year. They bully AC Milan, and now they have even gone so far as to deliberately lose to Ajax. Is this an attempt to undermine AC Milan? Perhaps it was not a deliberate defeat, but merely a reflection of their poor performance? Enough of that. With luminaries such as Messi, Neymar, Xavi, and Iniesta, can one truly claim they are lacking? A conspiracy, without a doubt. In addition to discussing team standings and qualification scenarios, many fans are also keenly focused on the individual statistics of their star players. In this match, Lin Huang scored 2 goals and provided an assist, bringing his total to 7 goals, just 1 shy of the leader. Had he not relinquished that penalty, he would have matched the tallies of both Cristiano Ronaldo and Zlatan Ibrahimovic by now. Perhaps it is for the best that he did not take the penalty, as it spares him from potential criticism. And given Lin Huang's current scoring efficiency, I anticipate he will find the net once more in the next match, including this game. Lin Huang has now scored in 5 consecutive Champions League matches, has he not? Indeed, his efficiency and consistency are remarkable. Should he score again in the next encounter, he would become the first player since the Champions League's reformation to net goals in all 6 group stage matches. Applause, applause. It seems we are once again witnesses to history. Ever since Lin Huang graced the pitch, records have been consistently shattered. I shall refer to him as the record smasher. On another note, both Messi and Ronaldo were silent this round. Yes, neither found the back of the net, thus giving Lin Huang the opportunity to close the gap. But what of Defonxian? How has he managed to score again? 8 goals in 5 matches, and none from penalties. Defonxian is truly formidable. Yet, let us not forget, he remains overshadowed by Ronaldo when representing the national team. Ah, dear fans of the donkey, do not revel too soon. When Paris Saint-Germain encounters Real Madrid in the knockout stage, we shall show you what true ruthlessness entails. Anyone can boast. Let us first secure a place in the quarterfinals, lest we find ourselves the subject of ridicule in the first stage of elimination. Shortly after the conclusion of the 5th round of the Champions League, Tuttosport, responsible for selecting this year's European Golden Boy, finally unveiled the list of awardees. Lin Quan, the number 10 player from Manchester City, emerged victorious with overwhelming support in the voting by media and experts, surpassing notable young talents such as Juventus' Pogba, Schalke's Draxler, Real Madrid's Varane, and Liverpool's Coutinho. thereby becoming the 11th player to be honored with the European Golden Boy Award. While the prestige of the European Golden Boy may not rival that of the Ballon d'Or, for players under the age of 21, this accolade represents the pinnacle of recognition. This season, a multitude of esteemed professional media outlets participated in the selection process, including prominent European publications such as France's L'Equipe, Spain's Marca, Germany's Bild, the UK's The Times, the Netherlands' The Telegraph, Spain's Mundo Deportivo, and France's France Football. Experts from these media evaluated the players on the shortlist based on their performances throughout the entire season in league matches, cup competitions, and international fixtures, thereby rendering the results highly authoritative due to the significant expertise involved. Historically, aside from a few unfortunate cases of players who failed to meet expectations, the majority of those who have previously received the Golden Boy Award have achieved notable success in the world of football. Among the illustrious names are Messi, Rooney, Fabregas, and Agüero. Notably, Cristiano Ronaldo, born in 1985, was unable to secure the Golden Boy Award. His misfortune stemmed from competing against the sensational Rooney in 2004 and the emerging Messi in 2005. His performances during these two seasons, while commendable, did not stand out sufficiently, leading to the regrettable loss of the opportunity to claim the award. In response to his receipt of the Golden Boy Award, Lin Quan was not particularly surprised. However, his friends, family, and even teammates expressed their congratulations upon learning the news. Morata exclaimed, "Lin, you're incredible." David Silva remarked, "Truly impressive. This must be the youngest Golden Boy Award yet." Reyes added, "Congratulations. It's a pity I'm a bit older. Otherwise, I would have surely contended with you." Lin Quan replied, "Sure, the Ballon d'Or has no age restrictions. Come on." Seeing the expression from Reyes, Lin Quan chuckled. Just as he finished replying to Reyes, De Bruyne messaged him, inquiring, "By the way, can one win the Golden Boy Award multiple times? You're still under 18. If you win this year, can you win again next year?" Lin Quan had not pondered this question. "I suppose not, but who can say? The organizers probably never anticipated a player of my caliber." Haha. De Bruyne responded with a bemused emoji. "I was merely asking, why are you tooting your own horn? Keep it up. Aim for a different trophy next year. The Ballon d'Or? That is quite a challenge. Challenges make it even more precious. Go for it, young man." As Lin Quan was about to reply, a phone call interrupted him. Glancing at the caller ID, he realized it was Guardiola. "Well done, my son. I am proud of you." Guardiola had called specifically to congratulate him, as Lin Quan had achieved an honor that eluded Guardiola during his playing days. In his career, Guardiola did not garner any remarkable personal accolades. There was no Golden Boy Award during his time, and he was not deemed worthy of the Ballon d'Or. Moreover, his unfortunate position as a defensive midfielder meant that he was not the most glamorous or attention-grabbing player. Consequently, until his retirement, public perception of him was not particularly high. Only those who had witnessed his play truly understood his worth. TSK, verbal praise? How insincere. Certainly not. Sierra and I have prepared a gift for you, which we shall present when you are on holiday during Christmas. Ahem, Comrade Guardiola, I must remind you that the Premier League does not observe a winter break. I will still be competing during Christmas. Well, I express my sympathy for you in my heart. Thank you, and in light of your sincerity, I shall be gentler when we visit the Allianz Stadium for our next match. Hee, cheeky lad, playing psychological games, are we? I have already devised a method to restrain you. Really? What method? You shall know when you arrive. With that, he hung up the phone. Upon hearing the dead air on the other end, Lin Quan spat in disdain. Guardiola accused Lin Quan of psychological warfare. It was his own behavior, not a form of psychological manipulation. End of chapter 54. The media's adulation and the championship declaration. On December 3rd, after triumphing over Swansea in the 13th round of the league with a score of 3-0 at home, Lin Quan requested a day off from the team to head to the headquarters of Tuttosport to receive an award. Pellegrini did not oppose this. Rather, he generously granted Lin Quan an additional day off, allowing him to avoid any rush. Naturally, Lin Quan accepted with gratitude. Turin, located in northern Italy, is approximately 1,400 kilometers from Manchester. It is the third largest city in Italy, steeped in a rich history and home to numerous classical architectural marvels. Like Milan, Turin is also a revered footballing sanctuary in Italy, boasting two top Serie A clubs, Juventus and Torino. Lin Quan arrived fortuitously, as that very afternoon featured a match between the Old Lady and Udinese in Serie A. considering the award ceremony was scheduled for the following morning. Lin Quan thought it prudent to purchase a ticket and immerse himself in the ambience of an Italian league match. Juventus' home ground is not particularly large, yet it is quite modern. The Juventus Stadium, with a total capacity of 41,000, was constructed at the club's expense and is exclusively dedicated to football, making it the only stadium in Serie A owned entirely by a team. This venue began operations just 2 years ago, so its facilities appear remarkably new, providing an excellent matchday experience. The only drawback might be its size. Compared to the grand stadiums of Barcelona and Real Madrid, the Old Ladies' Ground is indeed modest. However, a smaller venue offers its own advantages, as it allows fans to be closer to the pitch, enhancing the viewing experience. Due to the telephone scandal, Juventus experienced a downer a few years prior. However, under the guidance of their esteemed captain, Conte, the club's fortunes began to revive. In the 2011 to 2012 season, they secured their first championship since returning to Serie A. The following 2012 to 2013 season saw the Old Lady continue their remarkable form, successfully defending their title and achieving an impressive unbeaten streak of 49 matches across seasons. This currently stands as the third longest unbeaten streak in football history, trailing only behind AC Milan's remarkable 58-match unbeaten run from 1990 to 1992 and Arsenal's 49 matches without defeat from 2002 to 2004. Juventus, due to their relatively later achievement, finds themselves in third place. Amidst such an impressive record, the fans of the Old Lady are brimming with confidence, hoping for a deeper run in the Champions League. It has been 18 years since Juventus last claimed the title in the Champions League since the 1995 to 1996 season, and the entire club is yearning for that coveted trophy. However, disappointment looms as their performance in the group stage has been rather dismal. While losses and draws against formidable opponents like Real Madrid can be tolerated, being held to draws by teams like Copenhagen and Galatasaray, regarded as weaker foes, is hard for the fans to accept. Currently, Juventus, with 6 points, is still grappling for a spot in the knockout stage. With their current points tally, a draw in their next match would suffice for progression. Yet, given their present form, whether they can secure even a draw at the daunting Galatasaray home ground is a question that even the Juventus faithful harbor doubts about. This mindset has evidently affected their league performance as well. In their latest match, they faced Udinese, currently ranked 12th in Serie A. Juventus struggled significantly, with neither team finding the net in the first 90 minutes despite Juventus unleashing 26 shots, only managing 5 on target, and failing to score. Just as it seemed they were headed for a stalemate, in the 91st minute, Fernando Llorente, a teammate of Lin Quan from the national team, delivered a last-gasp winner, securing 3 points for the Old Lady just before the final whistle. Observing the jubilant embrace of his Juventus teammates in celebration, Lin Quan shook his head. Although he had not seen Galatasaray play, his intuition suggested that with Juventus in such a state, a loss away from home was highly likely. A team capable of achieving a 49-match unbeaten streak should not be performing at this level. The current issues facing Juventus are not rooted in their abilities, but rather in their mentality and morale, which have been compromised. Such issues are challenging to rectify in a short span. With Lin Quan not concealing his presence and eschewing sunglasses or flamboyant attire while attending the match, he was quickly captured by the cameras. Post-match, Italian media sensationalized the event with headlines such as the new European Golden Boy spotted at Juventus home ground. Lin Quan may join the Old Lady. To bolster their claims, they even published candid photographs of Lin Quan watching the game live. This led some unsuspecting Juventus fans to believe the rumors. Is it true? Is Lin Quan coming to Juventus? If so, wouldn't that elevate the Old Lady to new heights? Compared to Pogba, Lin Quan appears to be a comprehensive upgrade. And should he indeed join Juventus, the team's competitive edge would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Alas, let us hasten to the arrival of the Emperor Lin at Juventus. For with him, the Old Lady shall possess a superstar of the same caliber as Messi and Ronaldo. Aside from those few misguided souls who mistakenly believe the reports, a greater number of fans express skepticism. Why would Lin leave Manchester City, where he is thriving? Indeed, given Juventus's financial predicament, how could they possibly afford to acquire Lin? Even if they managed to sign him, his salary would be insurmountable for the club. Let us cease our wild speculations. I shall reveal the truth. Lin is in Turin to collect the Golden Boy Award trophy and to watch a match at Juventus's home ground. a mere pastime without any profound significance. This is a rather straightforward matter, which is why, apart from a few tabloids eager to concoct sensational stories, the mainstream press refrained from joining the fray. Clearly, they immediately considered this possibility. As anticipated, at 9:30 the following morning, Lin arrived punctually at the headquarters of Tuttosport to receive his trophy. Prior to his arrival, a considerable number of journalists had gathered, including representatives from the most prominent media outlets across Europe. This surprised those responsible for the award presentation at Tuttosport. They had awarded numerous players in the past, but had seldom encountered such overwhelming attention for a recipient. The sheer number of media present and their influence in the journalistic realm might lead one to believe that a Ballon d'Or was being awarded today. They certainly did not naively attribute this phenomenon to an increase in the Golden Boy Award's prestige. The sole reason for this remarkable turnout was undoubtedly the young man there to accept the accolade, truly deserving of the title as the foremost talent beneath Messi and Ronaldo. Such influence is likely beyond that of many elite stars. Lin, congratulations. You are worthy of this trophy. The editor-in-chief who presided over the ceremony warmly shook Lin's hand, whispering a few words in his ear. Thank you, Mr. Pierre. Lin responded with a courteous smile, turning to pose for photographs with the attending journalists. I am certain that this award-winning image will soon grace the front pages of numerous media outlets. Initially, the Golden Boy Award would not wield such significant influence, especially given its proximity to the Ballon d'Or ceremony, which naturally draws more attention due to its higher prestige. However, for reasons unknown, this year's Ballon d'Or has been postponed, which means that Lin, having received the Golden Boy Award, will become the focal point of attention and discussion in the football world over the coming days. Following the award presentation, Lin will deliver a speech and engage in interviews with the assembled journalists. This year has been fortunate for me. Receiving such a prestigious award is a validation of my efforts over the past year. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed media outlets for their support and kindness. Thank you for your votes. I shall demonstrate through my actions that you have not erred in your choice. The journalists erupted in laughter. In previous years, selecting a candidate for the awards had been somewhat arduous. In certain seasons, the players vying for the top positions possessed nearly equivalent prowess, making the task of choosing one exceedingly challenging, inevitably leading to controversy regardless of the selection. However, this year presents an entirely different scenario. Lin Quan's substantial lead has relegated all his competitors to mere background figures. Even Pogba, who stands second, is markedly inferior to Lin Quan in terms of both accolades and personal skill. Under such circumstances, the voting process has become remarkably straightforward. Casting a ballot for Lin Quan suffices, and there exists no room for dispute. Lin, could you share your expectations for this season's league performance? Was the first inquiry posed by a journalist from The Guardian. The headquarters of The Guardian is located in Manchester, and while it does not serve as a mouthpiece for either Manchester City or Manchester United, it generally maintains a friendly stance towards the teams in Manchester. Given Manchester City's current league performance, if I were to claim that our objective is anything less than the championship, you would likely accuse me of hypocrisy, Lin remarked. Although the journalists did not openly concede, their expressions suggested they were in agreement. Even though the season has not yet reached its halfway point, our goal this year is unequivocal: to seize the championship. We aspire to challenge for the club's second league title, utilizing the trophy as a token of gratitude for our fans' unwavering support and affection. Had Lin Quan made this declaration at the season's outset, the journalists present would undoubtedly have derided him as arrogant and dismissive. Yet now, anyone glancing at the Premier League standings must concede that Manchester's chances of clinching the title are notably high. With an impeccable home record and only a draw against Chelsea marring their campaign, they have achieved 12 victories in 13 matches, marking the best start in Premier League history. With such a record, who else could possibly claim the title? Unless Manchester City experiences a catastrophic collapse in the latter half of the season, they are undoubtedly the frontrunners for this season's Premier League championship. May I inquire about your specific aspirations for Manchester City's Champions League campaign this year? Asked a journalist from Bild, as Manchester's next match is an away game against Bayern, a formidable opponent that has garnered significant attention from the German media. Presently, all four Bundesliga teams have a chance of advancing as group runners-up, which implies that should Manchester City emerge as group leaders, they are likely to face a German team. In the Champions League, we are but newcomers. We still have much to learn from the major clubs and must accumulate further match experience. Therefore, we aim to perform well in every match and strive to progress as far as possible. Lin Kuan's response elicited a nod from the Bild journalist. While he did not articulate a definitive goal for Manchester City, he conveyed an attitude of proactive ambition. A statement that would satisfy City fans while also mitigating the risk of future accountability should the objectives remain unfulfilled. This young man remains as astute as he was during his time in the Bundesliga. Lin, as is widely recognized, hails from the esteemed La Masia Youth Academy. The pressing question posed by a journalist from the sports publication Mundo Deportivo is whether there exists a possibility for Lin to return to Barcelona, donning the iconic red and blue jersey in service of the club once more. The sentiments surrounding Lin within the hearts of Barcelona supporters are undeniably complex. On one hand, they take great pride in the emergence of such a remarkable talent from La Masia. Conversely, Lin's departure from Camp Nou has led many fans to perceive him as a traitor, believing he betrayed the Blaugrana. This sentiment intensified following his transfer to Manchester City, where fans regarded him with disdain, equating him to a Judas swayed by monetary allure. However, as the scandals surrounding Rosell began to unfold, certain revelations began to reshape the perceptions of Barcelona supporters towards Lin. The question posed by Mundo Deportivo is, in fact, a probing attempt from the club's higher-ups to gauge Lin's emotional ties to Barcelona and the potential for his return to Camp Nou. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin paused for a moment before responding. Barcelona is a magnificent club, and La Masia is a cradle that has nurtured countless stars. I am honored to have received professional football training here, which launched my career. I sincerely wish Barcelona the best in their future endeavors, hoping they achieve greater success in both domestic and European competitions. As for myself, I am quite content at Manchester City and have no immediate plans to leave. Lin's response, though polite, subtly declined the invitation, leaving the journalist from Mundo Deportivo with a tinge of disappointment. Alas, how times have changed. In the past, Cesc Fabregas, when called upon by Barcelona, willingly accepted a pay cut and even contributed to the transfer fee to return to Camp Nou and serve the club. Yet, it seems that Lin's generation of La Masia graduates exhibits little interest in donning the revered Barcelona colors. Following Lin's statement, the voices of other clubs' representatives fell silent. Nevertheless, Lin's words were not an absolute refusal. He merely indicated that he had no intentions of leaving Manchester City at this moment, which does not preclude future possibilities. With a 5-year contract at City and at his current age, Lin would just be entering his prime upon its conclusion. By then, he may have already amassed numerous accolades, leading to diminished interest in remaining at Manchester City. Thus, other clubs may still have opportunities. Even after Lin fulfills his 3-year contract, they could potentially finance a buyout to secure his services 2 years early. However, Manchester City's lucrative wage offer presents a significant hurdle. Any early buyout would likely require substantial financial outlay from the pursuing club. On the same day Lin received the Golden Boy Award in Turin, an unexpected group of intruders stormed into the office of the president at FC Barcelona in Catalonia. After presenting their work certificates and search warrants to the club's staff, this group meticulously investigated all documents within Rosell's office, including all data on his computer. This scene instilled a sense of unease within the Barcelona squad, as many began to realize the gravity of the situation. Their former president, Laporta, had been incarcerated largely due to Rosell's actions. Could it be that Rosell was destined to follow in his predecessor's unfortunate footsteps? A week later, the local court in Catalonia summoned Rosell. Reports suggested that at least 40 million euros were unaccounted for, with the court suspecting Rosell of embezzling this substantial sum. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the football community, drawing everyone's attention towards Catalonia and the illustrious FC Barcelona. We extend our gratitude to Eric Chenoy for their generous contribution of 10,000 points, congratulating them on becoming the inaugural master of this book. Our sincere thanks also go to those who supported us, including Dujai, Shawa, and various others who appreciate literature and have shown their support. Chapter 55. A shocking turn for Barcelona, Rosell's imprisonment, and Manchester City's grueling schedule. Lin Kuan had not been closely following matters concerning Barcelona for quite some time, yet he was profoundly shocked to learn of Rosell's misappropriation of up to 40 million euros. Did the club president wield such immense power? Barcelona, as a member-owned club, should not grant its president such authority. Who could fathom? Perhaps he exploited the guise of transfer dealings to misallocate the funds. The true destination of the money remains a mystery. David Silva shook his head. As a player not hailing from La Masia, he was not well acquainted with Barcelona's affairs. He had heard of these developments from friends within Spain. It was reported that when confronted with the jury's accusations, Rosell denied the claims and refused to disclose the whereabouts of the funds, citing commercial confidentiality. However, speculation abounded, with many suggesting that the money was likely tied to Neymar's transfer that summer. Barcelona's fans were incensed, protesting outside the club and demanding Rosell's resignation. Rumor has it that Rosell now fears returning home, anxious about encountering irate supporters. Lin Quan nodded. This seemed to be a case of poetic justice. Ascending to power through unscrupulous means, only to descend into disgrace for similar reasons. It was a cyclical fate. The news of Rosell's alleged misconduct evidently impacted Barcelona's performance. The team, which had previously gone 14 matches unbeaten, suffered a defeat to Athletic Bilbao, thus ending their invincible streak. Consequently, no team remained unbeaten in La Liga. The competition in La Liga is fiercely intense, and following this loss, Barcelona's points were matched by Atletico Madrid. The long-standing rivals, Real Madrid, trail them by merely 3 points, transforming what once appeared to be a favorable title race into an enigmatic contest. Should Barcelona fail to extricate themselves swiftly from this adverse impact, they risk being distanced by the Madrid duo. Perhaps aware of this precarious situation, the local court in Catalonia has intensified its investigation into the Rosell case. Following tips from informants, they have uncovered evidence suggesting that Rosell is implicated in tax evasion, manipulation of match operations through falsified documents, and bribery involving the president of the Brazilian Football Confederation and an executive member of FIFA. The revelation of these allegations sent shockwaves through the football community. The president of the Brazilian Football Confederation and the FIFA executive member resigned in disgrace and have submitted to investigations by their country's courts. Rosell himself has been compelled to resign as president of Barcelona and now faces judicial proceedings, with reports suggesting he could receive a prison sentence of no less than 3 years. This news has elicited considerable dismay from many. The position of Barcelona president is akin to that of a national leader. It is indeed a high-stakes role. From Núñez to Laporta and now Rosell, none of the recent presidents have met with a favorable fate. Bartomeu, who has temporarily assumed Rosell's duties, remains uncertain whether he can escape this ominous pattern. The end of Barcelona's unbeaten streak has inadvertently benefited Manchester City. With Barcelona's defeat, only we and Bayern remain undefeated in the 5 major leagues, exclaimed Navas with a hint of schadenfreude. In our next match against West Bromwich, the opponent is not formidable. This victory is assured. Negrito expressed his confidence, dismissing the rival entirely. Now, it is a matter of which team, between us and Bayern, falters first. The players are keenly aware of the significance of maintaining their unbeaten record. They are eager to vanquish Bayern and become the sole unbeaten team in the 5 major leagues. However, Lin Quan harbors reservations. He vaguely recalls that in Guardiola's inaugural season at Bayern, they established the club's longest unbeaten streak. He cannot precisely recall the number of matches, but it was evidently substantial, as it stands as a historical record for Bayern. While other leagues approach their winter break, the Premier League does not enjoy such a luxury, and we must prepare for a potential decline in performance. During a pre-match training session, Pellegrini engaged in discussions with several assistant coaches. This marks Pellegrini's first venture into managing a Premier League team, necessitating a heightened level of caution. Is the Premier League's winter break truly that daunting? Inquired one assistant coach. Intrigued. Indeed, it is quite formidable. While players in other leagues can enjoy nearly a month of rest after over 3 months of competition, the Premier League, lacking a winter break, faces an increasingly congested schedule in December due to various cup and league fixtures, resulting in a significant rise in the number of matches players must contend with compared to the preceding months. Taking us as an example, in November we have only 3 league matches, while in December we are scheduled for 7, with 3 matches occurring within the span of just 6 days around Christmas. The 17th and 18th rounds are even back-to-back, with matches on consecutive days. This fixture arrangement seems rather inhumane, does it not? Why has the Premier League orchestrated such a schedule? The answer lies in commercialism, in pursuit of maximum financial gain. They deliberately choose to increase the number of matches during the Christmas period when other leagues are on break, capitalizing on the holiday time when fans are available to watch. Consequently, regardless of whether one is a dedicated Premier League supporter, the only option to view matches will be those of the Premier League. An astute strategy indeed. However, this is not beneficial for the players. The relentless schedule significantly heightens their physical exertion, potentially leading to an alarming number of injuries. Moreover, being unable to return home to spend time with family during Christmas, while instead competing on the pitch, may foster resentment among the players, adversely affecting their performance. Pellegrini has evidently done his homework. Although he has not experienced the grueling winter schedule of the Premier League, he is aware of the challenges posed during the festive season. So what shall we do now? Observing the daunting winter schedule, the assistant coach expresses some concern. A rotation of players is imperative. We must prepare in advance to minimize the physical toll on our key players, ensuring that when the fast-paced Christmas fixtures arrive, they do not suffer a significant decline in form. Pellegrini is quite thoughtful. He even plans to give the players staggered time off before Christmas, allowing them time to rest and be with their families. This way, when the hectic matches commence, their resistance to the situation may be somewhat alleviated. However, upon glancing at Manchester City's December schedule, he feels a pang of anxiety. Following the match against Swansea, City has 8 more fixtures in December, including 6 league matches, 1 Champions League game, and 1 League Cup match. The Champions League group stage match against Bayern on December 11th is an away game and crucial for securing the top spot in the group. On December 14th, they will face a challenge from Arsenal, the second-place team in the league. Arsenal is a direct competitor for the title, making this match worth 6 points, one that City cannot afford to lose. Both matches are vital for Manchester City, directly influencing their performance in the Champions League and the league this season. Pellegrini cannot afford to relinquish either match lightly and must press on regardless. On December 5th, Manchester City will face West Bromwich Albion, currently ranked 12th in the league. Given Lin Quan's recent return from Italy and his physical condition, Pellegrini has opted not to include him in the starting lineup, instead placing him on the bench. With the intense Christmas schedule looming, Lin Quan is the most crucial player for Manchester City, and it is imperative to ensure his fitness. Otherwise, the team risks potential collapse. In this match, Manchester City deployed a striking partnership of Aguero and Negrito, employing a 4-4-2 diamond formation. Despite Lin Quan's absence, the offensive prowess of Manchester City remained formidable. At Hawthorn, the players exhibited an indomitable spirit, seizing the initiative from the onset and launching a fervent assault against West Bromwich Albion. Merely 9 minutes into the match, Aguero opened the scoring, propelling Manchester City into the lead. The Argentine's goal marked his 14th in the league this season, placing him second in the Premier League Golden Boot race, trailing only Lin Quan, who had netted 21 goals. In the 22nd minute, Yaya Touré executed a high-quality direct free kick, further extending Manchester City's lead. In Lin Quan's absence, Touré assumed the role of primary set-piece taker, responsible for both free kicks and penalties. Within just over 20 minutes, Manchester City had established a 2-goal advantage, prompting the traveling fans to erupt in song. The match had settled into a rhythm familiar to Manchester City, against such a relentless force who could withstand their offensive onslaught. Witnessing this development, Pellegrini felt a sense of reassurance, rising to applaud his players while urging them to manage the tempo of the game and conserve energy. As Manchester City's attack became more restrained, both teams struggled to create significant opportunities, with the score remaining at 2-0 by halftime. Upon resuming the second half, West Bromwich Albion's performance continued to falter. They appeared dazed by Manchester City's initial onslaught, their minds haunted by memories of Tottenham and Norwich being ruthlessly dismantled. Losing to Manchester City was not disgraceful. The true humiliation lay in being overrun on home soil. Observing his opponents seemingly devoid of spirit, Pellegrini commenced substitutions early. In the 65th minute, he replaced the goalscorer Aguero with Milner. However, he was taken aback when the dynamics of the match shifted unexpectedly. In the 72nd minute, a long-range effort from West Bromwich's forward, Sean, created chaos within the Manchester City penalty area. Amidst the turmoil, goalkeeper Pantilimon made a glaring error, inadvertently directing a teammate's clearance into his own net, gifting West Bromwich an own goal. Kolarov could only shake his head in disbelief. He had successfully cleared the ball, while Pantilimon seemed to have acted without thought, needlessly intervening. Pantilimon quickly apologized to his teammates, acknowledging his responsibility for the blunder. Yet, unexpectedly gifted a goal, West Bromwich. who had previously felt the tide was against them, suddenly glimpsed hope. They reignited their fighting spirit, shifting from a passive stance to actively pressing the attack against Manchester City. In the 85th minute, substitute Anichebe surged down the wing, cutting inside as a defensive mishap allowed him to break through. Pantilimon, opting to charge out, found himself deceived by Anichebe's deft touch. In a moment of panic, he instinctively grasped his opponent's ankle, bringing him down within the penalty area. The referee swiftly blew the whistle, his expression grave as he jogged over. Pantilimon, realizing his blunder, hurriedly rose to explain himself to the referee, even attempting to help the writhing Anichebe back to his feet. However, the referee disregarded his explanation entirely, unsympathetically producing a red card from his pocket, sending him off the field. This fool. Witnessing Pantilimon's expulsion, the usually good-natured Pellegrini could not contain his expletives. What if the opponent scored an open goal? It would merely result in a drawn match. Now, with the goalkeeper sent off, Manchester City not only faced an enforced substitution, but also had to contend with playing a man down, drastically worsening their predicament. Alongside sending off Manchester City's goalkeeper, the referee awarded a penalty. The fans at Hawthorn Stadium erupted in frenzy. Should this penalty be converted, the score would equalize. The team, having trailed by 2 goals, had somehow clawed their way back, and with the opposing side down to 10 men, could Manchester City's unbeaten streak truly be at risk of termination at their hands? The match's dynamics took a dramatic turn, prompting Pellegrini to spring into action. He substituted in Joe Hart and instructed Lin Quan to warm up, preparing to bring him on as well. Joe Hart had been languishing on the bench for several matches, and having witnessed Pantilimon's growing confidence and trust from the coach, he felt his prospects at Manchester City had dimmed considerably. Yet, with this unexpected turn of events stemming from Pantilimon's 2 glaring errors, his impression in the coach's eyes would undoubtedly be tarnished. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to reclaim his starting position. The thought exhilarated Hart as he eagerly took to the field. In contrast, Lin Quan felt less enthusiasm. The team had inexplicably fallen behind, instilling in him a sense of foreboding. While Pantilimon's performance had indeed faltered, the Manchester City defense had also been lackluster that day. Particularly, Captain Kompany's performance had drastically declined, as if he had forgotten how to defend altogether. Lin Quan, often regarded as Manchester City's lucky charm, had delivered numerous last-minute heroics this season. As long as he was on the pitch, Manchester City seemed capable of turning the tide. Thus, with only 2 substitutions remaining, Pellegrini unhesitatingly opted for Lin Quan. Even with a man down, his inclusion would still provide a glimmer of hope for victory. Moreover, what if Hart miraculously saved the opponent's penalty? However, the miracle did not materialize. Hart failed to save the penalty. When Lin Quan entered the field, the score stood at 2-2. In truth, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Manchester City had merely been equalized against, not fallen behind. Yet, upon Lin Quan's arrival, he could distinctly sense that his teammates' emotions and state were somewhat awry. Lin Quan initially did not contemplate much. He proactively reached out for the ball, and upon receiving it, immediately sought to collaborate with Milner, David Silva, and others in an effort to re-establish an effective offensive strategy. Having observed from the sidelines, he noted that following Aguero's departure, Manchester City's frontline attacks had become somewhat disordered, significantly diminishing the threat posed to West Bromwich. This disarray was precisely why their opponents dared to engage in a direct offensive confrontation. Thus, if they could reorganize their attacking play and pose a credible threat to the opponent's goal, the adversaries would think twice before acting so brazenly. However, Lin Quan soon detected a troubling issue. When he initiated the attack, his teammates seemed hesitant to support him. It was as though they were apprehensive about something. Aside from Navis and David Silva, the others appeared reluctant to participate in the offensive play. This situation prompted Lin Quan to furrow his brow. He could ascertain that his teammates' mindset was flawed. But what was the root of this problem? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be due to that particular reason? Chapter conclusion. Chapter 56. Wenger's harsh words. Manchester City's internal and external struggles. The performance of Manchester City's players on the field during this period was decidedly peculiar. They seemed reluctant to launch attacks. In the commentary booth, Huey also noted the unusual behavior of Manchester City. Currently, they were down a player, and given the opponent's recent surge, playing conservatively appeared somewhat justifiable. Suyong attempted to justify Manchester City's choices, seeking to explain their cautious approach. But wait, if that were the case, Why then did they substitute Lin Quan in the final stages? Would it not suffice to replace him with a defensive player? He clearly expressed skepticism regarding his partner's explanation. For bringing Lin Quan onto the pitch signified their intent to pursue victory through offense. On the field, seizing a moment during a dead ball, Lin Quan approached Captain Company. "Captain, we must bolster our offense. We cannot continue to defend passively." Company hesitated. His performance in this match had been subpar, marred by several errors, including the incident that led to Pantelemon's red card. "Let us be cautious. We are down a man. And if we initiate an attack and the opponent counterattacks, we could very well lose." Lin Quan responded, "A loss is a loss. To me, there is little distinction between 0 points and 1 point. Moreover, if we persist in this passive defense, we may not even secure a draw." Lin Quan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Company's indecisiveness. In his view, Manchester City excelled in offense but faltered in defense. If they continued to press forward, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, if they remained entrenched in passive defense, they risked genuine defeat. Company recognized the validity of Lin Quan's argument. His own poor performance in this match had already resulted in several mistakes. Continuing with passive defense would likely lead to further significant errors. With this in mind, he clenched his jaw and nodded decisively. "All right, I concede to your judgment. Let's attack." Lin Quan exhaled in relief, having persuaded the captain. It would now be simpler to convince the others. As anticipated, when he initiated another offensive drive, the Manchester City players finally committed to joining the attack. Although they were a man down, their lineup was undeniably far more luxurious than that of their opponents. With Lin Quan on the pitch, the Manchester City players unified their resolve and launched a full-scale assault, swiftly overpowering West Bromwich Albion. Following a particularly threatening offensive from Manchester City, the West Bromwich coach regained his composure. "Hold the line. Everyone back to defend." The match was nearing its conclusion, and should they concede a last-minute goal, their efforts would have been in vain. While he yearned to defeat Manchester City and secure 3 points, the current situation revealed that their offensive threat paled in comparison to that of their opponents. To continue pressing forward against Manchester City could very well result in them conceding first. At this juncture, scoring first would nearly guarantee a decisive victory. West Bromwich's attacking prowess was not formidable, certainly weaker than that of Manchester City, making it unwise to engage in a direct offensive duel. Instead, consolidating their forces to fortify their defense, adopting a resolute formation to guard the final minutes, would allow them to secure a draw. A draw would still yield a point, particularly valuable when earned against Manchester City, a result he would accept with gratitude. Unbeknownst to the West Bromwich coach, the seemingly prudent command he issued became the decisive factor in their eventual defeat. As Manchester City players engaged in the attack, they were acutely aware of West Bromwich's counterattacking capabilities, prompting their defense to refrain from pushing too far forward and their midfield to remain vigilant against potential counterstrikes. Under these circumstances, Manchester City's offensive potential was not fully unleashed. However, West Bromwich's self-sabotage in retreating all their players to form a defensive wall provided Manchester City with a sense of relief. Company and his teammates observed the situation unfold as Lin Quan had predicted. Manchester City's offensive pressure subdued the opposition, neutralizing any threats to their defense, instilling a sense of confidence within them. With their apprehensions lifted, they boldly surged forward, supplying ammunition and support to the attacking players. In an instant, the dynamic on the field transformed into Manchester City besieging the West Bromwich goal. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, the West Bromwich coach, witnessing the ferocity of Manchester City's attack, felt a sense of gratitude for having pulled his players back. Had he clung to any misplaced optimism and attempted to engage in a shootout with Manchester City, their goal would likely have been breached long ago. Unbeknownst to all, the match had reached the 90-minute mark, and the score remained 2-2. The fans at Hawthorn stood anxiously, straining their necks to observe the action in their half. In these final minutes, Manchester City's offensive onslaught reigned supreme, confining the West Bromwich players within a 30-meter radius. Unable to move, the defensive lines of West Bromwich had been compressed to the utmost, the penalty area crowded with bodies. Lin Quan endeavored to make a breakthrough. Yet due to the overwhelming number of players, he frequently found himself thwarted after maneuvering past 1 or 2 opponents, only to have the ball intercepted by others. The situation was dire. This was not merely a case of one fist against 4 hands. It was akin to a solitary individual facing an entire team. Moreover, The congestion within the penalty area rendered nearly all passing lanes forward completely obstructed by the opposition, making it exceedingly difficult for him to deliver the ball to his teammates. This predicament was perhaps not solely a testament to the defensive acumen of the opposing players, but rather a consequence of sheer numerical density. Faced with such an impasse, he resolved to attempt a long-range shot instead. There are two methods to break through a dense defense: set pieces and long-range efforts. However, set pieces would consume precious time, and with Manchester City pressed for it, this tactic could only be employed during the final opportunity of the match. With this in mind, Lin Quan ceased his relentless assault on the penalty area, withdrew from it, and passed the ball to David Silva, positioning himself near the edge of the penalty arc. David Silva feigned an advance from the left flank towards the penalty area, drawing the attention of the opposing defenders before decisively passing the ball to a teammate at the byline. Navas received the ball and swiftly delivered a cross, aiming for his teammates within the penalty area. Kompany and Yaya Touré leaped with all their might, striving to contest the aerial duel for a header. The players from West Bromwich Albion, determined not to let them succeed, interfered with both while also joining the contest, eager to seize the opportunity to clear the ball. Kompany, who had been underperforming throughout the match, astonishingly managed to claim the ball as descent. However, as he was nudged by an opponent, his balance faltered, and he found it challenging to adjust his posture for a shot. In that moment, he spotted Lin Quan at the top of the penalty arc, with the defender's focus fixated on the ball, leaving Lin Quan unmarked. A golden opportunity. Without hesitation, Kompany directed the ball towards Lin Quan with his forehead. What an exquisite pass! As he received the ball from Kompany, Lin Quan silently praised the effort. The players from West Bromwich Albion, upon witnessing the pass to the unguarded Lin Quan, were struck with fear. They had overlooked this threat. Due to his height, Lin Quan posed little threat in aerial contests, and having stepped out of the penalty area, the defenders had lowered their guard against him. However, this choice proved to be a fatal miscalculation, for the most formidable threat within Manchester City remained Lin Quan. As the ball soared towards him, Lin Quan, without waiting for the defenders to close in, bypassed the ball control phase and unleashed a volley aimed at the approaching sphere. With a resounding thud, the ball rocketed towards the West Bromwich goal. The players from West Bromwich, still airborne from their previous leap, had no time to leap again to intercept Lin Quan's strike. To make matters worse, the goalkeeper's line of sight was obstructed by the players vying for the header, preventing him from spotting Lin Quan's shot in time. Danger! The fans of West Bromwich Albion seated behind the goal were utterly astonished, vociferously shouting in an attempt to alert the goalkeeper. However, the speed of the ball was astonishingly swift. Almost instantaneously upon hearing their warnings, the ball had already soared before him. With a mere symbolic lift of his hand, the goalkeeper heard the unmistakable sound of the ball finding its way into the net. As the ball nestled in the goal, the 21 players on the field were momentarily stunned. The first to react was Lin Quan, who, in a surge of excitement, sprinted while shedding his jersey. He discarded his shirt, revealing a physique of robust muscle, and raced towards the corner area occupied by the visiting fans, letting out a fierce roar at the camera situated there. Journalists on the sidelines eagerly pressed their shutters, capturing this exhilarating moment. Ah, how dashing! Lin Quan, I would bear your child. Rarely does Lin Quan celebrate by removing his shirt, so even Manchester City fans seldom witnessed his true physique. At that moment, the spectators went wild upon seeing Lin Quan's well-defined muscles. Some female fans were utterly starstruck, shrieking in delight. Lin Quan, already handsome, was further elevated by his athletic build. Not only the fans in attendance, but also those watching the live broadcast on television and online, were stirred. Wow, Lin Huang's physique is impressive. No wonder his physicality allows him to hold his own against Premier League defenders. He is, in fact, a hidden muscle-bound marvel. TSK. These admirers, simply enamored by Lin Huang's looks, are ready to throw themselves at him. Haha, Lin Huang is not only handsome, but possesses a remarkable physique, impeccable skills on the field, and considerable wealth. Enough said. I am already feeling overwhelmed. Thank you. Observing the fervent reaction from the fans, Lin Quan prepared to strike a few more captivating poses for the camera. However, his oblivious teammates rushed in, fervently tackling him to the ground. The dramatic ups and downs of the match left the Manchester City players feeling frustrated, yet Lin Quan's last-minute goal finally lifted a weight off their shoulders. Simultaneously, the players of Manchester City were puzzled. How could a seemingly modest West Bromwich Albion be so challenging to contend with? Their opponents did not appear particularly formidable. Once their celebrations concluded, the stoppage time was nearly over. Following the restart, the referee offered West Bromwich no chance, promptly blowing the final whistle. Ultimately, thanks to Lin Quan's decisive strike in the 92nd minute, Manchester City narrowly triumphed over their opponents with a score of 3-2 away from home. After 14 rounds, Manchester City now boasts 13 victories and 1 draw, accumulating 40 points. Regrettably, Arsenal also secured a win this round, preventing any widening of the gap between the teams. Since their away defeat to Manchester United, Wenger's squad has performed admirably, securing a trio of consecutive victories to closely trail Manchester City. However, it matters not, for the two teams are set to clash directly after 2 rounds, and perhaps in this encounter, Manchester City might extend their lead over their rivals. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, prior to facing Arsenal, Manchester City faltered unexpectedly. In the 15th round of the league, during their away match against Southampton, the team that initially took the lead was once again overturned by their opponents. This time, Lin Quan could not salvage the situation, and Manchester City ultimately settled for a draw against Southampton. Fortunately, Arsenal also stumbled, as they were similarly held to a draw at home by Everton. The point differential between the two teams remained unchanged at 6 points. Upon learning of these results, the fans of both teams expressed their disappointment. Manchester City supporters lamented the missed opportunity to widen the gap. Had they secured a victory in this round, they would have led Arsenal by 8 points before their encounter. Conversely, Arsenal fans were disheartened by their team's inability to secure a win at home. If they had not drawn with Everton, the gap with Manchester City would have shrunk to 4 points. Should they triumph over Manchester City in the next round, the difference would diminish to a mere point. This scenario would significantly alter Arsenal's title aspirations. If Manchester City's form continues to dwindle, they risk losing the title of first-half champions to their rivals by the season's midpoint. After the match, Wenger, when confronted by reporters, asserted that he had discovered a strategy to counter Manchester City, vowing that Arsenal would end City's unbeaten streak and home victory record at the Etihad Stadium. Many regarded Wenger's statement as boastful. After all, Manchester City's home performance has been formidable, leaving a lasting impression on the public. However, I believe the professor was not merely boasting. A month ago, Manchester City may have seemed invincible, yet now they resemble a weary and weakened beast, possessing an intimidating exterior but lacking the strength they once held. Otherwise, why did they struggle so against West Bromwich and Southampton? Reflecting on Manchester City's previous 2 matches, it appears their form has indeed faltered. The team that annihilated Tottenham 6-0 at home has suffered consecutive reversals on the road. Had it not been for Lin Quan's remarkable interventions in critical moments, they might have faced defeat. I think we need not speculate further. The next match will be in the Champions League. We shall discern the truth of Manchester City's form by observing their performance away against Bayern. Indeed, both Manchester City and Bayern cannot afford to lose this match. They must exert all efforts to claim the top spot in their group, providing us with an excellent opportunity to assess Manchester City's situation. Should they withstand Bayern's offensive and even triumph over them, it would be a testament to their current form. Conversely, if they are thoroughly overwhelmed and suffer a heavy defeat, it would indicate that Manchester City may indeed have serious issues. On December 11th, under the watchful gaze of many, Manchester City arrived at the Allianz Arena to challenge the formidable Bayern Munich. This is the final group stage match, and indeed the most crucial one. The chapter concludes. Chapter 57, Guardiola, a subtle Bundesliga shock for Manchester City. On December 11th, at the Allianz Arena in Munich, the match between Manchester City and Bayern had already progressed for 12 minutes, with the score standing at 2-0, the home team leading. The situation mirrored their previous encounter, as Bayern exerted formidable pressure on Manchester City from the outset and successfully found the net. However, this time, Bayern scored twice, courtesy of Müller and Götze. The Bayern fans present erupted in euphoria upon witnessing the score. They had hoped for a victory, but did not anticipate such a commanding lead so early in the match. Manchester City had remained undefeated across all competitions this season, and in their last meeting, Bayern had managed to overturn a deficit on City's home turf. This led the Bayern supporters to instinctively believe that this match would be exceedingly challenging. Even if victory was attainable, it would come at a significant cost, requiring immense effort. To their astonishment, within mere minutes, they had established a substantial advantage. According to the UEFA Champions League qualification rules, when two teams are equal on points and their head-to-head results are identical, the ranking is determined by goal difference. In this context, the goal difference from their direct encounters takes precedence, followed by the overall goal difference. In the previous round, Bayern had lost to Manchester City with a score of 2-3, conceding only one goal. If they could triumph with a score of 2-0 against Manchester City this time, their goal difference in matches against City would surpass that of their opponents. Thus, if the score remained unchanged, Bayern would usurp Manchester City to claim the top spot in Group D. Seeing this score, the Bayern fans, who had previously harbored reservations about Guardiola, began to sing his praises. Journalists on the scene started to mentally compose their narratives, contemplating how best to extol Guardiola and the team he guided. With an unbeaten record at the top of the league and emerging as the group leaders in the Champions League, their performance was even more remarkable than the previous season. Such achievements certainly warranted celebration. In the VIP box at the Allianz Arena, Rummenigge applauded Götze's goal with a smile. Guardiola's efforts had proven effective, as the team's performance and stability had significantly improved compared to the last season. Should they defeat Manchester City and secure the top position in the group, they would be in a favorable position for the knockout stage, paving a smooth path to the quarterfinals. While Guardiola's coaching style differed from that of Hank's, his abilities remained indisputable. Observing Rummenigge's satisfaction with Guardiola, Hoeneß promptly joined in the praise. Sammer cast a bemused glance at him. He recalled that Hoeneß had not previously held such a high opinion of Guardiola. Well, Müller has certainly evolved. He appears to play with greater intelligence than before. Doesn't he, Matthias? Sammer nodded, acknowledging the significant progress made by Müller and Kroos, while also noting that Lahm had become more versatile. However, Guardiola's arrival has injected fresh vitality into Bayern. Under his guidance, the technical proficiency of Bayern's players has become increasingly refined, and their on-field coordination has improved remarkably. Their tactical style is gradually aligning with that of La Liga teams, a transformation that delights him immensely. Yet, some of Guardiola's reforms have posed challenges for the club. For instance, Guardiola's reluctance to utilize or his ineptitude with center forwards has resulted in a strained relationship with Mandzukic. The latter has already pressured the club through his agent, indicating that if his starting position cannot be assured, he may depart from Bayern. With Gomez already departed, Mandzukic remains Bayern's sole reliable, authentic striker. Should he leave, Bayern would find themselves devoid of a formidable center forward. Although Guardiola is not particularly fond of employing a center forward, Bayern, as a prestigious club, cannot afford to be without such a role. Fortunately, Bayern's transfer list does not lack alternative options, such as Dortmund's forward Lewandowski. Sammer recalls that the player's contract is set to expire next summer, and since Dortmund has yet to finalize an extension, it suggests a desire for departure from Dortmund. In light of this, it would be prudent to initiate contact and ascertain his interest. If he is keen, acquiring him would be advantageous. Seizing this opportunity, he broached the subject. Dortmund's number 9? Indeed, he is an excellent center forward. Securing him for free would be a remarkably shrewd move. Rummenigge has a vivid recollection of Lewandowski, who once scored a hat-trick against Bayern, snatching their championship trophy away. Aside from last season's Lin, Lewandowski stands out as the second most impressive striker in the Bundesliga for him. Bayern excels at unearthing talented players from the Bundesliga, a strategy that not only conserves substantial transfer fees but also diminishes the strength of rivals, thereby fortifying Bayern's dominance in the league. Chairman Schweinsteiger is somewhat discontented with his inability to secure a starting position, he observed, noting that club manager Hoeneß appeared in good spirits while conversing with Rummenigge. And he seized the moment to speak up. The arrivals of Götze and Thiago have intensified competition in Bayern's midfield, rendering Schweinsteiger's starting position less secure. Coupled with the frequency of Schweinsteiger's injuries, Guardiola has recently shown a tendency to overlook him. For instance, in such a crucial match, Schweinsteiger was not even included in Guardiola's matchday squad. As a genuine product of Bayern's youth academy, having joined at the tender age of 14, he has dedicated over 15 years of service to the club. For such a venerable veteran, Bayern cannot afford to discard him callously or subject him to a harsh dismissal. Such actions would surely dishearten veteran players and incite discontent among the fans. Hearns initially intended to engage in a conversation with Guardiola. However, upon witnessing the remarkable achievements of Guardiola's team, he found himself somewhat lacking in confidence. I see. Rummenigge nodded. indicating his awareness of the situation without explicitly stating his intention to intervene. Among the 11 players on the pitch for Bayern, apart from Dante and Ribery, who had reached the age of 30, and Lahm, who was nearing 30, the remaining players were notably youthful. The goalkeeper, Neuer, at 27, had just entered the pinnacle of his career, expected to serve Bayern for another 7 to 10 years. The defenders, Boateng and Alaba, aged 25 and 21 respectively, could easily contribute to Bayern for a decade. In midfield, Thiago, Götze, and Kroos, all born in the 1990s, with the eldest, Kroos, being merely 23 and the youngest, Götze, just 21, were well positioned to remain with Bayern for 10 years without issue. Up front, Müller, born in 1989, was only 24, capable of playing for another 8 or 9 years without difficulty. Mandzukic, sharing the same age as Neuer, was also in his prime. Should he depart, being replaced by the 1988-born Lewandowski would further youthful the squad. As long as these players could be retained, the core framework of Bayern for the next decade would require little adjustment. These players not only possessed youth, but also remarkable skill, having proven their capabilities at Bayern. Once Guardiola established a definitive tactical approach, even in his absence, Bayern's performance would likely remain stable. In such circumstances, the club would find it challenging to meddle in his reforms. Rummenigge would at most seek to soothe Schweinsteiger's sentiments and discuss with Guardiola, hoping for some compromise. Nevertheless, Rummenigge actually supported and admired Guardiola's audacious use of young players. His adeptness at nurturing young talent and providing them with opportunities on the pitch had long been a hallmark of external praise for Guardiola. Bayern's decision to appoint him as coach was indeed based on this very aspect. They hoped he would facilitate a seamless transition following their championship victory, laying the groundwork for the next resurgence. It now appeared that Guardiola had flawlessly accomplished the task entrusted to him. More importantly, after transforming Bayern's squad, he maintained exceptional performance in both the league and the Champions League. What further demands could one make of such a coach? Thus, even Rummenigge dared not jeopardize his relationship with Guardiola at this juncture. Should he inadvertently drive him away, where could they find a coach of such caliber? On the sidelines, witnessing his team secure an early lead, Guardiola did not exhibit overwhelming excitement. For this match, in order to triumph over Manchester City, he had made some tactical adjustments. Though not inclined to utilize a center forward, he included Mandzukic in the starting lineup. The decision proved to be exceedingly astute. Mandzukic acted as a pivotal figure in the attack, his playmaking creating advantageous conditions for Bayern's offensive maneuvers. Müller's first goal was indeed assisted by Mandzukic, and Götze's goal was also significantly influenced by him. However, with the current lead in score, it is likely that the opposition will launch a counterattack. Guardiola is contemplating whether to substitute Mandzukic with a quicker winger capable of breaking through, thereby enabling them to exploit their speed during Manchester City's counteroffensive. Unfortunately, Robben is injured, leaving the once formidable Ribery duo with only Ribery. Fortunately, Shaqiri remains on the bench. Although he may not possess Robben's caliber, he is still a competent option. Yet, it is still early in the match, and Manchester City, trailing behind, cannot afford to remain passive. With this in mind, Guardiola's gaze turned towards the young player donning the light blue number 10 jersey on the field. Lynn, your team is in dire straits. What will you do? On the pitch, the Manchester City players appeared somewhat bewildered. Bayern's strength was indeed formidable, starkly contrasting with the opponents they faced in the league. During their last home game, they were momentarily suffocated by Bayern's pressure. Now, in the opponent's stadium, this sensation has intensified. Due to Pantilimon's dismal performance in the league, Pellegrini has lost faith in him, reverting to Joe Hart as the starting goalkeeper. However, within the first half, Hart's goal was breached twice, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened and anxious, fearing he might be substituted out in a fit of rage by the coach. Thankfully, Pellegrini did not direct his ire toward the goalkeeper for these 2 goals. The Chilean engineer is now more troubled by the defensive issues of the team, having sought to reform the defense since his arrival at Manchester City. Various combinations of defenders have been trialed, yet none have proven satisfactory. Previously, in the Premier League, they often conceded goals against weaker teams. Now, facing the formidable Bayern Munich on their turf, to expect this defensive line to remain unscathed is fanciful thinking. What he did not anticipate was the early and numerous goals conceded. Falling behind by 2 goals within just 12 minutes placed them in an exceedingly passive position. Bayern seemed to have deciphered their defensive characteristics. their attacks proving highly targeted. Mandzukic was essentially a decoy today, serving merely as a fulcrum in Bayern's offensive process. Yet Müller's presence as a second striker ensured that Bayern's threat in the center remained undiminished. The first goal stemmed from a back pass by Mandzukic, leading to Müller's unmarked forward strike. This was a defensive error on Manchester City's part. After altering their defensive strategy, Müller began to drift wide, collaborating with the wide players to initiate an assault on Manchester City's defense. Bayern's fullbacks possess exceptional assisting abilities, while their wingers are astonishingly skilled. With Müller joining the fray, Manchester City's flanks were undoubtedly overwhelmed. Götze's second goal originated from the wing. Now they find themselves in a quandary. It seems that no matter how they strengthen their defense, it proves futile. Pellegrini casts a wary glance at Bayern's coaching bench, feeling as though all his strategies have been foreseen by that man. He experienced a similar sensation during their last encounter at the Etihad Stadium. But this time at the Allianz Arena, the feeling is even more pronounced. A tinge of frustration wells up within Pellegrini. Can he truly not overcome this man? As the coaching staff lingers without making any adjustments, the players on the field grow restless and gather to confer. Having already fallen behind, they contemplate a bold offensive strategy. With a 2-goal deficit, what purpose does it serve to remain entrenched in their half? To secure the top spot in their group, they must attack and score. Fine. I've longed to break free and confront them. One player asserts. Indeed, what does it matter how strong Bayern is? We have triumphed over them before. Another exclaims. The players exchange spirited words, successfully reigniting their morale. Despite trailing by 2 goals, their faces reflect neither despair nor fear, but rather anger and defiance. Clearly, Manchester City's players have not lost their fighting spirit. They appear even more incensed. Lynn, which side do we attack? As the focal point of Manchester City's offensive front, the players turn to Lin Quan, awaiting his decision. Lin surveys the field, noting Ribery on Bayern's left and Götze on the right. Having faced both, he assesses Götze as the weaker link, lacking the physicality and experience of Ribery. Then let us target Götze this time, he decides. David, let's proceed this way. After conferring with a few teammates, they all direct their attention toward Götze, sensing the predatory gazes upon him. Götze looks up only to meet the eyes of Lin Quan and several Manchester City players. A perplexing smile graces their lips. How can they still smile when they are 2 goals down? Shouldn't the laughter belong to us? However, once the match resumes, Götze finds that his amusement is short-lived, for he witnesses Manchester City's key player, ball in tow, charging directly toward him. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 58. Boateng. Who tripped me? And whom did I trip? When Götze sees Lin Quan before him, a sense of vigilance envelopes him. Is he attempting to exploit me as a weak point? Humph. I won't allow you to succeed. He assumes a defensive stance, fixated on Lin and the ball at his feet. Here it comes. The long-anticipated showdown, Götze versus Lin Quan. At the commentary booth, Hiway's spirits lift as he observes Lin approach Götze with the ball. Both are emerging superstars of recent years. Götze gained fame earlier, but Lin's momentum is undeniable. Fans have long awaited a pinnacle showdown between the two, eager to discern who holds the greater prowess on the field. Additionally, the animosity stemming from their initial transfer dealings with Bayern Munich adds another layer of intrigue. Should Götze triumph over Lin Quan in their direct confrontation, it would validate Bayern's discerning eye for talent. Conversely, if Lin Quan were to decisively outplay Götze, it would not only serve as an affront to Götze, but also be a slap in the face to Bayern. Thus, when Lin Quan faced Götze, not only did Götze's supporters feel a tightness in their chests, but even figures such as Rummenigge and Hoeneß in the VIP box exhibited signs of tension. Götze, give it your all. You can do this. Mario, charge forth and thwart that lad, proving your worth. The Allianz Arena crowd seemed to have forgotten the dread once instilled by Lin Quan, as they entertained the notion that Götze's meager defensive skills could contain him. Under the watchful gaze of the masses, Lin Quan sprang into action. He deftly nudged the ball to the right, drawing Götze's weight to one side, before shifting it to his left foot and gliding past Götze on his right. In that moment, Götze appeared clumsy and sluggish, akin to a lumbering bear, utterly out of sync with Lin Quan's rhythm. Fool. On the sidelines, Guardiola silently cursed as he observed Götze so easily relinquishing his balance. He had invested considerable time prior to the match educating his players on Lin Quan's breakthrough techniques, instructing them on how to defend against him. Yet, Götze's performance suggested he had completely forgotten these crucial points. Stop him. Witnessing Götze being bypassed, Kroos immediately surged forward. Aware of Lin Kuan's formidable abilities and recognizing his own limitations, Kroos aimed merely to buy time, hoping for teammates to converge and provide support in containing the adversary. Thiago did not disappoint Kroos, rapidly joining the fray. Relieved at the arrival of his fellow defender, Kroos felt a sense of ease wash over him. However, at that moment, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a blue figure darting past on his left. So swift, before he could ascertain the identity of the player, he saw Lin Kuan release a pass. Kroos and Thiago were taken aback, instinctively turning to identify the ball carrier. The answer was David Silva. He had been shadowing Lin Kuan since the latter initiated his dribble, unnoticed by the Bayern players who were fixated on Lin Kuan. As Lin Kuan drew their full attention, David Silva darted in from the flank, becoming the second focal point in Manchester City's offensive formation. Just ahead of him, in proximity to the penalty area, Agüero had already positioned himself and was reaching out for the ball. Lam promptly charged towards David Silva, intent on disrupting the attack and thwarting any potential pass. Meanwhile, Dante and Boateng formed an impenetrable barrier, effectively sandwiching Agüero and denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. However, David Silva did not direct the ball to Agüero. Instead, he passed it forward, behind Lam. Ram felt a gust of wind sweep past him from the right, prompting him to spin around in pursuit, but alas, it was too late. After receiving the pass, Lin Kuan did not carry the ball to the baseline. Instead, he opted to cut inward. Do not afford him the opportunity for a long-range shot. Noticing the ball had returned to Lin Kuan's feet, Neuer urgently gestured for his teammates to advance and apply pressure. A player of Lin Kuan's caliber, if granted space for a shot, could pose a significant threat to the goal, though Neuer was formidable. After suffering numerous defeats at Lin Kuan's hands, his confidence in thwarting Lin Kuan's cunning strikes had waned. Dante and Boateng exchanged glances. Seeing Boateng had no intention of pressing, Dante was compelled to step up and intercept. As Lin Kuan approached, Dante instinctively glanced at his knee, a sudden pang of anxiety coursing through him, conjuring memories of a rather unfortunate past, leaving him with an ominous foreboding. At that moment, Lin Kuan initiated his breakthrough, beginning with his signature ball control move. Dante inwardly cursed his predicament, striving to keep pace with his opponent. Yet, after 3 rapid touches, Dante felt his knee could barely endure. Boateng, it's over to you. This 30-year-old can no longer keep up. Observing Dante being outmaneuvered, Boateng had no choice but to abandon Agüero and advance to intercept Lin Kuan. Boateng's strategy was clear. He was Bayern's last line of defense. Thus, with his departure, Agüero found himself in an offside position, making it impossible for Lin Kuan to pass to the Manchester City forward. The fans erupted in excitement upon seeing Boateng confront Lin Kuan. Oh, memories of Boateng's infamous moments come flooding back. Boateng, who tripped me, and whom did I trip in return? No more, please. It hurts too much. Haha. This is the clash of fate. Let us witness how Boateng will fall this time. Even the fans were aware of the joke, and as the subject of it, Boateng could not possibly be oblivious. His reluctance to confront Lin Kuan stemmed from the fear of reliving the moment he had been outwitted at the Allianz Arena. However, with his teammates failing to intercept, he became the last defender, and despite his hesitations, he had no choice but to engage. Confronted with Lin Kuan in possession, Boateng steeled himself. He dared not rashly press forward, as Lin Kuan's footwork was exceedingly agile, his movement frequency far surpassing that of an ordinary player. To press would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Yet, as he refrained from advancing, Lin Kuan charged towards him. Thus, Boateng could only retreat, step after step. As he backed away, he encouraged himself, hold on, just a little longer. If I can delay just a moment, my previously outmaneuvered teammates will return to form a double team against Lin Kuan. At that point, he will no longer be isolated, and I shall have the opportunity to regain possession. Alas, his well-laid plans crumbled. Lin Kuan passed the ball. He directed it to Agüero. Offside. Boateng nearly raised his hand in immediate protest, only to realize, to his dismay, that he was positioned behind Agüero, initially in an offside position. Agüero found himself onside after Boateng retreated repeatedly. Fool. Neuer cursed inwardly as he rushed towards Agüero. Yet, just as he launched himself, Agüero delivered a pass. The ball returned to Lin Kuan's feet, who had already evaded Boateng, and, without pausing, struck the ball directly towards the goal. In the 14th minute of the first half, Manchester City swiftly equalized. Upon witnessing Lin Quan's successful strike, Boateng stood in a daze, questioning how he had been bested yet again. Was it truly impossible to overcome this adversary? In frustration, Neuer kicked the goalpost, feeling a deep sense of irritation over the concession. Following the goal, Lin Quan celebrated with a front flip, a signature move of clothes that he had employed a few times during his tenure at Werder Bremen. This display caused both coaches to tense up, silently reminding Lin to refrain from such perilous celebrations. Pellegrini was startled. The maneuver was fraught with risk. While its successful execution was undeniably impressive, failure could lead to severe injury, potentially jeopardizing one's career. Guardiola instinctively considered calling Lin over to reprimand him, but abruptly remembered he was the coach of Bayern and Lin was not his player. Thus he let it go. "You little rascal, I shall teach you a lesson after the match." As the match resumed, Manchester City, buoyed by their equalizer, displayed an increased vigor in their attacks. Meanwhile, Bayern, having just conceded a goal, approached Manchester City's offense with caution, refraining from their previous aggressive strategy. The dynamics of the match grew tense, with players from both sides engaging fervently, resulting in escalating physicality. Milner and Yaya Touré received yellow cards in succession, while Bayern's defender Dante also found himself cautioned. In this context, it was evident that Manchester City players were at a disadvantage. Accustomed to the lenient officiating of the Premier League, they struggled to adjust to the more stringent standards of the Champions League. This discrepancy often places Premier League teams at a disadvantage in European competitions. The intense physical confrontations and relaxed refereeing in the Premier League enhance its appeal, yet they pose challenges for teams competing in Europe, necessitating a readjustment to the officiating style. According to European competition rules, accumulating 3 yellow cards results in suspension. Following an initial suspension, the penalty becomes 2 yellow cards for a one-match ban. Consequently, Premier League teams frequently face significant reductions in their squad strength due to suspensions during crucial matches, adversely affecting their competitiveness. Fortunately, Milner was a rotational player, not an indispensable starter. However, the situation was different for Yaya Touré, a key defensive midfielder for Manchester City, having already received 2 yellow cards. The latest one meant he would be suspended for the upcoming match, which would pit Manchester City against their knockout stage opponent. In the first match of the knockout stage, the absence of the team's key defensive midfielder poses a significant challenge for Manchester City. The score of 2-1 remained unchanged until the conclusion of the first half, a result that was far from ideal for both Manchester City and Bayern Munich. For Bayern, if the match were to end with this scoreline, Manchester City would secure the top position in the group based on goal difference, a prospect they could hardly accept. Conversely, for Manchester City, a defeat by this score would shatter their undefeated streak in the Champions League. Thus, as the second half commenced, both teams instinctively opted for an offensive strategy. Renowned for their attacking prowess, both sides boasted a plethora of gifted, elite players in their midfield and forward lines, with neither team adopting a conservative approach. The excitement of the match escalated to a new level. Players from both teams exchanged dazzling combinations, much to the delight of the spectators. They had paid to witness such captivating encounters. Could it be that Manchester City possesses such remarkable strength, standing toe-to-toe with Bayern? With an abundance of stars, Manchester City naturally boasts considerable talent. Yet, how audacious to claim parity when trailing in score. Bayern fans were evidently unwilling to accept such assertions. What caliber is this? How dare they suggest equality with Bayern? Bayern is renowned alongside Real Madrid and Barcelona, being one of Europe's elite clubs. Other powerhouses yield to them, while Manchester City is but a nouveau riche, hardly a contender for comparison. Just wait. Guardiola will soon make substitutions, and once he does, Bayern will unleash their full potential. Guardiola's substitutions this season have often resulted in immediate effects, leading Bayern fans to hold a near-religious faith in his decisions. Once Guardiola makes a change, everything is destined to improve. In the 62nd minute, Manchester City executed a successful interception in their defensive third. Yaya Touré swiftly passed the ball to Lin Quan, who charged towards Götze. He specifically targeted Götze, fully aware of the vulnerability he presented. Götze felt the pressure mounting. Ever since Lin Quan had set his sights on him, he had been relentlessly outmatched. Despite his earnest efforts to defend, Götze's defensive capabilities were simply not on par with Lin Quan's offensive skills. Unsurprisingly, Lin Quan once again managed to bypass Götze's defenses, Thiago's face turned pale as he rushed towards Lin Quan, silently pleading for a substitution. He was weary of covering for this adversary. Before Thiago could position himself, Lin Quan delivered a pass and immediately sprinted forward. After executing several wall passes with his teammates, he surged into the penalty area. However, just as he prepared to shoot, he was brought down from behind by Bayern's captain Lahm. The referee promptly blew the whistle and pointed to the penalty spot. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Being awarded a penalty at this juncture meant that their hard-earned advantage from the first half had been irrevocably squandered. Götze was utterly overwhelmed today. It was truly lamentable. I counted, and it seems he was outmaneuvered by Lin Huang a staggering 8 times. Goodness, Lin Huang's ruthlessness is astounding, mercilessly targeting a single opponent. I can only imagine how the executives at Bayern feel right now, especially considering they had the opportunity to sign Lin Huang back then. Haha. I suspect their faces must be burning with embarrassment. Within the luxury box at the Allianz Arena, as Lin Quan initiated an attack, Rummenigge and Hoeneß could no longer remain composed. Their expressions darkened significantly upon witnessing Lahm's foul being penalized with a yellow card. Well, Lahm was compelled to commit the foul out of desperation. It's not entirely his fault. Hoeneß wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hastily defending Lahm. Rummenigge let out a heavy grunt. I am not blaming Lahm. His performance was commendable. Upon hearing Rummenigge's words, Hoeneß and Sammer exchanged puzzled glances. If Lahm is not to blame, then who bears the responsibility? As the team's primary penalty taker, Lin Quan confidently stepped up to the spot. Faced with the German national goalkeeper, he calmly directed the ball towards the lower right corner of the net. Neuer correctly anticipated the direction. Yet the speed of the ball was too swift for him to intercept. He could only watch as it sailed into the goal. In the 62nd minute of the second half, Manchester City equalized. Upon witnessing Lin Quan score his second goal, Guardiola scratched his head. In this match, he had not specifically aimed to restrict Lin Quan. The inclusion of Kroos and Thiago was meant to bolster the attack, and it had indeed borne fruit. However, the absence of a dedicated defender to mark Lin Quan resulted in the inability to contain him. Götze's performance on the offensive front was fairly acceptable, at least to Guardiola's satisfaction. Although he appeared woefully inadequate compared to Lin Quan, creating a stark contrast. Yet, Guardiola never expected him to single-handedly defend against Lin Quan. If Götze possessed such capability, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a paramount asset to the team. Clearly, Götze lacked such prowess. Substitute him. Guardiola instructed his assistant coach. Who shall we bring on? Grand looked towards the bench, uncertain of Guardiola's intentions. Bring Martinez on to replace Götze. Müller will drop back, and Mandzukic will take the lead. The assistant coaches were momentarily stunned by this substitution choice. Was the head coach conceding the fight for first place in the group? It was indeed a daunting task. Requiring 2 goals to secure the top position, with merely 20 minutes remaining, almost an impossibility. Guardiola, aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, offered an explanation. However, substituting Götze does not necessarily weaken our offensive capabilities. The others regarded his words with skepticism. Götze is an attacking player, while Martinez is defensive. It was evident that replacing Götze would diminish Bayern's offensive strength, something any discerning observer could ascertain. Yet, why did Guardiola insist otherwise? In the 67th minute, Bayern made the first personnel change, with Guardiola substituting Martinez for Götze. Upon being replaced, Götze felt a sense of relief, finally liberated from the torment inflicted by his adversary. Yet, he was also engulfed by a feeling of defeat. Without a doubt, he had succumbed to Lin Quan in their duel, and it was a resounding loss at that. Once Martinez took to the field, the defensive solidity of Bayern's midfield was instantly fortified. As Lin Quan advanced with the ball once more, it came as no surprise when Martinez positioned himself directly in front of him. Hey, take it easy, give an old brother some respect. Martinez jested with Lin Quan, not wishing to leave a memorable imprint on the Allianz Arena like Boateng had. Brother, I was actually planning to circumvent you. Yet here you are, coming to mark me. And you asked me to go easy? Lin Quan shot a bemused glance at his opponent, well aware of Martinez's formidable defensive prowess. Only a fool would seek to challenge him directly. Haha, is that so? Coach Guardiola tasked me with marking you. It's my duty, what can I do? The intensity of Martinez's defense was far beyond what Götze could muster, and under his watchful eye, Lin Quan's efficiency in breaking through diminished significantly. It wasn't that he couldn't penetrate. Rather, it became exceedingly difficult to evade Martinez as effortlessly as he did Götze. given Martinez's stamina and recovery speed. A half-hearted attempt at bypassing him was tantamount to failure, for he would swiftly close the gap. Moreover, upon Martinez's entrance, Bayern implemented a strategy of compressing space, with multiple players converging around him to create a cage that ensnared Lin Quan. This tactic had been previously employed during Henk's tenure, much to Lin Quan's chagrin. After Guardiola took the helm at Bayern and heeded Grant's advice, this strategy was retained and further refined, significantly amplifying its efficacy. Shortly after Martinez's arrival, Bayern's defensive line began to stabilize, alleviating the anxiety that had plagued the defenders. Consequently, they felt emboldened to commit more resources to the attack, with the fullbacks frequently pushing forward into midfield. In a flash, Bayern exhibited noticeable improvements on both offensive and defensive fronts, gradually asserting dominance over Manchester City. Strangely, although Guardiola substituted in a defensive player, why does it feel as though Bayern's attacking prowess has intensified? I share that sentiment. While the reasoning eluded them, it was evident that Guardiola's substitutions had indeed borne fruit. It's not so difficult to comprehend. Bayern's flanking offensive capabilities are robust, but Lin Quan's prior threat had rendered Bayern's defenders, particularly the fullbacks, hesitant to join the attack. With the fullbacks restrained, Bayern's offensive potential naturally waned. However, with Martinez's entry, Bayern resolved their defensive issues in the backline, allowing the fullbacks to re-engage in the offense. Pellegrini also recognized this shift, witnessing Lin Quan being tightly marked in the center. He promptly adjusted his strategy and made substitutions. In the 72nd minute, Manchester City substituted Negredo for Navas, positioning Lin Quan as a right winger. This tactical adjustment placed Lin Quan directly opposite Ribery, who had been the principal architect of Bayern's offensive maneuvers during this period. Ribery's threat on the flanks was formidable. If he remained unchecked, it was likely that Manchester City's goal would soon be breached. Upon noticing Lin Quan facing him, Ribery squinted slightly. Having faced Lin Quan numerous times, he was acutely aware of his opponent's prowess. Both players excelled in attack over defense and were particularly adept at breaking through defenses, leading to a scenario where neither could effectively contain the other. Ribery pondered whether Manchester City intended to use him as a pawn in their strategy. However, he quickly realized that Lin Quan was not fixated on him, but rather on his teammate, Bayern's fullback Alaba. Alaba was left bewildered, questioning what he had done to provoke such attention as Lin Quan charged toward him. The predicament was that Alaba struggled to contain him in a one-on-one scenario. If he called for assistance, Lin Quan could easily slip past and deliver a cross. Agüero, being of shorter stature, was not particularly adept at contesting aerial duels. In contrast, the newly introduced Negredo, standing at 186 centimeters with impressive jumping ability, posed a significant threat in the penalty area during such situations. Bayern could not afford to allow their opponents to deliver unchecked crosses. Should they concede a header, the consequences could be dire. Consequently, Alaba was entirely preoccupied, expending all his energy on defending against Lin Quan and unable to venture past the halfway line to provide support. The absence of assistance from the fullback considerably diminished Ribery's threat, effectively stifling Bayern's offensive efforts on the left flank. Guardiola furrowed his brow. Pellegrini's adjustment was indeed noteworthy. However, if this was the sole tactic at their disposal, it would be insufficient. Far from enough. Shaqiri, warm up. Bayern swiftly made personnel adjustments, substituting Mandzukic for Shaqiri. Unlike the stationary Mandzukic, Shaqiri's pace was electrifying, capable of playing both as a winger and a forward. If the fullbacks were unable to support, he could facilitate Ribery's endeavors from the midfield. Guardiola's tactical shift was not revolutionary, yet with over 70 minutes played, both teams were experiencing significant fatigue. Manchester City's defenders struggled to keep pace with Shaqiri, who quickly created several threatening opportunities, even forcing yellow cards upon City's midfielder Fernandinho and defender Zabaleta. This could not continue. Pellegrini gritted his teeth and made another substitution, replacing Agüero with Rodwell. With Rodwell's introduction in the defensive midfield role, Manchester City transitioned to a three-midfielder formation. This new setup greatly enhanced their ability to intercept and sweep, effectively curtailing Bayern's offensive onslaught. The difficulty in defending against fullbacks making penetrating runs is primarily due to their approach from unmarked positions at the rear. Prior to receiving the ball, it is improbable for the defending side to allocate a dedicated player to restrict their movements, thus providing them with opportunities to assist. However, Positioning the passer in the forward line inevitably subjects them to multi-layered interceptions and constraints from the opposing forwards, midfielders, and even defenders. Pellegrini's substitution strategy was notably targeted and successfully curtailed Guardiola's adjustments. The swift response from the opponent took Guardiola by surprise. He recalled their previous encounter with Manchester City, where Pellegrini's tactics were conservative and his substitutions sluggish. The rapid improvement was unexpected. He glanced back at his substitutes bench, where sat forwards Pizarro, goalkeeper Stark, fullbacks Rafinha and Coutinho, and centre-back Van Basten. Among them, Pizarro and Van Basten were both 35 years of age, well past their prime. Rafinha, in his prime, was nonetheless not superior to Lahm or Alaba. As for Coutinho, he was merely a role player, of mediocre capability with little opportunity to shine. The bench was devoid of viable options. Guardiola's side, Bayern's extensive injury list had significantly impacted the team's roster. Fortunately, the winter break was imminent, lasting a substantial 35 days in the Bundesliga. After 2 more league matches, they would enjoy over a month of respite, hoping for an improvement in the team's injury situation. The teams exchanged tactics, and the score of 2-2 persisted until the final whistle. Upon hearing the referee's signal to conclude the match, the coaching staff and substitutes of Manchester City erupted into jubilation. "We did it. We managed to secure a draw at Bayern's home ground." This draw held profound significance for Manchester City, marking their inaugural advancement into the Champions League knockout stage and their first time securing the top spot in their group. After an enthusiastic embrace with his assistant coaches, Pellegrini remembered he had yet to shake hands with the opposing coach. He quickly adjusted his attire and made his way down the aisle. Guardiola was already waiting there. "Congratulations on your advancement." "Thank you. And I wish you good fortune in the draw." Bayern's qualification as group runners-up meant they would face the group winners in the next round. Should they draw teams like Real Madrid or Barcelona, even a formidable side like Bayern could face elimination. Conversely, Manchester City, as group leaders, would encounter the second-place teams, which were evidently weaker than the group leaders, significantly easing their path to advancement compared to Bayern. Thus, Pellegrini wished his counterpart a favorable draw, though with Bayern's caliber. Avoiding Real Madrid and Barcelona seemed manageable. After the match, Müller approached Lin Quan to exchange jerseys. Lin Quan harbored no ill feelings towards Thomas Müller, acknowledging his relentless efforts during the match and his dedication in training. Moreover, he possesses the awareness of his own shortcomings and strives diligently to enhance himself, thereby augmenting his prowess. What is even more commendable is that, much like Reyes, this individual embodies the essence of a one-club player. In fact, he has taken this dedication to an even greater extent, having never represented any other team. Should the higher-ups at Bayern display a modicum of humanity, it is highly probable that Müller would retire at the Allianz Arena. Let us strive for a draw with Real Madrid and conquer them. After exchanging jerseys, Lin gently patted Müller's shoulder and spoke to him. Müller, with a pained expression, replied, "Real Madrid is formidable. If we draw them, we won't stand a chance. Do not be disheartened. If Borussia Dortmund can achieve it, so can you." Müller, with a keen strategic mind, suggested, "Perhaps it would be better for Dortmund to draw Real Madrid. Once they eliminate them, we can subsequently defeat them." The implications of Müller's calculations could be heard even across the Atlantic. In the final match of the UEFA Champions League group stage, aside from the highly anticipated clash between Manchester City and Bayern Munich in Group D, the spotlight was on the 2 matches in the perilous Group F. Napoli, trailing in both goal difference and points, faced Arsenal at home, while Borussia Dortmund ventured to the away match against the winless Marseille. The 2 matches commenced simultaneously, and aside from the abysmal Marseille, the remaining 3 teams were keenly monitoring the developments of the other game. In the 4th minute of play, Borussia Dortmund struck first, taking a temporary lead of 1-0 against Marseille. Upon hearing this news, the Napoli supporters at Stadio San Paolo were engulfed in despair. If the match were to conclude with this scoreline, Dortmund would advance, while Napoli would face elimination. However, 10 minutes later, news arrived from the Marseille camp that they had equalized. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to the Napoli fans, who promptly urged their players to secure a victory to ensure their progression. Yet, further disheartening news emerged from the other match. Marseille's forward Payet received 2 yellow cards within 2 minutes, resulting in a red card and his expulsion from the match. Upon hearing this, the Napoli supporters, who had just regained some hope, found their anxiety resurfacing. Fortunately, with one player down, Marseille fortified their defenses, thwarting any further scoring opportunities for Dortmund. This signified that Napoli still had a chance. As long as they could secure a win, their advancement remained viable. However, Napoli struggled to breach Arsenal's defense, and after over 70 minutes of play, the score remained 0-0. Finally, in the 73rd minute, the talented Higuain seized an opportunity and netted Napoli's first goal. This goal sent the Napoli fans at Stadio San Paolo into a frenzy. Should the match conclude with this score, they would usurp Dortmund's position and join Arsenal in the knockout stage. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Shortly after Napoli's goal, Arsenal's midfielder Arteta received 2 yellow cards, resulting in his dismissal as well. This development further bolstered the confidence of the Napoli supporters, who were on the verge of advancing to the knockout rounds. Yet, fate has a penchant for playing tricks on individuals. After enduring for over 70 minutes with one player short, Marseille finally succumbed. In the 87th minute of the match, Dortmund scored again, altering the score to 2-1. This goal was almost a decisive blow, with merely 3 minutes remaining in regulation time, and less than 6 minutes including stoppage time. It was implausible for Marseille, already at a numerical disadvantage and devoid of any hope for advancement, to mount a fervent offensive. This effectively signified that Dortmund had almost secured their progression. Dortmund's qualification implied that Napoli would face elimination unless they could score 3 goals against Arsenal, thus surpassing their rivals on goal difference. When this news reached them, the Napoli players went into a frenzy. They attacked Arsenal's goal with wild abandon, hoping to net more goals in the final moments. Their efforts bore fruit. In the 90th minute, Callahan scored once more, bringing the score to 2-0 in favor of Napoli. The referee allocated 4 minutes of stoppage time. Should they manage to score again in these final moments, they would secure advancement. Faced with the frantic onslaught from Napoli, Arsenal found themselves in a state of panic. Initially, they had the most favorable outlook for qualification, yet their position now hung precariously in the balance. Arsenal could not bear the thought of elimination. The season had not yet reached its midway point, and this was not the time for their customary collapse. Napoli yearned for a place in the knockout stage. And so did Arsenal. In the last 4 minutes, the match intensified dramatically, even turning brutal. Under the resolute defense of Arsenal, they withstood Napoli's frenzied attacks, maintaining the 2-0 score until the final whistle. Ultimately, Napoli triumphed over Arsenal with a score of 2-0, accumulating 12 points from 4 victories across 6 matches. Yet they were eliminated due to a lesser goal difference. They became the team with the highest points in Champions League history to be knocked out, thus etching their name into the annals of the competition. Meanwhile, in Group G, Zenit St. Petersburg suffered a 1-4 defeat against Austria Vienna, earning only 6 points. Yet they advanced to the knockout stage, setting another historical record in the Champions League. Sometimes, fate plays such cruel tricks, affecting both the fans of Napoli and Zenit alike. End of chapter 60. 9 goals in the Champions League, tying with Cristiano Ronaldo, 22 goals in the league, aiming for Alan Shearer. Following their match against Bayern, Manchester City did not linger in Munich, but instead returned to Manchester overnight. The Christmas rush of the English Premier League was about to commence, ushering in a grueling schedule for City. In 3 days, they were set to face Arsenal in a titanic clash for the top spot. On the surface, considering both teams' form, Manchester City appeared to be in slightly better shape. Similarly engaged in the Champions League, they had managed to recover from a 2-goal deficit on the road, forcing a draw against the formidable Bayern. Conversely, Arsenal, despite holding a 3-point advantage, found themselves on the back foot away from home, nearly facing elimination. Nevertheless, City had experienced a few stuttering performances in their previous league matches, casting doubt upon their current form. The disparity in strength between the two teams is minimal. The outcome of the match hinges upon their tactics and on-field performance. The team in better form, seizing the opportunities presented by their opponents' mistakes, will possess a greater likelihood of victory. The coaches of both teams are burning the midnight oil, scrutinizing recordings of their adversaries' matches in search of vulnerabilities. On Arsenal's side, after reviewing Manchester City's recent league fixtures and their Champions League performances, Wenger wearily rubbed his forehead. They are formidable opponents. Since Lin Quan's arrival, City's attacking prowess has surged. If Arsenal cannot contain him, they may struggle to withstand the onslaught. Arsenal is not adept at playing from behind, as the abundance of young players coupled with a history of faltering in the latter stages has rendered the team somewhat fragile. In favorable conditions, they can perform extraordinarily well. But when faced with adversity, these young players often find themselves at a loss. This has led to a pattern where, upon conceding a goal to a stronger opponent, they tend to capitulate and concede multiple times in succession. The rationale behind this phenomenon is not complex. Since Vieira's departure, Arsenal has struggled to identify a suitable leader within the squad. Wenger once had high hopes for Fabregas, yet the allure of Barcelona drew him away, leaving Wenger's years of investment in tatters. Furthermore, the perennial absence of silverware and Arsenal's policy of not offering contracts longer than 1 year to players over 30 has made it challenging to attract the finest talents or retain the club's exceptional players. Regrettably, had they managed to bring Lin Quan back to the Emirates, Arsenal might have secured a worthy leader. With a sigh, Wenger dismissed such thoughts from his mind. Lin Quan has already joined Manchester City. Dwelling on the past is futile. Rather than wasting time on such matters, he should focus on how to neutralize him. After meticulously reviewing Manchester City's matches against Bayern, Sunderland, West Bromwich Albion, and Southampton, Wenger finally began to formulate some strategies. In contrast to Wenger's apprehensions, the players within Arsenal's ranks did not exhibit fear at the prospect of facing Manchester City. Young star Theo Walcott took to social media, declaring, "I have a feeling I will score at the Etihad, and not just once." As a fellow young talent, Walcott harbored a certain defiance towards Lin Quan. Having emerged onto the scene earlier and achieved fame sooner, he did not see himself as inferior to Lin Quan, especially considering he had arrived at Arsenal bearing the title of a prodigy. Wenger's willingness to invest £5 million in the 16-year-old is testament to his potential. Walcott's performances since joining Arsenal have validated Wenger's keen eye for talent. However, compared to the heights Lin Quan has reached shortly after joining Manchester City, Walcott has consistently fallen just short. He attributes this to injuries. As a speed-oriented player, he is particularly susceptible to them, and once injured, such setbacks can significantly affect their form. In the past 2 years, as the frequency of injuries sustained by the young Tiger has diminished, his performance in the league has become increasingly remarkable. Last season, he scored 14 goals for Arsenal, making him the club's top scorer. In the wake of Van Persie's departure, it can be said that the young Tiger has shouldered the responsibility of Arsenal's attacking strategy. Consequently, he earned the highest salary at Arsenal, with a weekly wage of 100,000. Walcott's remarks quickly garnered immense attention and sparked discussions online. Naturally, Arsenal fans sang his praises, urging him on. "Go, young Tiger. Show Manchester City your prowess. Let them know who the fastest man in the Premier League is." On the other hand, Manchester City fans dismissed Walcott's statement with disdain. TSK. It seems anyone can step up and compare themselves to the King Lin. Haha, Walcott. Does he even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath? Lin scored 22 goals in less than half a season. Can the young Tiger match that in a full season? Haha. Lin's goals in the Champions League exceed the young Tiger's league tally. To the players of Manchester City, the two were not even in the same league, viewing the young Tiger's claims as mere bravado, and they retorted without reservation. Walcott, having served Arsenal for many years, has amassed a considerable fan base. When they witnessed their star being insulted, they could not remain passive and promptly retaliated, engaging in a verbal spar with Manchester City supporters. A reporter, eager for a scoop, ventured to the training ground of Manchester City to seek Lin's opinion on the matter. "Lin, what do you think about Theo's statement?" The question momentarily stunned Lin, who instinctively replied, "Who is Theo?" This was merely a genuine inquiry, as he was unaware that it referred to Walcott. However, the spectators, particularly City fans, were oblivious to this nuance. To them, it appeared as if their star player was responding to a challenge from Arsenal's leading figure, and they relished the exchange. Thus, the phrase "Who is Theo?" quickly became a trending topic online, with Manchester City fans flocking to Walcott's Twitter, lining up to echo Lin's words. "Who is Theo?" "Lin, apologies. I do not know who Theo is." "Oh, someone has failed at their bravado." "Ha. Serves them right. Clearly not on the same level, yet they dared to provoke, only to be slapped back." Seeing the Manchester City fans lining up to taunt Walcott on Twitter, Lin contemplated sending out a tweet to clarify. However, after careful consideration, he dismissed the idea. To explain at this moment might be perceived as a sign of weakness, potentially dampening the morale of Manchester City. Moreover, Walcott had initiated the provocation himself. Since he struck first, he should not be surprised at the retaliation. Meanwhile, on Arsenal's side, Walcott was seething with anger at Lin's response and the taunts from City fans. He vowed to deliver a resounding blow to his opponents at the Etihad Stadium. Witnessing Walcott, brimming with vigor and fervor, fully ignited on the training ground, Wenger stood at the sidelines, both astonished and elated, his confidence in the upcoming match significantly bolstered. On December 14th, the 16th round of the Premier League commenced. The highlight of this round was undoubtedly the clash between Manchester City and Arsenal. Scheduled for midday on the 14th. The intention behind this arrangement was clear. The Premier League aimed to cater to audiences in Asia and America, particularly in Asia. The match commenced at 9 p.m. Beijing time, a prime viewing hour. This season, due to Lin Quan's arrival and the Premier League's vigorous promotion, the viewership of matches in Asia has seen a notable increase. Following the broadcasting contract signed with CCTV, the attention and recognition of the Premier League in China have surged. Many fans, who previously did not follow the Premier League, have begun to tune in alongside CCTV's live broadcasts. Naturally, the most watched matches are those featuring Manchester City. Whenever CCTV airs a Manchester City game, the ratings soar instantly. Conversely, the viewership for matches involving other teams plummets significantly. It is abundantly clear that the majority of fans are drawn by Lin Quan. Long live Lin. They cheer, "I am your fan." Is there a hint of jealousy here? True fans would never refer to Lin as the Emperor. Even detractors can develop an affection for him over time. Speaking of which, Lin's current form is nothing short of sensational, with 22 goals in the league and 9 in the Champions League group stage. Remarkably, he scored in every match of the 6-round group stage, setting a new record in Champions League history. Truly astounding. Those who previously claimed Lin's goals could not compare to Messi or Ronaldo have surely been silenced now. Notably, he does not falter under pressure. In the first 4 rounds of the Champions League, Lin scored only 5 goals, facing criticism from fans of Messi and Ronaldo, particularly the latter. However, in the last 2 rounds, Lin netted 4 goals, climbing the Champions League scoring chart to tie with Ronaldo at the top. Regrettably, Ronaldo also scored, preventing Lin from seizing the sole lead. Some fans express a tinge of regret. In the final round of the group stage, Real Madrid triumphed again, with Ronaldo increasing his tally to 9 goals. Nevertheless, given Lin's current form, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses them. Those who once ranked ahead of him, like Messi and Ibrahimovic, have now been overtaken. Fans are brimming with confidence in Lin Quan, not least because of his extraordinary streak of scoring in every match, leaving no reason to doubt his potential. The Premier League season goal record, held by Alan Shearer at 34 goals, is within Lin's grasp. Can he break this record? It seems like a mere formality. Lin's current scoring rate is an impressive one. 47 goals per match, with 23 rounds still remaining in the Premier League. If he continues scoring at this rate, he could very well shatter the record. What a terrifying scoring efficiency Lin possesses. This season, his total goals could reach 50 or 60. In the league, there are 40 matches. In the Champions League, 10. And for the cup competitions, it depends on the draws for the FA Cup and the League Cup. If one can reach the final, scoring 10 goals should not be a formidable challenge. If we consider the national team goals, could Lin Huang's statistics not rival those of Messi and Ronaldo? Messi has already surpassed the mark, while catching up to Ronaldo seems a daunting task, as Ronaldo's total goals this year have reached an astonishing 68. This is indeed terrifying. Is Ronaldo this formidable this year? Haha. Otherwise, how could they be called the peerless duo? As for Messi, after netting 91 goals last year, his performance has noticeably declined this year, with only 45 goals, which is less than half of last year's tally. In the past, some have suggested that Lin Quan is on par with Messi and Ronaldo, a notion that many were reluctant to accept. However, when fans laid out the statistics of the 3 players this season, those who were previously skeptical about Lin Quan were taken aback to discover how much he has matured. Haha. In this light, Walcott indeed seems to be overreaching. He couldn't even score 30 goals in a season, with his highest league tally being merely 14. What grounds does he have to compare himself to Lin Huang? The two are clearly not on the same level. Walcott lags behind Lin Quan in dribbling, maneuvering, organization, passing, and positioning, and his finishing skills are several tiers below. Nevertheless, the little tiger is not without merit. At the very least, he is faster than Lin Quan. Haha. If Lin Huang possessed Walcott's speed, it would indeed be terrifying. This match is crucial for the championship race in the Premier League, making it significant for teams vying for the title. Thus, prior to the match, in addition to the media dispatching numerous reporters to cover the event, major Premier League clubs also sent representatives to witness the game. Liverpool's coach, Rodgers, who is set to face Manchester City, even attended the match, eager to see what Arsenal could showcase against City. If Arsenal were to triumph over Manchester City, the Reds could glean insights from their tactics to counter City. Of course, playing at Manchester City's home ground is a daunting task, and Arsenal's chances of victory appear slim, which does not inspire much confidence from Liverpool's camp. However, given Arsenal's capabilities, they should be able to expose some of their opponent's weaknesses. Should both teams adopt an aggressive strategy, it might very well turn into a goal fest. Rodgers was correct. Both Manchester City and Arsenal opted for an attacking strategy. After several previous matches, Pellegrini recognized that Manchester City's defense indeed harbored vulnerabilities. To avoid revealing this weakness to their opponents, they needed to enhance their offensive threat, exerting greater pressure on the adversary, thereby rendering them unable to challenge Manchester City's goal. In this manner, the potential hazard could be mitigated to the greatest extent. Wenger and Pellegrini seem to have arrived at similar conclusions. Arsenal is not composed of particularly robust defensive players. After the departure of a stalwart leader like Vieira, their midfield has struggled to maintain its tenacity. Schürrle, Ozil, and Arteta lack the defensive prowess and leadership qualities embodied by Vieira. Manchester City, renowned for their formidable attacking strength, would likely crumble if subjected to relentless pressure. Thus, he has drawn upon the experiences of other teams to devise an offensive strategy against City. Given Arsenal's current roster, breaching Manchester City's defenses should not prove excessively challenging. Moreover, Arsenal's players excel in favorable circumstances. Once they gain the lead, their morale significantly soars. Consequently, additional goals may follow in swift succession. In such a scenario, Arsenal could not only triumph over the formidable Manchester City, but might even achieve a resounding victory. Recently, Arsenal faced an unexpected defeat against Napoli in the Champions League, relinquishing their top position after leading for 5 rounds. This setback complicates their forthcoming knockout stage, prompting Wenger's squad to urgently seek a significant victory to bolster morale and restore confidence among the players. Such an uplift would be crucial for their prospects against other teams in the knockout rounds. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 61. Ozil, on the verge of tears, and Walcott. Ultimately, it was a misplaced trust. Goal. Walcott has done it. In the 14th minute of the match, Arsenal struck first. After Ramsey intercepted the ball in defense, he swiftly passed it to Walcott, who raced down the flank with remarkable speed. His pace was astonishing, leaving Manchester City's defenders in his wake. In a moment of desperation, Joe Hart opted to confront him, only to be outmaneuvered and humiliated by a nutmeg. 1-0. Arsenal has taken the lead away from home. On the sidelines, Wenger, witnessing the goal, clenched his fists and erupted in joyful strides. Success. His tactical approach bore fruit. Indeed, Manchester City's defense was not as formidable as anticipated. Engaging them offensively presented a viable opportunity. With this thought, he resolved to persist in this approach and see if another goal could be secured. On the pitch, following his goal, Walcott was equally exhilarated. He sprinted towards the sidelines, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture to silence the stands, clearly retaliating against the taunts from City supporters. "Did you not know who I am? Now, do you remember?" His actions were met with a chorus of boos from the Manchester City fans. "That little brat is courting disaster." A burly man, incensed, rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach him a lesson. However, as soon as he made a move, the vigilant security personnel swiftly intervened, preventing him from reaching the field. This match was being broadcast live worldwide, and any fan causing a disturbance would not only disgrace Manchester City, but also tarnish the reputation of the Premier League. The English Premier League has placed significant emphasis on this match, enlisting a substantial security presence at the venue and coordinating with the local police department, resulting in the deployment of thousands of officers to maintain order. The more fervent Manchester City fans became, the more triumphant Walcott felt. He reveled in the satisfaction of publicly humiliating his opponent, yet it was not sufficient for him. The individual who uttered that provoking remark was Lin Quan. Thus, it was only fitting that he directed his disdain towards him. With this thought in mind, Walcott cast a taunting glance at Lin Quan, silently declaring, "Just wait. This is merely the beginning." Lin Quan, however, remained oblivious to Walcott's provocations, as he never regarded Walcott as a worthy adversary. Nevertheless, with the opposing team having scored, he recognized the necessity to make his presence felt. Consequently, as the match resumed, Arsenal's players observed that the opposing number 10 had become increasingly dynamic. Lin Quan displayed a remarkable ability to sprint, dribble, and pass in the attacking third, rendering one-on-one defense ineffective against him. In the 18th minute, the ball found its way back to Lin Quan's feet. Mesut Ozil, who was tasked with marking him, approached with trepidation. However, Lin Quan appeared to disregard him entirely. And as Ozil closed in, Lin Quan sprang into action, resulting in a collision between the two. Standing over 6 feet tall, Ozil seemed to tower over the 5 feet 8 inches Lin Quan, instilling confidence among the Arsenal supporters. With an 8-centimeter height advantage and a determined demeanor, Ozil was presumed to have the upper hand. Yet, to their astonishment, it was Ozil who was sent sprawling to the ground, not Lin Quan. They had only considered Ozil's height, neglecting to recognize that he weighed a mere 71 kilograms, a typical slender physique that proved disadvantageous in the physically demanding environment of the Premier League. As for Lin Quan, he had already shown his capability to contend with the league's ferocious defenders, so there was little fear of Ozil, who appeared weary and frail. Ozil had been knocked down once again, prompting the commentary from Martin Tyler at Sky Sports, who remarked seriously, "It seems he ought to consider gaining some weight." Indeed, the Premier League is not La Liga. If Ozil wishes to acclimate to its style of play, he must not shy away from physical confrontations. To enhance his resilience, gaining weight would be the most prudent course of action. Andy Gray, a former professional player, possessed a greater authority on such matters, drawing from his own experiences to counsel Arsenal's marquee signing, who had cost Professor Wenger a staggering $50 million. If Ozil failed to bolster his physicality, his contributions to Arsenal would likely stagnate, potentially becoming a liability for the team. Such a scenario would render Wenger's significant investment fruitless. Having commented on Premier League matches for numerous years, the pair held both admiration and sympathy for Wenger. It had taken considerable effort for him to save and invest in a player like Ozil, and they hoped this acquisition would not be deemed a misstep. On the pitch, after deftly maneuvering past Ozil, Lin Quan swiftly advanced the ball towards Arsenal's penalty area. Ramsey opted to retreat defensively, while Lin Quan, undeterred, decisively passed the ball to the flanking David Silva. After receiving the ball, Silva advanced a few steps before returning it to Lin Quan. Just as his national teammate Monreal surged forward, Lin Quan had successfully evaded Ramsey's interception. Upon receiving the ball, he took 2 lateral steps towards the center and then passed to the advancing David Silva. Their exchanges near the touchline had thoroughly disrupted Arsenal's defensive line, with several players including Schürrle, Flamini, Ramsey, and Monreal drawn into their movements. At that moment, Manchester City's forward Aguero had stealthily penetrated Arsenal's penalty area. Observing that both of Arsenal's defensive midfielders were preoccupied, Lin Quan opted to deliver a through ball to the well-positioned Aguero. Mertesacker, however, astutely extended his leg to intercept the pass, yet before he could stabilize the ball, it was snatched away. In astonishment, Mertesacker turned around only to find that it was Lin Quan, the very player he had just seen pass, who had executed the steal. Had he initiated his run the instant the ball was passed? How could he have arrived so swiftly? Arsenal's backline had descended into complete disarray. After Lin Quan passed to Aguero, they shifted their defensive focus entirely onto him. Little did they know, Lin Quan had reclaimed possession, charging forward with the ball. Mertesacker, having been bypassed, was out of position, and Schürrle, tasked with marking Aguero, was unable to provide cover in time. Unmarked, Lin Quan advanced into the penalty area. Glancing at Szczesny's positioning, he decisively unleashed a shot. The outcome was devoid of suspense. Szczesny scarcely attempted a token save before the ball found its way into the net. The score was altered to 1-1, as Manchester City swiftly equalized less than 5 minutes after Arsenal's goal, with Lin Quan, the team's star player, being the one to score. In contrast to the exuberant and somewhat overzealous Walcott, Lin Quan remained remarkably composed following his goal. He merely exchanged high fives and embraces with his celebrating teammates and acknowledged the Manchester City supporters with a modest applause, eschewing any extravagant displays of celebration. For him, such goals were as routine as eating or drinking, hardly warranting any exuberance. However, Lin Quan's calm demeanor incited Walcott's displeasure. What else with the pretense? Is he trying to appear superior? Walcott surmised that Lin Quan was deliberately snubbing him by not celebrating. He regarded Lin Quan as a rival, striving tirelessly to surpass him, believing that Lin Quan reciprocated this rivalry in every action. In truth, Lin Quan paid little heed to Walcott. The latter's perceptions were misplaced. Pellegrini, witnessing his team equalize, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Unlike Wenger, he was not overly animated, opting instead for a calm applause to encourage his players. On the contrary, Wenger on the other side, upon witnessing Arsenal's lead swiftly equalized, instinctively furrowed his brow. The unfolding drama felt markedly different from his expectations. Wenger had initially intended to retreat into a defensive posture after scoring another goal, believing that with the speed and prowess of Arsenal's wingers, Schürrle and Walcott, they could pose a significant threat on the counterattack should Manchester City press forward. However, Manchester City's attacking prowess surpassed his anticipations, and due to his greed, failing to promptly adjust his tactics after taking the lead, he inadvertently afforded City the opportunity to equalize. It remained uncertain whether Arsenal could regain the lead. Should they do so, Wenger would certainly abandon his stubbornness and swiftly alter his strategy. How foolish. In Chelsea's base, Mourinho, hoping for Arsenal to thwart Manchester City, could not help but utter a curse upon seeing Wenger's team rapidly concede. This man, Wenger, was indeed too slow-witted and hypocritical. What nonsense about beautiful football could ever compare to the significance of victory? Were it him, he would have immediately changed tactics upon gaining the lead, never allowing City a chance. Yet, it seemed the special one had forgotten that his own team had been twice ahead at Stamford Bridge, only to be drawn level by their opponents on both occasions. In the stands of the Etihad Stadium, Liverpool's coach Rodgers shook his head. Arsenal's hopes of victory appeared dim. Manchester City was in exceptional form today, and relying solely on offense would not suffice to vanquish their adversaries. It was uncertain whether Wenger could comprehend this. Perhaps adopting a defensive counterattack strategy now might salvage a draw. However, a draw would not quench Arsenal's thirst. They needed 3 points, not 1. If both teams settled for a point, the gap between Arsenal and Manchester City would remain unchanged, inadvertently benefiting other pursuers, such as third-placed Liverpool. Thus, Rodgers secretly wished for a mutual destruction between the two teams, culminating in a draw. Yet, evidently, Manchester City had no intention of adhering to his desired script. After Lin Quan swiftly equalized for his team, Manchester City's offensive onslaught commenced in earnest. The formidable quartet of Lin Quan, Nasri, Aguero, and David Silva relentlessly besieged Arsenal's penalty area in wave after wave of attack. Before the first half concluded, City had already registered 11 shots on goal. The primary reason for Arsenal's passive stance lay in their feeble midfield. In physical confrontations, Ozil was easily bested by Lin Quan, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. He began to develop a fear of physical duels, instinctively seeking self-preservation and even considering evasion when faced with aggressive actions from opponents. This attitude of avoidance was quickly detected by Manchester City's players, who capitalized on his vulnerability, relentlessly targeting him. Within a matter of mere minutes, Ozil not only found himself questioning his very existence after being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan, but also became the subject of repeated torment by other City players. Fernandinho, the defensive midfielder of Manchester City, upon perceiving the frailty of his opponents, immediately surged forward with an air of intimidation, executing fierce tackles and relentless pressing that rendered Ozil incapable of maintaining possession. Yet, Ozil remained the linchpin of Arsenal's organization, according to the team's tactics. He was entrusted with the distribution of the ball. It was evident that Wenger held great confidence in the German. So much so that he relegated the Spanish international Cazorla to the bench in deference to him. It is noteworthy that Cazorla had been the unequivocal core of Arsenal last season, participating in all 38 Premier League matches without exception, contributing 12 goals and 11 assists. As Ozil was afforded more possession, Fernandinho reveled in the opportunity. Observing the Arsenal players preparing to pass, he deliberately maintained a distance from Ozil, leading the Arsenal players to mistakenly believe that Ozil's position was secure, thus coaxing them into passing the ball to him. Upon receiving the ball, Ozil was swiftly confronted by the Brazilian, who barreled into him, effectively dispossessing him. With a triumphant grin, Fernandinho completed the interception and promptly relayed the ball to Lin Quan, continuing his forward momentum rather than retreating. Lin, recognizing his teammates' fervent desire to attack, adeptly returned the ball to him. The pass was exquisite, allowing Fernandinho to strike directly at goal. The Arsenal players appeared momentarily bewildered. Their defensive focus was entirely fixated on Manchester City's forward players, completely unprepared for an incursion from the defensive midfielder. After all, was Fernandinho not a defensive player? When did he become involved in the attack? What they failed to realize was that, Despite his defensive role, Fernandinho possessed a remarkable long-range shot. During his tenure with Shakhtar Donetsk, he had frequently capitalized on such opportunities to score. As he received Lin Quan's pass, Fernandinho silently acknowledged his teammate's brilliance. No wonder the forward players were so fond of Lin. His passing truly felt sublime. Without taking the time to assess the goalkeeper's positioning, Fernandinho controlled the ball, adopted a slightly reclined posture, and unleashed a powerful strike. With a resounding boom, the football transformed into a heavy projectile, hurtling towards Arsenal's goal. Szczesny reacted instinctively, extending his right hand to make contact with the ball. Yet, the force was overwhelming, and the ball deflected off his fingertips and into the net. As he watched the ball roll within his own goal, Szczesny shook his right hand in dismay, casting a wary glance at Manchester City's midfielder. That man's long-range shot was indeed fearsome. He felt as though his hand had nearly been rendered useless. Following the goal, Fernandinho was visibly ecstatic, placing his hands beside his ears and dashing around the pitch, calling out for applause and cheers from the fans. Manchester City's supporters readily obliged, rising to their feet and applauding his exuberance. With even their defensive midfielder scoring, how could Arsenal hope to stage a comeback in this match? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 62. The hesitant Wenger and the infuriated Ozil. The Brazilian should express gratitude for Lin Quan's impeccable assist, which allowed him to strike comfortably. Wenger's Arsenal is in peril. Even before the first half concluded, they have already succumbed to a reversal by Manchester City. In the commentary box of Sky Sports, the two commentators, upon witnessing Fernandinho's goal, harbored little optimism for Arsenal's prospects. Once trailing at the home ground of Manchester City, a comeback becomes exceedingly arduous. Wenger is evidently aware of this reality. As he covers his forehead with his hand upon seeing Fernandinho's goal, sensing the gravity of the situation, should he substitute Schürrle? The assistant coach of Arsenal spoke up, as it was evident to all that Ozil was being thoroughly overwhelmed. He had always harbored a certain apprehension towards physical confrontation, and now Manchester City had identified and exploited this vulnerability, relentlessly targeting him. If Arsenal did not swiftly devise a solution to this predicament, similar goals would likely continue to occur. Just wait a moment. Wenger's indecision resurfaced, as he still held hope for Ozil, wishing for a rapid adjustment in his performance. In the 42nd minute of the first half, after an unsuccessful attack from Manchester City, Arsenal initiated a counterattack. Ramsey hesitated momentarily upon receiving the ball, uncertain whether to pass it to Ozil. Ozil had previously made a series of errors on the pitch, rendering him a liability for Arsenal and causing great discomfort for the players behind him. Ramsey had grown weary of cleaning up the mess. Thus this time he opted to pass to Wilshere. Before Wilshere could receive the ball, he found himself besieged by Lin Quan and David Silva, while Ozil was fortuitously unmarked. Consequently, Wilshere had no choice but to pass to Ozil. Aware of his poor performance that day, Ozil was determined to redeem himself. Upon receiving Wilshere's pass and seizing the opportunity of being unmarked, he lifted his head to survey the field. Arsenal's forward, Giroud, had yet to break free, with his passing lane obstructed by Manchester City players, leaving Ozil unable to deliver the ball to him. Wilshere, trapped in a double team, was unlikely to successfully return the ball to the opposition. Therefore, he decided to pass to the right to Walcott. With this thought, Ozil swiftly executed his pass. Ozil's technical skill was commendable, and this particular pass was of high quality. Upon receiving the ball, Walcott sped along the wing. However, Manchester City had anticipated his move, with Nasri and Yaya Touré standing resolutely in his path, creating an insurmountable barrier. Walcott's success rate in one-on-one situations was commendable, yet against two opponents, his confidence waned. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary dribbling prowess of Messi or Lin Quan. Thus, Walcott chose to pass to Giroud, who, with his back to the goal, was unable to turn due to Kompany's imposing presence. He passed the ball back to Ozil and turned to await his teammates' incisive through ball. What a splendid opportunity. On the sidelines, Wenger's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If Ozil could deliver the ball to Giroud's feet, Giroud would have a chance to shoot. However, before Ozil could receive the ball, a Manchester City player had already lunged at him. Lin, how did he end up here? Lin had retreated deeply into the defense, nearly backtracking to his own penalty area. Such a tackle was perilous. After all, Lin was not a professional defender, and his challenge could easily injure an opposing player, putting him at risk of a card as well. Upon realizing that the player attempting the tackle was Manchester City's number 10, Lin Quan, Wenger was taken aback. While the commentators expressed their astonishment and concern, Ozil sensed someone charging from the side and instinctively glanced over, only to see Lin Quan diving towards him in a tackle. Startled, he hesitated to approach the ball, instinctively jumping to evade the incoming challenge. The opponent's movement was clearly reckless. Should he be caught by the tackle, he could suffer a serious injury. Being young and just stepping into the prime of his career, with endless possibilities ahead, he was unwilling to let an injury derail his professional journey. In the heat of the game, such a decision cannot be deemed incorrect. After all, not everyone can exhibit reckless abandon. However, this is the Premier League. Witnessing Ozil abandon the ball for self-preservation, the Manchester City fans at the Etihad Stadium erupted in mockery. Haha, Ozil has cowered. What a spineless coward. Go back to your mother and drink milk. They derided him as a feeble player, questioning how Wenger could justify spending $50 million on him. Premier League fans revel in fierce physical contests, admiring brave, fearless players. They despise those like Ozil, who appear timid and shy away from physical confrontations. It wasn't just the Manchester City supporters ridiculing Ozil. Even Arsenal fans shook their heads in disappointment at his performance. Could this man truly become a leader for the team? Who knows? But I am certain he could never emulate a leader like Vieira. Alas, I truly wonder what qualities the professor saw in him to warrant such a hefty expenditure. Before Ozil's arrival, Arsenal's record transfer was merely $16 million. Ozil's transfer fee was 3 times that amount. Considering he was the number 10 for Real Madrid, having proven his capabilities in La Liga and the Champions League, the price wasn't entirely outrageous, although Arsenal undoubtedly felt they had been taken advantage of. When news of this transfer broke, Arsenal fans felt a pang. Yet they believed in the adage that you get what you pay for, harboring great expectations for the club's record signing. However, it now seems that Ozil's performances do not live up to his exorbitant price tag and the generous salary he commands. Many Arsenal fans have begun to perceive this transfer as a failure. Wenger, perhaps for the first time, has expended such a significant sum on a single player, leading to doubts about his judgment. In accordance with Wenger's philosophy, he ought to continue acquiring young talents with boundless potential, players who are not only affordable but also capable of development. For instance, the number 10 from Manchester City epitomizes Wenger's ideal: exceedingly young, immensely talented, and already impactful on the field. The most compelling aspect is that acquiring him would not necessitate a transfer fee, making him a perfect fit for Arsenal. If only they had signed that number 10 from the opposing team. On the pitch, Lin Quan witnessed Ozil, startled, hesitating to receive the ball, and without hesitation, seized it. As Lin Quan withdrew his foot, he refrained from executing a full tackle, and Ozil, having realized the situation, understood that the opponent merely intended to intimidate him. Being a core player for Manchester City, how could he possibly engage in such unsavory tactics? This thought stirred a mix of indignation and embarrassment within him. Watching Lin Quan's retreating figure, Ozil clenched his fists, a wild idea flickering through his mind. Unbeknownst to Lin Quan, who was seizing the opportunity as Arsenal transitioned from attack to defense, he swiftly passed the ball to a teammate, seeking to catch the opposition off guard. Upon realizing the ball had been intercepted, Arsenal's players immediately opted for a full defensive retreat. However, human speed is evidently no match for that of a football. The ball was swiftly transferred to David Silva's feet, who, without hesitation, sought the forward Agüero. Agüero's movement was remarkably astute. He sprang into action the moment Silva released the ball, evading the offside trap and gaining possession. This presented a clear goal-scoring opportunity. Szczesny promptly decided to rush out of the goal, while Agüero instinctively aimed for the far corner. In their encounter, it was the Argentine who emerged victorious. The football grazed the far post before rolling into the net. 3-1. Manchester City had once again extended their lead. This is infuriating. I have had enough of this foolish player. Are we down a man? Why does it feel as though the opposition has 12 players? What is Wenger doing? Why hasn't he substituted that player? Upon witnessing Manchester City's goal, Arsenal supporters could no longer contain their frustration. Their patience with Ozil had been utterly exhausted, as his fear of confrontation had led to conceding 2 goals. Had those 2 goals not been surrendered, the score would still be 1-1. Even if victory was unattainable, at least a draw could have been preserved. But now, not only is a win out of reach, but even a draw seems like a distant dream. Should Arsenal lose this match, they would forfeit the chance at the halfway championship and fall 9 points behind Manchester City. Such a significant gap would likely prove difficult to bridge in the second half of the season. After all, Arsenal is notorious for collapsing in the latter half. Coach, it's time for substitutions. Assistant coach Steve Bold could hardly bear to watch. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush onto the field and replace Ozil himself. As the first half drew to a close, he contemplated making the substitution during the halftime break. Wenger, too, was profoundly disappointed in Ozil. He did not expect him to embody the steely leadership of a Vieira, but surely this was an excessive display? With the first half nearly over, replacing Ozil at this juncture would undoubtedly inflict a severe blow to his confidence and mindset. Thus, the professor resolved to preserve some semblance of dignity for the player, intending to wait until the final moments of the half before making the change. However, this hesitation would soon lead to calamity. In the final minute of the half, as Lin Quan prepared to make a breakthrough with the ball, Ozil unexpectedly charged in from the side and executed a reckless tackle. It was evident that this was a retaliatory foul, a response to the humiliation he felt from Lin Quan's earlier challenge. With a loud thud, the two collided fiercely, crashing to the ground. Lin Quan's tackle had been executed right in front of Ozil, allowing him a moment to react, whereas Ozil's tackle was aimed purely at inflicting a foul, leaving Lin Quan no time to evade it. The crowd erupted in shock at Ozil's reckless challenge, with Manchester City fans rising anxiously to witness the unfolding drama. The force of Ozil's tackle was substantial, and Lin Quan had no opportunity to dodge. He was at significant risk of injury, possibly severe. The referee swiftly halted the match and sprinted towards the scene of the incident. He had a clear view. Ozil had not made contact with the ball, but had instead struck Lin Quan. This was undeniably a foul, and a malicious one at that. Without hesitation, he brandished a red card, dismissing Ozil from the game, writhing on the ground in agony. Ozil was too preoccupied with his own pain to heed the referee's decision. In executing the tackle, he had felt as though he struck a solid iron plate. Lin Quan's ankle had felt unyielding. He was uncertain whether Lin Quan had sustained an injury, but he was convinced of his own. Thus, even if the referee had not issued a red card, he would be unable to continue. Initially, the referee assumed Ozil was feigning injury in an attempt to garner sympathy. While signaling for the Manchester City medical team to attend to Lin Quan, he observed Ozil's display with a detached gaze. Witnessing their teammates' poor performance, Arsenal players felt a twinge of embarrassment, and none stepped forward to assist Ozil. Conversely, upon seeing Lin Quan down on the ground, Manchester City players rushed to his side. "Lin, are you all right? If you're injured, I swear I'll take down a few Arsenal players," someone exclaimed. "Enough of that. We need the medical team out here, quickly." The concern among the Manchester City players was palpable. Had it not been for the referee standing beside Ozil, they would have eagerly seized him to exact retribution for Lin Quan's plight. The chief referee observed the situation for a while, noticing that Ozil was drenched in sweat and steam was rising from his forehead. It dawned on him that the opposing player was not feigning injury. He was genuinely hurt. He gestured to Arsenal's sideline, signaling for their medical staff to come onto the field. Meanwhile, the Manchester City supporters, while cursing Ozil, wore expressions of concern for the injured Lin Quan. If the opposing player had sustained an injury, Lin Quan's condition might well be more severe. The Manchester City medical team shared this sentiment. Equipped with their full gear, they hurried towards the scene with grave expressions. However, before they could reach the incident location, Lin Quan stood up on his own. "Lin, don't move recklessly. Be careful not to exacerbate your injury." The team doctor was startled and quickly attempted to prevent Lin Quan from moving, urging him to lie back down. "I'm fine, really," Lin Quan insisted earnestly, but the doctor was not convinced. "Fine? How can that be? The other player is injured. How could you possibly be unscathed?" Yet, after a thorough examination, the Manchester City doctor found himself perplexed. Was it truly the case that Lin Quan was uninjured? He began to question his own skills and whether he had misjudged the situation. Turning his gaze towards the Arsenal medical staff who were attending to Ozil, he asked, "Excuse me, colleague, could I trouble you for assistance?" The spectators in the stadium and viewers at home were bemused, unsure of what the Manchester and Arsenal doctors were doing. What was happening with Lin Quan? Why did he stand up only to lie down again? Why was he being examined by an Arsenal doctor? Was the Manchester City medical team's competency in question for seeking help from their rivals? Lin Quan is standing again. Does this mean he is confirmed uninjured? If he truly was uninjured, it was a relief, for an actual injury could mean months of absence from the game. It was noted that Lin Quan's resilience was extraordinary. Throughout every match, He faced targeting and infringement from opponents, yet never seemed to sustain an injury. Upon reflection, it was observed that Lin Quan had maintained perfect attendance this season, not missing a single game. That is not entirely accurate. He did not play in the fourth round of the League Cup, but it was not due to injury. Nevertheless, that is still remarkable. At least in the Premier League and Champions League, he has been ever present, a striking efficiency. I recall he had missed matches in the Bundesliga due to injuries. But it seems that in the Premier League, he has managed to evade such issues. Quite peculiar. Perhaps it is due to his exceptional physical condition, coupled with greater experience in matches, allowing him to better protect himself. The rarity of injuries is indeed a blessing, a trait many players covet. Royce endorsed this notion, while Messi, Robin, Kaká, and Ronaldo expressed their envy. Alas, lamented Messi's fans, if only he could sustain fewer injuries this season, his statistics would not be so modest. On the field, after the Arsenal medical staff concluded their examination of Lin Quan, they too began to question their understanding of the situation. How could it be that he was genuinely uninjured? It seemed impossible. Glancing back at Ozil, who was being carried off on a stretcher, one could almost feel a surreal sense that it was not Lin Quan who had been fouled, but rather Ozil himself. Otherwise, why was Ozil the one taken off, while Lin Quan remained vibrant and full of energy? This chapter concludes. Chapter 63, a hat-trick triumph over Arsenal. The entire stadium stands to applaud. Ozil's actions were undeniably irrational. Lin Quan was still far from Arsenal's goal, making such a foul unnecessary. In the commentary box, Hiwei shook his head, expressing his bewilderment over Ozil's conduct. Perhaps he sought to retaliate for Lin Quan's earlier tackle? Su Yang, with his background as a player, could somewhat empathize with Ozil's mindset, acknowledging that athletes often struggle to manage their emotions on the field. Clearly, he paid dearly for his impulsive and reckless behavior, plunging Arsenal into a dire predicament. Although it is often said that football is unpredictable, trailing by 2 goals and being a man down rendered Arsenal's comeback virtually impossible. Both commentators felt a sense of regret. Such a high-stakes showdown lost its suspense due to Ozil's irrational foul. For Arsenal's fans, this may be a difficult reality to accept. However, for Manchester City's players, witnessing that goal must have provided a sense of reassurance. As the first half swiftly came to a close, Wenger offered words of comfort to his players during the intermission, encouraging them to strive for a miraculous turnaround. With only 10 players, Arsenal had no choice but to adopt a defensive counterattack strategy. As the second half commenced, Arsenal made a tactical adjustment, substituting Giroud for Cazorla. Without the support from the midfield, Giroud was unable to receive the ball in the attacking third, rather than leaving him stranded up front. It was deemed more prudent to replace him with a playmaker who might seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Initially, this substitution was merely a response to Ozil's expulsion. Yet Cazorla's entrance invigorated Arsenal's counterplay. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Arsenal capitalized on a mistake from Manchester City, with Cazorla executing a sweeping pass after intercepting the ball in their own half. The pass was akin to a precision-guided missile, finding the sprinting Walcott in the attacking third. Following the restart of the second half, Manchester City had been relentlessly pressing Arsenal's goal, leaving vast spaces in their defense. This provided Walcott with ample room to accelerate, quickly reaching his top speed upon receiving the ball. When Walcott was fully unleashed, he was a formidable force. Demichelis barely managed a move before a blur flashed past him, and upon closer inspection, Walcott had vanished from his sight. Skillfully evading Demichelis' challenge with a deft touch, Walcott opted to take a shot. The strike was exceptionally cunning. Joe Hart exerted all his strength, but failed to make the save. Astonishingly, Arsenal managed to pull one back while a man down, as Walcott delivered a brilliant double at the Etihad Stadium. Goal. The match is far from over, yet Walcott has scored again, rescuing Arsenal from the brink. Witnessing the young Tigers' goal, Wenger was overwhelmed with excitement. Casting aside his usual composed demeanor, he clenched his fists and trembled with exhilaration. The young Tiger was even more elated, sprinting back from the front line and joyfully leaping onto Cazorla. The credit for this goal, more than half, belongs to Cazorla. Without his pinpoint pass, Walcott could have run himself ragged without securing such a golden opportunity. Well done, Theo. Magnificent strike. Arsenal players rushed forward, embracing Walcott and Cazorla in celebration. There is still time in the match. Let us score another. Ramsey glanced at the scoreboard and addressed his teammates. He chuckled. I feel like I can score 2 more. With his confidence soaring after completing a brace, Walcott felt like a deity on the pitch, nearly invincible. Haha. If you can net 4 at the Etihad, you'll have outshone their number 10. Flamini ruffled Walcott's hair, grinning. Indeed, our little tiger is already superior to that fellow. I've always believed that. Listening to his teammates, Schürrle hesitated, caught between speaking out and holding his tongue. Ultimately, he sighed inwardly, refraining from dousing their enthusiasm with cold water. Having played alongside both Walcott and Lin Quan, Schürrle understood their abilities better than anyone else in the Arsenal squad. Walcott is indeed remarkable. As a pacey winger, he is like a sharp sword on the field. Wielded well, he can be tremendously effective. However, Lin Quan is different. He is nearly omnipotent in the attacking front, akin to a formidable machine, devoid of weaknesses, excelling in every aspect. This is evident from their respective statistics in both League and Champions League matches. Yet, voicing such thoughts might dampen morale and could inadvertently offend Walcott. Thus, Schürrle chose to remain silent. Arsenal's second goal caught Manchester City slightly off guard, yet their formation remained steadfast. As the match resumed, City continued to orchestrate their attacks methodically. Lin Quan assumed the role of orchestrator, utilizing passes and breakthroughs to manipulate Arsenal's defense. Whenever an opening appeared, he seized the opportunity to deliver threatening passes, creating chances for his teammates. This constant pressure rendered Arsenal increasingly defensive, as if a heavy iron chain were constricting their necks, suffocating them. Lin's organizational prowess surpassed my expectations. Wenger marveled at the scene before him, merely acting as a part-time organizer. Lin Quan's displayed talent and capability had already eclipsed that of Ozil. In terms of offensive attributes, Lin Quan has utterly outshone Ozil. What sheer luck has Manchester City encountered to secure such a player of this caliber? Wenger must be green with envy. Am I mistaken? Is Manchester City indeed playing the possession football reminiscent of Barcelona? It certainly appears so. It feels as though Arsenal is on the verge of being utterly suffocated. Indeed, this is exceedingly stifling. The outlook seems grim if this continues. The intuition of the fans is remarkably accurate. After a mere 10 minutes of passing, Arsenal's players have begun to struggle to keep pace with Manchester City's rhythm. Moreover, this style of possession football is hypnotic, making it extraordinarily challenging for defenders to maintain unwavering concentration. Once their focus wanes, they inevitably present opportunities for the opposition. In the 76th minute, Manchester City executed a seamless combination in the attacking third, and after several passes, the ball found its way to Lin Quan's feet. Unbeknownst to him, he had stealthily penetrated Arsenal's penalty area. At this moment, Arsenal's defense was in disarray, with players frantically rushing towards him upon seeing the ball at his feet. Lin Quan deftly maneuvered the ball sideways, creating a slight angle before feigning a shot. Mertesacker, Schürrle, and others simultaneously raised their legs to block, only to discover that he had not taken a shot. It was merely a ruse. The ball had been delivered to the vacant space on the right side of Arsenal's penalty area. David Silva appeared in that space, effortlessly slotting the ball into the net, altering the score to 4-2. Just as Arsenal had taken a tentative step back from the brink, they were once again forcefully pushed back by Manchester City. Upon the goal's realization, Wenger sank back into his seat on the bench, his heart heavy with despair. He understood that his team was finished. Pellegrini, on the other hand, smiled and applauded his team's performance. Even he, as the head coach, was visibly exhilarated by such coordination. This was the desired effect. With a 2-goal lead in the match nearing the 80-minute mark, Pellegrini opted to make substitutions, replacing Aguero with Navas and Yaya Touré with Javi Garcia. Spanish players are inherently more adept at possession football, and introducing Garcia would, to some extent, liberate Lin Quan from organizational duties, allowing him to engage more vigorously in the attack. Walcott had scored twice. As Manchester City's star player, how could Lin Quan allow his goal tally to fall short? With the 2 Spanish players on the pitch, Manchester City's possession game flowed increasingly smoothly. Arsenal's players appeared somewhat despondent, feeling as though they were facing Barcelona on the Champions League stage. 5 years against Bayern, 3 years against Barcelona. For Arsenal fans, encountering these two teams in the Champions League is the last thing they wish for. Last season, Arsenal was eliminated by Bayern, halting their journey in the round of 16. As for the number of times they've faltered at the hands of Barcelona, that count is even greater. Wait, we qualified as second in our group, while Barcelona topped theirs. Could it be that we are destined to face Barcelona once more in the knockout stage? Upon contemplating this, The hearts of Arsenal fans tightened with apprehension for the impending draw of the UEFA Champions League group stage. Garcia and Navas, upon entering the field, devoted themselves solely to feeding Lin Quan the ball, eschewing personal glory in favor of amplifying the statistics of their team leader. With such enthusiastic teammates, Lin Quan found it difficult to decline their generosity. In the 85th minute of the match, Lin Quan received a pass from Navas, skillfully evaded a defender, and scored, thereby extending the score to 5-2. This goal marked his second of the match, and like Walcott, Lin Quan also achieved the remarkable feat of a brace. A hat trick. One more. The Manchester City fans, seemingly unsatisfied, clamored for Lin Quan to net another goal and complete a hat trick. Initially reluctant, Lin Quan succumbed to the fervor of his younger teammates. In the 90th minute, Nasri surged into the penalty area, only to be brought down by an Arsenal player. The referee awarded a penalty, and Nasri promptly scrambled to his feet, graciously offering the penalty opportunity to Lin Quan. Although he was French and not Spanish, he clearly understood who the true leader of the team was. With such courtesy from his teammates, Lin Quan graciously accepted. As Lin Quan approached the penalty spot, Wenger felt a wave of despair wash over him. He attempted to place his now-numb right hand into his pocket, yet found it impossible. The pocket seemed tantalizingly close, yet it felt as though a door had been firmly shut against him. Wenger repeated this futile gesture several times, drawing the attention of the cameras, which captured his embarrassment and displayed it on the big screen. A wave of laughter erupted from the Manchester City fans, leaving Wenger with a grim expression as he turned and returned to his seat on the bench. With Lin Quan successfully converting the penalty, the score became 6-2. Subsequently, Pellegrini utilized his final substitution, withdrawing Lin Quan during stoppage time to allow him to bask in the adulation of the fans. As Lin Quan exited, he acknowledged the stands with applause, expressing gratitude for the fervent support of the fans. In response, the Manchester City supporters rose collectively, offering a resounding ovation. Their affection for Lin Quan was palpable. Every time they witnessed his appearance at home matches, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped them. Not long after Lin Quan departed the field, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed over Arsenal with an impressive victory, not only defending their top position but also extending their legendary home-winning streak. Lin Quan's hat trick showcased his dominance over Walcott, eliminating any lingering doubts among rational and objective fans regarding who was the superior player. However, the young Walcott seemed unconvinced, as he had indeed scored twice at the Etihad Stadium, fulfilling his pre-match boasts. It's merely a matter of your teammates being slightly better. Had I possessed allies of your caliber, the outcome of the match could have been quite different. After the match, the Arsenal players were predominantly engulfed in despondency. Before facing Manchester City, they harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that the gap between them and City was not insurmountable. However, after the match, they were compelled to concede that Manchester City indeed possessed a superior prowess. The disparity was not merely marginal. They lacked players of Lin Quan's caliber within their ranks. The thought of competing for the championship against such a formidable opponent instilled a sense of trepidation among the Arsenal players. Their adversaries had gone 16 matches unbeaten, and if one were to include the Champions League and Cup competitions, they had maintained an impressive streak of 24 matches without defeat. The players were at a loss as to how to overcome such a daunting foe, especially while trailing by 9 points. Their hopes of clinching the title rested solely on the possibility of Manchester City faltering. Do not despair, the season is still long. Losing one match does not signify the end. We still have opportunities. Wenger observed the players' morale plummeting and offered them individual embraces as a source of comfort. One of Arsenal's shortcomings lay in the youthfulness of its squad. Younger players often exhibit a fragile psychological resilience, leading to fluctuating mindsets, which is a contributing factor to Arsenal's annual collapse in the latter half of the season. Another reason is the squad's lack of depth. When key players succumb to injury, Arsenal's performance tends to deteriorate dramatically. With the improvement of Arsenal's financial situation, Wenger found himself with increased funds at his disposal. He had already commenced efforts to rectify this issue, with the acquisition of Ozil for $50 million during the summer serving as a clear indication that Arsenal was finally in a position to make significant purchases in the transfer market. As the winter break approached, Wenger intended to further bolster the team, setting his sights on acquiring a powerful forward or winger. Players such as Alexis Sanchez from Barcelona and Luis Suarez from Liverpool fit his requirements perfectly. However, the price tags for both players were steep. Suarez's transfer fee was likely to exceed 40 million, while Sanchez's would be similarly high. Bringing him from Barcelona to the Emirates would likely require no less than 50 million. Nonetheless, Wenger had his strategies. He had previously engaged in discussions with Suarez's agent during the summer. The agent informed him of a clause in Suarez's contract with Liverpool. If another club offered more than 40 million, they could secure his transfer. Wenger was skeptical, as Suarez's suspension for biting had precluded him from being signed that summer. Acquiring him would have meant paying 2.5 months' wages while he was ineligible to play. Consequently, Wenger prioritized strengthening the midfield by bringing in Ozil from Real Madrid, intending to reassess the possibility of signing Suarez based on his performance upon his return from suspension. As it stands, while Suarez has exhibited moments of irrational behavior on the pitch, his individual prowess remains formidable. Upon his return from suspension, he scored 10 goals in 6 matches, showcasing an efficiency that rivals that of Manchester City's Lin Quan. Had it not been for his earlier 10-match suspension, he might have contended with Lin Quan for the Premier League's Golden Boot this season. Suarez's remarkable performances have compelled the professor to make a resolute decision. He intends to continue discussions with Suarez's agent following the winter transfer window, aiming to persuade the forward to join Arsenal. After all, at Liverpool, he has no opportunity to compete in the Champions League, whereas Arsenal, despite being notorious for their fourth-place finishes, secures a Champions League spot annually, making them, in this regard, significantly more appealing than Liverpool. Regarding the bid for Suarez, Wenger plans to test the waters with an offer of 40 million and £1. To ascertain whether there truly exists a 40 million clause in Suarez's contract with Liverpool, should he be able to acquire Suarez at that price, Arsenal would indeed soar to new heights. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 64. Champions League knockout stage draw, a fateful encounter. Halfway champion in hand. Who can stop Manchester City? New Premier League giants unbeaten in 16 rounds, once again setting the record for best start. A hat trick decimates the Gunners. Manchester City's number 10 triumphs over Walcott. Wenger aims to strengthen the attack. Suarez may join the Gunners. Following the recent round of league matches, major British media outlets have entered a phase of extravagant praise for Manchester City. With a record of 14 wins and 2 draws in their first 16 matches, they have once again shattered their previous record for the best start in Premier League history. Additionally, after defeating Arsenal, they have already secured the halfway championship with 3 rounds to spare. Although the season still has a considerable way to go, it is undeniable that Manchester City has gained a significant advantage in the title race. As long as they maintain their momentum, their prospects for winning the championship appear exceedingly bright. The Blue Moon may very well lift their second Premier League trophy. However, in contrast to the external acclaim, the Manchester City squad remains notably humble. Our team still has some deficiencies. We must continue to strengthen during the winter break, stated club chairman Fazem during a press conference, expressing the club's determination to pursue further signings. Head coach Pellegrini shares this sentiment. Indeed, our squad lacks depth, making it challenging to compete on multiple fronts. We need to bolster our ranks. During the summer, Manchester City spent lavishly in the transfer market, acquiring numerous players, some of whom have proven to be astute investments. Players like Fernandinho and Navas quickly established themselves as key starters. However, some of the forward signings have not been as fruitful. Negrito has performed adequately as Agüero's backup, occasionally stepping into the starting lineup, whereas Jovetic has found little opportunity for playtime, rendering the 26 million investment rather wasteful. Pellegrini now seeks not another forward, but rather a playmaker to orchestrate the attack. David Silva is capable of playing as an attacking midfielder. However, positioning him on the flanks would pose a greater threat, a role in which he is more adept. Thus, Manchester City requires a genuine organizational core to liberate Lin Quan. This sentiment aligns with the perspective of the club's owner, Mansour, who, even if Pellegrini refrains from making moves during the winter transfer window, will ensure that the club actively seeks new talent. This season, Manchester City's remarkable performances across various competitions have delighted Mansour, who has never been one to withhold his financial resources. As long as it strengthens the team and enables them to advance further in all fronts, he is willing to invest generously. Consequently, even before the winter transfer window opens, numerous stars have already been linked with Manchester City. According to sources, the club has set its sights on key midfielders from Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Barcelona. Once the transfer window commences, they are poised to present these clubs with offers that are hard to refuse. The veracity of this information remains uncertain. However, The clubs embroiled in these rumors appear somewhat anxious. While typical teams might dismiss such pursuits with a laugh, the situation differs when Manchester City is involved, primarily due to their immense wealth. Previously regarded as merely a wealthy upstart, this year, they have surged impressively in both the league and the Champions League. Since Lin Quan's arrival at Manchester City, it has become evident that the club possesses the credentials to contend for the Champions League trophy. This implies that other players joining Manchester City can not only command high salaries, but also continue their pursuit of glory. Such prospects undoubtedly alleviate many concerns, significantly lowering the threshold for their potential transfer to the club. At this juncture, if Manchester City presents an offer that is difficult for both the club and the player to decline, several top clubs may find themselves apprehensive about maintaining control. There is simply no denying that Manchester City offers an overwhelming allure. Consequently, after rumors surfaced regarding their players in Manchester City, these clubs became acutely aware of the potential threat and began scouting the transfer market for suitable alternatives. This strategy ensures that when Manchester City eventually approaches with their financial propositions, they will not be left without backup options. Following their league match against Arsenal, club chairman Khaldoon and manager Pellegrini hurried to UEFA headquarters to participate in the draw for the round of 16 of the 2013 to 2014 Champions League. This marks Manchester City's inaugural entry into the knockout stage, and both are understandably anxious, fearing an unfavorable draw. However, this year's second-place teams lack formidable strength. The potential dark horse, Juventus, the Serie A champions, was unexpectedly eliminated by a Turkish team in the group stage, missing out on the knockout rounds. Among the remaining second-place teams, aside from Arsenal from the Premier League and AC Milan from Serie A, the other teams are relatively weaker. Therefore, as long as luck does not elude them, Manchester City should secure a favorable draw. Conversely, for Bayern Munich, who finished second in their group, this season's Champions League will prove to be challenging, as the other group winners are either top-tier clubs from major leagues or formidable competitors. Regardless of whom they encounter, it will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Naturally, the same applies to other teams as well. No one wishes to face the reigning champions of the previous season in the first stage of the knockout rounds. This sentiment contributed to the palpable tension among the coaches of the prestigious clubs present at the draw ceremony, their faces reflecting a common apprehension. Inwardly, they cursed Bayern, lamenting that the insufferable champions had disrupted their peace of mind. At 7 o'clock on the evening of December 16th, the draw ceremony commenced. UEFA Secretary-General Infantino, Competition Director Marchetti, and this season's Champions League ambassador Figo would collaboratively draw the 8 teams from the pools representing the first and second place finishers in their respective groups. The 8 teams that secured the top position in their groups are Manchester United, Real Madrid, Paris Saint-Germain, Manchester City, Chelsea, Borussia Dortmund, Atletico Madrid, and Barcelona. These teams enjoy the advantage of hosting the second leg, a clear reward for their commendable performances. The second-place finishers include Bayer Leverkusen, Galatasaray, Olympiacos, Bayern Munich, Werder Bremen, Arsenal, Zenit St. Petersburg, and AC Milan. As second-place teams, they must endure the challenge of playing at home first, which is not a favorable arrangement, as a poor performance on home turf could extinguish their hopes of advancing. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Figo was the first to draw Manchester City. Upon seeing his team drawn, Fahim straightened in his seat, while Pellegrini could not help but clasp his hands together in anticipation. Clearly, both men felt a surge of anxiety. Manchester City has been on an unstoppable ascent this season, boasting an impeccable record in both the league and the Champions League. Who could possibly be their opponent? The host, smiling, addressed the audience. Yet, the second-place teams could not share in the mirth, as none desired to face Manchester City. Marchetti drew a team from the pool of second-place finishers, revealing the emblem of Arsenal. According to UEFA regulations, teams from the same national league and those from the same group will automatically avoid each other in the knockout stage. Therefore, this draw was void, and upon a redraw, a team with a green background and white letter W was selected. Had Lin Quan been present, he would have immediately recognized that it was Werder Bremen. Upon this draw, both Fahim and Pellegrini momentarily froze before releasing a sigh of relief. While Werder Bremen is not the weakest second-place finisher, their strength is also not formidable. And given the proximity of Germany to England, their away match would not be overly strenuous. Thus, for Manchester City, this was indeed a fortunate draw. The broadcast shifted to Werder Bremen's head coach, Schaff, whose demeanor was markedly more serious than the excitement displayed by Manchester City. Reflecting on the situation, he could not suppress a wry smile. Was this UEFA's cruel sense of humor? For Manchester City, this was an excellent draw. However, for Werder Bremen, it effectively sealed their fate. My goodness, UEFA has certainly outdone itself, pitting Manchester City against Werder Bremen. If this were not scripted, I would be tempted to consume my computer in disbelief. This draw is rather favorable for Manchester City, essentially paving their way to the quarterfinals. Indeed, Bremen's prowess has significantly waned this season, rendering them incapable of posing a substantial threat to City. Given Bremen's current form, they would struggle against any opponent. Facing Manchester City might be slightly more advantageous, as at least the Emperor will not unleash his full wrath upon them. As a fan of Werder Bremen, I warmly welcome Lin Quan back home. The sentiment among Bremen supporters towards Lin Quan is profound, as the decline of Werder Bremen has persisted for quite some time. Had it not been for him and De Bruyne leading Bremen to a commendable second place in the league last season, they would have had no chance of qualifying for the Champions League. This season, with the departures of Lin Quan and De Bruyne, Werder Bremen has reverted to its original state, languishing in fifth from the bottom in the league standings, perilously close to the relegation zone. Under these circumstances, Bremen is unable to juggle the demands of the Champions League, necessitating their focus on battling for survival. This is precisely why the fans of the Parrot Army nostalgically reminisce about their former star duo. Had these two remained, the team's performance would undoubtedly not have deteriorated to such an extent. The second team drawn was Barcelona, who will face the Gunners, Arsenal. Upon witnessing this draw, Wenger's expression shifted dramatically. He harbors serious suspicions regarding UEFA's integrity. Otherwise, why does Arsenal consistently encounter Barcelona in the knockout stages? The third team drawn was Atletico Madrid, who will compete against AC Milan. This matchup is laden with suspense, as AC Milan is the strongest among the 6 second-place teams, while Atletico is one of the relatively weaker first-place teams. The outcome of this clash is difficult to predict, with both teams possessing nearly equal chances of advancement. Subsequently, the opponents for Paris Saint-Germain, Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Borussia Dortmund were also revealed. PSG was matched against Bayer Leverkusen, and given their caliber, their chances of progression appear quite high. Real Madrid drew Olympiacos, a pairing that seems devoid of suspense, as the Greek side is unlikely to pose any significant threat to the Spanish giants. Manchester United faces Galatasaray. This draw is neither particularly advantageous nor disadvantageous. While the opponent is not formidable, the daunting journey to the hostile territory of Turkey will undoubtedly present a considerable challenge for United's players. Dortmund found themselves drawn against Zenit St. Petersburg, a team of lesser strength, especially given their record of advancing with the lowest points in Champions League history, leading many to believe that Dortmund will progress. Only 2 teams remained in the draw, and even without pulling the last lot, everyone was aware of the impending matchup. Figo, adhering to protocol, proceeded to draw the final 2 teams. The concluding matchup pits Chelsea against Bayern Munich. Following this revelation, the director provided 2 shots, focusing on Bayern's coach Guardiola and Chelsea's coach Mourinho. These 2 individuals are currently the most illustrious coaches in the realm of football, having engaged in numerous fierce confrontations in both the UEFA Champions League and La Liga over the years. It was initially presumed that their encounters would diminish following their departures from La Liga. However, it is quite astonishing that their fates remain so intricately intertwined. Despite moving to different leagues, they found themselves facing each other in the first phase of the knockout stage. This outcome is not favorable for either party, as Jose Mourinho's Chelsea and Pep Guardiola's Bayern Munich are the reigning champions of the last 2 seasons of the Champions League. Both teams possess formidable strength and were regarded as frontrunners for the title prior to the group stage. Nonetheless, their premature clash signifies that one of these illustrious teams will inevitably miss out on the quarterfinals. Upon witnessing this result, both Mourinho and Guardiola exhibited grim expressions. Mourinho's demeanor was particularly stern, his gaze fixed intently upon UEFA Secretary General Gianni Infantino. The enigmatic coach has long harbored suspicions regarding the preordained nature of the Champions League draw, and this development has only solidified his conviction. He surmised that this matchup was orchestrated by UEFA for the sake of spectacle and intrigue. Historically, the round of 16 has often lacked excitement due to significant disparities in team strength, but the situation with Bayern and Chelsea is markedly different. These two teams not only possess comparable prowess, but are also steeped in a rich tapestry of rivalry and history. Bayern seeks vengeance for their defeat in the final 2 years prior, compounded by the fateful clash between Mourinho and Guardiola, a narrative brimming with drama and anticipation. Guardiola's expression mirrored that of his counterpart, serious and contemplative. He holds confidence in Bayern's capabilities. Yet he is reluctant to encounter such a formidable opponent so early in the knockout stage. Chelsea's defense is notoriously resilient, and Bayern's home advantage may prove disadvantageous in the scheduling. Given Mourinho's strategic acumen, he is likely to adopt a staunch defensive posture at the Allianz Arena, employing a quintessential counterattacking strategy. Should Bayern fail to secure a victory on home soil against Chelsea, their prospects of triumphing at Stamford Bridge would likely dwindle significantly. The journalists and spectators present were evidently aware of the historical animosities between the two coaches, leading to an immediate surge of discussion following the announcement of this result. Other teams, particularly the elite clubs, observed this development with a sense of schadenfreude, reveling in the anticipated clash between these two footballing titans. For teams aspiring to claim the championship, such as Barcelona and Real Madrid, this outcome is undoubtedly favorable, as it ensures that one of the two powerhouse teams will be eliminated without requiring their intervention. Furthermore, even the victorious side will likely emerge from this intense confrontation considerably fatigued, thereby enhancing the prospects of other elite teams when they face the winner in the quarterfinals. According to the official schedule released by UEFA, Manchester City is set to visit the Weserstadion on February 19, 2014, to face Werder Bremen. The return leg will take place at the Etihad Stadium on March 13. Given the strength of both teams, it is conceivable that Manchester City could resolve the suspense of the match in the first leg. However, some fans speculate that Lin Quan, returning to the Weserstadion after leaving Werder Bremen, may show restraint, as the offensive linchpin for Manchester City, should he choose to temper his efforts. Werder Bremen might not necessarily succumb to defeat on their home turf. Can you believe Manchester City defeating Real Madrid 4-0, with the final against Inter Milan looming? It feels as though Manchester City could pop the champagne in anticipation, provided Guardiola does not intervene. Chapter concluded. Chapter 65. Another battle for the top spot as the Reds of Liverpool approach. Lin, will you show mercy to your former teammates in the match against Werder Bremen? Following the draw results, a throng of journalists sought Lin Quan for interviews. In response to their inquiries, Lin smiled and said, "My former teammates are all quite formidable. They do not require my leniency. Rather, I feel it is I who should ask them to be merciful. For they are intimately familiar with my playing style. No one understands how to contain me better than they do." Lin shares a good rapport with his former Werder Bremen colleagues. And in this modest team, the bonds between players tend to be far closer than in the elite clubs. He cherishes this camaraderie and would not easily jeopardize it. Therefore, he refrains from uttering any words that might bruise their pride. Conversely, he praises his old teammates profusely, encouraging journalists to focus on them, thus helping to elevate their profile and recognition. After all, some players within Werder Bremen are indeed talented. They merely lack an appropriate stage. The journalists were not entirely satisfied with Lin's diplomatic response, so they pressed on. "Lin, what are your feelings about returning to the Weserstadion? If you score there, will you celebrate?" Lin fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating his answer. "Honestly, I never envisioned returning to the Weserstadion as an opponent. It feels quite peculiar. Last season, donning the green jersey of Werder Bremen, I relished the applause and cheers of the home fans, but now I fear I may hear their boos. Breaking through Werder Bremen's defense is no easy feat, but should I be fortunate enough to score, I believe I would choose not to celebrate, regardless of whether it is an away or home match." Lin's earnest response deeply moved the Werder Bremen fans who witnessed the interview. They flocked to Lin's social media account, echoing a unified sentiment. "Lin, welcome home." Former captain Fritz tagged Lin on social media, expressing, "Lin, we all miss you dearly. Welcome back." Arnautovic added, "Hey mate, we have a surprise ready to welcome you back to Bremen." Phil Kruger remarked, "It truly is a great surprise. I can vouch for that." Lin was curious about the surprise they mentioned, but when he inquired, they refused to divulge any details. The UEFA Champions League matches are still distant, and following the conclusion of the draw ceremony, Manchester City swiftly redirected their focus towards the league and cup competitions. On December 18th, the quarterfinals of the League Cup commenced. Lin Quan made his entrance as a substitute in the 76th minute of the second half, scoring his inaugural goal in the League Cup. Thanks to Navas's brace and Lin Quan's contribution, Manchester City effortlessly triumphed over Leicester City with a score of 3-1, extending their unbeaten streak for the season to 25 matches. On December 21st, in the 17th round of the Premier League, Manchester City faced off against Fulham, the Farmers. The two teams had previously clashed during the pre-season warm-up phase, with Manchester City emerging victorious with a score of 2-0. Faced with the formidable Manchester City, Fulham prudently opted not to engage in an open contest, but rather fortified their defense at home, aiming to stifle their opponents with counterattacks. However, against Manchester City's potent offensive prowess, Fulham's strategy proved to be misguided. Before the first half concluded, Manchester City had already established a 2-0 lead with goals from Lin Quan and Yaya Touré. As the second half commenced, Kompany netted a header, widening the gap to 3-0. With victory seemingly assured, Manchester City began to rotate their personnel as they prepared for an impending showdown with third-placed Liverpool. Pellegrini chose to substitute Lin Quan and other key players to conserve energy. However, after the substitutions, some turbulence ensued on the pitch. In the 70th minute, Kompany misjudged a header clearance within his own penalty area, inadvertently directing the ball into his own net, thus conceding an own goal. Encouraged by this turn of events, Fulham mounted an offensive surge, and in the 77th minute, Richardson scored again, altering the score to 2-3. In a mere 7 minutes, Manchester City had conceded 2 goals, sending their supporters into a state of anxiety. In recent matches, Manchester City had developed a tendency to falter after establishing a lead. Fortuitously, substitutes Navas and Milner rose to the occasion, each scoring in the 82nd and 85th minutes, respectively, thereby restoring a 3-goal advantage. Ultimately, Manchester City secured a 5-2 victory over Fulham, extending their unbeaten run to 26 matches and accumulating 17 matches without defeat in the league. Had it not been for a loss to Norwich in the final game of the previous season, their unbeaten streak across seasons would have exceeded 20 matches by now. Yet, as this unbeaten record grew, so too did the psychological pressure on the players. They became increasingly concerned about the outcomes, with the burden of wanting to win and fearing defeat weighing heavily upon them. In this state of mind, they soon faced an epic confrontation against Liverpool. This season, Liverpool had demonstrated remarkable form, shedding their earlier struggles in the second tier of the league and forcefully entering the championship race. Following Suarez's return from suspension, they had embarked on a 4-match winning streak, averaging 4.5 goals per match, with their offensive capabilities closely trailing those of the league leaders, Manchester City. In this round of matches, Arsenal was held to a draw at home by Chelsea, accumulating only 2 points from their last 3 encounters, which included 2 draws and 1 defeat. This not only widened the gap with league leaders Manchester City, but also allowed Liverpool, who were trailing behind, to level the score. The Reds even surpassed the Gunners in the standings due to goal difference, now occupying the 2nd position in the league. Thus, this match became yet another pivotal clash at the top of the table. For Liverpool, despite their current 2nd place with only 36 points, they trail Manchester City by a significant 11 points, as City boasts 47 points. If they fail to triumph over Manchester City, entering the latter half of the season with such a substantial deficit would render their championship aspirations nearly impossible. Conversely, a victory over City would not only shatter their unbeaten record but also narrow the point gap to a mere 8, eliminating the double-digit chasm. Although Liverpool has been riding a wave of momentum recently, the general consensus favors Manchester City. With a record-breaking start in the Premier League, an unbeaten run across all competitions spanning 26 matches, and a flawless home record, it is a daunting task to defeat such a formidable team. Had this round seen Manchester City travel to Anfield, there might have been a glimmer of hope for Liverpool. However, with City hosting the Reds at the Etihad Stadium, no team in Europe can confidently claim they can breach this fortress. This season, Manchester City has played 12 matches at the Etihad, winning them all while setting a staggering average of 425 goals per match. Here, conceding 3 goals is considered a minor setback, while allowing 6 or even 7 is not uncommon. Among the teams that have suffered heavy defeats at the Etihad are illustrious clubs such as Manchester United, Arsenal, and Tottenham. Even the mighty Bayern Munich has conceded 3 goals at this venue. While Liverpool may find some hope in attempting to challenge away from home at the Etihad, Manchester City plays as if they are divine, utterly invincible. Liverpool is undoubtedly strong and currently enjoying good form. Yet their capabilities seem insufficient to conquer such a daunting home ground. Nevertheless, prior to the match, Liverpool's manager Rodgers boldly proclaimed that Manchester City is indeed a formidable team and that challenging them away would be arduous. However, he asserted that they have devised a strategy to break their unbeaten streak at the Etihad. The public reception to Rodgers' statement was largely skeptical, while the Reds fans remained confident in their ability to topple the seemingly invincible City. However, the fans of Manchester City and many neutral observers remained unconvinced. After all, if countless elite teams have failed to achieve this feat, could Liverpool truly succeed? Surprisingly, Rodgers was not merely boasting. Once the match commenced, Liverpool chose not to adopt a defensive posture, but rather to engage in a direct confrontation with Manchester City. Few teams dare to take such an approach at the Etihad, and those that do often find the outcome less than favorable. However, it seems that Liverpool's fortune was on the rise today. In the 24th minute of the first half, Liverpool executed a swift counterattack. Suarez's shot was parried by the goalkeeper, only for Coutinho to follow up and score, granting the team a 1-0 lead over the home side. Coutinho had made his mark, putting Liverpool ahead against Manchester City on their turf. The commentators did not react with great fervor to this goal, as many visiting teams at the Etihad Stadium had previously taken the lead, only to ultimately succumb to reversal. However, in the 39th minute, when Suarez netted Liverpool's second goal, the commentators could no longer contain their excitement. Suarez, an extraordinary goal, showcasing his prowess as a top-tier striker. This marked Suarez's 11th league goal since his return, with the Uruguayan now making a bold bid for the top of the scoring charts. At his current rate of scoring, he might even challenge for the Golden Boot. Martin Tyler from Sky Sports lauded Suarez profusely, despite the controversies surrounding this player, with his unsportsmanlike conduct earning him considerable criticism. His undeniable hard skills affirm that he is indeed a premier forward. This goal pushed Manchester City to the brink, as they had never trailed by 2 goals at home this season. Yet Liverpool had achieved it. Prior to the match, Rodgers had asserted that they had discovered a method to counter City, but skepticism surrounded his words. Now, it seems there is no room for doubt. Liverpool truly found a way to restrain Manchester City, and they stand poised to shatter City's unbeaten streak. After falling 2 goals behind, City's players displayed palpable anxiety. Eager to mount an offensive and equalize, their urgency only diminished their attacking threat, while Liverpool seized the opportunity to launch a menacing counterattack. Had it not been for Joe Hart's remarkable save against Sterling's clear chance, City might have found themselves 3 goals down. The first half swiftly came to a close, with Liverpool's players cheerfully making their way to the visitors' dressing room, buoyed by their 2-goal advantage. Conversely, the mood among Manchester City's players was notably despondent. During the halftime break, Pellegrini made tactical adjustments. He introduced the defensively astute Milner, aiming to curtail Liverpool's wing play, while also moving Aguero up to the forward line and positioning David Silva as an attacking midfielder to supply Aguero with opportunities. This substitution proved effective, as shortly after the second half commenced, David Silva assisted Aguero in scoring a goal, momentarily igniting hopes for an equalizer. Yet, Rodgers was quick to respond with his own substitution, replacing the goalscorer Coutinho with Moses, number 12, tasking him with closely marking David Silva. The strategy quickly bore fruit. Under Moses' vigilant watch, David Silva's passes gradually lost their menace, and Lin Quan, positioned at the forefront, was unable to seize the ball, significantly diminishing the threat to Liverpool's goal. Pellegrini promptly made another personnel change, substituting Fernandinho for Javi Garcia. Known for his commendable passing ability, Javi Garcia had previously established a fruitful collaboration with Lin Quan during his earlier appearance. Pellegrini's intention behind this substitution was unmistakable. He aimed to supply ammunition to his forwards, particularly Lin Quan, leveraging his formidable offensive prowess to level the score or even overturn the match. However, this change not only failed to yield the anticipated results, but also severely weakened Manchester City's control in midfield following Fernandinho's departure. Under the relentless pressure from the Liverpool players, Manchester City repeatedly faltered in midfield, with Javi Garcia conceding possession twice within 5 minutes of his arrival, one of which nearly resulted in disaster due to a swift counterattack from the opposition. Lacking support from the midfield, the forwards found themselves isolated, rendering their threat to Liverpool's goal negligible. As time ticked away, and with the end of the match drawing near, Manchester City still found themselves trailing. The anxious City supporters began to chant Lin Quan's name, realizing that remaining up front offered him no opportunities. Lin Quan decided to disregard Pellegrini's tactics and proactively retreated to receive the ball. He sought to employ his individual brilliance to equalize, reminiscent of his previous last-minute heroics. In the 89th minute, Lin Quan retrieved the ball in his own half. As the football found its way back to his feet, both the traveling Liverpool fans and those watching on screens at pubs and homes felt a surge of tension. Lin Quan had a history of delivering stunning late goals, and the Liverpool fans dreaded the prospect of him altering the scoreline in the dying moments. If that happened, their hard-earned 3 points would dwindle to just 1. The match was approaching stoppage time. If they could hold on for these final minutes, they would secure a victory at the Etihad Stadium. To thwart Lin Quan's advance, the Liverpool players resorted to foul tactics. Both Moses and Suarez received yellow cards for bringing Lin Quan down, yet he seemed indomitable, springing back to his feet after each foul, quickly distributing the ball to his teammates before charging toward Liverpool's goal once again. To impede him, Johnson, already burdened with a yellow card, was compelled to commit another foul, bringing Lin Quan down at the edge of the penalty area. The referee promptly blew his whistle for the foul and mercilessly issued a yellow card to Johnson, resulting in a second yellow and a red, sending him off. Liverpool paid a heavy price to contain Lin Quan, yet he still advanced to the brink of their penalty area. By this time, the match clock had reached 93 minutes. With stoppage time nearly elapsed, this free kick represented Manchester City's last opportunity to attack. Although they were on the verge of losing their flawless home record, they still had one final chance to preserve their unbeaten streak. The stadium was filled with over 50,000 fervent fans, both of the home team and the visiting team. As Lin Quan stood at the penalty spot, they collectively rose to their feet. "Lin, you must score," echoed the heartfelt pleas and prayers of the Manchester City supporters. "Do not let it in, Minale, hold strong," was the collective sentiment of the Liverpool fans. At that moment, beyond the dedicated supporters of both teams, the entirety of the Premier League's attention was fixated on the pitch, eagerly awaiting the outcome of this free kick. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 66. The transfer window opens. Major clubs, Manchester City, do not come near. In a certain section of the Etihad Stadium, Kevin De Bruyne, mirroring the anxious Manchester City fans, intently watched the familiar figure on the field. Scoring directly from a free kick is a formidable challenge. Even the most skilled free kick specialists cannot guarantee success every time. Lin Quan had already executed a match-winning free kick earlier in the game, and the opposition would undoubtedly be on high alert. Under such circumstances, scoring seemed even more daunting. With his eyes closed, Lin Quan sought to recapture the sensation of that previous successful free kick. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and began to move. The Manchester City supporters watched with bated breath as Lin Quan retreated step by step, their hearts beginning to race. Would this shot find the net? They yearned to voice their questions, yet no answers were forthcoming. After retreating approximately 8 or 9 meters, Lin Quan fixed his gaze on the Liverpool goal and commenced his accelerated run-up. Here it comes. Every eye in the stadium, including that of the Liverpool goalkeeper, widened in anticipation, fearing that a blink might cause them to miss the outcome of this free kick. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Quan completed his approach and swung his right foot forcefully against the ball. With a resounding thud, the ball soared like a cannonball towards the Liverpool goal. It arced over the defensive wall, rising swiftly. Among the wall, Liverpool players such as Suarez, Sturridge, Gerrard, and Sterling instinctively turned to follow the ball's trajectory. It climbed higher and higher, seemingly destined to sail over the goal. Had it gone too high? Observing the ball's flight path, doubt crept into the minds of the spectators. Yet, just as they believed it would ascend into the stands, the ball defied expectations, plummeting as if enchanted. Here it comes. Lin Quan's signature technique, the elevator ball. Goalkeeper Minale dropped low, lunging towards the direction he anticipated the shot would take. If he did not act swiftly, it would be too late. However, as he executed his diving save, Minale felt a twinge of uncertainty. The ball's trajectory was entirely unconventional. Had he not studied Lin Quan's free kicks in advance, he would have been at a complete loss on how to respond. Despite having reviewed footage and even practiced with teammates, he remained fraught with apprehension once on the field. Compared to the free kicks executed by his teammates, Lin Quan's delivery was faster, more unpredictable, and infinitely harder to defend against. Minale widened his eyes and stretched out his hand towards the trajectory of the football he had anticipated. However, he failed to make contact. The ball descended with an unexpected swiftness, grazing the edge of his gloves as it soared into the net. Astonishingly, it had found the goal. De Bruyne, who had suddenly stood up, stared in disbelief at the ball that had entered the net, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. The spectators shared his astonishment, having not yet processed the moment when Lin Quan struck the ball into the net. It was only after a full 3 seconds that the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. Witnessing Lin Quan's successful penalty, Manchester City players rushed towards him in a frenzy. Once again, a last-minute victory. Lin's free kick was nothing short of miraculous. On the other side, the Liverpool players, witnessing their hard-earned 3 points dwindle to just 1, displayed expressions of frustration and discontent. Suarez, hands on hips, gazed helplessly at Lin Quan, surrounded by his teammates, feeling a tumult of emotions within, having faced defeat at the hands of this opponent twice during their national team days. He had hoped for retribution at the club level, only to find his team once again on the receiving end of a last-minute blow. Would he truly never conquer this rival? In that moment, looking at his teammates, Suarez recalled the words of his agent before the match, Luis. Liverpool is not a formidable team. They have not graced the Champions League in quite some time. Your teammates possess limited skills, and remaining here will only squander your time and youth. You should seek a larger and more powerful stage to pursue the Champions League trophy and the Ballon d'Or. Suarez glanced at his teammates, contemplating the agent's suggestion. Gerrard, Liverpool's captain, was unaware of Suarez's thoughts, but noticing the discontent etched on his face. He approached and patted Suarez on the shoulder, offering consolation. It's all right. At least we have broken their unbeaten home record. When we return to Anfield, we shall triumph. Liverpool's recent form had been exceptional, with the team's performance soaring, which emboldened Gerrard to speak with confidence. Suarez nodded expressionlessly, yet internally questioned. If he were to depart Liverpool during the winter break, could the team still overcome Manchester City at home? Although Lin Quan had helped secure a draw against a formidable Liverpool side in the final moments, he found little joy in the outcome. The match, like several preceding fixtures, had been exhausting. At least, that was how it felt psychologically. Did you attend the match? What was your impression? After the game, he received a call from De Bruyne, learning that the midfielder had arrived at the Etihad Stadium. As the host, Lin Quan felt it was only right to extend his hospitality, so he arranged to meet De Bruyne for a brief gathering. I've watched your matches on television before, but this is my first time experiencing a game live. If I were to express my thoughts, I would say your team exhibits remarkable strength, truly deserving of being the leaders of the Premier League. Less pleasantries. What I seek is your assistance in identifying the issues plaguing the team, not to indulge in empty flattery. Those immersed in a situation often overlook its intricacies. Lin Quan is aware of the team's shortcomings, but is presently unable to pinpoint their origins. With De Bruyne's arrival, he hopes to gain insights from a fresh perspective. It appears to me that there are certain deficiencies in the offensive structure of your front line. Your teammates seem more adept at executing offensive plays under your orchestration. However, once you advance upfield, the lack of a central organizing figure renders the attack ineffective. Upon reflection, Lin Quan noted that his threat to Liverpool's goal diminished considerably when he moved to the front line, corroborating De Bruyne's observations. The club has begun to contemplate this issue, intending to make a significant midfield acquisition during the winter transfer window to rectify the situation. Hearing this, De Bruyne's interest was piqued. A top-tier midfielder, you say? Might there be a chance for me? Oh, really? Which elite midfielders have caught your eye? He discreetly probed Lin Quan for information. Modric from Real Madrid, Iniesta and Fabregas from Barcelona, and Kroos from Bayern Munich. That's it. Yes, that's all. Observing De Bruyne's disappointed expression, Lin Quan burst into laughter. Don't worry. I have already recommended you to the club. Realizing he had been playfully manipulated by Lin Quan, De Bruyne decided to turn the tables. Feigning contemplation, while I could reluctantly accept an invitation from Manchester City, Chelsea might not agree to my transfer to your side. Lin Quan nodded in agreement. That is indeed a possibility, as they would prefer not to see us strengthen against them. Mourinho, being a top coach, should recognize the issues within Manchester City. Under these circumstances, it is entirely reasonable for him to be reluctant to part with players. However, De Bruyne has performed poorly under his management, effectively sidelining him from the team's primary roster. In such a situation, Mourinho may not have a clear understanding of De Bruyne's capabilities. He might even consider De Bruyne's transfer to Manchester City advantageous, as it would allow Chelsea to profit while potentially hindering City's pursuit of other elite midfielders. should Manchester City successfully acquire a midfielder of Modric or Fabregas's caliber. It would not bode well for Chelsea. Thus, Lin Quan believes that as long as Manchester City's offer is sufficiently enticing, Chelsea may very well agree to the transfer. After all, Chelsea too will be looking to fortify their squad during the winter window, with rumors suggesting they are in talks to bring Basel's winger Schürrle to Stamford Bridge. Furthermore, Mourinho plans to bring back his beloved player Drogba from the Turkish league to further bolster the front line and address his persistent attacking woes. The acquisitions in question necessitate financial investment, yet Mourinho currently finds his relationship with club owner Abramovich and manager Imenolo quite strained. The funds available for transfers are likely to be limited. Without selling players, he may struggle to secure his desired signings. Following the match against Liverpool, Manchester City continued to host Crystal Palace at their home ground. With a goal from Lin Quan in the 76th minute of the second half, Manchester City overcame their opponent in a challenging encounter. This victory granted City a commanding 9-point lead, securing them the title of halfway champions in this season's Premier League. After 19 rounds, their record stands at 16 wins, 3 draws, and no losses, amassing a total of 51 points. This achievement sets a historic benchmark for Manchester City. However, they fall just 1 point short of the Chelsea team from the 2005 to 2006 season, failing to break the Premier League's halfway record. That Chelsea side, under Mourinho, established a formidable record of 17 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, accumulating 52 points, marking the highest halfway score in Premier League history. With the precedent set by Chelsea's success, Manchester City's fans can breathe a sigh of relief after clinching the halfway championship. Currently, they lead second-placed Arsenal by 9 points. A substantial advantage, considering Arsenal's tendency to falter in the latter part of the season, as long as City does not suffer an even more pronounced collapse. The likelihood of securing the league title remains high. However, concerns linger for Manchester City. Despite their victory, their form continues to be worrisome. It is rare for no goals to be scored by either team in the first half at the Etihad Stadium. City's offensive struggles have raised alarm among the fans. Meanwhile, Chelsea has been plagued by their own lack of firepower, resulting in a significant decline in their performance, with their league points perilously close to being matched by Everton. Should Manchester City follow in Chelsea's footsteps, the second half of the season could prove challenging. Consequently, the urgency for City to reinforce their squad during the winter transfer window has intensified. On January 1, 2014, the transfer window for the major leagues officially opened. Teams, having already identified their targets, eagerly began making offers. The first to act was Manchester United, who swiftly placed a £30 million bid for Chelsea's midfielder Mata upon the window's opening. Like De Bruyne, Mata does not fit the mold of a player favored by Mourinho. Since Mourinho's return to Chelsea, Mata's appearances and scoring efficiency have significantly dwindled. This season, he has featured in just 14 matches for Chelsea, including 10 in the league, 2 in the League Cup, and 2 in the Champions League. In these 14 matches, Mata has managed to score only once, and that was in the relatively low-stakes League Cup, in stark contrast to his phenomenal performances and pivotal role in Chelsea during the previous seasons. Mata's current form and standing within the team have significantly diminished. Unable to secure a guaranteed starting position and playing time, the Spaniard gradually began to contemplate his departure. Eager to participate in the World Cup, Mata expressed his desire to leave Stamford Bridge rather than languish on the bench. Following the retirement of Schürrle, Manchester United indeed found themselves in need of a top-tier midfielder. Thus, Mata's potential move to United appeared mutually beneficial. Surprisingly, Mourinho did not attempt to retain Mata. Instead, it was club manager Imenolo, under Abramovich's directive, who engaged in discussions with Mata, acknowledging Mata's crucial contribution to Chelsea's Champions League triumph. Abramovich held a certain fondness for the veteran player. Nevertheless, Mata's resolve to depart remained steadfast, and Imenolo's attempts to persuade him were in vain. After a series of negotiations, the two clubs ultimately reached an agreement of £37 million, marking Mata's formal exit from Chelsea to join the Red Devils. While this transfer was anticipated, it still came as a surprise. Mata had been a cornerstone of Chelsea's success in prior seasons. However, upon Mourinho's return, he was swiftly relegated to the sidelines, illustrating the transient nature of football loyalties. The transfer raised concerns for both Lin and De Bruyne, as Chelsea's midfield competition appeared less fierce without Mata. Might De Bruyne seize the opportunity for more playing time? Would this affect his potential transfer? De Bruyne himself was uncertain, pondering whether Chelsea would still consider letting him go, especially with Oscar, Willian, and Hazard still in the ranks. Mourinho held Oscar and Hazard in high regard, with Hazard viewed as his very own Messi, often fielded in every match. Oscar was similarly valued, often prioritized over Mata in the selection order. Consequently, Mata's departure did not significantly impact De Bruyne's situation. While the two discussed De Bruyne's transfer prospects, reports from the Spanish media outlet AS indicated that Premier League giants Manchester City had made a $45 million bid to Real Madrid for midfielder Modric. Should Real Madrid accept this offer, it would become the most substantial transfer of the winter window. However, without hesitation, Real Madrid outright rejected Manchester City's proposal. Undeterred, City increased their offer to $50 million, coupled with an annual salary of $7 million, renewing their pursuit of Modric. This figure mirrored the transfer fee Arsenal paid for Ozil, a deal wherein Real Madrid benefited handsomely. Given Ozil's current performance in the Premier League, he hardly warrants the $50 million valuation, with $35 million being a more fitting assessment. Luka Modric's tenure at Real Madrid has not been extensive, yet he has already begun to exhibit the poise of a seasoned player on the pitch. However, considering that he joined the club for a mere $35 million, the staggering increase of $15 million in his market value over just 1.5 seasons is quite remarkable for a midfielder. Moreover, the exorbitant salary offered by Manchester City raises concerns that he might succumb to the allure and be lured away. Consequently, Real Madrid finds itself in a state of indecision regarding how to respond to Manchester City's offer. Should they seize the opportunity to profit? Letting Modric go would be ill-advised, as they have only recently stabilized their starting lineup, and now is the time to strive for championship glory. Would they still aspire to win the league title and the Champions League if they were to part with him? Carlo Ancelotti has voiced strong opposition to this potential transfer. As a coach, he is understandably reluctant to see the tactical framework he has painstakingly constructed collapse due to the absence of a crucial player. Real Madrid is currently performing admirably in both the league and the Champions League, and after investing heavily in Gareth Bale, their sights are firmly set on the coveted Champions League trophy. It would be unwise to sacrifice their midfield linchpin for a mere financial gain at this juncture. Thus, Florentino Perez made a decisive call to reject Manchester City's offer and inform Modric's agent that they wish to renegotiate his contract, promising a salary increase. Currently, Modric earns $4.5 million net annually, while the offer from Manchester City is significantly higher. While Real Madrid can refuse the bid, they must also demonstrate their commitment to the player. Hence, they plan to offer him a salary of $6 million per year, placing him in the second tier of earnings within the team, alongside Iker Casillas and Sergio Ramos, only behind Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale. Having been with the club for just over a year, this salary increase raises questions about how other players might react upon hearing this news. Will they also seek a raise? This thought weighs heavily on Perez's mind. Darn Manchester City. Why stir the pot with an offer for Modric? Their bid has thrown our wage structure into disarray. Those wretched oil magnates. Real Madrid's rejection was anticipated by Manchester City, who, undeterred, quickly shifted their focus to Bayern Munich's midfielder, Toni Kroos. On January 4th, reports from the Munich Daily indicated that Manchester City had made a $35 million offer for Kroos, hoping to secure his services. Now, it is Pep Guardiola who faces a conundrum. Simultaneously bidding for 3 major clubs has left the football world astonished by Manchester City's audacity. Their offer places Bayern Munich in a difficult position, as the $35 million price tag aligns precisely with their psychological threshold. Selling Kroos at this price would be acceptable for Bayern. However, Kroos has been performing admirably at Bayern, and given his youth and roots in the club's youth academy, selling him at such a price seems somewhat disadvantageous for Bayern, especially with the Champions League approaching the knockout stages. A prestigious club like Bayern is reluctant to see significant changes in its core lineup. Had Manchester City made such an offer for Kroos during the summer transfer window, Bayern may have considered it. However, the winter break is too brief, even if they could find a suitable replacement in the transfer market. Integrating him into the team seamlessly within such a short span would be challenging, particularly with Chelsea looming as an opponent in the Champions League knockout phase. Guardiola prefers to focus on minor reinforcements rather than risk losing key players. Thus, he urged the club to reject Manchester City's offer. Hearns did not act immediately, but reported the matter to Rummenigge. The $35 million figure might be Manchester City's initial offer, and in negotiations, it is likely to increase. Even if it does not reach the 50 million mark of Modric, figures of 40 million or even 45 million are plausible. If Kroos could be sold at such a price, the implications were clear, even if Hearns did not explicitly state them. Selling Kroos for over 40 million would be a significant gain for Bayern. Rummenigge, however, considered the long-term implications. Guardiola had clearly expressed his opposition, and Rummenigge was not inclined to contradict him. Moreover, Guardiola was correct, with the League, Cup, and Champions League all entering their final phases. Substantial adjustments to the team's core structure were ill-advised. While he did not immediately counter Hearns, he inquired about the remaining duration on Kroos's contract. Hearns quickly replied, stating there was a year and a half left until its expiration next summer. It would indeed be prudent to initiate contract renewal negotiations. A year and a half is too short. Delaying further would evidently be detrimental to Bayern. We have already contacted his agent. But Kroos's representative indicated there was no urgency to renew, seemingly preferring to wait until after the World Cup to discuss. Is he biding his time? Rummenigge furrowed his brow. Recalling that after Bayern clinched the Champions League title last year, Kroos had instructed his agent to request a salary increase from the club. He was dissatisfied with his current wages and sought a higher remuneration. It is entirely reasonable for players to desire salary increases, as it relates not only to their personal interests but also serves as recognition of their status within the team. However, Bayern's current wage structure does not permit significant alterations. If Kroos were to receive a raise, then the salaries of other players yet to renew, like Robben and Müller, would also necessitate adjustments. Consequently, Bayern declined Kroos's request last year. It seems Kroos has not yet lost hope and intends to confront the club after the World Cup. Once the World Cup concludes, if Kroos has yet to renew his contract, he will have only 1 year remaining. In light of this dwindling time frame, should Kroos remain unwilling to extend his agreement, swift action must be taken to part ways with him. Otherwise, both the player and the financial investment may be lost. With this in mind, Rummenigge feels a compelling urge to accept Manchester City's offer and sell Kroos at once. Fortunately, his rationality prevails, preventing such a misguided decision. A further discussion with Manchester City may reveal their bottom line. What do you mean, Chairman? Hoeneß inquires, perplexed by Rummenigge's intentions. While Real Madrid has negotiated with Tottenham for Bale for a year, what harm is there in making Manchester City wait for half a year? Hoeneß suddenly comprehends Rummenigge's strategy. They intend to bait Manchester City like a gullible suitor. However, despite their wealth, Manchester City is no fool. Upon receiving Bayern's response, they ceased to waste time on Kroos and redirected their focus towards their ultimate target, Cesc Fabregas, who, like Kroos, has only a year and a half left on his contract. Consequently, City proposed an offer of 35 million. Upon receiving Manchester City's bid, Barcelona was incensed. When Fabregas transitioned from Arsenal to Barcelona, they paid a transfer fee of 40 million, of which 5 million was covered by Fabregas himself. But Barcelona still disbursed a substantial 35 million. Now, Manchester City dares to attempt to acquire him for the same price? Preposterous. At 26, Fabregas is in the prime of his career, and Barcelona asserts that if Real Madrid's Ozil can fetch 50 million, then surely Fabregas must command at least that amount, lest they be outshone by their rivals. A player from Barcelona can never be inferior to one from Real Madrid. Furthermore, it is well known that Arsenal is financially constrained. Yet Real Madrid managed to extract 50 million from the professor's grasp. Manchester City, a well-known financial giant, should not be so insincere as to offer merely 35 million for a player. Thus, Barcelona not only rejected Manchester City's offer but retaliated with a proposal of 50 million for their number 10, Lin Quan. This bid is evidently ludicrous. If 50 million could indeed secure Lin Quan, then it is likely that all major clubs would trample over Manchester City's doorstep. After receiving Barcelona's response, Pellegrini felt a surge of anger. What was Barcelona implying? They couldn't possibly be considering Lin Quan, could they? Should Manchester City lose Lin Quan, they would descend a tier, transforming from a top-tier team into an ordinary one. The entire tactical framework of the team is built around Lin Quan, their undisputed core. If he departs, Manchester City would face a catastrophic collapse. Fahim nodded affirmatively. Barcelona certainly hopes to bring Lin Quan back to Camp Nou. However, rest assured, we will not entertain any bids for Lin Quan from other clubs. He is an untouchable asset for Manchester City. With Fahim's assurance, Pellegrini felt a wave of relief wash over him. Manchester City is not short on finances, and as long as they are unwilling to part with a particular player. No amount of money from other clubs will suffice to lure him away. Can Fabregas still be acquired? Pellegrini inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Being repeatedly rebuffed by Real Madrid and Bayern Munich had made him acutely aware of a significant issue. These elite clubs are generally reluctant to make substantial personnel changes midway through the season. Thus, acquiring desired players from such teams proves to be exceedingly challenging. Unless the players in question are those who hold little importance in the squad and do not significantly impact the team's performance, akin to Chelsea's Mata. Recalling Chelsea, Pellegrini suddenly remembered something. Previously, Lin Quan had recommended a young player from Chelsea to him and even left a videotape, a certain De Bruyne. Pellegrini rummaged through his office for a while and swiftly located the tape. "What is this?" Fahim inquired with curiosity. "You'll see." The two of them then proceeded to watch the tape in Pellegrini's office, which showcased the remarkable interplay between Lin Quan and De Bruyne during their time in the Bundesliga. After viewing it, both Pellegrini and Fahim wore expressions of astonishment. "This is the player we need," they exclaimed in unison, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "His synergy with Lin Quan is exceptional. Indeed, his passing is incredibly incisive. I checked, and they were the top assist provider and the top scorer in the Bundesliga last season." The top assist provider in the Bundesliga? Why then did he not earn Mourinho's favor at Chelsea? Mata faced a similar fate, didn't he? De Bruyne is merely a newcomer. Although he achieved the title of assist king in the Bundesliga, he is yet to prove himself in the Premier League. Conversely, Mata has not only demonstrated his prowess in the Premier League, but was also the offensive linchpin for Chelsea in previous seasons. Yet, even Mata was discarded by Mourinho. So it is hardly surprising that De Bruyne was overlooked. Pellegrini pondered thoughtfully. Mourinho and Guardiola truly represent two extremes. Guardiola excels in harnessing midfield talent, maximizing their potential under his guidance. Consequently, many top-tier stars, particularly midfielders, flock to Guardiola. However, Mourinho seems to operate in the opposite manner, which is rather perplexing. Then it shall be decided. He will be the one. Pellegrini resolved, realizing that acquiring a first-choice midfielder from another elite club would be a daunting task. Thus, he would first bring De Bruyne to the Etihad Stadium. "We are the league leaders, and Chelsea may not easily part with him," Pellegrini reminded, noting that being at the top often makes one a target. Chelsea may consider selling Mata to their rivals Manchester United. However, if Manchester City were to present an identical offer, Chelsea would likely decline. The rationale is straightforward. Manchester City has already established a formidable presence, and selling Mata to them would only serve to bolster their strength further, significantly complicating the efforts of other teams to wrest the championship from City's grasp. Although Chelsea currently occupies the 5th position in the league standings, they are a team with aspirations of glory. Their proactive approach in the winter transfer window demonstrates their intent to not relinquish the title to City so easily. Thus, even if De Bruyne is deemed surplus to their requirements, Chelsea may still resist Manchester City's bid, potentially opting to sell De Bruyne to clubs in other leagues for a lower fee. "Oh, I am aware that I will continue to engage with clubs such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich, creating an illusion that we have not abandoned our pursuit of top-tier signings. Should we present an offer to Chelsea at this juncture, their vigilance may wane." Pellegrini's eyes sparkled with realization. This covert strategy was indeed clever. Yet, what if one of the three clubs, Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Bayern, agrees to their offer? Well, that is hardly a question that needs asking, is it? Naturally, they would acquire all of them. A confident smile graced Fahim's face. "Who are we, Manchester City? We are currently the wealthiest club in football. While other elite teams may meticulously negotiate transfer fees, such concerns are non-existent for us. Manchester City possesses ample financial resources to accommodate multiple transfer expenses. If other top clubs refuse to sell, that's one thing, but should they dare to agree, Manchester City will not hesitate to make the purchase. Money is unequivocally not an issue." Consequently, on January 10th, Manchester City once again submitted bids to Real Madrid, Bayern, and Barcelona, elevating their offer for Modric to 55 million and raising their bids for Kroos and Fabregas to 40 million each. The news of Manchester City's simultaneous offers to these three premier clubs reverberated throughout the football world, creating a sensation. While countless media outlets and fans closely monitored the progress of these transfers, Manchester City discreetly approached Chelsea with an offer of 15 million to acquire the underutilized midfielder De Bruyne. in stark contrast to their bids for the elite clubs. This 15 million proposal for De Bruyne appeared rather pedestrian, so much so that it scarcely garnered attention from mainstream newspapers. It was evident that many believed, given Manchester City's lavish spending habits, such an offer would typically secure only role players or substitutes, and certainly not a team's pivotal member. Moreover, De Bruyne had featured only 5 times for Chelsea this season, contributing merely 1 assist, and his performance had been quite unremarkable. Such a player would not attract significant media coverage. After all, there are numerous fans in the football world familiar with Modric, Kroos, and Fabregas. Yet those acquainted with De Bruyne may be few and far between. Chelsea shared a similar sentiment. Thus, upon receiving Manchester City's offer, they did not outright reject it, but rather indicated that De Bruyne was a vital member of their squad, acknowledging his talent and potential. Clearly, this was a negotiation tactic. If they truly valued De Bruyne's abilities, they would not have deprived him of opportunities to play. Manchester City, without wasting time, increased their offer by €5 million, raising it to €20 million. This figure is considerable for De Bruyne, especially given his lackluster tenure at Chelsea. After spending half a season on the bench, one must question the state of his form. Furthermore, in the German transfer market, De Bruyne's value had already fallen below €20 million. The price offered by Manchester City evidently reflects genuine intent. The ball was now back in Chelsea's court, with Manchester City still engaging with several elite clubs. De Bruyne appeared to be merely a secondary option for them, suggesting a lack of serious interest. Consequently, Chelsea did not prioritize this matter. Out of respect for Mourinho, Chelsea's manager, Mourinho, informed him of the situation. Upon hearing this news, Mourinho paused for a moment before recalling who De Bruyne was. Wasn't he the player who couldn't even secure a spot on the bench? If Manchester City wished to sell him, so be it. To fund the acquisition of players he truly desired, Mourinho had already sold Mata. Thus, parting with De Bruyne would be even less of a concern. Mourinho had invested considerable effort in monitoring Werder Bremen's matches to secure the signing of Juniozovic, which left him with a profound impression of De Bruyne, despite the latter's failure to secure a starting position at Chelsea. Nevertheless, the player's capabilities were not to be underestimated. Paired with the right teammates, he could pose a significant threat on the field. Coincidentally, Manchester City had a proven golden partnership in the Bundesliga with Juniozovic. Therefore, selling De Bruyne to Manchester City presented considerable risks. Jose, I must caution you that De Bruyne is not without merit. Should we sell him to Manchester City, he might become a formidable threat to us, Mourinho expressed. Mourinho, already displeased with Mourinho, responded with a cold laugh. Are you questioning my judgment? If this player truly possessed skill, he would not be overshadowed by Oscar and Hazard on the starting roster. Mourinho's frustration stemmed from a perceived challenge to his authority as head coach. How dare Mourinho question his ability to assess talent and make personnel decisions? Who did he think he was? I am a man with 2 Champions League titles. Do you think I would err? Moreover, Mourinho had his sights set on acquiring players such as Matic, Drogba, Sulla, and Zuma. To secure these players, a sum of €50 million would scarcely suffice. Selling Mata alone would not bridge the financial gap he faced. In the absence of Abu's willingness to spend, where else could he procure funds without resorting to selling players? At this juncture, with a fool like Manchester City willing to part with their money, Mourinho could hardly refuse. Mourinho, you shall come to regret this. Mourinho had previously endured Mourinho's decisions, but this time, he truly could not tolerate it any longer. Perhaps, but for now, this is my team, and I shall hold the reins. Thus, under Mourinho's authorization, Manchester City and Chelsea swiftly concluded the transfer. On January 12th, Manchester City announced on their official website that Chelsea's midfielder, De Bruyne, had officially transferred to Manchester City, donning the number 17 jersey to compete for the Blue Moon. This transfer news did not stir significant waves in the football world compared to De Bruyne. People were more focused on the transfer rumors between Manchester City and other elite clubs. However, after acquiring De Bruyne, Manchester City had secured the player they desired. So they intended to conclude their bids for the 3 major teams and instead pursue some defenders to reinforce their backline. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. Bayern's stance regarding Kroos's transfer surprisingly softened. In a luxurious residence in Munich, Bayern's midfield star Kroos inquired with curiosity, is it true that Manchester City is willing to offer an annual salary of €8 million? Last year, he had tested Bayern's limits, and they had indicated that even if they renewed Kroos's contract, they would not exceed an annual salary of €6. €5 million. However, Manchester City's offer of €8 million, a quarter more than what Bayern proposed, did pique Kroos's interest. Currently, his salary stood at €5 million, which is not insignificant in the Bundesliga, though it is relative. When compared to Müller, who earns only €3 million, it is indeed considerably higher. Yet when juxtaposed with the two highest earners in the team, the disparity becomes glaring. Before Bayern clinched the Champions League title, the highest salary in the squad belonged to Ribery at €9 million. However, after Bayern acquired Götze last summer, they offered him a staggering €12 million, establishing him as the top earner. Subsequently, Bayern renewed Ribery's contract, elevating his salary to €12 million as well. Kroos held no objections to Ribery's status as the highest-paid player. After all, Ribery had served Bayern for 6 or 7 years, demonstrating exceptional prowess and commanding respect as the elder statesman of the team. His position warranted such a salary. But what about Götze? Around the same time Bayern signed Götze, Kroos had approached the club with a request for a contract renewal and a salary increase. He merely sought €5 million, only to be met with a swift and decisive refusal from Bayern. Shortly thereafter, Bayern granted Götze a salary of €12 million, leaving Kroos feeling disrespected by the club. After Guardiola's arrival, Kroos found himself highly valued in Guardiola's system, even enjoying a tactical position that surpassed that of Götze. However, the disparity in their salaries, nearly threefold, inevitably caused a sense of imbalance within Kroos. Consequently, at the onset of the winter break, he disregarded Bayern's renewal proposals. Although they agreed to increase his salary to €6 million, this was still significantly less than his demands from the previous summer. Not to mention the stark contrast with Götze's €12 million. Kroos was acutely aware that this decision might incite Bayern's dissatisfaction, potentially leading to his transfer. Thus, he was mentally prepared to depart from the club upon making this choice. As for his next destination, Kroos had long set his sights on a coveted team, Real Madrid. The strength of Real Madrid's squad and their capacity to clinch titles made joining them an opportunity for numerous accolades. Moreover, with the club's considerable financial resources, his salary would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. Such a team, which offers both monetary rewards and the prospect of various honors, is a rarity in the football world. Explaining why stars are drawn to Real Madrid, with many having nurtured dreams of playing there since childhood. Yet, he felt a pang of reluctance towards Guardiola under Guardiola's guidance. Kroos had learned a great deal and experienced significant growth. Leaving Bayern would mean losing the benefit of Guardiola's mentorship. Indeed, this was not even the final offer. If negotiations with Manchester City were to take place, Walker assured him that he could secure a salary of €9 million or even higher. Walker spoke with confidence, stating that he was well informed about the salary structure within Manchester City. According to him, the club's star player, Lin, earned a weekly wage of £400,000, translating to an annual salary of approximately €25 million. This undoubtedly positioned him as the highest-paid player in football, surpassing Cristiano Ronaldo by €8 million. However, considering Lin's transfer to Manchester City was on a free transfer, his salary was not particularly outrageous. If Kroos were to join Manchester City, he would certainly not attain such a lofty salary, yet he could expect to earn over €9 million. Among Manchester City's midfielders, Yaya Touré earned €12 million, while David Silva received €10 million. Using these two as benchmarks, Kroos's salary at Manchester City would likely not fall below that of David Silva. After listening to Walker's analysis, Kroos felt increasingly tempted. The sole dilemma that plagued him was uncertainty regarding how a move to Manchester City would impact his career. After all, he had initially intended to join Real Madrid that summer. What do you think would be better for me, going to Real Madrid or Manchester City? Upon hearing Kroos's question, Walker straightened in his seat, recognizing that this was the final and most crucial question. If he could provide clarity on this matter, Kroos would be able to make a decisive choice. You have faced Manchester City. How do you perceive their strength? Walker refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question back to Kroos. Their strength is formidable, especially with Lin on the pitch, as he poses a significant attacking threat. Kroos had faced Lin for 2 seasons and found his admiration for the player growing ever stronger. Although there remains considerable skepticism regarding Lin Quan's potential to be compared with the likes of Messi and Ronaldo, Kroos believes that such a discussion is unwarranted. Lin Quan is undoubtedly a player of the same caliber as the aforementioned legends. In the realm of football, there are only 3 clubs that can boast players of Lin's stature, Manchester City, Real Madrid, and Barcelona. Regardless of which of these illustrious teams one joins, the opportunity to secure a Champions League title is within reach. However, the financial prowess of these clubs varies considerably, with Manchester City possessing the most substantial resources, followed by Real Madrid, while Barcelona lags behind. Consequently, under similar championship conditions, joining Manchester City would afford one a more lucrative personal contract. Nonetheless, Manchester City, despite its wealth, lacks the historical gravitas of a traditional football powerhouse. Furthermore, the physical demands of the English Premier League are immense, with a high frequency of matches and intense physical confrontations, making players susceptible to injuries. Walker represents only a handful of players, with Kroos and Reyes being the most notable. Thus, he would not jeopardize the careers of these two athletes merely for financial gain. In fact, when Reyes returned to Dortmund, Walker expressed his dissent, foreseeing the severe repercussions that Dortmund's playing style would have on Reyes's already fragile health. His predictions proved accurate, as Reyes suffered a series of significant injuries upon his return. However, Reyes, a product of Dortmund's youth system, is deeply attached to his former club, and once they express interest, he finds it impossible to refuse. Kroos, on the other hand, is a highly rational player who meticulously weighs his options to determine the most advantageous path for himself. After listening to his agent's analysis, Kroos pondered for a moment and then instructed, "Mr. Walker, please continue negotiations with Manchester City to ascertain their level of sincerity. Additionally, it may be prudent to initiate contact with Real Madrid." Last summer, following Ozil's departure, Real Madrid had expressed admiration for Kroos, seeking to acquire him as a replacement for the aging Xabi Alonso. However, circumstances have changed, and it remains uncertain whether they still harbor interest in him. Guardiola was incensed. He had explicitly rejected Manchester City's offer, yet was still confronted with rumors of Kroos's impending transfer. "Mr. Hoeneß, Kroos is an indispensable component of our team. For the sake of our performance in the second half of the season, we cannot afford to sell him lightly." Guardiola earnestly conveyed his stance to the club's manager, Hoeneß. Hoeneß, with a smile, reassured him, "Coach Pep, do not be agitated. These are mere fabrications from sensationalist tabloids. You must not let such rumors sway you." Guardiola regarded Hoeneß's words with skepticism, sensing a lack of transparency, yet he had no evidence to substantiate his doubts. Ideally, the situation would remain unchanged. If Kroos were to depart, the team's strength would be severely compromised, jeopardizing their prospects not only in the Champions League, but potentially in the league as well. In an effort to command the club's attention, Guardiola even resorted to veiled threats, though the efficacy of such measures remained uncertain, as he was merely the head coach, not the manager. He possesses a voice in matters concerning player transfers, yet lacks the ultimate authority to make decisive choices. In contemplating this, Guardiola recalls the invitation extended to him by Manchester City prior to the season's commencement. It appears that the Premier League operates under a football manager system, where coaches such as Ferguson and Wenger serve not only as head coaches, but also as club managers. Consequently, they wield absolute power over player transfers. How he yearns to possess such authority. Initially, Manchester City's intentions were merely exploratory, yet they were taken aback by Bayern's ambiguous stance. This revelation swiftly illuminated the possibility of Kroos's transfer. "We have an opportunity to bring Kroos to the Etihad Stadium, albeit at a potential cost. Pellegrini, I implore you to advise me whether Kroos's arrival would bolster the team's strength without undermining the stability of the locker room. Occasionally, acquiring a top-tier star may not necessarily benefit the team. Rather, it could disrupt internal harmony and unity. For instance, should Kroos join, the starting positions of our midfield players would undoubtedly be jeopardized, potentially leading to their unwelcoming attitude towards him, and even inciting feelings of insecurity and desire to depart. Kroos is undeniably talented. His addition would enrich our tactical repertoire and deepen our bench strength, thus undeniably serving as an enhancement for the team. Pellegrini would certainly not reject Kroos's integration. He has envisioned the midfield configuration upon Kroos's arrival: Yaya Touré, Fernandinho, De Bruyne, and Kroos. Among these four, there would be one defensive midfielder, two versatile midfielders capable of both offense and defense, and one attacking midfielder. Depending on the intensity of the match and the opponent's strength, three could be selected to take the field. This variability would render it challenging for opponents to predict Manchester City's midfield arrangement, while City could adjust personnel according to the flow of the game. Merely through various midfield combinations, he feels they could create something extraordinary as Manchester City's adversaries. Other teams must find this quite daunting. Given your sentiments, the club shall exert every effort. Upon discerning Pellegrini's stance, Fahim promptly dispatched individuals to liaise with Kroos's agent in Bayern Munich. Meanwhile, Walker journeyed to Madrid to engage with Real Madrid's president, Florentino Perez. The esteemed president remains keenly interested in Kroos, expressing his willingness to submit an offer to Bayern this summer to secure his services. However, Real Madrid has no intention of making personnel adjustments this winter. Currently, they are wholeheartedly pursuing their 10th UEFA Champions League title, and after 6 months of recalibration, Ancelotti has solidified the team's core framework and tactical approach. Thus, at this juncture, Real Madrid is disinclined to introduce new players that might instigate internal upheaval and disrupt their performance. Should they achieve their coveted UEFA Champions League title this season, they would not hesitate to make some adjustments to their roster come summer. This year, many players from Real Madrid will participate in the World Cup, and following such significant tournaments, the transfer market tends to experience a flurry of activity. Consequently, after the World Cup, the core structure of their team may undergo substantial changes. At that juncture, the acquisition of Kroos might not wield a considerable impact on Real Madrid. Upon discerning Real Madrid's stance, Walker promptly initiated negotiations with Manchester City. The latter demonstrated genuine intent, ultimately offering Kroos an annual salary of $11 million. This places him within the second tier of salaries at Manchester City, with only Lin, Aguero, and Yaya Touré earning more. These three are either pivotal players or esteemed veterans, making their higher wages quite justifiable. Furthermore, Manchester City raised their bid for Bayern to $50 million, an offer too compelling for Bayern to decline. As a result, Bayern ceased to impose barriers on the transfer, indicating that if Manchester City could persuade the player, the deal could materialize. After conveying the sentiments of both Real Madrid and Manchester City to Kroos, he pondered for a moment. Given the situation, joining Manchester City appeared to be the most prudent choice. Following the emergence of transfer rumors, Bayern fans, alerted by the news, began to gather at Kroos's residence in an effort to persuade him to stay. As the news spread, the number of fans seeking to retain him grew, ultimately obstructing his entrance and significantly impacting his private life. Worse still, as Kroos remained silent on the matter, the fans' attitudes began to shift. They seemed to anticipate his departure and grew increasingly hostile, labeling him a traitor to Bayern. Some fervent supporters even attempted to breach Kroos's private residence, prompting him to feel that his personal safety was in jeopardy. Meanwhile, Bayern, having accepted Manchester City's offer, became less enthusiastic about renewing Kroos's contract and were unlikely to provide wages comparable to those offered by Manchester City or Real Madrid. Thus, the path of leaving became the sole option available to Kroos. On January 13th, just a day after De Bruyne's transfer to Manchester City, the club announced yet another significant acquisition. Bayern's midfield linchpin, Toni Kroos, officially transferred to Manchester City for the sum of $50 million, and he would don the number 12 jersey for the remainder of the season. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the footballing world. Could it be true? Toni indeed joined Manchester City? With the official confirmation from the club, and knowing it wasn't April Fool's Day, the news seemed all but certain. How could Guardiola, who previously declared Kroos to be untouchable, suddenly see him don the Manchester City colors? The reality was that the offer was simply too substantial to resist. Indeed, $50 million for a midfielder with just a year and a half left on his contract is an extravagant proposition, one that even Bayern could not afford to turn down. Oh, it is indeed you, Manchester City. The sensation of wealth is truly delightful. However, I must express a contrary opinion. The incessant spending by Manchester City is not necessarily a boon for the football world. This reckless financial approach significantly inflates player values and creates a transfer market bubble, rendering acquisitions increasingly costly for all clubs. Consequently, smaller teams find themselves utterly outmatched by the financial prowess of these affluent giants. Though you raise a valid point, the thrill of relentless acquisitions is undeniably exhilarating. As a Manchester City supporter, I revel in it. The controversy surrounding this particular transfer is considerable within the football community. Many argue that since the Middle Eastern Consortium took over Manchester City, the transfer market has been thrown into disarray. Prior to 2008, transfer fees were not so exorbitant. However, since the acquisition of Manchester City by these wealthy investors, they have single-handedly escalated the market value of nearly all players. Manchester City, lacking nothing but wealth, will outbid others for any player they desire, leading teams wishing to compete with them to offer transfer fees that match or exceed those of City. Otherwise, clubs holding on to players are reluctant to release them, as selling to Manchester City guarantees a more lucrative return. Over the years, under the relentless financial pressure exerted by Manchester City, player prices in the transfer market have skyrocketed, while they may pay the highest prices themselves. Other elite clubs have also suffered considerable losses. Particularly notable is the case of a certain galactic squad that was fleeced for £100 million to acquire Bale, a price they dared not officially announce, having to include a peripheral player to alleviate the transfer fee burden, lest they face the wrath of their star, Cristiano Ronaldo. This has engendered a deep resentment among elite clubs towards Manchester City, yet they find themselves powerless to retaliate. They can only hope to profit when City shows interest in their players, thus venting their frustrations. Upon learning that Manchester City spent $50 million on Kroos, Barcelona was left regretting their decisions. Why didn't you come for Cesc at that price? We would have sold him without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Quan, attending the Ballon d'Or ceremony at the Zurich Opera House in Switzerland, was left in shock upon hearing the news of Kroos's transfer. Could this be the butterfly effect of his actions? He recalled that Kroos had transferred to Real Madrid to join Modric and Casemiro in the midfield trio. How did he suddenly end up at Manchester City? Pep Guardiola, seated beside him, was also taken aback by the news. Damn you, Honus, how dare you deceive me? End of chapter 69. The Ballon d'Or ceremony. Could Lin Quan become a dark horse? On January 13, 2014. The FIFA Ballon d'Or ceremony was grandly held at the Zurich Opera House in Switzerland. Compared to previous years, this year's awards were fraught with controversy. Originally, FIFA had stipulated that the deadline for voting for the Ballon d'Or was November 15th. However, 5 days after the voting had officially closed, FIFA unexpectedly announced an extension of the deadline to November 29th, allowing those who had already cast their votes to amend their selections. This unprecedented alteration of the rules raised considerable skepticism among the public. Some speculated that this change was specifically tailored for Cristiano Ronaldo. The rationale behind this perception was straightforward. Just 1 day before FIFA's announcement, Ronaldo had delivered a remarkable hat-trick in the World Cup qualifying playoffs against Sweden, triumphing over Zlatan Ibrahimovic and leading Portugal to the World Cup finals. The postponement of voting, coupled with the allowance for modifications, undoubtedly favored Ronaldo's candidacy. Moreover, another incident had transpired in the football realm: Sepp Blatter's criticism of Ronaldo. At the end of October, FIFA President Blatter expressed his preference for Lionel Messi during a forum in Oxford, asserting that Ronaldo resembled a commander on the pitch, more concerned with his hairstyle than with the game itself. This statement ignited a considerable uproar within the football community. Ronaldo was incensed by Blatter's remarks, which also offended Real Madrid. Consequently, Ronaldo publicly declared his intention to abstain from all FIFA events, including the Ballon d'Or ceremony. In response, Real Madrid President Florentino Perez contacted Blatter, demanding a public apology to Ronaldo. Simultaneously, Ronaldo's fans, along with Portuguese football legends, criticized Blatter and called for him to apologize for his comments. Some even suggested that there were hidden agendas behind FIFA's Ballon d'Or, as Blatter, in his capacity as president, openly declared his favoritism for Messi, casting doubt on the fairness of the award, especially in light of the previous rivalry between Messi and Wesley Sneijder for the accolade. As the situation escalated, various conspiracy theories emerged. Faced with mounting public pressure, Blatter was compelled to issue an apology to Ronaldo via official channels, expressing a desire for amicable dialogue, a request that Ronaldo firmly declined. Consequently, many believe that FIFA's sudden rule modification was an attempt to placate Ronaldo and Real Madrid. The extension of the voting period was already outrageous, but the allowance for alterations to previously cast votes was simply preposterous. This maneuver naturally incited strong discontent from Frank Ribery, who had been widely expected to secure the Ballon d'Or. After all, in a year devoid of major international tournaments, his status as a pivotal player in the Champions League winning team made him a deserving candidate. However, FIFA's actions significantly diminished Ribery's chances of winning. Prior to the announcement of the final results, betting odds indicated a sharp decline in Ribery's likelihood of winning, dropping him to second place behind Ronaldo, with the third contender, Lin Quan, closing in rapidly. Although Ribery faced suppression, Lin Quan emerged unexpectedly. FIFA's last-minute rule modification was initially intended to create an advantage for Ronaldo, During the period when Cristiano Ronaldo was in remarkable form, Lin Quan also dazzled on both the domestic league and UEFA Champions League stages. This significantly enhanced his chances of receiving accolades, even surpassing Lionel Messi, who had been sidelined due to injuries and missed several matches, thereby securing a place among the final 3 nominees for the Ballon d'Or. A comparative analysis of their performances throughout 2013 reveals that Lin Quan's statistics were entirely on par with those of Ronaldo. On the international front, Lin Quan, as a key figure in the Spanish national team, led them to an impressive 17 consecutive victories, clinching the Confederations Cup with a flawless record. At the club level, he guided Werder Bremen to victory in the DFB Pokal and also earned the Bundesliga Golden Boot. In the Premier League, he maintained an unbeaten streak with Manchester City, while leading the scoring charts by a considerable margin over his rivals. In the Champions League, Lin Quan scored in 6 consecutive matches, setting a historic record, and eventually matched Ronaldo's total goal count, placing them both at the pinnacle of the Champions League scoring leaderboard. In comparison, Lin Quan's fame was slightly overshadowed by Ronaldo, yet he excelled in numerous other aspects. Following the revision of FIFA's voting rules, although Ronaldo's vote count saw a substantial increase, Lin Quan also garnered a significant number of votes, causing a dramatic surge in his support. This maintained the suspense surrounding the Ballon d'Or, as some votes that may have originally gone to Ronaldo were diverted to Lin Quan. While Ribery's lead was diminished, it was uncertain whether Ronaldo could truly catch up. The final outcome remained to be revealed at the awards ceremony. Consequently, this edition of the Ballon d'Or, despite its shadows, became one of the most fiercely contested in recent years. Although betting odds favored Ronaldo, his lead over Ribery and Lin Quan was marginal, granting all 3 contenders a fair chance at victory until the results were announced. The heightened suspense surrounding this year's Ballon d'Or led to an exceptional increase in television viewership. In countries such as Spain, England, Portugal, Germany, and France, viewership reached unprecedented levels, shattering previous records for Ballon d'Or ceremonies. In Asia, Lin Quan's nomination significantly heightened interest, with discussions and topics trending vigorously across platforms like Tieba and Weibo, as fans eagerly awaited the final results. Such profound attention prompted FIFA to place considerable emphasis on this prestigious event, inviting numerous football legends to participate in the awards ceremony. Zidane and Ballack were among the first to take the stage, unveiling the 11 players selected for the 2013 Best 11. The lineup included goalkeeper Manuel Neuer, defenders Philipp Lahm, Sergio Ramos, Thiago Silva, and Dani Alves, midfielders Andres Iniesta, Xavi, and Frank Ribery, and forwards Cristiano Ronaldo, Lin Quan, and Lionel Messi. Following the award presentations, the honorees gathered for a collective photograph, with the striking trio of forwards, Ronaldo, Lin Quan, and Messi, standing side by side. Cristiano Ronaldo stands head and shoulders above the rest, making his presence strikingly prominent when positioned beside them. Among the trio, Lionel Messi is the shortest, measuring 4 centimeters less than Lin Quan. Standing alongside the two, Messi appears somewhat uneasy. As a casualty of the FIFA's revised voting rules for the Ballon d'Or, Messi was regrettably excluded from this year's list of top 3 nominees, while both of his companions were honored with nominations, rendering the situation slightly awkward for him. Adding to the discomfort, at the moment the photographer clicked the shutter, both Lin Quan and Messi noticed Ronaldo subtly rise onto his toes, enhancing his already towering stature. In that instant captured, Ronaldo appeared even more formidable, casting Lin Quan and Messi in the role of diminutive figures in comparison. Observing Ronaldo's antics, both Lin Quan and Messi exchanged glances of astonishment, a silent understanding passing between them. Messi instinctively shifted a step closer to Lin Quan, unwilling to serve as a mere backdrop for Ronaldo. Lin Quan, unable to suppress a smile, mused at the narcissism of the superstar, who seemed determined to be the center of attention even in a photograph. While the merits of the 11-player lineup can be debated, it is indisputable that this forward combination ranks as the strongest and most expensive in history. In other award categories, the Best Coach award was unsurprisingly bestowed upon the retired legend, Jupp Heynckes, a decision met with widespread approval. The Puskas award was granted to Lin Quan, who triumphed with his stunning acrobatic goal against Chelsea, outshining Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Neymar to claim the honor. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Quan had successfully defended his Puskas title, becoming the first player to achieve such a feat, thereby etching yet another record into his legacy. The climax of the evening arrived when the FIFA honorary Ballon d'Or was awarded to the legendary Pelé, who remained on stage rather than departing. Today, he was not only a recipient, but also the esteemed presenter of the most prestigious award, the Ballon d'Or. The female host presented Pelé with an envelope containing the names of the award winners. Upon opening the envelope and glancing at the contents, Pelé teased the audience with a dramatic pause, exclaiming, "Wow, what an unexpected result." His words ignited a wave of murmurs throughout the crowd. An unforeseen outcome? Could it be that Ronaldo was not the recipient? The cameras swiftly focused on the Portuguese star, who sat upright, his expression gravely serious. Initially reluctant to attend the Ballon d'Or ceremony, he had ultimately been persuaded by Florentino Perez to make an appearance. Yet if he were to attend the event and fail to secure the Ballon d'Or, what purpose would his presence serve? Was he merely there to reconcile with Blatter? But he had yet to decide whether to forgive Blatter. Sensing he had successfully piqued the audience's curiosity, Pelé leisurely began to unveil the contents of the envelope. The recipient of the 2013 Ballon d'Or was. The cameras simultaneously captured Ronaldo, Ribéry, and Lin Quan, framing the three of them in a single shot. In the frame, Ronaldo's expression is one of seriousness, while Ribéry appears somewhat anxious. Only Lin Quan, seemingly unperturbed, engages in light-hearted banter with Guardiola, appearing indifferent to the outcome. This lad possesses quite the calm demeanor. As an outsider, Messi feels a sense of relaxation, devoid of the usual tension. However, he is taken aback by Lin Quan's composure. Recalling his own nerves during his first nomination for the final three, it elicits a sigh from Messi, acknowledging Lin Quan's remarkable poise. "Pep, why not join Cruz and make the switch to Manchester City?" Lin Quan jestingly proposes to Guardiola, despite Guardiola's contract with Bayern lasting another 2.5 years. The club's recent actions demonstrate a significant lack of respect towards him. Promised signings remain unfulfilled, and they hesitated to meet transfer fees. Additionally, during the winter break, they sold players Guardiola explicitly stated were not for sale, an act of extreme disrespect not only towards Guardiola, but even towards a lesser figure like Ranieri. Guardiola, disinclined to delve into this topic, shifts the conversation. "You cheeky lad, you still have the mind to discuss trivial matters. Do you not care at all whether you will win an award?" Lin Quan shrugs nonchalantly. "If I win, it is my fortune. If not, it is my fate. Besides, I am merely here to run alongside. The award will undoubtedly go to either Ribéry or Ronaldo, certainly not to me." Guardiola nods slightly, appreciating Lin Quan's realistic perspective and lack of unrealistic fantasies. After all, he is still young, and given his current performance, the Ballon d'Or is within his grasp. Compared to Lin Quan, he is more concerned about Ribéry. Ribéry does not possess the unparalleled prowess of a dual star like Lin Quan, and Bayern cannot always secure the Champions League. Moreover, the French national team's performance in significant tournaments has been lackluster, indicating that this may be Ribéry's singular opportunity to claim the Ballon d'Or in his career. This is exceedingly important for him. Should he fail to win this time, Ribéry would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow, potentially leading to a loss of form. With Bayern lacking a key midfielder and Ribéry being the team's marquee player, if he falters, the second half of the season for Bayern could indeed be dire. The recipient of this year's Ballon d'Or is Cristiano Ronaldo. Upon hearing Pelé announce the result, Ronaldo initially bows his head, but when he raises it, a smile breaks forth uncontrollably. After kissing his girlfriend Irina, he ascends the stage, shaking hands with Blatter, Pelé, and other award presenters. Blatter personally hands the coveted trophy to Ronaldo, their handshake symbolically resolving any past grievances. This marks Ronaldo's second Ballon d'Or since 2008, breaking Messi's 4-year stranglehold on the accolade. In the fierce competition for personal accolades between two footballing legends, Cristiano Ronaldo has finally reclaimed a fraction of honor. No longer overshadowed by Lionel Messi's 4 Ballon d'Or trophies, with just a solitary one to his name. Following Messi's record-breaking achievement of the most goals scored in a calendar year and his unprecedented 4th consecutive Ballon d'Or, a narrative emerged within the football community. Some of Messi's ardent supporters contended that there is no true rivalry, asserting that Messi stands alone in a league of his own, while Ronaldo, with his singular accolade, lacks the merit to be compared to him. This sentiment garnered considerable acceptance among fans, thereby intensifying the pressure on Ronaldo. However, this burden has now somewhat alleviated. During his acceptance speech, Ronaldo was moved to tears, expressing his gratitude to his club and national team teammates, his family, and those who cast their votes in his favor after several emotional moments. As the audience erupted in applause for Ronaldo's heartfelt display, one figure remained unmoved, Frank Ribery, whose expression darkened like a storm cloud as Pelé announced Ronaldo's victory, resembling a statue in his stillness. "Someone has stolen my trophy." Following the ceremony, Ribery voiced his discontent in a press interview, categorically rejecting the outcome and asserting that he could never accept such a result. "I believe I deserve this award. But there are too many external factors at play." Ribery's remarks swiftly thrust FIFA, the organizing body, into the eye of a storm, provoking a growing chorus of skepticism online. French national team coach Didier Deschamps openly supported Ribery, deeming the Ballon d'Or results unfair. Discontent among French fans surged, prompting protests outside the headquarters of France Football. As a publication representing France, they were accused of turning a blind eye, with fans demanding that France Football sever ties with FIFA and revert to independent voting as in the past. In the face of mounting criticism, FIFA opted for silence, intending to let the fervor subside, hoping that the public's interest would wane over time. However, at this juncture, French journalists uncovered a significant revelation. They interviewed several voters who expressed that their votes deviated significantly from the final published results, leading to suspicions of vote tampering. For instance, Fiji national team coach Frank Bizzati reviewed the voting results released by FIFA, which indicated that he had cast votes for Ronaldo, Ribery, and Robert Lewandowski. Yet, Bizzati revealed his allegiance to Messi and Iniesta, having consistently voted for Messi in the past, but was astonished to find Messi's name absent from the official results. Lewandowski? "I never voted for him, as I believe he does not match the caliber of the top 3 players," Bizzati indignantly stated during the interview. Coincidentally, following Bizzati's revelations, numerous other voters began to come forward, echoing his sentiments and expressing discrepancies between FIFA's published results and their individual votes. Upon the revelation of these sensational details, the crescendo of skepticism from the public intensified, rendering FIFA's attempts at feigned ignorance futile. Consequently, they hastily dispatched representatives to clarify the situation, attributing the discrepancies to the potential influence of national football associations casting votes on behalf of coaches and captains. Although the coaches and captains were the actual voters, it appeared that the associations might have directly replaced them in the voting process, resulting in inconsistencies between the chosen order and the selections made by the coaches and captains. This explanation seemed plausible, and some fans began to accept FIFA's rationale. However, at this juncture, a journalist from one of the organizers, France Football, named Ploward, emerged to assert that, in the internal voting, Ribery had secured the highest score. This revelation ignited a wave of outrage, with French fans expressing their indignation, while Ribery vehemently condemned FIFA on social media and in front of reporters. In an effort to quell the fans' suspicions, FIFA collaborated with France Football to publicly disclose the voting results for the 3 candidates for the Ballon d'Or. The first-place winner, Cristiano Ronaldo, amassed 305 points, while Ribery garnered 127 points, falling nearly 200 points short of Ronaldo. It could be said that Ribery's defeat was entirely justified. Following FIFA's announcement, the external doubts diminished significantly. However, fans were astonished to discover a shocking fact. The second highest score did not belong to Ribery, but rather to Lin Quan. He had achieved 265 points, a mere 40 points behind Ronaldo. Remarkably, Lin Quan was so close to snatching the Ballon d'Or from Ronaldo. What a missed opportunity. Had this outcome been known earlier, the Spanish Football Association and Manchester City officials should have rallied support for Lin Quan to bolster his votes. Who could have anticipated that Lin Quan would garner such a substantial tally? A narrow victory of just 40 points. Someone get Ronaldo a change of trousers. Chapter Conclusion Chapter 70. Ronaldo's invitation and Lin Quan's influence in football. Lin Quan learned of this outcome afterward, and he was taken aback by the small margin between his score and Ronaldo's. Nevertheless, he took it in stride, and during a press interview, he first congratulated Ronaldo, asserting that his Ballon d'Or victory was well-deserved, before expressing his aspirations for this year's award. Given that he had come so close to the Ballon d'Or the previous year, he felt compelled to make a compelling bid for it this year. The public perceived Lin Quan's remarks as a formal declaration of his entry into the competition for the prestigious accolade. At this moment, as skepticism regarding Ronaldo's Ballon d'Or win reached its zenith, Lin Quan's statements in the interview reached Ronaldo's ears, prompting Ronaldo to call Lin Quan to express his gratitude. Lin Thank you for speaking on my behalf. I have a gathering in Madrid next week. Would you like to join? After all, Ronaldo, having secured his second Ballon d'Or, was eager to celebrate with his friends and family. Although Lin Quan had previously not interacted with Ronaldo, the latter had taken notice of him. Last summer, rumors had circulated linking Real Madrid with Lin Quan, and Florentino Perez had even consulted Ronaldo on his thoughts regarding Lin Quan's potential signing with the club. Cristiano Ronaldo extended a warm welcome to Lin Quan upon his arrival at Real Madrid. However, ultimately, Lin Quan was unable to join the club, and thus, the two missed their opportunity for collaboration. Taking advantage of Lin Quan's willingness to speak on his behalf, Ronaldo intended to forge a connection with this rising star in the football world. It is quite rare for any player to receive a personal phone call from the illustrious president himself. Yet, when facing Ronaldo's invitation, Lin Quan did not immediately acquiesce. When is next week? I need to check my availability. If it had been an ordinary individual, Ronaldo might have rescinded the invitation. However, he exhibited exceptional patience that day. How about January 21st? Are you free? Lin Quan glanced at his schedule. On January 18th, they would host Cardiff City. And following that match, the next game would be the FA Cup on January 25th. With a 7-day interval, the team would likely grant 3 days off. So he indeed had the time. All right, I will definitely be there. By the way, should I bring a companion? Such gatherings typically require a partner, as Ronaldo's family would be in attendance. It's up to you. Ronaldo succinctly replied with 3 words before ending the call. Such matters were inconsequential to him. As long as Lin Quan attended, that was sufficient. If he truly lacked a companion, with so many young ladies in Madrid, would he really struggle to find someone to accompany him? No sooner had he hung up from Ronaldo than his national teammate, Iniesta, called him. Lin, we are organizing a charity match this weekend. Will you be able to participate? Hey, Iniesta, when does the charity match start? On January 22nd, at Camp Nou, featuring teams led by Maradona and Ronaldo. Upon hearing these illustrious names, Lin Quan surmised that this was undoubtedly a charity match organized by Barcelona. Last summer, Real Madrid had hosted a friendly match at the Bernabeu, featuring a team of veterans against Juventus veterans. Clearly, Barcelona was attempting to rival Real Madrid by organizing such an event during the winter break. The two teams certainly proved to be quite amusing, competing both on and off the field, truly a pair of adversaries. Both Maradona and Ronaldo had once graced Barcelona, and the participants in this match would likely comprise Barcelona legends or current players. Although Lin Quan hailed from La Masia, he had never played in an official match for Barcelona's first team, leaving him somewhat hesitant about returning to Camp Nou. Have all the players been gathered? Are there still vacancies? Not yet. We are still short of several players. If you know any stars who would be willing to join, we would be more than happy to have them. Iniesta's words relieved Lin Quan, as it seemed he had been overly concerned. All right, I will reach out and see how many I can contact. After concluding his conversation with Iniesta, Lin Quan posted a tweet on social media. January 22nd, ALS charity match. Maradona's team versus Ronaldo's team. Interested friends, please sign up quickly. After posting the tweet, he set aside his phone to go train. Upon returning that evening and opening his phone, he was astonished to find his direct messages nearly overflowing. Royce, count me in, haha. Let Big Brother take care of you. Showing you off and helping you soar. Lin Quan returned a friendly gesture, offering a small greeting. De Bruyne, a charity match? It sounds intriguing. Count me in. More out of me. Me. I must participate. How could such an important match be without the invincible Morata? David Silva, is it the charity match organized by Xavi and his team? Count me in as well. Aguero, that sounds rather interesting. May I join? Lin Quan, if you're not afraid of your father-in-law Maradona breaking your legs, then feel free to join. Aguero, well said. Hence, I choose to join Ronaldo's team. I know Messi will definitely join Maradona's team, and it will be a great opportunity to experience facing him as an opponent. Lin Quan, all right then. It seems there's another childhood friend who wants to break your legs. Besides Lin Quan's teammates and friends, a few unexpected individuals expressed their interest in joining. Bayern's goalkeeper Neuer sent him a friend request, and once Lin Quan accepted, Neuer immediately stated, I wish to join, as your opponent. Lin Quan scratched his head, pondering how Neuer's tone resembled that of a wronged woman in a royal court. When did I offend him? I have no recollection. However, if Neuer joins the opposing side, it would necessitate Lin Quan recruiting a current top-tier goalkeeper. He thought of his national teammate Casillas, just as he was preparing to message Casillas for an invitation. Buffon unexpectedly approached him. "Young man, are you in need of a goalkeeper? If you don't mind this 35-year-old fellow, I'm in." Buffon's initiative took Lin Quan by surprise. Renowned as the best goalkeeper in football history, his presence would significantly bolster their defense. Just as Lin Quan finished replying to Buffon, another unexpected individual reached out. Cristiano Ronaldo privately messaged Lin Quan, expressing interest in the match. To be honest, Ronaldo's eagerness completely caught Lin Quan off guard. He believed his relationship with Ronaldo was not particularly close. Surely, wasn't he reaching out merely for Lin Quan's sake? Perhaps it was related to Messi? Even in a charity match, the superstar likely wished to outshine Messi and prove himself. That relentless desire for victory. After Buffon joined, he managed to bring his old teammate Pirlo along. Upon hearing that Pirlo would participate, Gattuso also expressed interest. Lin Quan experienced firsthand his influence in the football world, feeling remarkably surprised. Is my allure in the football realm this significant? He initially thought there would be few participants and merely intended to accompany De Bruyne for some excitement. He never anticipated such a large turnout. I wonder if the sight of us arriving at Camp Nou would astonish Xavi and his team? On January 18th, during the 22nd round of the Premier League, Manchester City faced Cardiff City at home. This match marked the debut of two new signings, De Bruyne and Kroos, representing Manchester City, attracting a plethora of fans to the stadium. Cardiff City is not particularly formidable, currently languishing in the penultimate position in the league, with one foot already teetering on the precipice of relegation. In a bid for survival, even when facing the formidable Manchester City away from home, they are striving to secure a victory. However, before the first half concluded, Manchester City had already netted 3 goals with resounding strikes. The synergy between the starting duo De Bruyne and Lin Quan was remarkable, with De Bruyne providing an assist to Lin Quan and also scoring from a free kick. De Bruyne's outstanding performance elicited cheers and applause from the home crowd, although his transfer fee was far less than that of Kroos. His display today led City fans to realize they may have unearthed a gem. Delighted by De Bruyne's performance, Pellegrini substituted Fernandinho for the new recruit Kroos in the second half. Kroos, unlike De Bruyne, is a player who orchestrates the rhythm of the game. Upon his arrival on the pitch, he meticulously organized the connection and transition between defense and attack. Despite some initial miscommunications with teammates, which resulted in a few errors, this did not detract from the overall outcome. Following Kroos' introduction, the tempo of the match fell entirely under Manchester City's dominion. Cardiff City's resistance was akin to a punch landing on cotton, yielding no effect. Instead, as they became ensnared in City's rhythm, it was as if a noose tightened around their necks, leading to a suffocating demise. As the match concluded, Manchester City triumphed effortlessly over Cardiff City with a score of 4-0, further solidifying their position at the summit of the league. In the post-match media ratings, Lin Quan, with 2 goals and an assist, achieved the highest score of 92. De Bruyne, with 1 goal and 1 assist, garnered a commendable score of 78, while the substitute Kroos received a score of 75. From the perspective of the fans present, Kroos's performance may not have matched the imaginative brilliance of De Bruyne's many creative passes. However, those with a true understanding of the game would never underestimate Kroos's contributions to the team. City had previously lacked a midfield orchestrator, and Kroos's inclusion rectified this deficiency. When he and De Bruyne are on the pitch together, one connects the defense and midfield, while the other links the midfield and attack. This liberation allows Lin Quan greater opportunities to confront the opponent's goal, significantly enhancing the efficacy of Manchester City's attacks and accelerating the pace of transitions between offense and defense. Nevertheless, this partnership is not without its shortcomings, as both players possess relatively weak defensive capabilities and lack physicality. Should they encounter opponents engaging in a brutal tussle in midfield, the somewhat fragile Manchester City may find themselves at a disadvantage. Following the conclusion of the league matches, Pellegrini granted the team a 5-day respite. The next league match is set to commence on January 29th, leaving a span of 11 days for the players to recuperate. Regarding the FA Cup match on January 25th, as Manchester City is set to face a championship team of relatively lesser strength, Pellegrini intends to field a squad comprised mainly of substitutes. The team has been inundated with an overwhelming number of fixtures, leaving little room for respite during the Christmas period. Now that the intensity of their schedule is finally easing, it would be imprudent not to grant the players a brief respite, lest they rebel against the mounting fatigue. Lin Quan initially presumed that Pellegrini would only grant a 3-day break. contemplating whether to request a day off himself. To his surprise, Pellegrini, in his wisdom, extended the holiday to 5 days. Consequently, Lin Kuan found himself relieved from the need to request time off. Unbeknownst to him, Pellegrini had originally intended to limit the break to 3 days, but, upon learning of Lin Kuan's participation in a charity match on January 22nd, decided to extend it by an additional 2 days. This arrangement ensured that Lin Kuan could enjoy a day of rest post-match, safeguarding him from excessive fatigue that could impair his performance. Pellegrini has truly gone to great lengths to protect Lin Kuan. On January 21st, Lin Kuan arrived punctually in Madrid with Lily Collins. The gathering hosted by Cristiano Ronaldo was held at an upscale venue, and by the time Lin Kuan arrived, many attendees were already present. Among them were several acquaintances, including Ronaldo's former teammates from Manchester United and his current colleagues at Real Madrid. Upon spotting Lin Kuan and his girlfriend, Ronaldo eagerly approached them with his partner, Irina. "You finally made it." Lin Kuan initially extended his hand for a handshake, only to be met with a warm embrace from Ronaldo, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Wasn't the public perception of the superstar that he was rather aloof? It seems that one cannot always trust the rumors circulating outside. "Is this your girlfriend? Would you care to introduce her?" Following their embrace, Ronaldo, with a beaming smile, introduced his girlfriend, Irina, while waiting for Lin Kuan to present his companion. "Ahem, this is my girlfriend, Lily Collins. Lily, this is Cristiano Ronaldo, the recent Ballon d'Or awardee and one of the pinnacle stars in the world of football." Lily Collins, unfazed by the grandeur of the occasion, graciously extended her hand, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Cristiano." Ronaldo felt a surge of joy at Lin Kuan's words. While he might be indifferent to praise from others, having received it countless times, Lin Kuan's admiration was different. He was acknowledged as a player of extraordinary caliber, on par with the likes of Messi. Gaining Lin Kuan's recognition was, to Ronaldo, the finest gift. Despite projecting unwavering confidence in his abilities, Ronaldo harbored doubts regarding his prowess, particularly when Messi achieved a remarkable 4 consecutive Ballon d'Or awards. Securing this latest accolade has finally bolstered his self-assurance, preventing a potential crisis of confidence. After presenting their gifts, Lin Kuan and Lily Collins, guided by Ronaldo and Irina, proceeded to their respective lounges for men and women. "Here are your familiar teammates who will look after you. I must attend to other guests, so I shall take my leave for now." Cristiano Ronaldo patted Lin Kuan on the shoulder, greeted his club mates, Casillas and Ramos, and then departed from the lounge. "Lin, come over here." Ramos beckoned Lin Kuan to take a seat between himself and Casillas. This particular spot seemed to have been reserved especially for Lin Kuan, while Morata, though also invited, had to settle for a place on the fringe. "How does it feel to narrowly miss out on the Ballon d'Or?" Casillas inquired with a smile directed at Lin Kuan. Given their positions, both he and Ramos found it exceedingly difficult to secure the prestigious award. Moreover, their performances fell short of the caliber required to even contend for such an honor, making it unlikely they would ever experience the opportunities afforded to Lin Kuan. Thus, they presumed Lin Kuan must be feeling quite frustrated and regretful after missing this chance at the Ballon d'Or. To their surprise, Lin Kuan exhibited a remarkable calmness, responding, "I feel as though I have benefited from the rules. If FIFA does not amend the voting regulations, I doubt I could have surpassed Messi to reach the top 3. Initially, Messi had garnered a significant number of votes, even surpassing Ribery. However, FIFA permitted changes to previously cast votes, and during that period, Messi was sidelined due to injury, ultimately leading to a substantial loss upon revoting. While rules can be altered, no matter how they change, if your performance is not stellar, others will not cast their votes in your favor." Lin Kuan nodded and suddenly pondered a question. The voting rights for the Ballon d'Or come from the captains and coaches of national teams. As Spain's captain, to whom did Casillas allocate his 3 votes? "Captain, did you cast your first vote for Cristiano, or for me?" In the midst of peeling an orange, Casillas abruptly coughed upon hearing Lin Kuan's question. Cough, cough, well, of course, it was for Cristiano. Casillas finally managed to complete his sentence, earning himself an expected eye roll from Lin Kuan. "Captain, I never imagined such a prominent figure as yourself would betray the cause." Lin Kuan pointed accusingly at Casillas, feigning deep distress. Casillas hastily clarified, "Cough. I had no idea you would receive so many votes. I thought it would be impressive if you made it into the top 5. Who would have guessed you would secure a place in the top 2? Come on, can you really blame me?" "Well, not exactly. But had I known, I would certainly have cast my first vote for you." Casillas found himself in a somewhat unavoidable position, being the dual captain of both Real Madrid and Spain. The club's president, Florentino Perez, had rallied many to campaign for Cristiano, and as captain, it was natural for him to support the star of his club. Thus, Casillas' first vote ultimately went to Cristiano Ronaldo. Each voter possessed 3 votes, with the first counting for 5 points, the second for 3, and the third for 1. Therefore, the weight of the first vote held the utmost significance. To secure the prestigious Ballon d'Or, one must garner a greater number of votes, particularly ensuring a substantial share of first-choice votes. According to the voting list and points released by FIFA, Lin Quan has received numerous votes. Yet his rate of first-choice selections lags significantly behind that of Cristiano Ronaldo. This is precisely where his disadvantage lies. Well, I forgive you. Your second vote must surely be cast for me, right? Not quite, but I will give you my third vote, Casillas hastily replied. Receiving a disdainful glance from Lin Quan, Ramos, intrigued, inquired, "And whom did you bestow your second vote upon?" Casillas' face flushed as he stammered, "Ahem, I voted for myself." End of chapter 71. All-star lineup, Maradona's team versus Ronaldo's team. Transitional chapter, there is a charity match taking place at Camp Nou. Will you attend? Casillas shook his head. I think I'll pass. I need to recover from my injury. The World Cup is approaching, and I cannot afford to sustain further damage. Last year, Casillas suffered a severe injury that caused him to miss numerous matches for both his national team and club, resulting in Diego Lopez usurping his starting position at Real Madrid. Lin Quan expressed his understanding and then turned to Ramos. Ramos repeatedly waved his hands. Not going. I am a diligent learner. I must seize this time to study. Lin Quan scrutinized Ramos, noting the plethora of tattoos adorning his body, and could hardly believe he was attempting to portray himself as a model student. The dissonance was palpable. Don't doubt me. Look, I even brought my books. To validate his claim, Ramos promptly produced his geography and ecology textbooks. Lin Quan curiously took them and flipped through, discovering they were filled with haphazard notes, which led him to start believing Ramos's words. What are you looking at? I recall these appear to be middle school textbooks. Lin Quan, having received compulsory education in Spain, recognized the books Ramos held. Ramos scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Without hesitation, Casillas mercilessly revealed Ramos's secret. He is set to take the compulsory education examination in February. And if he fails again, he will have to retake it next year. Ramos, middle school exams? Aren't these typically completed before the age of 16? Surely no one would drag this on until the age of 27, right? Surely not. Lin Quan was astounded by Casillas' words, and the thought of Ramos nearing 27 without obtaining his compulsory education certificate brought a smirk to his face. Casillas, grinning, posed to Lin Quan. Do you think Ramos will pass this time? Lin Quan glanced at Ramos, who was earnestly studying and taking notes amidst the chaos of matches and training, clearly demonstrating his dedication. Thus, he replied, certainly not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prolonged it until 27. He emphasized the age with particular intonation. Haha, I think so too. The two burst into carefree laughter. Ramos extended his fist, the size of a sandbag, and struck a blow. Do not underestimate me, for this year I, your water master, shall surely succeed. Indeed, you shall prevail. When the time comes, we shall visit the temple to offer incense to the god of literature. Or perhaps I shall tattoo guaranteed success upon your arm, and then success shall surely be assured. Lin Quan jested. Initially, it was merely a jest. Yet Ramos appeared to take it to heart, insisting that Lin Quan accompany him to pay respects to the deity, and under Lin Quan's persuasion, he contemplated tattooing the auspicious phrase on his arm, truly fearing failure. It seemed he was desperate enough to try anything, regardless of its efficacy. The lounge grew increasingly crowded, and Lin Quan spotted former Manchester United and Real Madrid star Beckham, along with the red-nosed Sir Ferguson. They entered the banquet hall in succession. Yet there was no exchange between them, as the remnants of their past grievances appeared unresolved. Hello, Lin. I did not expect to see you here. Beckham approached Lin Quan with a friendly greeting. Though they had never shared the pitch, both were well aware of each other's illustrious reputations. Mr. Beckham, you were my childhood idol. I attempted to emulate your signature free kick, yet I could never master it, Lin Quan remarked. Beckham chuckled. Perhaps one day we can have a friendly match, but your lob shots are already quite formidable. Those decisive strikes left a lasting impression on me. Lin Quan then praised Beckham's precise and elegant 45-degree diagonal passes, to which Beckham responded with admiration for Lin Kuan's imaginative and remarkable ground passes. Their exchange of compliments fostered a closer rapport. As Beckham departed, he specifically requested Lin Kuan's phone number, expressing his intention to reconnect upon returning to England for further practice. Lin Kuan readily agreed and extended an invitation for Beckham to watch a match at the Etihad Stadium. Although Beckham had left Manchester United, he was still a former player, making it awkward for him to attend games at Manchester City's home ground. Nevertheless, he promised to be present for the 28th round of the league, where Manchester United would host Manchester City to watch Lin Kuan play. Just as Beckham exited, Ferguson and Mourinho arrived in the lounge. Both had once coached Cristiano Ronaldo and were considered his mentors. Their attendance at Ronaldo's gathering was not surprising, yet it was curious to see them together, given their historically strained relationship. Upon noticing Lin Kuan and Ramos, Mourinho's demeanor soured. Following his departure from Real Madrid, Ramos had once taken the opportunity to undermine him, which left Mourinho with a poor opinion of him. As for Lin Kuan, Mourinho had initially harbored no animosity towards him and even admired him, at one point contemplating bringing him to Chelsea. However, in the end, it was not to be. Lin Kuan not only failed to join Chelsea, but instead found himself at Manchester City, becoming a direct rival in the league, perhaps even the most formidable one. In stark contrast to Mourinho's serious demeanor, Ferguson greeted Lin Kuan with a friendly smile. "Lin, are you here for a vacation?" "Not really, sir. I would love to take a holiday, but the Premier League does not have a winter break, so I can only spare some time to attend Cristiano's gathering and participate in tomorrow's charity match at Camp Nou." "Oh, is it the one organized by Maradona?" The retired veteran seemed to have taken an interest in such matches, despite his retirement stemming from declining health, which no longer allowed him to endure the rigors of managing a team. Yet, having devoted his life to football, it was indeed difficult for him to remain idle. Thus, taking charge of a friendly charity match was quite a suitable endeavor to keep him engaged. "Indeed, would you be interested in joining us? We are still in need of a coach." Upon hearing Ferguson's interest, Lin Kuan seized the opportunity to invite him to take on the role of head coach. Ferguson chuckled and inquired, "Why not ask your father to coach?" It was no secret in the football world that Lin Kuan's adoptive father was Guardiola. Given Guardiola's coaching prowess and their relationship, Lin Kuan knew that if he were to ask, Guardiola would likely not refuse, which left Ferguson perplexed about why they were still without a coach. "He's been in a bit of a rough patch lately, so I'd rather not disturb him." Although Lin Kuan did not explicitly state it, Ferguson, with his seasoned insight, quickly deduced that it pertained to Kroos's transfer. Such an event, whether it occurred to Guardiola or anyone else, would certainly elicit a strong reaction. Imagining Guardiola enjoying hot pot and singing, envisioning the accolades of the latter half of the season, only to be informed that Bayern had sold their midfield linchpin. It was a miracle he hadn't caused a scene right then and there. "Since you don't mind my outdated coaching skills, I shall reluctantly accept this invitation. However, I must inquire beforehand. You wouldn't consider joining Maradona's team and teaming up with Messi, would you? Given Maradona's age, it was likely he would not be able to play, thus attending in a coaching capacity. Messi, being Maradona's protégé, would undoubtedly join his side. Just one Messi was already a daunting prospect. Should Lin Kuan also join, it could spell disaster. With their combined dribbling and breakthrough abilities, Ronaldo's team would surely be overwhelmed. "Sir, you are far too humble. Your coaching expertise is among the finest in the football world, and I have long anticipated the opportunity to learn under your guidance." Flattered by Lin Kuan's compliments, Ferguson chuckled and quipped, "You sweet-talking rascal. If that is the case, why didn't you come to us at Manchester United last year?" Lin Kuan felt a bit embarrassed, responding, "But sir, you had already retired. What would I have done at Manchester United?" Ferguson sighed, expressing that had you been willing to join Manchester United, he might have reconsidered his retirement. Such a statement was difficult to respond to, given Ferguson's age. Even if he stubbornly chose to continue, it would not be for many more years, and Lin Kuan could not afford to gamble on such uncertainties. Fortunately, Ferguson, possessing considerable emotional intelligence, did not press Lin Kuan further on the matter. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. Once Ferguson and Mourinho had departed, Ramos and Casillas breathed a sigh of relief. "Had I known he was coming, I wouldn't have come myself." Ramos gazed at Mourinho's retreating figure and, with a sense of regret, uttered these words. Lin Kuan had long heard of the deep-seated conflicts within the Real Madrid locker room and the players' dissatisfaction with Mourinho. Now, it seemed that such claims were not unfounded. At least judging by the reactions of Ramos and Casillas, their disdain for Mourinho was palpable. However, this matter belonged to the confidential realm of the Real Madrid locker room, and Lin Quan refrained from probing further. As the group engaged in conversation, Cristiano Ronaldo's girlfriend, Irina, approached with another young and strikingly beautiful woman. Ramos glanced up and was immediately captivated, deciding to retract his earlier sentiments. Attending this gathering was indeed the wisest choice. Observing Ramos' reaction, Lin Quan and Casillas exchanged curious glances. While Irina was already considered a great beauty, the woman beside her seemed to eclipse her in allure. This piqued Lin Quan's curiosity. Who could this enchanting companion be? Gentlemen, the ball is about to commence. Shall we not invite the ladies to dance? Irina smiled as she addressed them. Ramos was the most eager, promptly dismissing any unpleasant thoughts about Mourinho. He sprang to his feet and invited the lovely lady beside Irina. Might I have the honor of dancing with you, fair maiden? Morata also intended to extend an invitation, yet his movements lagged behind Ramos. Upon seeing Ramos rise, Morata begrudgingly settled back down. The lady appeared somewhat hesitant, glancing towards Lin Quan, as if hoping the one to invite her would be this rising star of the football world. However, Lin Quan remained seated, amusedly watching the rivalry between Ramos and Morata unfold, showing no inclination to join the fray. Thus, she nodded and allowed Ramos to take her hand, leading her to the dance floor. Who is she? Observing Morata's crestfallen expression, Lin Quan inquired. You mean to say you don't even know who she is? Morata looked at Lin Quan in disbelief, as if he had just uncovered a momentous revelation. Lin Quan found this perplexing. With so many people in the world, it was impossible to know each one. You do know who last year's Miss World Champion is, right? Could it be her? Bingo. You got it right. It's Miss Megan Young. Now it made sense why Ramos and Morata were so exuberant. It remains unclear who instigated this trend, but it appears that in the realm of football, athletes commonly find themselves romantically linked to models and the most beautiful actresses. What? My girlfriend also fits this description? Oh, then all is well. As the ball commenced, gentlemen were either in pursuit of unattached ladies or on their way to escort their partners. When Lin Quan located Lily Collins, he discovered that she was accompanied by two familiar faces, Emma Watson and Victoria Beckham. Having previously spotted Beckham, it was only natural to encounter the esteemed Mrs. Beckham as well. However, Emma's presence was genuinely surprising to Lin Quan. Emma Watson, perceptive as ever, caught the expression on Lin Quan's face, her eyes shimmering with amusement. Mr. Lin, may I request the honor of a dance? While it is customary for gentlemen to extend invitations to ladies, she boldly took the initiative to invite Lin Quan instead. Both Lily Collins and Victoria appeared somewhat astonished at this turn of events. Victoria exchanged a thoughtful glance with Lily, then observed Lin Quan and Emma, seemingly curious about how Lin Quan would navigate this unexpected situation. Emma Watson, currently a rising star in Hollywood, had captivated countless audiences through her role in the Harry Potter series, with her portrayal of Hermione Granger becoming a dream figure for many young men. As she extended her invitation to Lin Quan, the men present cast envious glances in his direction, lamenting, "Why am I not so fortunate? Why didn't Miss Emma invite me?" However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Quan declined Emma's invitation outright. "I apologize, Miss Emma, but my dancing skills are rather poor, and I would prefer not to embarrass myself." Emma was taken aback. This gentleman had actually refused her invitation. She had personally taken the initiative, and it was a first for her to experience such a rejection. Victoria, equally surprised by Lin Quan's decision, stole several glances at Lily Collins, perhaps contemplating the need to foster a closer relationship with her. Why did you not accept Emma's invitation? At the edge of the dance floor, Lin Quan and Lily Collins awkwardly attempted to dance, occasionally stepping on each other's toes due to their lack of coordination. Did I not mention? My dancing is subpar. As he spoke, he inadvertently stepped on Lily's foot again. She shot him a glare, convinced that this last misstep was intentional. Nevertheless, she felt a thrill at Lin Quan's response, and, seizing a moment of distraction, rose on her toes to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. Lin Quan was momentarily stunned. This little temptress dared to ambush him. He decided to respond with a playful retribution, pulling her into his embrace and leaning down to kiss her. On January 22nd, at the Camp Nou Stadium, despite it being merely a friendly match, a significant number of spectators had gathered. The proceeds from this match would be entirely donated to a charitable foundation aimed at assisting those afflicted with ALS in their battle against the disease. Numerous players attended this charitable event, including many retired athletes alongside current players. The starting lineup for Maradona's team includes Messi, Batistuta, Xavi, Ronaldinho, Varane, Matias, Nesta, Samuel, Cannavaro, Zanetti, and Neuer. On the bench are Di Maria, Mascherano, Neymar, Higuain, Iniesta, Aguero, Busquets, Otamendi, and Pique among others. Maradona's tenure in the top 5 leagues was relatively brief. Aside from 3 years in La Liga, the remainder of his career was spent in Serie A, which explains the presence of several familiar Italian faces on his team. Some of these players were his teammates, such as Cannavaro, while others were adversaries, like Matias. Matias is merely a year younger than Maradona. Yet their physical conditions are worlds apart. The aging legend has succumbed to a shape that nearly prevents him from playing, while Matias, as observed during warm-ups, still possesses some vigor. Notably, Aguero, who boasted pre-match about resisting his father-in-law, quickly retreated to the sidelines upon encountering Maradona, opting to sit as a substitute. In goal, Neuer stands opposite Lin Quan, fulfilling his role to guard Maradona's net. Approximately half of Maradona's starting lineup consists of retired or nearing retirement players, clearly indicating that he has not fielded his strongest squad. On the other side, Ronaldo's team presents a similar scenario with their starting lineup featuring Lin Quan, Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, Pirlo, Gattuso, Zidane, Cafu, Stam, Roberto Carlos, and Buffon. Their bench includes Reyes, De Bruyne, David Silva, Thiago Silva, Juninho, Rivaldo, Fernandinho, Marcelo, and Morata, among others. On paper, Ronaldo's team appears to be stronger, although it possesses fewer active players in the starting lineup compared to Maradona's side. Their true strength lies within their substitutes. Should the veterans be replaced by current players, their chances of victory would significantly increase. Nevertheless, in a friendly match, it is unlikely that anyone is particularly concerned with the outcome, is it? The two coaches, Maradona and Ferguson, exchanged amicable handshakes prior to the match, which is officiated by Howard Webb, recently honored as FIFA's best referee. With the sound of Webb's whistle, the friendly match between Maradona's team and Ronaldo's team commenced. In this chapter, Lin Quan officially enters the rivalry between Messi and Ronaldo, marking the emergence of a third force in football. As it is a friendly match, both teams played with a sense of relaxation. The players primarily engaged in casual marking, allowing each other opportunities to showcase their skills in front of the fans. In the 3rd minute, Maradona's side saw the legendary Batistuta displaying a long-range shot. Despite his years of retirement, the Warrior's shooting prowess seemed undiminished, as the ball soared towards the crossbar with remarkable quality. Buffon, well-prepared, deftly tipped the ball over the bar, averting the crisis. Although the shot did not result in a goal, the fans in attendance applauded, recognizing the remarkable feat of maintaining such form after many years since Batistuta's retirement. As it was Ronaldo's team's turn to counterattack, Lin Quan skillfully maneuvered past Zanetti on the flank and delivered a cross to the extraterrestrial Ronaldo. The once formidable physique of Ronaldo had noticeably deteriorated, and his form had declined significantly. Upon receiving the ball, he inadvertently stepped on it, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Nesta and Cannavaro were quick to support him. Otherwise, given his current weight, a fall could have resulted in injury. Ronaldo expressed his gratitude to both players and gestured an apologetic sign towards Lin Quan. Eager to regain his touch, he attempted to control the ball and dribble past defenders, only to find that his current state was far from his prime, nearly leading to a comical stumble. Cristiano Ronaldo had just created some space, yet felt a twinge of frustration upon witnessing Lin Quan pass the ball to Ronaldo, as if they were engaged in a turn-based game, one team attacking followed by the other. In the 13th minute of the first half, Maradona's team struck first. Messi, after a breakthrough on the left flank, passed to Ronaldinho, who executed a precise through ball that pierced Ronaldo's team's defense, assisting Messi in scoring. Following the goal, Ronaldinho celebrated with Messi, reminiscent of the early days when Messi first joined Barcelona's first team, evoking tears among many Barcelona fans witnessing this moment. Messi's goal ignited a fierce competitive spirit within Cristiano Ronaldo. He could not bear the thought of trailing behind, especially to his longtime rival Messi. Sensing Ronaldo's desire to score, Lin Quan made a concerted effort to pass the ball to him during subsequent attacks. Ronaldo's ability to seize scoring opportunities was indeed remarkable. Lin Quan's third-through ball set him up perfectly to find the back of the net. Following the goal, Ronaldo appeared elated, sprinting to the corner flag to perform his signature SIU celebration. Regrettably, the atmosphere at Camp Nou, predominantly filled with Barcelona supporters, resulted in boos rather than applause for him, dampening his spirits. Thankfully, Lin Quan approached him to celebrate with a high five, alleviating his discomfort. With both teams having scored, the pace of the match intensified, leading to an increase in goals. In the 22nd minute, Zidane scored from a free kick, helping Ronaldo's team achieve a comeback. Maradona's team promptly changed their uniforms, and after Xavi evaded Gattuso's challenge in midfield, he delivered a precise through ball. Messi, navigating past Stam and Carlos, cleverly flicked the ball with his heel to Ronaldinho, who effortlessly slotted it home, leveling the score at 2-2. Soon after, Lin Quan made a breakthrough down the flank, skillfully bypassing Matthäus and Zanetti, only to have his pass to Cristiano Ronaldo elegantly intercepted by Nesta. Although Nesta executed a clean tackle, it was evident that Maradona's team's defense struggled to contain Lin Quan. In the 35th minute, Pirlo spotted an opportunity from the back, launching an audacious long pass to Lin Quan, who was actively positioned on the flank. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan immediately cut inside. Confronted by the defensive duo of Nesta and Cannavaro, he skillfully utilized his remarkably rapid footwork and rhythmic changes to evade the aging Cannavaro, deftly nudging the ball sideways just before Nesta could launch a tackle, thus eluding his challenge. After skillfully maneuvering past the two defenders, Lin Quan surged into the penalty area, presenting himself with a one-on-one opportunity against Neuer. The goalkeeper had been awaiting this moment, charging out aggressively towards Lin Quan. Regrettably, Lin Quan displayed a lack of finesse, opting to pass the ball back to Ronaldo instead. The extraterrestrial effortlessly slotted the ball into the open net, marking his first goal of the match. Following this achievement, he celebrated with his signature finger-wagging gesture, showcasing that, even at nearly 40 years of age, scoring seemed a trivial task for him. Cannavaro helped Nesta to his feet, and a shared glance between them revealed mutual resignation. Lin Quan's dribbling was somewhat unreasonable. Neither had erred in their defensive positioning, yet they were utterly unable to contain him. If only we were 10 years younger, perhaps we could have thwarted this fellow, but that is certainly not the case now. Cannavaro lamented, casting a glance at his slightly protruding belly. Nesta nodded in agreement. For defenders like them, competing against elite strikers was the best way to enhance their defensive skills. Unfortunately, Lin Quan appeared like a rising sun, thriving in his prime. While they resembled the setting sun, their peak long passed. It was disheartening for both to face such formidable opponents without being at their best. How wonderful it would be if we could turn back the clock by a decade. As the first half concluded, Maradona's team found themselves trailing Ronaldo's team 2-3. With the commencement of the second half, both teams began to make numerous substitutions. Although the intensity of the first half had not been particularly high, both squads were filled with a plethora of retired players, including individuals like Matthäus, who was over 50 years old. Forcing them to play the full match would impose an excessive physical burden, and the risk of injury was concerning. With the veteran players exiting the field, most of the players remaining were current professionals. This transformation led to a significant increase in the pace of the game, making the match more exhilarating. In the 48th minute, Messi, Neymar, and Iniesta executed a series of wall passes, penetrating the penalty area and assisting Neymar in scoring, thus leveling the match. In the 53rd minute, Neymar completed a breakthrough on the flank, setting up Messi for another goal. Maradona's team had turned the tables, momentarily leading 4-3 over Ronaldo's team. Witnessing Messi's second goal, Cristiano Ronaldo could no longer remain passive. He began to frequently signal for the ball, yet the opposing defense was resolute, leaving Lin Quan with limited passing opportunities. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure in the number 22 jersey sprinting forward with great urgency. Seizing the moment, Lin Quan delivered a precise lofted pass into Kaká's path. The pass was exquisite, providing ample lead time, allowing Kaká to receive it without the need to decelerate. In that moment, the Son of God seemed to return to the San Siro, to the pinnacle of his glory 6 years ago. Kaká accelerated, leaving the defenders trailing far behind. Faced with the advancing Neuer, Kaká chose not to carry the ball forward but instead unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared over Neuer's outstretched leg, grazing the turf before finding its way into the net. Following this remarkable goal, Kaká raised his hands to the heavens, amidst thunderous applause, as if reliving that unforgettable night in Istanbul. If only he could have run just a bit faster that day, perhaps everything would have been different. Kaka did not forget to acknowledge Lin Quan, the one who assisted him. He eagerly ran over to embrace Lin Quan warmly. "Thank you, Lin. That was a splendid pass. It was your run that made it possible, Kaka." Lin chuckled. "If you don't mind, you can call me Ricardo." Shortly after scoring, Kaka was substituted, with Ferguson bringing De Bruyne onto the field. "Well done, lad." Ferguson embraced Kaka as he left the pitch. Although he had never coached Kaka, he had always admired the diligent, disciplined, and graceful young man. "Thank you, Sir Alex." Kaka responded with a bashful smile. Back in 2009, rumors had linked Kaka to Manchester United. With Ronaldo's departure imminent, United sought to bring Kaka to Old Trafford, but the transfer ultimately fell through, leading Kaka to join Ronaldo at Real Madrid. Today, Sir Alex fulfilled a long-held dream by coaching Kaka, albeit at a time when Kaka was no longer at his peak. Beyond realizing his aspiration to coach Kaka, Ferguson's greatest gain today was in mentoring Lin Quan. Observing Lin Quan from the stands as a spectator, or even as an opponent, felt entirely different from watching him as a head coach. When Ferguson assumed the role of Manchester United's manager, viewing Lin Quan as an adversary, he felt an intense rivalry. Yet, when Lin was under his guidance, Ferguson could only exclaim, "What a joy! How delightful it was to coach a player like Lin Quan." Capable of playing nearly every attacking position, adept at dribbling, shooting, and passing, he was truly a polymath on the pitch. With him on the field, attacking became a straightforward endeavor. Just pass him the ball. Ferguson was thrilled, while across the field, Maradona was less than pleased. What a challenge it is to contend with a player akin to Messi on the opposing team, he thought. Why does it feel like my Messi isn't as formidable as theirs? I must be employing him incorrectly. Following the devastating defeat in the World Cup, Maradona had begun to grasp the nuances of his coaching abilities. While he was indeed an exceptional player, his coaching prowess was less impressive, as evidenced by the team's swift elimination at the hands of Germany. Thus, Maradona began to observe meticulously, eager to learn from the esteemed Ferguson, hoping to discern how he utilized Lin Quan effectively. After observing for a while, he found himself somewhat bewildered. It appeared that Ferguson had not assigned Lin Quan any particularly special tactics. Ferguson noted Lin Quan's astute play on the field and chose to allow him to employ the style of play that he felt most comfortable with, which also benefited the team greatly. This led Ferguson to hold Lin Quan in high regard. Thus, he had no intention of intervening. Without Ferguson's intervention, Maradona naturally could not glean anything significant. In fact, it was not only the coaches of the two teams who noticed the increasingly vibrant Lin Quan on the field. Messi also recognized this phenomenon. This was Messi's first direct encounter with Lin Quan during a match. Although he had frequently watched Lin Quan's games, studying them to identify his own deficiencies and weaknesses for the sake of growth, the sensation of facing an opponent live was entirely different from merely watching game footage. Once on the pitch, he realized just how formidable Lin Quan truly was. Wherever Lin Quan initiated an attack, that flank was rendered nearly ineffective. Messi was not one to concede easily. Lin Quan's exceptional performance ignited his competitive spirit. His teammates quickly discerned that Messi's inner drive seemed to have erupted. Just recently recovered from injury and participating in a mere friendly match, was it necessary for him to take it so seriously? Observing Messi's all-out attitude, Busquets could not help but voice his concerns to Xavi, expressing that if Messi were to sustain an injury due to this match, it would leave Barcelona in deep despair. For Messi, perhaps this was a chance to reignite his competitive fire and assist him in returning to the pinnacle of his form from 2012. Xavi had witnessed Messi's gradual growth, and sensed that after achieving nearly all possible honors, Messi's motivation to advance had diminished significantly. Although injuries had played a role, Messi's performance last season had seen a stark decline compared to 2012. It was difficult to dismiss the notion that a lack of mental drive contributed to this, especially since the pursuers behind him, even another player dubbed a generational talent, hardly posed a threat. However, Lin Quan's emergence instilled a sense of urgency in Messi. He was the first active player whose technical prowess matched Messi's level. Lin Quan's football intelligence rivaled that of Messi, his mentality appeared even stronger, and his physical attributes surpassed Messi's significantly. While Messi suffered numerous injuries, Lin Quan seemed to possess an indomitable constitution, remaining unscathed amidst the brutal challenges posed by Premier League defenders. This robust quality allowed Lin Quan to consistently perform at a high level, with his form showing no signs of decline and even visibly strengthening. Conversely, Messi seemed to be stagnating, as if trapped in a shell, with his peak performance seemingly frozen in 2012. His progress over the past 2 years had been limited, and due to injuries, his statistics had notably diminished. If this trend continued, Messi felt that he would soon be surpassed by Lin Quan. Given Lin Quan's stable performance, once surpassed, reclaiming his former position would likely prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, Messi understood the necessity of embarking on a journey to rediscover his peak form, ensuring he could defend his current standing. After Messi became fully focused, an intriguing scene unfolded on the pitch. Lin Quan mercilessly tore through the left flank of the Maradona or Barcelona team, while Messi on the opposite side dismantled Ronaldo's squad with equal ferocity. The Barcelona supporters in attendance cheered for Messi, yet were astounded by Lin Quan's performance on the opposing side. Although they were aware of Lin's considerable talent, they never anticipated it would manifest to such an extraordinary degree. The rivals' display seemed to rival Messi's prowess, and due to superior physical attributes, he held an advantage in physical confrontations with defenders, arguably even outperforming Messi by a slight margin. This left the Barcelona fans with mixed feelings. This player was meant to be with us at Barcelona. Curse you, Enrique. Curse you, Rosell. If those two had not driven Lin Quan and Guardiola away, we would likely still be seated firmly on the throne of the Universe team. Had Lin been with us last season, how could we have suffered a 7-0 slaughter by Bayern? As Messi and Lin Quan engaged in a fierce contest, Ronaldo too felt the urge to join the fray. In the 76th minute, he muscled through a defender, calling for the ball from De Bruyne, who was unfamiliar with him and disregarded his request, turning instead to pass to Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Lin noticed the defender marking Ronaldo was drawn towards him. He feigned a run towards the byline, only to unexpectedly return the ball to Ronaldo during his advance. This pass was remarkably sudden. Lin executed it without even glancing at Ronaldo's position, using the inside of his foot while moving forward. Such a feat could likely be performed by only him and Messi in the entire world. Ronaldo was taken aback by Lin's unexpected pass, wondering how the ball had arrived at his feet without any indication of a stop or turn from Lin. The ability to deliver such a pass without hesitation seemed almost superhuman. Despite his astonishment, Ronaldo's reactions were swift. He evaded Piqué's challenge and, after creating some space, unleashed a powerful strike. At the moment of the shot, he had not checked the goalkeeper's position, but afterward, he sensed the outcome. Indeed, Neuer's attention was entirely focused on Lin Quan, utterly unprepared for Ronaldo's strike. The clean and decisive shot left Neuer with insufficient time to prepare for a save, and the hurried attempt failed to avert disaster for the team. Ronaldo's side scored again, marking Ronaldo's second goal. Although he had been booed once, he persisted in completing his iconic SIU celebration. Observing him run to the sidelines to celebrate, De Bruyne couldn't help but scoff. That goal was all thanks to Lin's pass. In that position, even I could have scored. Ignoring the jeers from the crowd, Ronaldo approached Lin Quan, embraced him, and inquired, "Lin, how did you manage that pass just now?" "I am uncertain. It seems that once he reached that position, the transmission occurred seamlessly." Lin Quan experienced a moment of inspiration. Indeed, if he were to replicate it once more, the outcome might not be as successful. Very well. While he verbally expressed such sentiments, deep within Cristiano Ronaldo's heart, a resolution was forged. Upon his return, he would meticulously edit the footage of this match, allowing Modric to observe and learn thoroughly. Should Modric master this particular technique, it would undoubtedly facilitate his goal-scoring opportunities at Real Madrid in the future. Having netted 2 goals, Ronaldo was substituted early by Ferguson. Although he felt an insatiable desire to continue his collaboration with Lin Quan, there were others on the bench waiting eagerly for their moment in the spotlight. Thus, he conceded to rest. Morata was brought on, marking the full participation of Ronaldo's team. In the 88th minute, Lin Quan's breakthrough resulted in a foul by the opposing team, granting Ronaldo's squad a free kick in the offensive zone. Lin Quan opted not to take the kick himself, instead graciously offering the opportunity to a teammate. The players of Ronaldo's team all turned their gaze toward the illustrious Juninho, universally recognized as the master of free kicks, undoubtedly the finest among them all. With a set piece at hand, it was only natural for everyone to entrust him with the responsibility. Juninho did not hesitate. He approached the ball, gauging the distance to the goal. He then chose to employ his signature S-shaped free kick to strike directly at the net. True to his reputation as a free kick virtuoso, Juninho executed the shot with remarkable quality. The ball's initial velocity was astounding, and its trajectory in the air was erratic. Initially veering left, it suddenly darted right as it neared the goal. This unpredictable path severely disrupted the goalkeeper's judgment. Neuer found himself at a loss. Despite his valiant effort to save the shot, its peculiarity rendered it unstoppable, ultimately finding the back of the net. Thunderous applause erupted in the stadium, with fans collectively rising to honor Juninho with cheers and accolades. He was the sole figure in the footballing world capable of executing free kicks with such extraordinary finesse. Under his command, a free kick almost resembled a penalty. As the final whistle blew, Ronaldo's team triumphed over Maradona's squad with a score of 6-4. Neuer felt a sense of discontent. He had conceded 6 goals during this match, nearly setting a new record for goals allowed in his career. However, there was a silver lining. His primary rival, Lin Quan, failed to score. Neuer found himself pondering whether this encounter was a failure or a success. Though Lin Quan did not score, he provided 4 assists during the match, with nearly every goal being directly linked to his involvement. After the match concluded, Messi approached Lin Quan with a request to exchange jerseys. Lin Quan readily accepted Messi's proposal without hesitation. The attending journalists eagerly captured this historic moment on their cameras, marking the first competitive encounter between the two. Following this match, their confrontations would inevitably become more frequent. At this moment, Lin Quan seemed to have genuinely entered the fierce competition among the unparalleled duo, becoming one of them. After exchanging jerseys, all the players involved in the match, along with the coaches from both teams, gathered at the center of the field for a commemorative photograph before returning to their respective homes. Chapter complete. Chapter 73. The Collapse of Manchester City? Mourinho's Psychological Warfare. Transition Chapter. On January 23rd, Manchester City dominated West Ham United with a 3-0 victory at home, advancing to the League Cup final with an aggregate score of 9-0. Lin Quan contributed with a goal and an assist, while Agüero netted 1 goal, and De Bruyne also scored from a free kick. Manchester City's front line flourished, displaying remarkable form. 2 days later, Manchester City triumphed over Watford with a 4-2 victory in the FA Cup, progressing to the next round. In this match, Agüero, coming off the bench, showcased his prowess by scoring a hat-trick, with 2 of those goals assisted by De Bruyne. De Bruyne's consistent stellar performances over 2 matches quickly endeared him to City fans, who noted his striking resemblance to a cartoon character. On January 29th, during the 23rd round of the Premier League, Manchester City achieved a resounding 5-1 victory against Tottenham Hotspur, completing a double triumph over them this season, both matches ending in significant defeats for Spurs. The unfortunate Tottenham conceded 11 goals to Manchester City in a single season, setting a new club record and instilling a sense of dread. In this match, numerous players from Manchester City found the back of the net, including Lin Quan, Agüero, De Bruyne, Jovetic, and company. With the addition of 2 new midfielders, Manchester's attacking potential has been further unleashed, making them even more formidable than in the first half of the season. 23 matches unbeaten. Who can stop this Manchester City? Could it be Arsenal? Manchester City may soon break Arsenal's unbeaten record. Currently, the longest unbeaten streak in the Premier League is Arsenal's 49 matches across the 2003 to 2005 seasons, which stands as the second longest unbeaten record in the history of the top 5 leagues. Given the fierce competition in the Premier League, the significance of Arsenal's record is profound. Consequently, few challengers have come close to threatening this benchmark. After defeating Tottenham away, Manchester City, with their 23-match unbeaten streak, secured a place among the top 10 in Premier League history. Only 9 teams have more unbeaten matches than them, and with their current form, it is highly plausible that they could surpass these teams, further enhancing their historical standing. However, just as everyone believed Manchester City would continue their unbeaten run in the league, they suffered an unexpected defeat at home. In the 24th round of the league, Manchester City lost 0-1 to Chelsea, thus ending both their season-long unbeaten streak and their home invincibility. In this match, Mourinho implemented highly targeted strategies against Pellegrini's lineup. He deployed an extremely defensive counterattack formation, arranging 3 sweeping defensive midfielders to apply pressure on De Bruyne and Kroos's passing. Chelsea's winter signing, Matic, who was acquired at a high price from Benfica, delivered a spectacular performance in this clash. He ran relentlessly. His exaggerated defensive coverage and interception range, coupled with formidable aggression, posed significant challenges for technically gifted players like De Bruyne and Kroos. The duo found themselves either being fouled or making frequent errors, their passes failing to penetrate Chelsea's defensive line. Without their orchestrated play, the team's offense lost its former fluidity. The attacking players amassed in the front line became mere decorations, unable to pose any threat to the opponent's goal. Lin Quan's attempts to break through were consistently thwarted by an impenetrable defense. Kroos, striving to dictate the game's tempo, nearly faltered due to the opponent's relentless counterpressing. Chelsea's counterpressing and counterattacks were not only succinct, but also remarkably efficient. Observing Mourinho's authoritative presence on the sidelines, one couldn't help but feel as though they had traversed time, witnessing the peak of the Blues from 8 years prior. As the match concluded, Manchester City held an advantage in nearly all statistical categories. Possession 65-35, shots 25-13, shots on target 7-6, corners 12-7, offside 0-4, and yellow cards 2-4. Yet, victory belonged to Chelsea, whose clean sheet ended Manchester City's remarkable streak of scoring in 61 consecutive Premier League home matches over 178 days. They were merely 5 matches away from surpassing Manchester United's record of 66 consecutive Premier League games. Following the defeat, the atmosphere within the team was notably somber. De Bruyne, in particular, felt despondent. He had exerted himself to perform admirably before his former club, hoping to demonstrate to Mourinho that relinquishing him was a grave error. However, Mourinho's targeted defense rendered De Bruyne's performance subpar, failing to aid his team in achieving victory and, regrettably, becoming a liability. This left De Bruyne feeling disheartened, even questioning himself. Was Mourinho's assessment of his abilities accurate? Could he truly not adapt to the Premier League? Do not lose heart. It's merely a defeat, and it proves nothing. Lin Quan consoled, noticing De Bruyne's dispirited demeanor as he approached and patted him on the shoulder. Come, let us express our gratitude to the supporters who came to cheer for us. De Bruyne, observing Lin Quan's composed expression, nodded affirmatively. After reassuring De Bruyne, Lin Quan went on to comfort his other teammates, while Captain Company engaged in similar efforts. Under their encouragement, although the players' spirits remained low, they managed to complete their customary lap of appreciation for the fans in attendance. In the commentary booth, Hiwei noted Lin Quan's resilience in the face of defeat, taking the initiative to console his teammates, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This season, Lin Quan has truly matured at Manchester City. He is increasingly embodying the qualities of a leader." Indeed, it was evident from his on-field performance that Lin Quan was not fixated on achieving personal accolades, but rather selflessly created opportunities for his teammates. Truly, he epitomized the essence of teamwork. After triumphing over Manchester City, Mourinho, brimming with confidence, proclaimed before the media, "I believe that after this match, there should be no doubt as to which team is the finest." Since securing a draw against Arsenal away from home, Chelsea has enjoyed a remarkable month, achieving 7 consecutive victories in the league. Seizing the opportunity during the winter break, they have surpassed Tottenham, Everton, and Liverpool, climbing to 3rd place in the standings with 53 points, re-entering the title race. Currently, they trail 2nd-placed Arsenal by a mere 2 points and are 10 points behind league leaders Manchester City. With 14 matches remaining, closing the gap on City is not an insurmountable task. Especially under the immense pressure Chelsea is applying, the teams ahead may falter under the strain. Mourinho is acutely aware of this, intensifying his psychological warfare against Arsenal and Manchester City. Wenger is a good manager, but the owner of Arsenal is not supportive enough, failing to provide him with adequate resources. His squad consistently grapples with a lack of depth, making them prone to collapse during a fast-paced league. And this year will be no exception. Compared to the financially robust Manchester City, Arsenal's weaknesses are glaringly evident. They are, quite simply, financially constrained. During the winter transfer window, Wenger made a bid of £40 million and won for Liverpool's Suarez, which was perceived by Liverpool as an affront. The Reds not only rejected Arsenal's offer, but also firmly stated they would never sell Suarez to the Gunners, extinguishing any possibility of that transfer. Had Arsenal been willing to part with a bit more money, the transfer might have been feasible, but their frugality led to its ultimate demise. Failing to depart Liverpool during the winter break, Suarez faced the disappointment of a Champions League-less second half of the season, which significantly affected his form. Consequently, Both his performance and Liverpool's results have noticeably declined, allowing Chelsea to overtake them in the standings. Similarly, Arsenal's inability to bolster their attacking line by securing Suarez during the winter window has left their offensive firepower woefully inadequate. This outcome can be deemed a double setback for both teams. With March approaching, the months of March and April are traditionally challenging for Arsenal, and Mourinho is eager to observe the unfolding drama. He is confident that Wenger's Arsenal will stumble yet again this year. In regard to the affluent Manchester City, Mourinho has adopted a different approach. City made too many signings during the winter break, leading to an overcrowded squad. I suspect Pellegrini is currently grappling with how to manage the emotions of the veteran players in the dressing room. Mourinho's remarks are not without merit. Following 2 consecutive matches without a starting position, Fernandinho expressed his dissatisfaction with Pellegrini during a press interview, stating, "I can contribute to the team. I am no less capable than the players on the pitch. As for why I am not being fielded, I believe it is the coach's bias." Fernandinho, the esteemed midfielder whom Manchester City acquired from Shakhtar Donetsk for a staggering sum of $40 million last summer, is typically regarded as a pivotal asset in other clubs. However, at Manchester City, he has found himself relegated to the substitutes bench, unable to secure consistent playing time. With the World Cup approaching, the prospect of remaining on the sidelines could lead Brazil's coach, Schürrle, to overlook him for selection. This predicament has instilled a sense of urgency in Fernandinho, seemingly compelling him to exert pressure on both the club and Pellegrini in hopes of reclaiming a starting position. Unfortunately for the Brazilian, his strategy backfired. Pellegrini, unwilling to tolerate such challenges to his authority as head coach, imposed a severe punishment, suspending Fernandinho for 10 matches. Consequently, he would not need to contemplate participating in any games over the next 2 months. Seeing his provocations bear fruit, Mourinho escalated his rhetoric, predicting that Manchester City would collapse akin to Arsenal. He asserted that without Fernandinho, their midfield defense would falter, claiming neither De Bruyne nor Kroos could adequately fill his void. Regrettably, Pellegrini appeared oblivious to how to utilize his talents. Mourinho's remarks endeared him to Fernandinho, who lauded the Portuguese as a sagacious coach, prompting speculation that the Brazilian might seek to align himself with Mourinho. Pellegrini had largely refrained from responding directly to Mourinho's barbs, recognizing that the latter excels in psychological warfare, an arena in which he does not wish to engage. However, his patience wore thin. Even the most affable individuals possess their limits. Mourinho ought to silence himself, as his team trails us by a substantial 10 points. In the face of Pellegrini's retort, Mourinho responded with amusement. His counterattack indicated that he had struck a nerve. A 10-point deficit is not insurmountable. Perhaps by the end of March, my team could catch up to Manchester City. It remains uncertain whether Pellegrini has fallen into Mourinho's trap or is merely intent on proving himself. In the 25th round of the league, during the away match against Norwich, Pellegrini maintained the same lineup that faced Chelsea previously. Yet, in this encounter, Manchester City's midfield was again targeted by their opponents. Deprived of midfield support, the attacking prowess that once dominated the Premier League was rendered ineffective, resulting in a 0-0 draw on the road. This marked the second consecutive match in which Manchester City failed to score, while in another fixture, Mourinho's Chelsea triumphed over Newcastle with a 3-0 victory, extending their winning streak to 8 games and narrowing the gap between the two teams to just 8 points. Following this match, even those who had previously dismissed Mourinho's predictions regarding Manchester City began to harbor doubts. After suffering 2 consecutive matches without scoring, and with Chelsea closing in by 5 points in such a brief period, one might ponder if they truly are on the brink of collapse, as Mourinho suggested. Following the match, Mourinho triumphantly declared to reporters, "Surely, no one doubts my words now." The previous match saw a 10-point lead dwindle to 8, and it would not be surprising if it were to shrink even further to 6 or 5 in the next encounter. Manchester City ought not to have substituted Fernandinho. If Pellegrini fails to rectify this misstep, his team may continue to drop points. Journalists revel in witnessing such dramatic leads being overturned, reminiscent of the 1995 to 1996 Newcastle season. Back then, Newcastle held a 12-point lead only to be psychologically outmaneuvered by Ferguson's Manchester United, resulting in a disheartening reversal. The current scenario bears an uncanny resemblance. Manchester City's advantage over Chelsea is even greater than that which the Magpies held over the Red Devils. Should Mourinho manage to guide Chelsea to a comeback victory against City, Even those journalists who have previously criticized or attacked him would likely offer their applause. If Manchester City is teetering on the edge, then second-placed Arsenal has truly collapsed. At Anfield, Wenger's squad was soundly defeated by the Reds, with a score of 5-1, despite Suarez's lackluster form, which saw him fail to score. Players Schürrle and Sterling stepped up, each delivering remarkable performances to secure a resounding victory over Arsenal. Following such a significant loss, Wenger's team relinquished second place, allowing Chelsea to surpass them by a single point, now sitting third in the league standings. Meanwhile, Liverpool and Tottenham lurk closely behind. Arsenal may need to abandon their championship aspirations and prepare for a struggle to secure a top-4 finish. Manchester City, however, has no time to sympathize with Arsenal, as the 26th round of the league is fast approaching. To address his team's offensive issues, Pellegrini adjusted the starting midfield lineup. He repositioned Yaya Touré to play as a defensive midfielder, providing a protective barrier in front of Kroos to alleviate his defensive burdens. Previous defeats for Manchester City primarily stemmed from issues in the midfield. Mourinho may have a point. With the absence of Fernandinho's defensive solidity, Manchester City's midfield appears somewhat fragile. Neither Kroos nor De Bruyne possesses the physical robustness or exceptional defensive capabilities required for such responsibilities. Thus, a defensively adept midfielder, characterized by extensive coverage, vigorous movement, and physical strength, should be integrated into the midfield to safeguard them. The most suitable candidate within Manchester City is Fernandinho. However, he is currently suspended by Pellegrini. If the Chilean wishes to avoid contradicting himself and undermining his own authority, he will certainly refrain from lifting the Brazilian suspension before the 10-match ban concludes. Consequently, he could only transform Yaya Touré, a B2B type midfielder, into a defensive midfielder, compelling him to forsake offensive duties in favor of a purely defensive role. This adjustment was expected to yield the desired results, albeit marginally. In addition, Pellegrini devised specific tactics tailored to Lin Quan's characteristics to address the team's offensive shortcomings. Amidst a chorus of skepticism from the public, the 26th round of the Premier League commenced. Manchester City hosted the challenge posed by Sunderland, the Black Cats. In the first half, Yaya Touré effectively stifled numerous opposing attacks from the midfield, allowing Manchester City to seize control. Several of their playmakers took turns delivering incisive passes to the front line. In the second minute of the match, Lin Quan received an assist from De Bruyne, helping the team to take an early lead. By the 32nd minute, Aguero scored again after receiving a pass from Lin Quan, giving Manchester City a temporary 2-0 advantage over Sunderland. Judging by the outcome of the first half, Pellegrini's modifications appeared to bear fruit. The Manchester City supporters in the stands exhaled in relief. The team's 2-match winless streak had instilled a sense of concern. However, it seemed there was no need for worry, as Manchester City remained formidable as ever. As the second half progressed to the 75th minute, Manchester City continued to assert their dominance on the pitch. Despite the opponent's tightened defense preventing them from extending their lead, the 2-goal cushion, coupled with Sunderland's lack of offensive prowess, left the City fans feeling secure. Pellegrini, maintaining a cautious approach, waited until the 80th minute to initiate substitutions, withdrawing Lin Quan, Kroos, and David Silva in preparation for the upcoming Champions League knockout match. However, just as Pellegrini completed the substitutions, the tide of the match shifted dramatically. Sunderland's number 10, Wickham, showcased his prowess by scoring twice within the 85th and 89th minutes, nearly single-handedly leveling the score against Manchester City. When the referee blew the final whistle, incredulity swept through the faces of Manchester City's supporters. They could hardly believe their team had succumbed to a draw in such a manner. Including this match, it marked Manchester City's third consecutive winless outing in the Premier League. On a brighter note, Mourinho's team had also faltered. In another match that concluded simultaneously, Chelsea was held to a 1-1 draw by West Bromwich Albion. Like Manchester City, they had led throughout the match only to be equalized in the 89th minute. Notably, the timing of Chelsea's heartbreaking equalizer coincided almost perfectly with that of Manchester City. Following this round, the gap between Manchester City and Chelsea remained unchanged at 8 points. However, the City's 3-match winless streak had instilled widespread concern about their prospects. With 12 rounds remaining in the league, could they truly maintain an 8-point lead until the end? Chapter Conclusion Chapter 74, Returning to Weser Stadium. A special gift from old teammates. I heard your team has encountered some difficulties lately? Prior to embarking on his journey to Bremen, Lin Quan received a call from Guardiola. Recently, Guardiola has found himself in a whirlwind of chaos, burdened by a multitude of matters concerning Bayern, which has delayed his call to Lin Quan until now. Indeed, it's somewhat true, Lin Quan replied candidly. The issues surrounding Manchester City are hardly a secret in the UK, and it is likely that they will soon reach Germany as well. On the other end of the line, upon hearing Lin Quan's response, Guardiola inquired, "Will you have time to visit Munich after the Champions League matches?" "Sure." Lin Quan refrained from asking the purpose of the visit. He understood Guardiola well enough to know he would not engage in trivial endeavors. Play well in the Champions League, and give it your all. You too. Don't lose to Mourinho at home. Haha, rest assured, I have prepared a surprise for Chelsea that I'm confident they will enjoy. Guardiola appeared self-assured, seemingly unfazed by Kroos's departure and its impact on his team. Whether this confidence was genuine or merely a facade remained uncertain. On February 18th, the entire Manchester City squad arrived by plane in the northern German city of Bremen. After more than half a year, Lin Quan and De Bruyne returned to this city once again. The difference this time was that they had previously donned the green jersey of Werder Bremen, battling on the pitch at Weser Stadium. However, today, they would step onto the field as opponents, a notion that stirred complex emotions within them. "Do you think they will boo us?" De Bruyne asked with a hint of worry. His affection for Chelsea was not profound, yet his memories of Werder Bremen were fond, making him anxious about potential jeers from the home crowd. "Don't worry, they won't do that. I believe in them," Lin Quan reassured him, patting De Bruyne on the shoulder as they exited the airport terminal. "They're here. Lin, De Bruyne, welcome home." As they stepped out of the terminal, a cacophony of cheers erupted from outside. The two looked up to see thousands of fans gathered at the airport. However, these supporters were not clad in Manchester City's blue jerseys, but rather in the green attire representing the home team. A closer inspection revealed that many were wearing last season's Werder Bremen jerseys, with the number 10 and 6 prominently featured. Stunned by the scene, Lin Quan and De Bruyne were taken aback, never expecting such a warm reception upon their return to Werder Bremen. They exchanged glances, and their previous concerns dissipated instantly. It seemed that at Weser Stadium, they would not be hearing any boos. "Lin, when you're on the field, don't hold back. Even if Werder Bremen falls in the Champions League knockout stage, it will be standing tall. Though we may not possess your strength, do not underestimate us. We are the indomitable Green-Whites." As the two signed autographs and posed for photos with the welcoming fans, such sentiments echoed around them. Clearly, the supporters understood that the return of former Werder Bremen stars would pose a challenge for the current squad. Therefore, it is hoped that by alleviating their stress in this manner, they can deliver their best performance in the match, even when facing their own team. Such empathetic fans indeed. The two were profoundly touched, patiently signing autographs and taking photographs with every supporter present to express their gratitude for their unwavering support. Are they truly so beloved at Werder Bremen? I have heard that Bremen is merely a small club. Agüero, who had been scorned by Atletico fans, found this scene quite astonishing. When they were with the club, Werder Bremen was a contender capable of challenging Bayern for the title. Yet now they have become a relegation-threatened team, and naturally, the fans fondly remember them. However, David Silva found nothing peculiar about this. Unlike Agüero, who left the team in a dramatic standoff, Lin Quan and De Bruyne departed normally after their loan spells ended, and thus, the fans bore them no ill will. Although the Werder Bremen supporters expressed goodwill towards Lin Quan and De Bruyne, the German media held no such reservations regarding Manchester City. At the pre-match press conference, a German journalist bluntly asked Pellegrini, "Mr. Pellegrini, your team has gone 3 matches without a win in the Premier League. If you unexpectedly lose to Werder Bremen in this round, will you resign?" The German journalists harbored animosity towards Manchester City, partly due to their status as Champions League rivals, and partly due to the club's affluent identity. Most Bundesliga teams operate as member-owned clubs, meaning they belong to the fans rather than any individual. Benefiting from this membership model, their finances remain quite healthy, but it also implies that their transfer budgets are not overly abundant. Consequently, many traditional Germans harbor a degree of hostility towards Manchester City, an anomaly built on wealth rather than honor and legacy. They perceive this as an unhealthy operational model. "My team will secure victory away from home. Thus your question is unfounded," Pellegrini retorted coldly, casting a glance at the German journalist. "And if you lose, will you resign?" The reporter persisted, determined to pursue the matter relentlessly. Pellegrini, visibly agitated, stormed off, abruptly concluding the press conference. Journalists hurriedly captured his frustrated departure, already concocting headlines for the next day's news. Should Manchester City falter, Pellegrini would undoubtedly face a barrage of criticism from the media. Under immense pressure, Pellegrini exhibited a meticulous demeanor during training preparations. He stood by the sidelines, fixated on the players on the training ground, lost in his thoughts. The coach seems a bit off today, Agüero whispered to Lincoln while Pellegrini was momentarily distracted. Lincoln glanced at the serious-faced coach and nodded slightly. He must be under considerable pressure. We must play well in this match and strive for victory to dispel any doubts from the outside. Manchester City has faced 3 consecutive matches without victory, and the chorus of criticism from the public has begun to swell. At this juncture, rather than squandering time in futile debates with external voices, it would be far more prudent to devote oneself to rigorous training, striving to respond to the doubts cast upon them with resplendent victories. This principle is well understood by all professional players. Securing a win in this match would pave the way for a more favorable encounter upon their return to home ground. However, one must ask, Lin, will you truly hold back? Agüero scrutinized Lin Quan with a skeptical gaze. Faced with his former club, a club that had treated him well, could he truly bring himself to act against them? Do not question my professional integrity. Giving my all is the greatest respect I can show to Werder Bremen. If Lin Quan had any reservations prior to his arrival at Bremen, they were entirely dispelled after witnessing the enthusiastic reception from fans at the airport. On February 19th, at Weser Stadium, before the match commenced, Lin Quan and De Bruyne visited the home team's locker room. Lin presented each of his former teammates with an exquisite watch, ensuring that not only the veteran players were included, but also the club staff. Last year, he had only held a youth contract with modest earnings, which prevented him from bestowing any significant gifts upon his comrades. This time, with greater financial means, he felt compelled to make amends. Ah, you rascal. It seems your time at Manchester City has changed you. A €50 watch must have cost quite a fortune. Arnautovic marveled at Lin Quan's generosity. The former captain, Fritz, chuckled. Indeed, that watch must be worth at least 30,000 euros. Fritz's comment drew the attention of many, and Arnautovic gasped in amazement, exclaiming, "Goodness! That's nearly equivalent to my annual salary." Philip Cruz nodded in agreement from the side. That's comparable to 2 years of my wages. Peterson's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Lin, do they really pay that much at Manchester City? Do you think I have a chance? Millets playfully tapped Peterson on the head, retorting, Manchester City only acquires top-tier stars. As a discarded player from Bayern, you should abandon such daydreams. Peterson, cradling his head, lamented, one must have dreams, right? Without them, isn't one merely akin to a salted fish? Schaff clapped his hands to halt the playful banter among the players. All right, if you have dreams, then perform well in this match and strive to score against Manchester City. Perhaps they will take notice of you. Absolutely, boss. I feel a hat trick coming on today. Haha, just keep dreaming. If you manage 3 shots on goal, consider that a success. I have a suggestion for you. Once you're on the field, shout Lin. Pass me the ball. Perhaps Lin Quan will be deceived into passing it to you, and you might just find an opportunity. Brilliant idea. You truly are a genius. Lin Quan and De Bruyne exchanged glances, amused by their teammates, who remained just as jovial and whimsical as when they had departed. As the match time approached, when Lin Quan and De Bruyne traversed the player tunnel and emerged onto the field at Weser Stadium, a resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. Lin, De Bruyne. The home crowd rose as one, showering applause and cheers upon the 2 individuals. Although they were no longer clad in the verdant attire of Werder Bremen, the fans remained profoundly grateful for the championship trophy and cherished memories they had contributed to the previous season. As the supporters stood in unison, the current Werder Bremen players unveiled prepared cardboard cutouts, artfully assembling a hand-drawn family portrait of the club. Behind the players, a colossal team photograph from the previous season adorned the southern stand. The figures of Lin Quan and De Bruyne were prominently featured in both the portrait and the photograph. Witnessing this touching scene, Lin Quan and De Bruyne found it difficult to contain their emotions. They stepped forward to embrace their former teammates one by one, only to be playfully pulled to the center for yet another family photo. In the CCTV broadcasting studio, Hiwei was visibly moved by the spectacle. Perhaps this is the allure of football. Beyond mere victories and trophies, it encompasses something far deeper. While Werder Bremen's fans displayed immense warmth towards Lin Quan and De Bruyne, it did not diminish their desire for the home team to triumph. As the match commenced, Werder Bremen played with commendable fervor. Coach Schaaf had evidently scrutinized Manchester City's match footage, deploying tactics derived from Mourinho's analysis to specifically neutralize the connection between Kroos and De Bruyne. With one serving as Manchester City's metronome and the other as the pivotal orchestrator in the attack, curtailing their influence could have the offensive threat posed by City. Within the first 10 minutes, Werder Bremen's players, through relentless exertion, successfully executed their tactical objective. In the stands, fans witnessed their team not only holding its own, but subtly gaining the upper hand, prompting their cheers to crescendo even louder. In the stands, Germany's national team coach Löw observed Kroos struggling on the field, shaking his head in dismay. Pellegrini's coaching prowess was undeniably inferior to Guardiola's, under Guardiola's guidance. Kroos had flourished far more than he had at Manchester City. If his performance did not improve, Löw might conclude that Kroos's decision to join City was, in hindsight, a misstep. Perceptive as ever, Kroos recognized the targeted strategy against him and instinctively withdrew towards his own defensive line, thereby minimizing the interference he encountered when receiving the ball. This adjustment yielded significant benefits. Being closer to the back line allowed him a greater array of options when progressing the ball forward. Furthermore, with other Manchester City players possessing commendable passing abilities, they could initiate attacks from the flanks without necessarily traversing through the midfield. In the 18th minute of the first half, Kroos seized an opportunity, distributing the ball to the wing where David Silva waited. David Silva and the supporting Lin Quan executed a wall pass, evading their defender before relaying the ball to the unmarked Kevin De Bruyne. De Bruyne delivered a precise through ball, finding the well-timed Lin Quan, who effortlessly slotted it home, granting his team a 1-0 lead. Following the goal, Lin Quan pressed his hands down, signaling his decision not to celebrate. De Bruyne, witnessing Lin Quan's achievement, also turned away with his head lowered, displaying no desire for celebration, a hint of joy absent from his countenance. On the sidelines, Pellegrini was notably animated. The team's lead away from home was indeed promising news. Even if they were ultimately equalized, the away goal provided them with a significant advantage. Observing the scoreline, Schaaf could not help but shake his head. The disparity in player quality was stark. Lin Quan's positioning had improved significantly from the previous season, and De Bruyne's passing ability had also seen enhancement. The spectators felt a bittersweet pang. The connection between De Bruyne and Lin Quan was the very weapon that had enabled them to dominate the Bundesliga last season. Little did they anticipate that this very weapon would one day be turned against them. After a moment of silence, applause erupted, acknowledging both Lin Quan and De Bruyne for their brilliant collaboration and their choice not to celebrate. Following their lead, Manchester City appeared to relax, their gameplay becoming increasingly fluid, with exquisite combinations on display. Soon enough, the goals came. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Lin Quan assisted Aguero for a goal. By the 44th minute, Lin Quan capitalized on Kroos's long pass, successfully evading the offside trap to score again. Before the half concluded, Manchester City had surged to a 3-0 lead. The disparity in team strength was vividly illustrated at that moment. The absence of Lin Quan and De Bruyne had severely impacted Werder Bremen's performance, which had plummeted due to the Champions League's demands, resulting in a dismal showing in the league. After 21 rounds in the Bundesliga, Werder Bremen had only secured 5 victories, suffering 10 defeats, with a mere 21 points, languishing in 6th from the bottom, perilously close to the relegation zone. Yet, they were up against the Premier League leaders. The halftime score of 3-0 perhaps reflected the true disparity in strength between the two teams. During the break, Pellegrini made no personnel changes, while Werder Bremen replaced 2 defenders with 2 attacking players, seemingly unwilling to concede defeat and determined to defend their dignity on home soil. They played tenaciously, despite being at a disadvantage in possession, seizing every opportunity to push forward, striving to threaten Manchester City's goal. Their perseverance bore fruit. In the 67th minute of the second half, seizing an opportunity from a set piece, Fritz lofted the ball into the penalty area. Arnautovic outmuscled Kompany to connect with the ball, delivering a powerful header that found its way into Manchester City's net. Following the goal, Arnautovic was visibly elated, racing to the corner flag to unleash a roar towards the fans in the stands. The crowd erupted in an ecstatic frenzy, with over 50,000 supporters showering him with thunderous applause. His teammates swiftly joined him, celebrating the momentous goal with exuberance. This strike served as a shot of adrenaline for the home side, igniting a brief surge of attacking fervor. It appeared that Manchester City's players were also affected by the shift in momentum, committing several errors that nearly allowed the opposition to capitalize. However, at a critical juncture, Lin Quan emerged, skillfully maneuvering down the flank, deftly evading 3 defenders, and ultimately breaching Werder Bremen's defense to score. This goal fell like a bucket of cold water on Werder Bremen, jolting them back to reality. They were reminded that they still had to contend with such a formidable opponent. Indeed, this young man proved to be as challenging to defend against as ever. On the sidelines, Schaff shook his head with a wry smile. Having coached Lin Quan, he understood better than anyone the difficulty of containing his talents. If even Bayern's elite defenders struggled, it was implausible for Werder Bremen's players to succeed. Thus, as long as Lin Quan was on the field, their chances of overcoming Manchester City seemed almost insurmountable. After netting his 3rd goal of the match, Lin Quan chose not to celebrate. Instead, he helped the fallen Selassie to his feet, offering an apologetic nod. Selassie, unfazed, patted Lin Quan's head, signaling that no apology was necessary. The inability to defend against him was a testament to his own shortcomings, and there was nothing more to be said. The Weser Stadion fell into a prolonged silence. As this time, no one applauded Lin Quan. His goal not only disrupted Werder Bremen's rhythm, but also extinguished any lingering suspense in the match. Should Manchester City conclude the game with a score of 4-1, it would virtually confirm their advancement to the Champions League quarterfinals. Given Werder Bremen's current capabilities, scoring 4 goals at the Etihad Stadium was an unlikely feat. With this thought, some fans found themselves unable to hold back tears. Compared to the glory of the previous season, this one had offered them nothing. The team was ensnared in a relegation battle, eliminated in the Champions League round of 16, and ousted early from the DFB Pokal. Would their fortunes have been different had those 2 players still been with the team? End of chapter 75, the 18th birthday. Guardiola's advice, transitional chapter, happy birthday. Upon returning to his home in Munich and opening the door, Lin Quan was met with a delightful surprise. It was already past midnight in Germany, yet Guardiola, Selassie, and others awaited him at the doorstep. It turned out that they had gathered to celebrate his birthday. Lin Quan scratched his head, realizing that his busy schedule had caused him to forget his own special day. Lin, stop lingering at the door, come inside, Sierra urged as she swiftly pulled him in. Brother, wear this. 12-year-old Maria tiptoed to place her hat upon his head, imbued with her warmth. Thank you, Maria. Lin was deeply touched. The moment he stepped through the threshold, it felt as though he had shed all burdens, as if he had returned to a sanctuary. Enveloped in a sense of ease. No need for thanks. Did you come alone? Maria stood on her toes, peering outside, seemingly searching for someone. No one else, just me. Lin gently closed the door, and the howling wind outside was abruptly silenced, replaced by the comforting warmth of the indoors, a sensation that was indescribably pleasant. Brother, make a wish. The candles are already lit. Marius, ever thoughtful, took the items from Lin's hands and set them aside, guiding him to the table. On the table lay a cake, adorned with 18 flickering candles. Lin sat down, closed his eyes, and silently made a wish. Brother, I want the piece with the most cream. The moment he opened his eyes, 5-year-old Valentina climbed onto his lap, demanding excitedly. All right. Just be careful not to get cream on yourself. Lin indulgently cut her a generous slice of cake. The little one cheered and quickly took a bite from his cheek before eagerly devouring her treat. At this hour, she must have been genuinely hungry. After the cake, you should rest, it's getting late. Sierra adeptly sliced the cake into portions, handing them to the children while reminding them to brush their teeth afterward. Haha, I had planned to celebrate your birthday tomorrow, but your younger siblings insisted on waiting for you. Before you arrived, Valentina was nearly nodding off like a chick pecking for grains. Guardiola sat across from Lin, a warm gaze directed at his children, regardless of the pressures of work. Returning home to these little angels made all stress dissipate. Guardiola was blessed with a harmonious family that many envied. Sierra was both a wonderful wife and mother, and he had never been embroiled in scandal. His children were not only clever but also well-behaved, and the eldest brought him immense pride. Did you see the young lad playing like Messi? That is my son. Let me guess, your joyful demeanor is due to a victory over Chelsea at home? Lin had rushed home immediately after the match, not yet having the chance to catch up on the other Champions League encounters. Is my expression that conspicuous? Guardiola stroked his chin, unable to suppress his surprise. Indeed, only a triumph over Mourinho could bring you such delight. Much like the perpetual comparison between Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. The football world often juxtaposes the illustrious careers of Jose Mourinho and Pep Guardiola. Both are distinguished figures among contemporary coaches, having ascended to prominence almost immediately. One guided Barcelona to establish the legendary Dream Team, while the other orchestrated a miraculous triumph in the Champions League with a club outside the top 5 leagues. The intricate relationship between the two further captivates the media, which frequently revels in their rivalry. This dynamic reached its zenith following Mourinho's appointment at Real Madrid. It is noteworthy that Guardiola's departure from Barcelona was not solely influenced by his strained relationship with Sandro Rosell, but significantly by Mourinho's presence. During the 2011 to 2012 season, Mourinho's Madrid had begun to reverse their previous misfortunes in the league, gradually gaining the upper hand over Barcelona. Despite the widespread criticism of Mourinho's pragmatic style of football, Guardiola found himself frustrated as his meticulously crafted possession-based tactics were effectively countered and restricted. Consequently, after leaving Barcelona, Guardiola dedicated himself to refining his possession strategies to better counter Mourinho's defensive counterattacks. Through 2 encounters in the UEFA Super Cup and the Champions League over the course of a year, Guardiola's team achieved resounding victories. The prospect of triumphing over Mourinho brought Guardiola immense satisfaction, especially given that Bayern Munich was not yet in its optimal form. Curious about the scoreline, Lin Quan eagerly retrieved his phone and searched for the results, discovering a surprising score of 3-0. The realization that Chelsea, renowned for their formidable defensive capabilities, had succumbed to such a defeat astonished him. Intrigued, Lin Quan sought out highlights of the match, noting the peculiar formation employed by Bayern, as Guardiola deployed a 3-3-3-1 arrangement. He repositioned Javi Martinez from a defensive midfielder to a central defender, while the center-backs assumed wing-back roles. This innovative approach ensured that when Martinez vacated the defensive line, his teammates could seamlessly fill in, thus maintaining defensive integrity. In attacking phases, Martinez's involvement increased Bayern's numbers, providing more passing options and complicating defensive efforts for the opposition. Crucially, Martinez's deep positioning rendered him less susceptible to the opponent's pressing. As he advanced with the ball, Bayern's formation created 2 inverted triangles, amplifying their threat on the flanks. With substantial support, Frank Ribery and Arjen Robben frequently launched attacks from wide positions, capitalizing on 2 rapid counterattacks to score twice in the first half. Conversely, Chelsea's attempts at counterattacking were thwarted by Bayern's diamond formation, which provided 4 layers of interception, often neutralizing their advances before they could penetrate the penalty area. Furthermore, the addition of Mario Mandzukic in the second half allowed Guardiola's side to secure another goal through a different tactical approach, showcasing their versatility in breaching Chelsea's defenses. The score of 30 essentially confirms Bayern's advancement to the quarterfinals. Chelsea's notorious ineffectiveness in attack makes scoring 3 goals at home an arduous task. Moreover, having failed to net a single goal away, they must now return home and prevent the opposition from scoring. Should Bayern find the net at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea's prospects would dim significantly. Guardiola not only triumphed over Mourinho, but also extinguished any suspense in the tie during the first leg. The tactics employed by Bayern are certainly applicable for others. I noticed Kroos repositioning himself slightly backwards during the match, which was a commendable choice. Ideally, Fernandinho would start, allowing Yaya Touré to be benched, as Bayern, with Kroos and De Bruyne, no longer require a versatile midfielder like Touré. Guardiola astutely identified the issues plaguing Manchester City and offered his insights. Lin Quan nodded in agreement. Mourinho had previously mentioned this concern, and both esteemed coaches concurred on Fernandinho's vital role for Manchester City. However, given the existing dynamics within the team, manager Pellegrini's strained relationship with Fernandinho precludes any immediate expectation for his reinstatement. Losing to Chelsea may not be such a misfortune. An unbeaten streak can impose significant psychological pressure on players. Guardiola's perspective is rooted in experience, as Bayern has now established a remarkable 45-match unbeaten streak across seasons. This achievement is the 4th longest unbeaten run in the top 5 leagues, nearing Arsenal's and Juventus's 49 matches, and not far from AC Milan's 58. With their current momentum in the Bundesliga, many anticipate a challenge to AC Milan's long-standing record set 21 years ago. Yet, as Bayern's head coach, Guardiola knows better than anyone the immense difficulty of maintaining an unbeaten status. Each additional match without defeat feels like a heavier burden, with players becoming increasingly conscious of their record. The pursuit of such milestones is exceedingly challenging, and they yearn to etch their names into the annals of the top 5 leagues. However, the greater the investment in these records, the more pronounced the impact on performance, leading to increased instability. Fortunately, this is Guardiola's team, and thanks to their tactical approach, their league performance remains remarkably steady. If Bayern, dominant in the Bundesliga, struggles against the unbeaten record, Manchester City, lacking historical depth in the fiercely competitive Premier League, will find it even more challenging to continue their unbeaten streak. Thus, from Guardiola's perspective, the breaking of Manchester City's unbeaten run is indeed a positive development. Lin Quan largely agrees with this viewpoint, noting that prior to the winter break, City exhibited the signs Guardiola described, managing to extend their unbeaten run through a series of fortunate late-game winners. Now, unburdened by the weight of maintaining an unbeaten record, the team can play with greater freedom. With another match looming in 2 days, Lin Quan did not linger in Munich for long. After a night of rest, he boarded the flight back to Manchester the following day. The results of the first leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 had also been fully revealed by this time. Aside from Manchester City, who triumphed over their opponent with a significant scoreline, the other 3 Premier League teams failed to secure victories. Arsenal suffered a disheartening 1-4 defeat at home against Barcelona, effectively extinguishing their hopes of advancement, as Wenger's squad once again faltered in the round of 16. Mourinho's Chelsea fell 0-3 to Bayern, similarly facing elimination. Manchester United, ranked 7th in the league, managed to draw against Galatasaray away, but with an away goal, their prospects of progressing were somewhat more favorable than those of Chelsea and Arsenal. In stark contrast to the dismal performance of the 4 Premier League teams, La Liga's results were remarkable. Barcelona triumphed 4-1 over Arsenal, Real Madrid overwhelmed Olympiacos 6-1, and Atletico Madrid defeated AC Milan 1-0. All 3 advancing teams emerged victorious, with each securing their wins on the road. The stark disparity between the Premier League's struggles and La Liga's brilliance reignited the debate over which league holds the title of the world's best. Based solely on recent Champions League performances, La Liga undeniably claims the crown as the premier league in the world. Last year, no Premier League team reached the quarterfinals. And this year, at most only 2 might make it, with Manchester United's qualification still uncertain. Furthermore, given the current form of the Manchester duo, external opinions are skeptical about their chances of clinching the Champions League title. In contrast, all 3 La Liga teams feature among the top 5 in championship odds, with Real Madrid and Barcelona ranked 1st and 3rd respectively, while Atletico Madrid occupies the 5th position. This prompted lamentations from the British media, who will rise to defend the glory of the Premier League. Lin Quan had little interest in upholding the prestige of the Premier League. He was solely focused on his own team's performance. On February 22nd, Manchester City faced Stoke City at home. Prior to the match, Lin Quan shared video footage of the Bayern and Chelsea game with Pellegrini, who appeared contemplative after watching it. In this match, Pellegrini incorporated the tactical strengths observed in Guardiola's Bayern, making adjustments to City's midfield. The changes proved remarkably effective, as the home side displayed an exhilarating attacking style, decisively defeating their opponent with a score of 3-0, dispelling the gloom of their previous 3 winless matches. In contrast, Chelsea, who had suffered a comprehensive defeat at the hands of Bayern, began to experience a decline in form. Mourinho, who could least tolerate a loss to Guardiola's team, found himself defeated by them on the road, significantly impacting his mindset, leading to abstract tactical arrangements for the match. As the game approached the 90th minute, the score remained at 0-0. Were the match to conclude with this score, City's lead would extend back to 10 points. Alas, in the dying moments of injury time, Chelsea's captain Terry emerged, heading the ball into Everton's net and securing a dramatic last-minute victory. Following their triumph over the Toffees, Chelsea managed to claim 3 hard-fought points, leaving the gap between them and Manchester City still at 8 points. At this juncture, Mourinho found himself devoid of the luxury to engage in psychological warfare with Manchester City, as he was incessantly compared to Guardiola by the press, a situation that irked him considerably. The Champions League match had yet to conclude, yet he remained resolute in his belief that his team would triumph at home, thereby advancing in the tournament. Mourinho, unyielding in spirit, stubbornly insisted that Chelsea could orchestrate a remarkable comeback. However, the journalists remained skeptical. Historically, only one team, the illustrious Deportivo La Coruña, had successfully overturned a 3-goal deficit in the Champions League in the infamous Milan match, where champagne was popped at halftime, was excluded since Liverpool swiftly reversed their fortunes within a single half. Thus, the general consensus was that Mourinho was merely putting on a brave front. Concerning the prospect of his team being ousted in the round of 16, Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, harbored considerable frustration. Before reinstating Mourinho, he had initially sought Guardiola, only to be turned down, which left him with no option but to turn back to Mourinho. Now, with Mourinho once again falling short against Guardiola, Abramovich's perception of him as inferior to Guardiola was further solidified, compounded by Mourinho's persistent desire to assume full control as Chelsea's football manager. This only deepened Abramovich's dissatisfaction, making Mourinho increasingly irksome in his eyes. Fortunately for Mourinho, he still had opportunities ahead, as the Manchester derby between City and United loomed. In such a high-stakes encounter, should United manage to thwart City at home, Chelsea's chance to close the gap between the two teams would arise. If they could reduce the deficit to 5 points, Chelsea's prospects of clinching the championship would markedly improve. Having not won a title in 4 years, Mourinho believed that securing the Premier League title would vindicate his efforts. Even in the face of elimination from the Champions League, the anticipation for the Manchester derby extended beyond Chelsea supporters. The entire Premier League was captivated by this clash. For Manchester United, a defeat would see them plummet to 8th place, exacerbating their gap from the European competition zone to over 11 points. With only 10 matches remaining, recovering from an 11-point deficit would prove exceedingly arduous. Should hopes of qualifying for the Champions League dissipate, United would face the embarrassing prospect of missing out on the tournament for the first time in 18 years. The resultant decline in commercial revenue and match bonuses would necessitate a reduction in player salaries. Such a wage cut, coupled with the absence from European competition, would significantly diminish United's allure to top-tier players, potentially leading to discontent among current squad members and their subsequent departure. This scenario could inflict severe damage on United's strength, propelling them into a downward spiral. It could be said that Manchester United teetered on the precipice, with a chasm of despair awaiting them. All of this could be traced back to Moyes' inadequate leadership. The legacy Sir Ferguson entrusted to him was squandered within a single season, leaving the Red Devils supporters disillusioned and increasingly vocal in their calls for a managerial change. This season, Manchester United has performed dismally in high-stakes league matches, securing victory only against Arsenal, while failing to triumph against all other opponents. Should they succumb to Manchester City in this encounter, they would face the ignominy of being defeated both home and away, thereby establishing the worst Manchester derby record since 1970. It is rumored that the Glazer family, owners of Manchester United, have reached the limits of their patience with Moyes. They intend to be present at the match, and if Moyes fails to uphold the dignity of the Red Devils at Old Trafford, suffering yet another defeat to City, it is highly likely that he will be dismissed. Thus, for Moyes and his Manchester United, this Manchester derby is one they cannot afford to lose. At 7 p.m. on March 1st, the highly anticipated Manchester derby commenced at Old Trafford. In Chapter 76, titled The Hat Trick of the Manchester Derby, Who is the King of Old Trafford? The excitement was palpable. Merely 1 minute into the match, Manchester City's Lynn shattered the deadlock with a lightning-fast goal. Manchester United found themselves precariously perched on the edge of oblivion. A loss in this match would significantly diminish their chances of securing a spot in the Champions League for the next season. At Old Trafford, the hopeful Red Devils supporters, eagerly awaiting their team to mount a comeback, began to feel their expressions freeze as they witnessed their rivals revel in celebration on their home turf. Was it truly possible for them to suffer yet another defeat to their adversaries on their own ground? Moyes, rarely seen in such a state, erupted on the sidelines, urging his players to muster their spirits and focus their attention. He appeared to attribute the early concession of a goal to the players' lack of concentration. On the field, the Manchester United players wore expressions of dejection, their eyes clouded with confusion. Wasn't it said that their opponents were in poor form? Did this resemble a team in decline? Falling behind so early against the formidable Manchester City, they felt an ominous premonition. This match promised to be exceedingly challenging. The cameras in the stadium captured the legendary Manchester United coach, Ferguson, seated in the stands, his demeanor grave. He understood that signs of unrest were brewing within the United locker room. If they were to lose to City on home soil, discontent towards Moyes would not only emerge from the club hierarchy, but could also incite dissent among the players on the pitch. Moyes' roots at Manchester United were tenuous at best. Should he lose the support of the players, it was highly probable that he would depart come next season. While it may be straightforward for Manchester United to relieve Moyes of his duties, the challenge lies in finding a suitable successor. Surely, they could not rely on a retired figure to return to the fray, although there have been cries among the Red Devils fanbase for such a revival. Ferguson was acutely aware that even his return would not rectify the issues at hand. After all, his age would limit his capacity to lead for long. What Manchester United currently required was a coach capable of orchestrating a comprehensive rebuild, a task that would demand considerable time. Contemplating these matters, Ferguson's mood darkened further, and he found himself chewing gum with increasing frequency. What had become of Manchester United? How has this season descended to such depths? Who is to blame? It must be Moyes. Wasn't he quite formidable during his tenure at Everton? What has transpired since he arrived at Manchester United? Everton is a modest club. While Manchester United is a powerhouse, Moyes may be suited for a humble team, but he might not thrive in a grand establishment. Thus, one might conclude that the successor to Sir Alex was indeed a miscalculation. It certainly appears so. Initially, Manchester United sought to invite Guardiola, yet he was whisked away by Bayern Munich beforehand. Alas, had Manchester United acted sooner and secured Guardiola, how splendid that would have been. Indeed, had Guardiola been appointed at Manchester United, it is highly likely that the prodigious Lingard would have joined as well, thereby granting the club not only an elite coach, but also a remarkable talent with immense potential. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs. Oh, poor Red Devils. It seems they may have to compete in the Europa League next season. After this match, they have plummeted to 8th place in the league, and securing a spot in European competition seems uncertain. In the Premier League, there are 7 European competition berths. The top 4 clubs qualify for the Champions League, while those finishing 5th and 6th earn spots in the Europa League, with the FA Cup champion claiming the final Europa League slot. Manchester United's current league standing is quite precarious, not only far from the Champions League zone, but also struggling to secure a Europa League position. Should they fail to qualify for the Europa League, their plight next season will be dire. Following a deficit in the scoreline, Manchester United immediately launched a counterattack against Manchester City in an attempt to equalize. City is unfazed by opponents who engage in open play. Rather, they fear teams that retreat into a defensive shell and counterattack. Thus, United's offensive strategy plays directly into their hands. In the 16th minute, City intercepted the ball in their own half, and Kroos swiftly transitioned it to the flanks. David Silva executed a forward pass, and Lingard, upon receiving the ball, surged toward United's penalty area. Fellaini, hesitant to allow Lingard past, resorted to a foul from behind, bringing him down and receiving a yellow card to halt City's advance. The foul occurred approximately 35 meters from the goal, and Lingard conferred with Kroos and De Bruyne. A direct shot from that distance seemed ambitious, as none felt particularly confident. So they resolved to execute a tactical maneuver. Lingard feigned a free kick, retreating several paces before dashing forward, only to feign a shot and leap over the ball. De Bruyne promptly delivered the ball to Kroos, positioned near the left edge of the penalty area. Observing the tactical free kick, the United players dispersed, rushing toward Kroos with the ball. Unflustered, Kroos lofted the ball back into the box, seeking Lingard at the far post. At that moment, United's players were all advancing outside the penalty area, while the ball was directed inward. They hastily attempted to intercept, but it was too late. Unbeknownst to them, Lingard, who had pretended to take the free kick, had already arrived at this spot. The pass was swift, yet Lingard did not even glance at it. With an elegant lift of his foot, the ball, seemingly adhering to glue, obediently came to rest at his feet after making contact. This exquisite touch, even the fans of the Red Devils cannot help but applaud. Ferguson, witnessing this remarkable control, is inevitably reminded of the illustrious Arsenal star, Bergkamp. Alas, this lad possesses such impeccable ball control, he has ample time to adjust and shoot. Can De Gea thwart him? As Lin Quan received the ball, beads of sweat began to form on De Gea's forehead. As Lin Quan's compatriot in the national team, De Gea has faced Lin Quan numerous times in training matches. He is acutely aware of Lin Quan's extraordinary shooting prowess. Before the lad shoots, one can hardly predict which foot he will use or the manner in which he will strike. Thus, De Gea instinctively chose to advance. It seemed Lin Quan anticipated De Gea's move. The moment De Gea charged forward, Lin Quan unleashed his shot. They understood each other well. and Lin Quan had already devised his plan for handling the ball upon receiving it. As the ball soared toward him, De Gea exerted every ounce of strength to intercept it, but Lin Quan's angle was exceedingly cunning, and he was unable to prepare adequately while in motion. Consequently, in this duel with Lin Quan, De Gea found himself defeated, and the score transformed to 2-0, with Lin Quan achieving a brace at Old Trafford. Remarkably, it was only 16 minutes in. There remained another 70 or 80 minutes for him to complete a hat trick. In the stands, the Manchester United supporters were enveloped in silence. If conceding the first goal merely instilled a sense of foreboding, making them believe the team could still equalize or even overturn the match, the second goal shattered their hopes. Manchester City and Manchester United were no longer on the same tier. The once ridiculed noisy neighbors had metamorphosed into an insurmountable behemoth standing before them. At some point, it seemed that defeating this Manchester City had become a mere fantasy. Alas, as a fan of the Red Devils and a dedicated admirer of Lin Quan, I lament, take it easy, Lin Quan, it hurts. The Red Devil supporters expressed their desolation, feeling as though they no longer recognized their beloved team. Just observe the players' expressions on the pitch. They look utterly bewildered. Sigh. It is truly disheartening. Within a single season, the team's performance has plummeted drastically. Last season they were champions of the Premier League, yet this season they find themselves languishing mid-table. Will they be battling for relegation next season? The Glazer family should engage in some benevolence and invest more in acquiring new talent. With the current squad, how can Manchester United compete with Manchester City? Who should they buy? Up front, they have Van Persie, Rooney, and Mata. In midfield, there are Carrick, Fellaini, and Shinji Kagawa. Only the defense appears somewhat fragile. Yet the issues in this match did not stem from the back line. The fans' discussions mirror the very concerns that Ferguson is contemplating. Manchester United's squad requires reinforcement. Ever since Schürrle retired, they have lacked a central figure in midfield. Fellaini, Shinji Kagawa, and others have proven to be inadequate. They require a player who possesses exceptional technical skills, a keen sense of the broader game, and one who seamlessly aligns with Manchester United's tactical framework. Upon reflection, it appears that there is only one such individual, Paul Pogba from Juventus. A product of Manchester United's youth academy, Pogba may not have fully demonstrated his prowess while at the club, yet he undoubtedly possesses an intimate familiarity with their tactical approach. His outstanding technical ability, strategic awareness, and remarkable physical attributes render him a near-perfect fit for Manchester United's diverse demands. However, considering his significance to Juventus, securing his return to Old Trafford would likely entail a considerable financial investment. Following the concession of the second goal, Manchester United's players hesitated to advance with their attacks. Once they shifted their focus to defense, they managed to stabilize the situation, preventing any further goals. The first half swiftly concluded, with Manchester City heading to the locker room with a score of 2-0. As the second half commenced, Manchester United was the first to make personnel adjustments. Moyes made a bold substitution, bringing on the long-sitting Shinji Kagawa in place of Cleverly. It was evident that Moyes recognized the root of Manchester United's troubles. Their midfield lacked creativity and the ability to generate threatening attacks. In contrast, Manchester City was orchestrated by Kroos's commanding presence and De Bruyne's astonishing passes, leaving United's players in a state of trepidation. Had they possessed a playmaker akin to De Bruyne, Van Persie and Rooney might not have gone without a single significant shot on goal. Upon being called upon by the coach, Kagawa's spirits ignited with fervor. Have they finally recognized my importance? Have they decided to unleash me to save the team? He thought, come on, Lin. Let us engage in an epic showdown. Once on the pitch, Kagawa, observing Lin Quan's attacking prowess, surged forward with confidence. From the bench, he had already noted that Lin Quan was the attacking linchpin for Manchester City. If he could neutralize him, he would become a hero for Manchester United. Imagining the scene of himself basking in the adulation of 60,000 Red Devils fans at Old Trafford, Kagawa was filled with exhilaration. Lin Quan cast a glance at this player, and truth be told, he found it somewhat challenging to recognize the few Japanese players competing in the top leagues. Perhaps it was due to his infrequent attention to Japanese players, or perhaps it was because they often dyed their hair in various colors, making it difficult for him to recall their appearances. Kagawa's appearances for Manchester United had been so infrequent that Lin Quan had nearly forgotten about his existence. Seeing Kagawa enter the field with a silly grin, Lin Quan felt a twinge of disbelief. Without even a feint, relying solely on his speed and physicality, He brushed past Kagawa and charged towards Manchester United's defensive line. Initially, the United fans had hoped that Kagawa's bold advance towards Lin Quan would yield a surprise. However, they were taken aback when Kagawa couldn't even withstand a single encounter and was effortlessly bypassed by his opponent. This swiftly led to a waning of confidence in Shinji Kagawa, and one could only question Moi's sanity for substituting him in at such a critical moment. After being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan, Kagawa finally regained his composure, telling himself that this time did not count, as he was not yet prepared. The next time, he vowed, he would not be so easily bypassed. 5 minutes later, Manchester City launched another offensive, and the ball once again found its way to Lin Quan's feet. Undeterred, Kagawa summoned his courage to confront him once more. But Lin Quan, without even casting a glance in his direction, utilized his speed and strength to overpower him once again. Here it came. Aware that his opponent was employing the same tactic, Kagawa braced himself for the impending physical confrontation, mentally preparing for how he would intercept Lin Quan and orchestrate a counterattack to help his team level the score. However, the harsh reality proved Kagawa's hopes to be overly ambitious. With a resounding thud, the two collided violently. Despite his height advantage, Kagawa was sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string, utterly overpowered by Lin Quan. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the Red Devil supporters, who had not anticipated such a one-sided domination, nor such a humiliating defeat for the Japanese player. On the sidelines, Moyes was nearly beside himself with frustration. I did not put you on the pitch to serve as a mere laborer. I expected you to orchestrate our offense. Surely Fellaini and Carrick are far more capable in defense than you. Fortunately, after enduring 2 failures, Kagawa seemed to awaken to the situation. When Lin Quan initiated another offensive, Kagawa no longer dared to confront him. Yet, having bullied him twice, Lin Quan had already marked Kagawa as an easy target. Thus, even if Kagawa refrained from seeking trouble, Lin Quan would certainly seek him out. In the 67th minute, Kagawa received a pass from a teammate. As he prepared to assess the defensive positioning of his opponents and the locations of his allies, he noticed a figure charging towards him. Before he could fully react, he was sent flying with a loud thump. In midair, Kagawa finally discerned that it was Lin Quan who had collided with him once again. Tears almost welled in his eyes as he lamented, "I wasn't even looking for you. Why do you persist in this relentless pursuit?" Lin Quan had anticipated a foul call from the referee due to the somewhat excessive nature of his action. However, in the Premier League, the officiating standards were considerably more lenient than in other leagues. Not a foul, he thought. Then I shall take full advantage. Encouraged by the lack of a whistle, Lin Quan surged forward with the ball, while Fellaini cursed Kagawa under his breath for being ineffective and rushed towards Lin Quan, abandoning De Bruyne in the process. Yet, the moment he departed, Lin Quan promptly passed the ball to the unmarked De Bruyne. Upon receiving the ball, De Bruyne returned it to Lin Quan's feet, enabling him to escape Fellaini's clutches. After taking a couple of steps, Lin Quan then passed to the cutting-in David Silva, executing a 1-2 combination to bypass Manchester United's fullback Evra, and seamlessly advanced into the penalty area. Here we go again. De Gea felt a shiver run down his spine as Lin Quan re-emerged in the penalty area. He hastily directed Ferdinand to provide support. However, as soon as Ferdinand moved, Lin Quan would undoubtedly pass to the unmarked Aguero. Ferdinand was clearly aware of this dilemma, yet he had no choice but to press forward. For Lin Quan's threat surpassed that of Aguero. With the former having already scored twice, it was imperative to prevent him from achieving a hat-trick at Old Trafford. Indeed, as Ferdinand shifted position, Lin Quan promptly delivered the ball to Aguero. Ferdinand was taken aback by this action. Wouldn't he attempt to shoot? This was the Manchester Derby hat-trick. The thought prompted a sense of admiration towards Lin Quan. He exhibited remarkable teamwork, a trait that many others would not have embraced in such a moment, likely opting for a personal shot instead. Aguero, too, had anticipated that Lin Quan would take the initiative, as he would have done in such a scenario, striving for his own hat-trick. However, Lin Quan passed the ball, catching Aguero off guard and resulting in a somewhat rushed shot. De Gea reacted swiftly, immediately diving to save as Aguero initiated his strike. His judgment was precise, successfully deflecting the ball. Yet, the danger was far from averted. The ball, deflected by De Gea, fell within the penalty area, rolling directly to Lin Quan's feet. Lin Quan was not particularly fixated on the notion of a hat-trick. His priority was the team's victory. His personal tally was inconsequential. Nevertheless, with the ball now at his feet, He seized the opportunity without hesitation, unleashing a powerful shot. This time, De Gea found himself utterly powerless. Lin Kuan's strike was far more elusive than Agüero's. In a swift motion, the ball soared into the net. Lin Kuan completed his hat trick at Old Trafford, becoming the second player in Manchester City's history to achieve this feat at the iconic stadium. The last player to accomplish such a remarkable act at Old Trafford was Francis Lee in 1970. Lin Kuan had refrained from celebrating his previous 2 goals, but after netting his third, he was filled with exuberance, raising his shirt collar and surveying the stadium like a king surveying his domain. Chapter 77, a world champion's textbook goal. Before the match commenced, retired Manchester United superstar David Beckham, accompanied by his wife Victoria, arrived at the venue to witness this pivotal Premier League clash. As a member of the famed class of '92, Beckham retained a profound affection for Manchester United, despite any discord that led him to depart from the club. Although he, like many Red Devils supporters, harbored reservations about Moyes, he still hoped to see the team defend their honor on home turf. Alas, the outcome left him disheartened. What had become of the Red Devils? That Lin Kuan, so formidable. Victoria seemed oblivious to the disappointment etched on her husband's face. Spotting Lin Kuan, who was performing remarkably on the field, she could not help but gasp in awe. Since learning that Lily Collins was dating Lin Kuan, Victoria had developed a keen interest in him, eager to discover the extent of his prowess. Beckham nodded in affirmation, stating that Lin was indeed exceptional, arguably the strongest player among his generation. Really, is he that formidable? Victoria's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Though her knowledge of football was limited, she had faith in her husband's judgment. Barely had she finished speaking when Lin Kuan netted his second goal of the match. Beckham shrugged, his expression conveying a sense of triumph as if to say, "See, I told you he was impressive." Suddenly, Victoria posed a question that caught Beckham off guard. "Do you think he can score again?" The inquiry momentarily stumped Beckham. "Probably not," he replied hesitantly. "This is Old Trafford. It's rare for a Manchester City player to achieve a hat-trick here. I doubt the Manchester United players will grant him such an opportunity." Only true players understood the significance of the Manchester Derby. To score a hat-trick in such a city rivalry would deal a severe blow to the opponent's morale, leaving them crestfallen, while simultaneously garnering fervent support from the home fans, elevating him to the status of a hero. Upon hearing her husband's uncertain reply, Victoria flashed a sly smile and suggested, "How about a wager? I believe he will score again." Beckham raised an eyebrow. Although he did not verbally accept the bet, his lack of refusal implied tacit agreement. An hour later, when the scoreboard flashed the bold number 30, and Lin Kuan stood at Old Trafford, collar raised, mimicking the regal celebration of United's King Cantona, Beckham felt a momentary daze. He was transported back to the 1994 to 1995 Premier League season, to the 14th round, where Manchester United faced Manchester City at home. In that match, United had triumphed 5-0, with Cantona opening the scoring and Kanchelskis completing a hat-trick. Despite enduring relentless fouls from the opposition, Cantona stood tall and proud, exuding the majesty of a king, earning the fervent cheers and applause of over 60,000 Red Devils fans. Time had flown by, and nearly 2 decades had passed. The once thrilling Manchester Derby had returned. Yet this time, the king appeared to belong not to Manchester United, but to Manchester City. As the fans at Old Trafford witnessed Lin Kuan's hat-trick, a collective silence enveloped them. However, when they observed Lin celebrating in the manner of the United King, anger erupted within the stands. How dare he? This was Old Trafford. How could he celebrate in such a manner here? In an instant, a resounding chorus of boos, mingled with shouts of indignation, surged from every corner of the stadium, directed at Lin Kuan on the pitch. Lin turned in place expressionlessly, his collar raised as he surveyed his surroundings. The jeers of the crowd resonated in his ears like the wails of defeated foes. Instead of feeling offended, he found them rather melodious. "Come on, wail louder. Let me savor your fury and despair." Yet, his teammates, lacking an understanding of the moment, rushed in and brought him down, celebrating wildly. Observing the exuberant Manchester City players reveling in their home ground, the Manchester United players appeared utterly dejected. Even when confronted with Lin's provocative celebration, they could muster no ire. The true Red Devils had long dwindled, and those on the field resembled mere shadows, cloaked in the guise of the Red Devils, yet devoid of their fiery spirit. On the sidelines, United's coach Moyes seemed to sense a chill, retreating into his seat, wrapped in his coat, his gaze vacant as he watched his team unravel. What had become of Manchester United? Like countless fans, Moyes yearned to comprehend this conundrum. In the stands, legendary coach Ferguson surveyed the United players on the pitch before glancing at Moyes, unable to suppress a sigh. If prior to this match he had harbored doubts about the club's intention to replace Moyes, the aftermath clarified that Moyes was not the coach Manchester United required. His coaching style and personal temperament were utterly incompatible with the essence of the club. Manchester United could forego the presence of top-tier stars, but they must never relinquish their fervent spirit, their relentless determination, and indomitable will. What remained of Manchester United without passion, zeal, and an undying spirit? Contemplating this, Ferguson sighed. Though the match was not yet concluded, for Manchester United, the entire season had already reached its premature end. Crushed by Lynn's hat-trick, United meandered through the remaining time, while a frenzied Manchester City showed no signs of mercy. In the 82nd minute, David Silva breached United's defense once more, elevating the score to 4-0. At this moment, United fans in the stands began to exit prematurely. They could not endure witnessing their team suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of their arch-rivals on home turf and preferred to leave rather than endure further torment. This may have been a prudent choice, for Manchester City's assault was relentless. In the 89th minute, Lynn executed a deft backheel pass to the advancing De Bruyne, assisting him in scoring again, bringing the tally to 5-0. This was almost a reenactment of the match from 19 years prior, but with the roles reversed. Manchester United now found themselves on the receiving end of the slaughter. During stoppage time, Manchester City nearly scored again. Lynn's free kick struck the crossbar and sailed out of play, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from United supporters. Had that goal found its mark, Lynn would have become the first player in Manchester Derby history to achieve a quadruple. At last, the match concluded with Manchester City inflicting a decisive 5-0 defeat on Manchester United, thanks to goals from Lin Quan, De Bruyne, and others. This victory not only solidified their position at the pinnacle of the league, but also served as a powerful declaration that they have emerged from their recent struggles. Manchester City remains the foremost contender for the league title. Simultaneously, in another match, Chelsea triumphed over Fulham with a score of 3-1, with Schürrle achieving a hat-trick to secure 3 points for his team, maintaining an 8-point gap behind Manchester City. However, with only 10 rounds remaining in the league, such a deficit poses a formidable challenge for Chelsea to overcome. Nevertheless, Mourinho remains defiant. When confronted by reporters, he asserted, until the final whistle. One can never predict the outcome. Such is the allure of football. Yet, compared to his earlier unwavering confidence, the self-proclaimed special one seems to exhibit a slight wavering in resolve. While Manchester City and Chelsea vie for the Premier League crown, unnoticed in the shadows, Wenger's Arsenal has begun to falter, quietly slipping to 4th place in the league standings. In their last 4 matches, Arsenal has secured only 1 victory, alongside 2 defeats and a draw. They were first overwhelmed at Anfield by Liverpool, followed by a frustrating draw at home against Manchester United. Though they managed a 4-1 victory against Sunderland to momentarily regain some momentum, they faltered again in the latest round, succumbing to a 0-1 defeat against Stoke City, who had just been trounced by Manchester City. As March unfolds, Arsenal finds itself languishing in 4th place, now engaged in a battle to secure a top 4 finish. Wenger's team, it seems, remains a familiar recipe with a familiar taste. Following the league's conclusion, FIFA's international match days commence. After the World Cup qualifiers, the national teams have little in the way of fixtures. Lin Quan has not received a call-up from the national team for approximately 4 to 5 months. Initially expecting the same outcome as before, he was surprised to receive a summons from Del Bosque. The Spanish national team has an important friendly match scheduled in a few days, aimed at assessing the team's condition and strength ahead of the World Cup. This time, Del Bosque has not spared the players, calling up nearly all the key members of the squad. For those representing prestigious clubs, juggling League, Cup, and Champions League commitments, this news is less than welcome. Nevertheless, the call of the national team is one that none would refuse, regardless of the challenges it may entail. Lin Quan arrived at the Los Roses training base on the afternoon of March 3rd. Compared to his colleagues in La Liga, those playing in other leagues reported later than usual. Upon their arrival at the training facility, many had already gathered and commenced training. Unlike his first visit to the Los Roses base, this time Lin Quan was met with a throng of fans as soon as he arrived, encircling him and a few teammates, making passage nearly impossible. "Lin, your fans are truly numerous. David Silva and Navas also relished the sensation of being surrounded by admirers. Yet what pierced their hearts was the realization that the attendees were predominantly Lin Kuan's fans. Occasionally, a few supporters brandishing placards with their names could be seen, but they were invariably overshadowed by the fervent crowd of Lin Kuan's enthusiasts. Is it excessive? Lin Kuan couldn't help but draw parallels to Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, pondering how he would fare in comparison to these two legends. Lin Kuan has always been amiable towards his fans. Upon sensing their enthusiasm, he smiled and waved at them. Unexpectedly, this simple gesture seemed to ignite a powder keg, causing the atmosphere to explode with fervor. "Ah," Lin smiled at me. "He must have feelings for me." "Away with you, seductress." Lin is clearly waving at me. "Lin, I adore you. I want to have your children." The female fans surged towards Lin Kuan, leaving him and a few teammates scrambling to escape. If they were to fall into their clutches, the consequences would be dire. "Lin, your fans are terrifying. I dare not accompany you next time." David Silva, shaken, experienced for the first time the formidable nature of women. Garcia and Navas nodded in agreement, while Negrito pondered aloud. Why are Lin's female supporters so abundant, yet our fans are a bunch of rugged old men? His question left the group in silence. Indeed, why was that the case? Upon seeing everyone arrive safely, Bosque felt a wave of relief wash over him. With only 3 months remaining until the World Cup, it was imperative that the players, particularly the key ones, remained unscathed. Any injuries could jeopardize their participation in this year's tournament. This World Cup held immense significance for Spain, and Bosque aspired to field the strongest lineup to vie for the championship. As the reigning champions, if they could once again clinch victory, they would become the first team in nearly 50 years to defend their title at the World Cup. Such a remarkable achievement would undoubtedly pave the way for Spain to establish their own dynasty. Faced with this historic opportunity, no one could remain indifferent. Bosque, naturally ambitious, desired to etch his name into the annals of Spanish history. However, the challenge of securing this year's championship would be formidable. You are all aware of the World Cup draw, I presume? Before the training session commenced the following day, Bosque gathered everyone, his expression grave as he posed the question. The group nodded in acknowledgement. The draw had concluded on December 7th of the previous year. Spain's luck was unfortunate. They were placed in Group B, alongside last tournament's runners-up, the Netherlands, the formidable South American team Chile, and Australia from Asia. Among these opponents, only Australia could be considered a lesser challenge, while the other two teams were formidable adversaries, particularly the Dutch squad. Due to the overwhelming number of formidable teams in Europe, powerhouses such as England, France, Italy, the Netherlands, and Portugal have been relegated to the 4th seed. In stark contrast, the teams in the 3rd tier include lesser sides such as Australia, Iran, Japan, and South Korea. This unfortunate grouping means that a top seed could inadvertently face a premier European team, should the 2nd seed possess a modicum of strength. The emergence of a group of death becomes a tangible threat. Regrettably, Spain finds itself as one of the unfortunate teams drawn into one of the two formidable groups. Group B, in this World Cup. Another unfortunate entity is their warm-up match opponent, Italy. The reigning champions from the previous World Cup, Italy, have been placed in Group D alongside strong contenders like Uruguay, England, and Costa Rica. Their path to qualification appears even more daunting than Spain's. Given that the South American teams will be playing on home soil, it is conceivable that both European powerhouses could falter in the group stage. Thus, before the World Cup commences, these two anxious teams arranged a friendly match to assess their respective forms. Even in defeat, they believe that identifying their shortcomings would be worthwhile. Against this backdrop, the friendly match on March 6th garnered immense attention in both Spain and Italy. The Italians viewed this encounter as a quest for vengeance, having not bested Spain in 6 years. In the 2008 and 2012 European Championships, Italy faced Spain thrice, netting only 1 goal and suffering a disheartening 4-0 defeat in the final, allowing their rivals to claim 2 European Championship titles. Last year's Confederations Cup saw Italy encounter Spain in the semi-finals, where they were soundly defeated 3-1, permitting Spain to secure yet another trophy and achieve a grand slam in international football. Italy's consecutive failures against Spain have gradually instilled a sense of dread in them. It has become increasingly challenging for the Italian team not only to defeat Spain, but even to breach their defense. If they could triumph in this friendly, they would break the embarrassing streak of not winning against Spain. For Spain, it has been some time since the squad has gathered all its key players for a match. Italy, being a significant opponent, represents an opportunity for Spain to use them as a stepping stone to bolster their morale. Consequently, both teams dispatched their full-strength lineups without reservation. On the evening of March 6 at 1930, the match between Spain and Italy took place at the Calderón Stadium in Madrid. Italy displayed a vigorous approach, with a newly styled Balotelli exhibiting lively activity from the onset. In the 4th minute, the Torino winger Schürrle surged into the penalty area from the right, opting for a narrow-angle lob at the goal. This shot posed a considerable threat, evading Casillas's fingertips and striking the inside of the far post before rebounding into the box. Balotelli, attempting to capitalize on the rebound, was thwarted by Ramos, who intervened just in time. After the destruction of the situation, Balotelli was quite displeased and engaged in a verbal altercation with Ramos. Both are known for their fiery tempers, and neither was willing to concede, leading to a direct confrontation. Fortunately, the referee intervened in a timely manner, preventing the escalation of tensions. Balotelli, a player of remarkable talent, often seems to be lacking in common sense. Following his dispute with Ramos, he stubbornly pursued him, seemingly intent on proving himself through a physical confrontation. However, Ramos, seasoned and astute, was not one to offer such an opportunity. With the assistance of his teammates and his own experience, he adeptly neutralized Balotelli's repeated threats, ensuring that Balotelli's efforts were in vain. Conversely, as Balotelli's mindset faltered, Italy's offensive threat diminished. After an initial flurry of activity, the dynamics of the match swiftly fell under Spain's control. Beginning in the 10th minute, Spanish players executed a series of consecutive passes, completing an astonishing 67 passes within a mere 3 minutes. During this period, the Italian players failed to make even a single contact with the ball. The ball transitioned seamlessly from Spain's defense to midfield, then to the attack, culminating in a textbook goal as it was delivered into the net guarded by Buffon. The world champions, Spain, scored in a breathtaking manner that left spectators in awe. End of chapter.